Hey guys, if you're humble, subscribe and make sure to leave a like while it's free. If you want another part, leave 1,000 likes so I know you liked it. And without further ado, let's go to the video.
We are in a room where there is a person lying down, apparently sick, and several people around. The one lying down is named Xiao. A woman is by his side, crying, for we do not see old Xiao in his better days. The fifth disciple, Shan, says that the old man is already exhausted, and asks the senior disciple Kivan what they should do. Kivan says the answer is obvious. Sivan says he will go out to look for another elder to learn from, as staying there praying for this old body would not help Sivan get any stronger. Kivan thinks that this kind of person who goes out on a simple mission and comes back crippled and wounded is a complete waste of time for them. Kivan knows that if it weren't for him exposing the martial arts of the elder, surely the old man would not die like this. The second and third disciples, Haoran and Feng, just agree with Kivan. The fourth disciple, Zheng, says that it was about time for this old man to die. Zheng had been looking forward to this for a long time. Zheng emphasizes that all those who still cherish this monk time should be treated as one. The young master would become the disciple of the second elder, who has the highest number of female disciples. The girl who was there listening to all this gets angry at everything and clenches her hand while cursing everyone there. She stands up and shouts at everyone that if it weren't for Xiao, none of them would be able to surpass the cultivation limit and become immortals. She points out that it might now be too late, and the old man may turn into a pile of bones. She screams that all there were just ungrateful animals. This leaves everyone extremely angry. Feng approaches her and slaps her face, throwing her backward. As she fell to the ground, Feng tells her to have more respect. Feng was clearly irritated by her words and asks who she thinks she is to speak to him that way. Chivan draws Feng's attention, saying, if this poor thing wants to stay with the old man, let her stay. As Kivan was picking up some things, he says he had already taken everything of value that the old man could have. Feng, while carrying some things, smiles, saying the useless old man was a perfect match for his useless slave. The woman was still on the ground, trembling as she tried to stand up, thinking all there were nothing but traitors. She finally manages to get up from the ground and, with tears in her eyes, wonders how these traitors could do this. As she was on the ground, the elder calls her. She runs back to the bed's edge, asking if Xiao was okay. Because the ungrateful ones had already left, and she would take care of him. Xiao says that after he took her to the top of the mountain, he never asked if she wanted to become his disciple, nor did he even try to guide her cultivation. Xiao sighs and asks if she hates him. She's a bit embarrassed to answer and says she knows her roots and bones were not so good for cultivation. This woman's name is Ji. She explains that, in the beginning, Xiao saved her from a slave trader, and for that, Ji has always been deeply grateful. Since that moment, Ji never had any complaints. She emphasizes that she only hates the injustice of the heavens and the treacherous villains, for a good person never dies a good death. Xiao begins to sit up in bed and says that if he had accepted her as a disciple before. Xiao begins to cough before finishing the sentence. Xi is worried about him. As Xiao looks at his hand, he notices there was blood on it and says, it seems he is about to die. Xi kneels on the ground and kneels before Xiao. Xi starts shouting, saying that if Elder Xiao does not hate her, then accept her as his disciple now. In the future, she will surely kill all those traitors who left here and avenge Elder Xiao. She makes it very clear that she will not stand up until Xiao accepts her as his disciple. This leaves Xiao somewhat impressed. Xiao turns to the front, places his hand on his chest, and says he might be on the brink of death, but he is not stupid. Then, Xiao asks Xi if he accepts this, wouldn't he just be hastening Xi's death? Xi, concerned for Xiao, asks him to stop moving around. Xiao takes a small bottle in his hand and says that this pill bottle is the last essence of condensation. Even though it's not great, it's the only thing he could offer her at the moment. Seeing this, Xi's eyes fill with tears. Xi asks Xiao to lie down and not worry so much about her, but Xiao tells Xi it's okay. He wouldn't die so quickly. After saying this, Xiao starts to cough and feels something very strong, dropping the bottle. The bottle breaks on the floor while his eyes start to close. He sees Xi saying she was wrong and didn't need to become his disciple, but he needed to wake up anyway. Xiao starts to wonder if this really is his death. He thinks Xi is crying too loudly and it's hurting his ears. Xiao thinks he's very annoyed, and the reason for this is for not having accepted Ji as his apprentice earlier. He thinks his end has really come, but suddenly, a voice says, officially launching the disciple bonus system. Xiao is a bit confused seeing this and wonders what it could be, but he receives an infinite gold pill. Just one of these pills contains the equivalent of spiritual energy of about 10,000 essence gathering pills. This pill contains so much energy that it can be used to advance a whole realm of cultivation or heal any kind of injury. Xiao takes the pill in his hand and rubs it on his face while crying, saying he's been in this world for 20 years since he crossed over, and finally, the hack has arrived. 20 years ago, I, Xiao, arrived in this world due to a car accident. I thought I was the main character of an illustrious family with exceptional talents. I even reached the foundation building stage before I was 10 years old. But after I entered the Hongmeng sect, my cultivation stagnated, and I never made any progress again. I became the laughingstock of everyone. However, the heavens have given me a second chance. Xiao asks the system what this reward he received is. The system informs that, as the name suggests, the host will receive things in return for everything given to his disciple in the name of the master. Xiao asks if this also applies to skills and knowledge that his disciples receive. The system responds that, yes, it also counts under the teachings of the host. If the disciple's cultivation values advance or gain insights, the host will receive double the value. In simple terms, if the host transmits the equivalent of 200 days of cultivation to the disciple, the host will receive back the 200 days of cultivation. Similarly, if the disciple gains understanding of some type of sword technique under the teachings of the host, the same will receive X times in return. This means that the host will directly understand the sword skill to the level X. Xiao places his gold pill in his hand and asks the system if he gave this pill to his disciple, he would receive X times in return. The system says that, no. Items received as a reward from the system cannot be rewarded again. However, if the master teaches a disciple the skills that were given by the system, and the disciple gains new insights, it is not considered something from the system. Then, the master will receive a second reward. Xiao says he understands and it's not something as simple as an infinite reward loop. Xiao decides to eat the pill, as he should take advantage of the opportunity. After consuming the golden pill, Xiao starts to emit a strong glow and rises from the realm to the golden core in one go. While all this was happening, Ji was still kneeling near Xiao's bed, trembling and crying, begging him to wake up. She says in a trembling voice that she doesn't want anything else, not revenge, doesn't need to be his disciple, much less receive gifts like essence pills. Ji just wants her master to wake up. Suddenly, Xiao places his hand on Ji's head, saying she should remember the first thing her master will teach. Ji lifts her head, with her eyes full of tears, surprised by this. As soon as Ji looks at her master, she sees that he is completely fine. Xiao is physically healed, with a strong energy coming out of his body. He tells Ji that if she has enemies, she should seek revenge and face everyone with ferocity, and the revenge should be doubly severe. Meanwhile, in another location, Feng knelt before a man, pleading for him to take him as his disciple and offering all of Xiao's secret martial arts in exchange. This place where Feng was is the Hongmeng sect, 6th peak. The man took the scroll offered to him by Feng and remarked that Xiao had indeed made an excellent disciple. The man pointed out that Xiao, who once was the star of the Hongmeng sect and considered himself unparalleled, ended up in such a state. It's unfortunate. This man is the elder of the 6th peak and head of the discipline hall, Wang Na. The elder told Feng that if he truly wished to become his disciple, it could indeed be possible. But the elder showed a ruler called the Ruler of Repentance. This ruler is capable of dissecting a person's spiritual roots. The elder said that if Feng could extract Xiao's spiritual root, then he would accept Feng as his personal disciple. However, Feng should be careful when holding this ruler, as once it comes into contact with blood, it won't easily come off without a proper method. Feng held the ruler and told the elder not to worry, as he, Feng, would not let the elder down. However, suddenly, a very strong attack came from behind Feng, hitting him in the back and throwing him into a wall. This attack left Feng severely injured. When Feng looked down, he was utterly terrified by what he saw. In the attack, his body was wounded, and his blood came into contact with the ruler, which was sucking his energy out of his body. This caused Feng to fall to the ground, screaming in pain and crying in despair. As he lay on the ground, he screamed, saying he couldn't die there as his path to immortality had just begun. Elder Wang Na, confused by all this, asked who could have done this. Looking up, the elder saw Xiao and Ji flying. Xiao looked at Wang Na and said that if he really wanted his spiritual roots, Wang Na should come and get them himself. Wang looked up and apologized to Xiao, saying it was just a joke he was playing on Feng and nothing serious. But, while saying this, Wang was actually wondering how Xiao had such a strong aura, as Feng had said Xiao was on the verge of death. It didn't make any sense. Xiao replied that if that was the case, then all was well. But unfortunately, Xiao wasn't joking. Wang Na. Xiao began to use his magic power and several swords appeared around him. Wang Na, seeing this, was impressed, as this was the Kanglang sword art technique. This reminded Wang Na of something. When I and Xiao entered the Hongmeng sect, Xiao gained the sect master's favor by creating the Kanglang sword art, and received most of the cultivation resources. Luckily, I advanced to the Golden Core realm first, and Xiao became useless. Wang Na created a barrier around himself to defend against Xiao's attack. While Wang Na was inside his barrier, he told Xiao not to be foolish to attack him, as Wang Na had already advanced to the second level of the Golden Core. This meant that Xiao would have no advantage in this attack. As soon as Wang Na finished his sentence, his barrier was easily broken by Xiao's attack. This left Wang Na completely terrified by Xiao's strength. While Wang Na wondered how this could be happening, Xiao, with a slight smile on his face, asked if this was what a person of the second level of the Golden Core could do. Xiao's attack began, and the sword started flying around Wang Na, who was in shock thinking that the power Xiao was demonstrating was of the third level of the Golden Core, or even higher. As Wang Na pondered the power demonstrated by Xiao, one of the swords hit his hand, causing him to scream in pain. Wang Na emerged from the midst of the swords and shouted at Xiao, saying that if he dared to kill Wang Na, the sect would not forgive him for such an act. Xiao quite calmly questioned Wang Na if that could really be true, and highlighted that he was curious to know what the sect would be capable of doing once Wang Na was dead. Xiao turned his attack back to Wang Na, who, with no other option, decided to use a mysterious artifact. Upon using this artifact, a shield rose in front of him, protecting him. Wang Na thought to himself that unfortunately, this artifact only had 3 charges, and this was the last remaining charge. Wang Na considered this a huge loss, as he had intended to use this last charge when he was advancing to the nascent soul stage. Xiao observed this, and thought to himself that Wang Na really did have some tricks up his sleeve. Xiao remarked that it seemed Wang Na had received quite a few gifts over the years. Suddenly, black lightning started to strike everywhere. Wang Na yelled Xiao's name, questioning if he really intended to continue with this. Xiao, with a determined look, questioned why he should stop. Xiao continued his attack, leading to a massive explosion. Amidst it all, Wang Na couldn't believe this was happening to him. Xiao's attack began to destroy everything around. After the attack ended, everything nearby was destroyed, and a huge hole was created on the ground. In the midst of all this, Wang Na was severely injured, cocking in pain. When Wang Na saw Xiao approaching, he was completely terrified and began screaming for Xiao not to come any closer. Xiao, as he approached, asked if the shield Wang Na was using was a top-tier artifact, classified as mysterious, because it managed to keep him alive in this world. Artifacts are divided into 5 levels: mortal, mysterious, earthly, celestial, and finally, immortal. Within each level, there are 4 grades: low, medium, high, and supreme. The shield used by Wang Na was of the mysterious class, high grade. Even within a sect, this would normally be considered a sect-defending treasure. Xiao hadn't expected Wang Na to have such a valuable treasure tucked away. Xiao didn't care much about that. In any case, it was going to end there. Xiao drew his sword and aimed to deliver a finishing blow, but Wang Na created one last barrier around himself and pleaded for Xiao to spare his life. Xiao paused because he heard a voice. This was Zhang He, the leader of the Hongmeng sect. He told Xiao not to act impulsively, as fights among sect members went against the sect rules and could lead to expulsion for both. Xiao turned to the sect leader and laughed, creating a small amount of energy in his hand. Wang Na, seeing Zhang He, thought the gods had given him a glimmer of hope. So he began to beg for help, saying Xiao was beating up everyone there. But in the blink of an eye, Zhang He used his power to strike Wang Na's face, telling him to shut up. Zhang He stated that Wang Na should come to the inquiry pool of the disciplinary hall so they could better analyze and see who truly deserved to be expelled from the sect. Wang Na, severely beaten on the ground, said in a trembling voice that it wasn't necessary. Zhang. He turned to Xiao and congratulated him for breaking through the Golden Core realm after so many tribulations. Xiao thanked Zhang He and said that if he hadn't evolved, he would probably have become someone's target, and his spiritual roots would have been removed. Wang Na shouted that it was a misunderstanding, and he would accept the sect's punishment. However, Wang Na said he hoped Xiao wouldn't use this against him in the future. Xiao crossed his arms and said that, out of respect for the sect leader, he would leave Wang Na alive for now. Xiao, looking back, saw Feng dragging himself on the ground. Xiao pointed out that Feng had committed an even greater crime than Wang Na, as betraying his master and repaying kindness with hostility was unacceptable. Therefore, Feng should be banned from entering the sect, and all his cultivation should be completely extracted. Feng tried to ask for the sect leader's help, but Zhang He simply said it was up to Xiao to handle as he wished. Ji, hearing this, started to run and said there was no need for her master to act. Feng, seeing this, called Ji useless and launched an attack against her. Ji stood completely still as the attack approached. Then, she began to gather magic in her hand and effortlessly defended against Feng's attack. This left Feng completely paralyzed, as Ji had been considered useless until recently. Feng asks when she had learned the Kanglang sword art. Hearing this, Xiao begins to explain that 3 days ago Zhai was sitting. The system pops up with Zhai's specifications. Name, Yan Nu, true identity, disciple, comprehension, 260, root, 15, talent, innate immortal sword. Inactive activation requires reaching the foundation establishment stage to gain recognition from the Lin family's ancestral sword embryo. Xiao thinks to himself how incredible innate immortal sword talent is. Ji asks what an innate immortal sword is. Xiao, with a suspicious look, says it's nothing much, just thinking that Ji might have talents with swords. Xiao says he would look for Feng so Ji couldn't be defenseless. Xiao cuts down a tree with his Kanglang sword art. He explains that this technique was created by him years ago and emphasizes that even if Ji could learn a little, it would be great. Ji forms a small sword with her magic and asks if it's something like this. Xiao says yes, she's doing very well. The system notifies that Ji has entered into the Kanglang sword art. Another window opens, stating that teaching the disciple the Kanglang sword art, a mortal grade sword art, rewards tenfold. The host is rewarded with the sky-slicing technique, high-level mysterious grade. This makes Ji the real treasure there. Ji approaches Feng, preparing to step on him, and starts saying that even with all the guidance from Master Xiao, Feng still couldn't learn to use this technique. Ji stares down at Feng, who begs Ji to stop. Then, she asks who the useless one is now and steps on his chest, causing Feng to scream in pain. Ji turns to her master Xiao, saying that the spiritual root of the traitor Feng has already been destroyed, and asks Xiao to verify. Xiao, looking at her, says, "She did a great job." Zhang He says that now Xiao has explained his punishment, it's Wang Na's turn to be punished. Zhang He asks to take Wang Na away to resolve the matter. Xiao turns to leader Zhang He and asks when Xiao said everything was finished. The leader Zhang He, a bit confused, asks Xiao what he's talking about, since a while ago, Xiao said he would spare Wang Na's life. As soon as Wang Na hears this, he gets up worried, asking what more Xiao wants from him. Xiao gives a slight smile, saying he indeed intends to leave Wang Na alive, but turns with a cold look and says he won't let Wang Na go just like that. Xiao says it will all depend on Elder. Wang Na's sincerity. Wang Na starts to smile and takes out a bag, saying all his treasures are inside. Then Wang Na offers the bag to Xiao, hoping it will be enough. Xiao uses his magic to quickly grab the bag, saying Elder Wang Na is a wise and truly enlightened person. Xiao thanks Wang Na for the gift, bids him farewell, and calls his disciple Ji to leave. As the two were leaving, Ji highly praises her master Xiao, who in turn says they would rest today, as tomorrow he himself would guide Ji's cultivation. Wang Na just watches all this. Leader Zhang he bids farewell to Wang Na and asks him to take care. Wang Na, with a battered face, is extremely annoyed with everything and thinks this won't end here. The next day, at the 7th peak, Xiao was checking what was in the bag he received from Wang Na. As Xiao looks through it, he sees there were a lot of things, even elixirs good for the Golden Core realm. Even though they were not of good quality, they would still serve. Xiao picks up 2 scrolls in his hand, one of mortal grade and the other of earth grade. Xiao thinks that this medium-grade primordial technique would be perfect for Ji to establish a foundation. Xiao looks over everything there and thinks that, amidst it all, the most valuable item would be this sword called the 5-element seal, earth grade, intermediate level. Xiao thinks none of it would be useful to him, as he needed nothing there. Then, Xiao decides to give everything to Ji, because when it comes to treasures, the system's rewards will always be better. Now that Xiao had looked through almost everything, only one thing remained. A small bag filled with high-level spiritual stones. Xiao thinks Wang Na must have mined a lot in recent days to have all this. Xiao thinks now it's all his, and he's rich. So maybe he'll create a small village one of these days. Ji arrives and knocks on the door, saying Xiao had told her to come in 2 hours for training. She asks if she can come in. Xiao says yes, asks Ji to sit with him. The cultivation realms for practitioners are postnatal, innate, qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, separation realm, integration realm, Mahayana realm, transcendental realm. Each realm is divided into 10 minor realms. The postnatal realm strengthens the blood energy to temper muscles, bones, and skin, enhancing physical strength and its quality. The innate realm fills the blood and qi to form internal energy, increasing the power of martial arts and physical defense up to the transcendental realm. Should you reach it, you may ascend to immortality, but this is only a level few have reached. Xiao and Ji sit opposite each other, touching hands. Xiao says he will start by teaching the primordial technique. He asks Ji to focus on comprehending with dedication. Ji agrees, so they begin. While Ji is extremely focused, Xiao is guiding her, telling her what she should do. Xiao says to circulate the qi behind her body a few times to gain understanding. The system window pops up again with the same specifications as before. Xiao sees that Ji only has 15 spiritual roots, so Xiao asks the system what the score of an ordinary person would be. The system shows it's between 50 and 60 points. This explains why Ji easily learns techniques, but when it comes to cultivation, she has a lot of difficulty advancing. Xiao decides he himself will have to force qi for her to refine her essence and marrow. Xiao places his hand near Ji's head, and energy starts to envelop her, passing through her entire body. Ji opens her eye, and now she is at the 10th stage of the postnatal realm. Ji is very worried about Xiao and questions him, asking why he did this, as providing qi directly like this can be extremely costly. It might cause the person to lose cultivation, regress realms, and even injure the provider's body. Xiao places his hand on her head and tells her to be at ease, as her master is very well. The system pops up for Xiao, notifying that he sent 100 days of cultivation to his disciple, and thanks to this, he gained 500 days of cultivation. Xiao, seeing this, thinks he's actually much better off than before. Xiao gives a bag full of riches to Ji, saying all this was a gift from him to her, as before he didn't have much to offer, but now he can provide good things. Ji, seeing this, becomes extremely happy, as she had never received such treatment before. The system shows Xiao gave Ji a 3rd-grade Huan pill and 10 2nd-grade pills. Then, he will receive 15 times this. The system shows he received a 4th-grade Huan pill. Ji thanks her master Xiao again for having saved her life in the past, and now teaching her for the future. She says she will serve him at any time he needs. The system shows again that Xiao gave 17 martial arts to Ji, then received 20 times reward for this. Xiao obtained a celestial grade, supreme-ranked 1,000-mile sword art. Xiao tells Ji not to be so modest with him, as everything that's his is also hers. Xiao asks Ji to train carefully today. After she has managed to absorb this, he will give her more than qi directly for her cultivation. Ji is surprised, as there will be next times. The system shows Xiao gave Ji the martial art 5-element seal, mid-rank earth grade, and for this, he was rewarded 20 times, receiving a gentle wandering sword, supreme rank earth grade. Ji doesn't understand how her master can give her so much chi. So, she tells him to be more careful, as this might be charged, it doesn't seem safe. Xiao smiles, saying he is very well, and if Ji does not believe him, she just has to wait a little, as he will soon go into seclusion for 3 days. Xiao guarantees that he will rise to level 5 of the Golden Core realm. Ji gets excited and says she will protect Xiao while he is cultivating. If anyone comes close, she will take care of it. Xiao tells Ji to be careful and not to stress too much and to practice properly. Ji says it's okay and will practice right now. Xiao opens the system window to check all his rewards. Xiao takes the Huan pill in his hands and thinks he had heard about it before. This pill can only be cultivated by someone who has a nascent soul. The heavenly materials required are the rarest to find for 4th grade elixirs. Xiao thinks that even if he searched the entire Hongmeng sect, he probably wouldn't find even 5 of these pills. But that still wasn't really what Xiao was eyeing, as the reward Xiao most wanted is the 1,000-mile sword art. This art is practically the pinnacle of all fencing. If Xiao combines the 1,000-mile sword art with his new high-level earth-grade sword, Gentle Wandering Sword, it becomes basically unbeatable. Xiao gets excited about all this and decides to test the real power this combination could have. Xiao sends a small attack at a stone and easily destroys the stone. Xiao is surprised by the 1,000-mile sword art, as this skill emphasizes the way the sword is manipulated. Xiao thinks that if he gathers more swords, or gets more valuable swords, it would be child's play to challenge stronger realms. But that would be for another time, as now Xiao will assimilate the cultivation received from the system. Xiao is quite confident this time. He believes he might reach, or even surpass the 5th stage of the Golden Core. Meanwhile, in the Wang sect market, Zhang and Li Shan were walking carefree until, out of nowhere, 2 women start commenting on Xiao, saying he recently ascended to the Golden Core, and that Xiao had a confrontation with Elder Wang at the 6th peak, and apparently Xiao defeated Wang in a humiliating way. This caught their attention. The 2 women highlighted that Xiao was willing to sacrifice his own spiritual roots to assist his disciple. The other woman says that's so perfect and envied people who had a master like that. The 2 were completely in love with Xiao. Li Shan, upon hearing this, starts to think, could Xiao really have been able to help and pass his skills to that Ji? The other 2 women who were with Wang Zheng ask him and Li Shan why they left the 7th peak. Wang Zheng answers the women that everything they were hearing was a lie, as Xiao was a complete idiot who mistreated his students, and that's why they left there. While Wang Zheng and Li Shan were with these women, Lin Haran was just. Watching all this, he starts to think that Xiao, besides having a new disciple, was still able to move to the Golden Core. Not to mention that Elder Wang was not able to defeat him. Lin Haran wonders if this could really be true. So, he decides to see with his own eyes. At the gate of the 7th peak, a man stands in front of Xiao and Ji. This man says he was sent there on behalf of the sect leader Zhang He. This man introduces himself and says he is Ye Chen, the senior disciple of Zhang He. Ye Chen says he came to warn that the great sect competition will be in 100 days, so Xiao should prepare for such an event. Ye Chen looks at Ji and apologizes for what he is about to say, but in Ye Chen's view, Ji is a seemingly weak person. By her talent in the great competition, Ye Chen thinks she will lose and cry over the defeat. Ji gets angry when she hears this, but Xiao steps forward and says that Ye Chen has a somewhat limited view. Ye Chen is a little startled by this. Xiao says that Ji was a person completely without cultivation 3 days ago, and now is already at the 10th stage of the postnatal stage. Xiao asks Ye Chen what he thinks of Ji's rate of evolution, if she really seems irrelevant. Ye Chen is dumbfounded and can't believe what he heard and asks Xiao if he is joking. Xiao says that if Ye Chen doesn't believe him, then Zi is free to show who's boss. Zi obeys immediately and starts to emit flames from her body. Ye Chen, scared seeing this, says that this really is the 10th stage of the postnatal realm, but Ye Chen can't understand how this is possible. Lin Haran, who was hiding and watching all this, is also surprised. Xiao turns back to return to his realm and says that anything is possible. Zhi makes a face proving Ye Chen wrong and saying it served him right. Lin Haran, still hidden, thinks that a useless person like Zhi could not have risen in such a way with her own talent. Clearly, Xiao used his qi to help Ji. Lin Haoran thinks that the person who directly transfers their qi to another person faces major problems, including in their cultivation. Lin Haoran can't believe Xiao went to such lengths to help Ji. Then, Lin Haoran thinks it would be a good time to extort some things from Xiao. After all this, in the hall of the third peak, Lin Haoran is before Elder Meng Yu, who is asking Lin Haoran if everything he said is true, that Xiao took everything from Wang Na and transmitted the peak of the supreme technique to his disciple. Meng Yu asks if there is anything they can do. Lin Haoran tells Meng Yu that he is the strongest in the sect and should receive the most resources. What Xiao is doing is just squandering the sect's resources. Hearing this, Meng Yu gives permission for Lin Haoran to personally take care of it. Meng Yu emphasizes that if Lin Haoran really manages to defeat Xiao, then he will be accepted as a direct disciple. Lin Haoran thanks him for the opportunity. Meanwhile, in the training room of the 7th peak, Xiao and Ji are sitting. Xiao asks Ji if she is ready, as today she will break through to the inner realm and cleanse her meridians. Xiao notes that if everything goes right, in the future, Ji will be able to cultivate with less effort and more ease. However, for that to happen, she will have to endure very strong pain. Ji says she is ready and remembers everything Ye Chen said before and promises that as soon as she gets stronger, she will not accept this anymore and everyone will pay attention to her. Xiao sees that although Ye Chen has been spoiled by the sect leader, the encounter between Ji and Ye Chen was very good. It made her more motivated, and it is this motivation we need. Xiao thinks this really is the moment for Ji to break through to a higher realm and perform a cleansing on her meridians. Xiao takes a small bag in his hand, and from it takes out a 4th-class meridian cleansing pill. Xiao was able to buy them thanks to the riches he took from Wang Na. Xiao decides to start and prepares to begin the training. As soon as it starts, Zi tries to concentrate as much as possible. Joy thinks this is more painful than she was thinking, but after the pain passes, Ji feels as if her whole body becomes lighter. A system window opens, informing that Xiao transferred 200 days of cultivation to Jai, increasing her aptitude by 70 points as a reward. This was doubled, resulting in 400 days of cultivation and the low-class autumnal water sword technique of Earth rank. Xiao, seeing this, thinks it is finally done. Xiao is very satisfied, as the feeling of gaining something is very good. Now Xiao is at the 6th level of the Golden Core. Juri finally opens her eyes and feels much better, as she is now at the 1st innate level. Juri asks if this is a technique to purify the meridians and marrow, and completes asking if now that she has reached the celestial realm, if this was enough to face Ye Chen. A window opens again, showing Ji's information. Name, Zhenu. True identity. Disciple. Understanding. 260. Aptitude. 85. Talent. Innate body sword. Not activated activation condition. Reach the foundation realm. Obtain recognition of the ancestral sword embryo of the Lin family. Xiao laughs and touches Ji's face, telling her to be brave and take Ye Chen down. If Ji defeats Ye Chen, Xiao promises to take her to the World Genius Challenge. Ji is extremely happy with this, asking if she really can do all this. Suddenly, someone starts knocking on the door, leaving Ji and Xiao surprised. This person calls for Xiao, saying that one of his disciples had been seriously injured while collecting medicinal herbs for his treatment, and asks Xiao to come outside to take a look. Xiao, already suspicious, decides to follow. As he was leaving, Ji was just wondering who it could be, and if her master really had other students besides her. As soon as Xiao opens the door, Ji is surprised to see Lin Haoran lying on the ground. Lin Haoran, with a trembling voice, calls for his master, referring to Xiao, and says that unfortunately, he is still weak because he managed to recover only one blood dragon plant, and asks Xiao to take the plant. Ji screams furiously that Lin Haoran is just a traitor who swore loyalty to the 3rd peak and asks what he is doing there. Lin Haoran, still lying on the ground, tries to explain with a still trembling voice, saying it's just a misunderstanding and the only reason Lin Haoran entered the 3rd peak was to get this life-saving plant for his master. The disciples of the 3rd peak's elder Meng Yu say that Lin Haoran almost died to get this plant and doesn't need to speak to him in that way. Meng Yu adds, saying that for 3 consecutive days Lin Haoran had kneeled asking Meng Yu for help, and this moved Meng Yu. Zhi doesn't accept any of these words, saying they are just distorting the truth. It's clear that Lin Haoran betrayed Xiao and is now trying to navigate the situation with this ridiculous act. Xiao asks Zhi to calm down and leave this matter to him. Xiao asks Lin Haoran why he is there if he had already sworn loyalty to the Third Peak's elder. Xiao smiles with a cold expression and asks if Lin Haoran really wants to return to his side. Lin Haoran kneels in front of Xiao, saying he recognizes the weight of his sins, and for having betrayed his master, he is unworthy. However, Lin Haoran begs for forgiveness and asks that Xiao accept this blood dragon herb. The disciples of Meng Yu, watching this scene from afar, start to think that Xiao is very healthy and doesn't need this herb. Another disciple says that Lin Haoran's talent is deteriorating, and if he doesn't get a class 4 pill, his future in cultivation will be very bleak. The two look at Xiao, saying it's good he has such a pill in reserve. Because of him, Lin Haoran was harmed. Lin Haoran looks back with a smile on his face, saying that's not true. Xiao, hearing all this, seems to have an idea and says he really was in need of that herb to help his health and asks Zhi to confirm. She immediately hugs Xiao, saying it's all true. Lately, Xiao has been very weak. The four, seeing this, are shocked. Lin Haoran gets a bit irritated with all this and wonders when Xiao became such a liar. Even though Lin Haoran needs to get this pill by any means to not be a loser. Lin Haoran goes back to his act and says that Xiao should take this plant and use it, because it wouldn't be right for someone as unworthy as Lin Haoran to continue with such a plant. Xiao, in the blink of an eye, takes the plant from Lin Haoran's hand and goes back to Zhi, saying everything is resolved and they would have chicken stew for dinner. Zhi doesn't understand anything that's happening. A system window notifies that Xiao gave Zhi a first-class plant blood dragon herb, and with that, he received 5 times more in a second-class blood dragon plant. Lin Haoran starts coughing and says he is happy if he can help his master. The two disciples of Meng Yu hold him. One of them says that Lin Haoran put his own cultivation at risk to help his master, even though Xiao didn't return the favor. They ask Meng Yu to defend Lin Haoran. Meng Yu says to Xiao that human lives are at stake, and as representatives of the sect, they could not just stand by watching this. Meng Yu emphasizes that if these news spread, the 7th Peak would still be able to get disciples in the future. Xiao stops in front of everyone, saying there's no need to hurry. Then, Xiao approaches Lin Haoran, saying that since the two had a relationship of student and master, he could not stand there watching Lin Haoran die. Xiao emphasizes that he has a small concern because as Lin Haoran had many offenses in the 7th Peak, Xiao fears that his body might not withstand the pressure of the pill. So, Xiao offers to cleanse his meridians. Meng Yu, seeing this, thinks that Xiao values talent highly. Meng Yu believes that Xiao indeed intends to pass on his skills to his students, and if he does this frequently, then there must be some technique Xiao uses to minimize the side effects. Therefore, Meng Yu should pay close attention to everything. Xiao touches Lin Haoran's neck, saying that he risked his life for Xiao, so Xiao could not just leave him in this state. Xiao holds Lin Haoran's hand, and energy begins to glow, leaving Lin Haoran a bit frightened by everything. After a few seconds, Lin Haoran starts to feel a lot of pain, and his mouth foams. Meng Yu's two disciples look at this and wonder how the cultivation of the disciples turned so tragic. Meng Yu tells them to pay more attention, as they were just treating the hardships that Master Lin Haoran went through. Lin Haoran realizes that Xiao wasn't passing his skills to him, but was instead taking his cultivation energy and destroying his meridians. Lin Haoran was trying to scream for help but couldn't speak, as Xiao, by touching his neck, used a technique that left him voiceless. Lin Haoran realized he was doomed if this continued. Meanwhile, Meng Yu finds everything natural, saying that Lin Haoran was doing a great job. After the process, Lin Haoran falls completely destroyed on the ground. Xiao says that he finished applying an extremely powerful technique to heal Lin Haoran's entire body. But because his cultivation was very low, he might not withstand it. Xiao asks Meng Yu to take Lin Haoran back and let him rest. Xiao leans on Zhi, saying that he is a bit tired because he used a lot of his own energy and needs to rest a bit. Meng Yu starts to laugh, thinking that he couldn't understand exactly the technique used by Xiao, but clearly, his aura is considerably lower. This means that it's a great time to try. Meng Yu jumps to attack Xiao. Zhi screams for him to be careful. but Xiao smiles, as he was prepared for this. Then, he quickly turns around and easily defends against the attack. Xiao, smiling, asks how Meng Yu had the courage to use such a situation to attack a weak individual like Xiao, who just helped a man on the brink of death. Meng Yu, seeing this, is shocked by the situation and wonders if this was really a favorable time and how Xiao has such strong energy. Xiao uses his energy and throws Meng Yu away. Meng Yu falls to the ground. His disciples run to help him. Xiao turns around as if nothing had happened and calls Jie to cook a chicken. She, as always, is excited, agrees, and begins to prepare with Xiao. Lin Haran wakes up and screams, asking what the two were waiting for to act. The two look at each other and prepare for battle. One of them takes some hidden items that Meng Yu had won during one of his travels. This can be controlled through a special technique. It disappears into the air without leaving any scent, a completely invisible attack. No one was able to counteract this before they came to the 7th peak. Meng Yu gave this to him and made clear how to use it if it came to this point. Then, he launches it towards Xiao. However, Xiao dodges as if it were nothing, making it seem like a joke. The item hits the door and starts to corrode. Xiao, looking at this, thinks that it really is something different. However, as soon as he consumed the limitless golden pill, his senses improved greatly, allowing Xiao to perfectly sense killing intent. Otherwise, Xiao could be in serious trouble. Now, Xiao looks at the two who didn't understand how Xiao had dodged the attack, but it didn't matter, as they were going to continue attacking. Xiao tells Ji to use the Kanglang sword technique, target southeast. Ji summons her sword and prepares for the attack. With a simple movement, she defends against the attack. Ji is astonished by what she did. A system window appears, saying that a reward was given. C. 0 stone. Detected that the disciple, under the guidance of the master, comprehended the intent of the Kanglang sword. First stage, reward tripled. Obtained the Dragon Spirit Armor, Earth category, intermediate class. Xiao looks at Ji and thinks he had expected this. Ji's innate body sword she learned recently, although she is already able to understand the sword intent. Meng Yu's two disciples are completely astonished by this, for even over the nascent soul realm, even the realm gathering separation would not be able to detect this attack. They ask who the hell Zai is. Lin Horan, crawling on the ground, screams that he needs to get out of there quickly. Zai notices this and, looking at Lin Horan, who had betrayed his master and harmed his ancestors, how Lin Horan had the courage to try to harm his master. Now, hearing this, Lin Horan gets scared. Zai jumps with her sword and says it's unforgivable. Lin Horan tries to flee, but Zai's attack hits him with great force. Lin Horan falls completely defeated on the ground, saying with his trembling voice that this could not be happening. One of the disciples tells him not to approach. Master Meng Yu says it will not end like this, for Xiao harmed their companion. The sect master will not let this pass. The other disciple says they should not fear Ji, for they are in the foundation stage and another in the golden core, and Ji was just in innate cultivation. However, the other disciple points behind Ji, saying they were not seeing what was really there. When they look, Xiao is with a bloodthirsty look. Xiao touches Ji's shoulder, but she tells Xiao not to worry and rest, for she would take care of everything for him. But Xiao says he wanted to teach Ji something, and, with the same look, says that sometimes dying is more convenient than living. The two start to stutter, asking what Xiao was thinking of doing, and ask him not to approach any further. Xiao, while walking directly towards them, asks if they are regretting their actions. Unfortunately, it's too late now. A few hours later, in front of the secti leader, Xiao reports the whole occurrence, saying that Meng Yu, along with a traitor from the sect, came to provoke without any reason. And to protect his and his disciples' integrity, Xiao and Ji killed Lin Haoran and crippled the cultivation of 2 disciples from the 3rd peak. With all this, Xiao hopes the sect leader understands and does not try to punish the 7th peak for it. Leader Zhang, he just looks at all this. Zhang He says that, although the traitor is dead, there may still be remnants. The leader emphasizes that repeatedly violating the sect rules cannot be forgotten. Several times, Xiao lowers his head and says the leader is correct, and he, Xiao, respectfully follows the sect leader's instructions. Meng Yu stands up and says the leader is being biased towards Xiao, for clearly he is distorting the real facts, talking nonsense. Meng Yu says he went to the 7th peak with good intentions, and Xiao killed one of his disciples, breaking the sect rules, and this should be punished with expulsion. Xiao responds that it was not quite a visit, as he had already taken Lin Haran as one of his disciples. Meng Yu should be responsible for Lin Haran's life and death. Xiao asks what the purpose was in taking him to the 7th peak. Xiao completes saying that visits do not need prior preparations and throws the needles used in the attack. Xiao asks Meng Yu if he thinks he can easily deceive the sect leader like this. Meng Yu, stuttering, tells Xiao not to make false claims like that. Leader Zhang. He slams his hand on his chair, showing he was annoyed with all this. He emphasizes that it really is unusual to see Meng Yu defending the sect rules like this. The leader says that since Meng Yu started all this, they should let Meng Yu set an example by voluntarily losing his cultivation according to the sect rules. Meng Yu, upon hearing this, kneels down again, begging for mercy. Zhang. He stands up and says, "That's enough. This matter would end here. As punishment for Meng Yu's behavior, he should undergo 3 months of physical penance and 1 month of reflection facing the cliff, and there will be no further discussion." Xiao thanks, saying the sect leader is very wise. The guards arrive to take Meng Yu, who is disbelieving to this point. While being taken away, Meng Yu looks at Xiao and says he would take revenge no matter the cost. While all this was happening, Ji was training seriously in the 7th Peak's training hall. Xiao opens the door and asks how Zi's comprehension was going, but as soon as he opens the door, she gets startled and quickly gets up, starting to run around Xiao, apologizing for having acted that way with the traitor. And if the sect leader had applied any punishment, she would take full responsibility. Xiao calms her down, saying that it was nonsense in her head. She wasn't at fault for anything, and she should be more at ease, for Xiao would protect her from everything and everyone. No one would be able to harm her. Xiao touches Ji on the shoulder and tells her to remember these words well. From today onwards, whether it's traitors, gods, Buddhas, emperors, or ministers, if anyone dares to offend Ji or Xiao, he himself would retaliate. All this leaves Ji with a face red from excitement. Xiao says that even if the sky falls, he will still be by Ji's side to protect her. Ji starts to cry and falls to her knees, showing gratitude. Seeing this, Xiao asks what she was doing. Xiao lifts Ji up and asks her to simply say if she wants to say something. Zi says there are some things she feels should not be hidden from Xiao. Zi says her real name is Lin Ji, and she is the daughter of the Lin family, the rulers of the Southwest. Xiao is surprised by this, as the Lin family was a recognized martial arts family in the Southwest. Xiao thinks that 10 years ago something happened and everyone was annihilated overnight. Ji, with her eyes full of tears, begins to explain that 10 years ago, the Lin family discovered a huge spiritual stone vein on their territory, and this was a great breakthrough. The abundance of spiritual stone resources was enough to establish a power similar to the Hongmeng sect overnight. Ji's father, who was the head of the Lin family at the time, immediately ordered that this matter should not be disclosed, fearing it would attract disaster. However, Ji's uncle, driven by selfish motives, sold this information to the Luoyun sect because he was dissatisfied with the distribution of mineral resources by Ji's father. Ji's uncle wanted to be the head of the family, and, since they didn't let him do such a thing, then he sold the information wishing that everyone would die, to take advantage of the spiritual mine. The Luoyun sect murdered more than 100 members of Ji's family. The Lin family survived only under her father's protection. Ji was able to survive by a stroke of luck. When Zi managed to escape from all that, she encountered bandits on the way who robbed her of all her money and sold her to slavers. Zi says fortunately her master Xiao found her, otherwise Ji can't even imagine where she would be at this moment. Hearing this, Xiao burst into tears, saying he had no idea that his disciple's life was so miserable. Now it's clear why Ji hates traitors. Her seriousness is justified. Xiao grabs Ji by the arm, saying they would go down the mountain. Ji asks why they would do that and where they would go. Xiao says Ji begged Xiao to be her master, and out of respect for that, he should avenge everything. Xiao looks into Ji's eyes and smiles, saying that as her master, he would go with her to the Luoyun sect to avenge everyone with their own hands. Ji starts to cry again upon hearing this. Ji runs and hugs Xiao, saying she just wanted to see him live a peaceful life and, if necessary, she would spend the rest of her life kneeling just to fulfill that. Xiao tries to calm her down, saying she doesn't need to say those words at the moment. They must head for the peak. The future is limitless. Xiao calls Ji to leave, and she agrees. In the middle of the forest outside the city, two people were fighting when suddenly another person arrives there. These two people are Bai Luori and Linqing Xuan. As soon as Bai Luori sees the leader, he raises his sword enraged, saying he should have known who was behind this, for letting all these other people die one by one, consuming their energy. Only this guy is capable of doing such a thing, isn't that right, Zhang Yi? This man is named Zhang Yi. He is from the Sun and Moon Ghost sect. Zhang Yi smiles, saying it's no wonder Bai Luori was a disciple of Fairy Zhu, as Bai Luori was able to kill several men there. Zhang Yi highlights that the green twin swords technique certainly deserves its reputation. Zhang Yi leaps towards the two, declaring that it all ends there. Bai Luori and Linqing Xuan brace for battle, but suddenly, a beam of energy shoots between the three, causing everyone to halt. Zhang Yi turns angrily, questioning who did that. Linqing Xuan and Bai Luori, startled, gaze at the hole created in the stone. Ji appears, frustrated with energy in her hand, lamenting that she unfortunately missed her attack. Xiao, quite calmly, mentions he had warned that Ji's attack was timed too early, which is why she missed. Zhang Yi turns and comments that all this was caused by such a beauty, mockingly asking how she plans to compensate him. Ji dislikes Zhang Yi's tone and declares his arrogance warrants death. Ji advances on Zhang Yi, but with a simple move Zhang Yi disarms Ji, telling her that her master should have advised her against such actions if she's not strong enough. Linqing Xuan and Bai Luori, witnessing this, shout for Ji to be careful, concerned for her, but Ji is entirely focused on her task and tells Zhang Yi that the only thing her master taught her was not to pity fools like Zhang Yi. Then Ji uses her magic and a glow forms behind Zhang Yi, and before he can react, several swords strike him from behind, causing Zhang Yi to scream in pain. Ji takes Zhang Yi's Qiankun bag and brings it to Xiao, noting it contains nothing of great value, just some spiritual stones and elixirs. Xiao suggests she should just keep the bag. Linqing Xuan and Bai Luori approach Ji and Xiao, thanking them for their help. They introduce themselves as students of Elder Zhu Xuan from the Hongmeng sect and inquire about their names. Xiao introduces himself, pleased to meet them, as Elder Xiao of the 7th Peak, and introduces Ji as his student. Linqing Xuan and Bai Luori are surprised to meet Xiao and express their gratitude again. Xiao dismisses the formalities and inquires why they were in such a remote location, fighting against the Sun and Moon. Ghost Sect. Bai Luori explains that the Ghost Sect has always harbored resentment towards the Hongmeng sect. Some members even relish in killing monks, and the prior conflict was over this plant, the colorless grass of 1,000 years low grass. This plant comes in 5 quality levels: low, human, mystic, earthly, celestial, and immortal. Among them are 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and absolute. Bai Luori mentions that although this plant serves merely as a base for creating foundation stage pills, they are still highly valuable. He emphasizes the rarity of these plants. This one, for instance, was unexpectedly found at an auction due to leaked information. The leaked monetary information drew Zhang Yi's attention, leading to them being followed. Out of respect and gratitude, Bai Luori offers the plant to Xiao, stating that if he hadn't arrived in time, the plant would surely have been stolen by the Ghost Sect. Seeing this, Xiao remarks that Bai Luori would likely use this herb to refine foundation stage pills, significantly increasing the chance of success in the foundation stage. Xiao questions Bai Luori if he truly wishes to give it to him. Linqing Xuan and Bai Luori gaze intently at Xiao. Then Bai Luori responds that his master always taught them to be thankful for generosity and always avenge their enemies. With that, Bai Luori pleads for Xiao to accept the herb as a token of gratitude. Xiao agrees to accept, but since they are esteemed students of Elder Zhu, as soon as Xiao refines the pills, he will share them. Bai Luori thanks again and attempts to hand the herb to Xiao, but Xiao looks back and suggests it's a bit early to receive such a gift and calls for everyone's attention, as he intends to teach 3 lessons to all present. Xiao advises that in the future, when they kill someone, they should focus on eradicating the root of the problem and demonstrates by launching a sword with his magic at a tree, slicing it in half. 2 people appear beside the tree that was just cut down. Bai Luori, with a frightened face, yells asking when they hid there. The woman, still crouched, says that he was acting extremely arrogant even though he is at the 1st level of the Golden Core. These 2 are called Bai Yanzi, who is at the 3rd level of the Golden Core, and Qing Yang. She is at the 4th level of the Golden Core. Bai Yanzi says he doesn't know how Xiao had the courage to kill their disciple. Fortunately, they were nearby. So unfortunately, it's time for Xiao to die. Xiao says he heard about the 2 elders of the Lunar and Solar Phantom sect a while ago, known as the Yin and Yang deities. Their soul recovery abilities are unmatched, and capturing targets is just a matter of time. It must be you 2, right? Xiao thinks that before leaving the 7th peak, he used techniques to hide his aura. Clearly, these 2 don't have that much discernment. Bai Yanzi looks at Xiao and says that even knowing their reputation, he still does not show fear. This makes Bai Yanzi even more excited for the combat. Bai Yanzi swings his chains trying to hit Xiao, but he easily dodges the first attack. Xiao looks at the trunk of the tree that the chain touched and notices something different. Bai Yanzi creates a kind of whirlwind with his chains, leaving Xiao in the middle of them. Bai Yanzi says that these chains were fused with blood and qi of thousands of people. Even a nascent soul cultivator will be turned into bones if they touch them. Xiao continues to dodge all the chain attacks and thinks that Bai Yanzi's words are very extravagant. As long as he keeps dodging, everything will be fine. But just as Xiao finishes saying these words, he feels something strange and, looking down, sees several magical skeletons coming out of the ground and holding his feet. Qing Yang, with her staff in hand, says that this staff allows her to use the souls of thousands of people as a sacrifice. Once you enter, you will never come out. Xiao, seeing this, gives a little laugh and says they still managed to coordinate attacks together. Not bad. Qing Yang screams for him to die, as now Xiao was being grabbed by several souls and chains were everywhere surrounding him. Zhi and the other 2 were completely desperate seeing this. Xiao closes his eyes, and a second later several magical swords appear around him. Xiao launches them towards the 2. Bai Yanzi becomes a bit more relaxed, saying that Xiao is merely taking form at the spiritual energy stage, and yet still wants to face the 2 magical treasures at once. Qing Yang, as soon as she sees Xiao's attack, is a bit shocked, asking them to be calm. One of the swords, as soon as it hits the chains, pierces them with extreme ease, leaving Bai Yanzi completely desperate, as he did not expect this. The sword hits Bai Yanzi, throwing him back. Qing Yang, as soon as she sees this, is completely scared by the whole situation, and thinks this is not normal. How does Xiao's sword have so much power? This is very bad. Qing Yang tries to flee. Zhi, seeing this, yells to Xiao that she is running away while Qing Yang ran desperately. She thinks those swords are not normal, because even a high-level sword being wielded by a nascent soul-stage cultivator would not be so powerful. As soon as Ji alerts him, Xiao focuses and asks if Qing Yang really thought she was going to run away. Xiao unleashes his power towards Qing Yang, stating that she should die. Qing Yang uses the souls within her staff again, asking them to block this attack. Xiao's sword continues to advance towards the center, heading towards Qing Yang. Once this formation is broken, all the spirits will be freed. As soon as the spirits hear this, they stop and refuse to protect Qing Yang, who becomes confused and tells the spirits that Xiao is the enemy, and therefore, they should protect Qing Yang. But the spirits turn against Qing Yang and start to bite and attack her. Thus the curse is broken, and Xiao frees them to go their own ways. Linking Xuan and Bai Luori are completely amazed by Xiao's immense strength, as the 2 villagers from the Lunar and Solar Ghost sect were just killed by Elder Xiao with just 2 moves. Linking Xuan thinks that now Xiao might even be in the nascent soul realm. Ji comes running, all happy, saying that all the treasure from the 2 who were just defeated was there with her. Xiao approaches and smiles, congratulating Ji and saying she is getting better and better at collecting spoils. Xiao tells Ji that there is a Qiankun bag that belongs to Zhang Yi, so Ji could keep it. As soon as Ji hears this, her eyes light up with happiness. Ji, very happy with this, thanks her master Xiao for the gift. Linking Xuan and Bai Luori are agape, seeing that Xiao was giving all the economy of the elders from the lunar and solar ghost sect to Ji, who was just a disciple. Ji was now boasting with 10,000 low-rank spirit stones and many elixirs. Jai asks her master Xiao how she was going to use all this by herself. Xiao says that he had already given everything to Ji, so she should save and use it very carefully. Xiao thinks it's time to see what the system gave him as a reward. The system notifies that it was detected that the host gave to his apprentice 68,720 low-rank spirit stones, 4,600 intermediate-rank spirit stones, 36 second-stage cores, 16 third-stage flying locust condensed pills, merciless millennium herb, 100 cubic meters Kenkun ring, 250 cubic meters Kenkun bags. The system announces that it was calculating the rewards. After a few seconds, the system shows the rewards, which are a level 4 immortal nourishing pill, a 15,000 cubic meters Kenkun ring, 5 merciless millennium herbs, 2,000 absolute class spirit stones. Xiao is very surprised with all that he has just received. Xiao stops for a moment and smiles, as he had received 2,000 absolute class spirit stones. There are 4 classes of spiritual stones: low, intermediate, superior, and absolute. The exchange value between the higher levels is 1 to 100. This means that Xiao has 2 billion low-class spiritual stones. Xiao celebrates happily, as he just became rich overnight. She goes to Xiao and asks him if she could give these 2 bags to Linking Xuan and Bai Luori, since she already had a Qiankun ring. Bai Luori says they cannot accept it, as it is too valuable. Xiao pats Ji on the head and says that he had given it to her, so Ji could do whatever she wants with all the gifts. Ji smiles and hands the 2 bags to them, asking them to take good care of them. Linking Xuan and Bai Luori cry with happiness, saying that Ji and Xiao were good people. Bai Luori thinks that he is envious of Ji for having such a selfless master. After some time, Xiao and Ji arrive at the Luoyun city, alchemy room. After entering, there are several people inside focused. Ji asks Xiao what they were doing there. Xiao explains that the ruthless millennium herb they just obtained outside the city can be used to refine foundation creation pills for Ji. To avoid losing the efficacy of the medicine, they would refine the elixir first and then go to the Luoyun sect. Ji, hearing this, becomes extremely happy with her master. A woman hears the conversation. Her name is Su Muhan. As soon as she hears this conversation, she is surprised because one must be at least at the golden core cultivation level to refine foundation creation pills. Su Muhan, seeing Xiao, thinks he looks too young for such an achievement, but as she takes another look, she sees Xiao cultivating calmly, which impresses her. Suddenly everything explodes. Xiao and Ji are thrown away by the explosion. Ji, embarrassed, asks if Xiao really knows how to make elixirs. Xiao opens his fan and tries to cover his face while responding that he had never made a foundation creation pill before. Su Muhan comes over and says that if they wish to perfect a foundation creation pill, she could help them. Ji gets excited, saying that would be great, but Xiao was a bit suspicious of all this. Su Muhan says that the foundation creation pill requires pouring a large amount of spiritual energy into it, and Xiao would have to do this alone. The other people watching think Su Muhan is teaching for free. It seems she really has a good heart. Xiao, looking at Su Muhan's shirt, sees the symbol indicating she is a second-level alchemist. Xiao is surprised because she seems very young for this. While Su Muhan is focused on the herb in her hand, Xiao thanks her for the help and says he would pay double the market value for the assistance. And so, Su Muhan begins preparing the herb, while Ji and Xiao just watch everything happening. Green and yellow energy begin to spread around the place. Su Muhan takes a bottle and says, "Dan Sung," and the energy starts to enter the bottle. Xiao thanks her, and when he goes to pay, Su Muhan says there's no need, as it was just a favor she did for them. People start to run and scream, saying the auction has started, and there is a terrestrial-level sword in the auction. Su Muhan just watches, surprised by all this. Su Muhan starts to leave the place and says there's no need to pay. Xiao thinks he needs to buy a good weapon for Ji, and there is a terrestrial-level sword in the auction. Xiao thinks that if he can buy everything useful in the auction and give it to Ji, he would earn a fortune in rewards from the system. Then, Xiao calls Ji to follow him to the auction. Ji accepts and is happy, as she has not been to one before. On the second floor of the Tianji building, the auction is happening. In the center there is a person presenting the items. In their hands there is a 1,000-year-old ironwood whip, infused with spiritual energy, embedded with spiritual stones to multiply its power, capable of killing and being upgraded to the Zhuan lower realm. The starting price is 30,000 low-class stones. Z stands up, happy, and shouts, 100,000. The others are very annoyed, as they bid very high on all the items. Normal people can't keep up with all this money. Su Muhan, watching this, just stays silent. The presenter announces a superior class melted core fire lotus. The presenter says that after testing, the quality of this lotus is exceptional, and for this reason, the starting price is 1 million low-class spiritual stones. Su Muhan, all shy, thinks this is her only chance to get the melted core lotus, but Z, not caring about anything, stands up again, all happy, saying she offers 2 million. Su Muhan just fills her eyes with tears and is disbelieving. The other people say they can't cover that value, and it was over. It was expected that the rich would take it again. The presenter hits the gavel, saying it was sold to Xiao for 2 million. Xiao, with his money bag, starts to think, who was the crazy one who said money wouldn't bring happiness? Z just looks at Xiao. The presenter brings the lotus to Xiao's table, congratulating him on the acquisition. Z is impressed by the beauty of the lotus. Su Muhan, looking at them, wonders if they really will buy everything there. Su Muhan starts to feel a bit sad, because she really needed the melted core, and was thinking of asking Xiao to let her keep it. But Su Muhan was afraid of the response she might get from Xiao. However, she gathers courage, and approaches Xiao's table, calling out to him. Z, upon seeing Su Muhan, becomes joyful and asks if she wasn't the alchemist from earlier. But Su Muhan does not respond and simply kneels in front of Xiao, saying her father was a martial artist, but had gone too far. And thus, she needs the help of the fire lotus. Then, Su Muhan begs Xiao to sell her the fire lotus, emphasizing that she would repay the favor by working hard for Xiao. Ji, moved by this, asks her master. Xiao says that now the lotus belongs to Ji, so she could do whatever she wants with it. As soon as Xiao says this, the system notifies that it was detected that the host gave his apprentice a superior grade core-fused fire lotus, and the reward is 5 times greater, a 5th class core-fused fire lotus. Z becomes overjoyed with this and says that if that's the case, then she would give it. But before anything can happen, a rope with an iron tip comes towards them. Ji quickly realizes and defends the attack. After this surprise attack, Ji asks who was doing this. The people there start to scream that a fight was about to begin. A man holding this rope calls Ji a little shit and points to another man, saying he is his master and would offer 3 million to buy the lotus. The people are shocked, as 3 million is a large amount for an ordinary person. This man is Wang Ronger. He is the son of the lord of Luoyun City. Wang Ronger mockingly says that 3 million would be nothing for Su Muhan. As soon as Su Muhan sees him, she looks a bit scared, and Xiao notices this. The people start to comment that Wang Ronger began to harass Su Muhan again. They highlight that since Su Muhan inherited the position of family head, Wang Ronger has been harassing her relentlessly. The subordinate who had attacked stands up again and yells that these 2 bitches should stand up and offer the lotus with both hands, as Wang Ronger wanted it. Ji puts a hand on her hip and says they would not sell, just because Wang Ronger wanted it. Su Muhan runs over and asks Ji not to be so impulsive, and pleads with Ji not to offend those people. This leaves Ji and Xiao a bit confused. Xiao says it seems like Su Muhan has some connection with that man. Su Muhan starts to explain, saying that man is the son of the lord of Luoyun City, and could be considered the supreme lord there. Su Muhan says that once Wang Ronger came to her door asking for her hand in marriage, but Su Muhan did not accept. After that, Wang Ronger began to follow her everywhere, non-stop, day after day. Su Muhan apologizes and says all this trouble was caused because of her. Then she offers 50,000 spirit stones as an apology and says she is leaving. Xiao, seeing all this, thinks Su Muhan does not despair over anything, even needing medicine for her father. She did not despair when things did not go her way, not to mention she is a 2nd-level alchemist at such a young age. Xiao becomes quite excited about this situation and thinks it really would be worth teaching a woman like this. Xiao calls Sumuhan and tells her to wait a bit, as he would give her the lotus and give Wang Rongger a beating. But there was one condition. This leaves Sumuhan completely surprised. Sumuhan turns around running and asks what that condition would be. Xiao opens his fan again and says she just needed to worship him as her master. Sumuhan screams, saying she accepts. As long as Xiao saves her father, she would do anything. Sumuhan kneels and calls Xiao master. She asks him to accept this small token of respect. Xiao accepts and says that from today, she would be his second disciple, and asks her to stand up. The system window opens again and informs, "Congratulations to the host for accepting a new disciple. It was detected that the disciple has the human-level alchemy heart. The success rate of alchemy increases by 30%. The return reward was doubled, and the host obtained the alchemy heart, terrestrial level. The success rate of alchemy is increased by 70%. The information of the disciple Sumuhan was scanned and is being opened in the information panel. Name, Sumuhan. Identity, true second disciple. Understanding 60. Aptitude, 50. Talent, human-level alchemy heart, upgradable. Requirement, elixir improvement." Xiao, seeing all this, is a bit surprised. He just laments the fact that Sumuhan's aptitude and understanding are somewhat average. Thus, it seems she has to follow the path of infusing and transmitting the power of the alchemy heart. She raises her sword and says that in that case, she would be there to help. Xiao tells Ji to kill everyone there for him. Ji, without hesitation, agrees and attacks everyone there. The man who had attacked before thinks Ji is just a show-off and prepares to attack again. But Ji lands a kick on the man's face that even knocks out one of his teeth, throwing him hard against the wall behind. Wang Rongger, seeing this, widens his eyes and is shocked. Ji says she's had enough of this type of person who thinks too highly of themselves and has no power at all. Wang Rongger, trembling with fear and with a quivering voice, points to Ji asking how she dares to hit his people and asks if Ji knows who his father is. Ji charges at Wang Rongger, saying it doesn't matter who his father is. She would beat him up just the same, until his father can no longer recognize him. Wang Rongger starts crying and tells Ji to leave and yells that if something happens to him, his father would not let her go unpunished. But suddenly, someone appears between the two and stops Ji's attack. She's a bit surprised, as she hadn't noticed this man was there. Xiao just watches all this. This man is called Nameless. He is Wang Rongger's bodyguard who is currently at the nascent soul level. Wang Rongger begins to smirk and mockingly says, "They were not brave, so why don't they continue like this?" Wang Rongger orders his bodyguard to beat up Ji and Xiao. Everyone was involved in this, so no one could escape. Ji just watches all this while Wang Rongger hides, like a chicken, behind his bodyguard. But his bodyguard said that the orders given to him were that he should ensure Wang Rongger's safety, but he would not interfere in his personal fights with other people. The auction presenter bangs the gavel and yells, asking what was happening there. The auction presenter says that anyone who fights inside, according to the rules, can be executed. Immediately he asks them to leave there because people who do not follow the rules of the Tianji house are not welcome there. Wang Rongger starts to withdraw, saying it would be easier for everyone this way. Before leaving, Wang Rongger tells Xiao and everyone there that it's better they control themselves in the city of Luoyun and not let him see them again. Ji was very angry, wanting to break everything, but Xiao just told her to control herself and called her to withdraw. Ji was still angry, saying that Wang Rongger was very conceited. She was not happy about it. Xiao just told her not to be so mean. The man from before asks Wang Rongger if they were really going to let them go, just like that, but Wang Rongger said it wasn't so easy to escape from him. As soon as they left there, they would catch them, as this would not break the rules of the Tianji building. Wang Rongger says they would execute Xiao and put his body at the city entrance, and with the girls, it would be a bit different. Already outside, one of Wang Rongger's subordinates was looking for Xiao but couldn't see them anywhere. Xiao was behind one of the walls and concentrates his magic and sends one of his swords to attack the three. The bodyguard sees the sword coming in time, then grabs his sword and tries to defend the attack. But Xiao's attack easily breaks the bodyguard's sword and goes directly to Wang Rongger, hitting him and throwing him to the ground. Xiao appears in front of the three. The subordinate from before yells at Xiao, asking how he dared to kill someone on the lands of the Tianji house. Xiao, very calmly, tells them not to be so foolish, as Xiao had waited for them to leave the Tianji house to kill him. Thus, he hadn't broken any of the rules there. This leaves the subordinate without answers. The bodyguard drops the rest of his sword on the ground and says that Wang Ronger was authoritarian, idiotic, and annoying, but the bodyguard was paid to protect him, and so he should be loyal to Wang Ronger. This means that if someone kills the person he was protecting, he should take the head of the perpetrator. Otherwise, the Wang family would hunt him to the ends of the earth. Then, the bodyguard prepares to fight. Xiao just offers a small smile on his face. Xiao begins to float, surrounded by his swords, and says that the bodyguard's sword is completely destroyed, and yet he wants to fight him. The bodyguard starts to grow scales on his body, saying he has beast blood, so his body is harder than a simple sword. Using a sword for him means nothing. It's just a matter of coexistence. Xiao, still very calm, looking at that, asks if he really thinks so. Xiao says he would love to test the strength of that, and launches his swords towards the bodyguard. The bodyguard catches the swords with his hand and breaks them in the middle, saying that was useless. Xiao remains calm and smiling, and asks if really not one of the 7 swords would be useful. A sword appears behind the bodyguard, leaving him surprised. He tries to catch the sword with his hand. Energy begins to fly everywhere while the bodyguard holds it and screams. Xiao calls his sword back and says that even though he caught the sword, his hand seemed quite injured. Xiao asks how he plans to defend the next sword and attacks again. The bodyguard says that indeed Xiao's technique is without a doubt impressive, but his beast blood allows him to heal quickly. Thus, his hand begins to heal and change shape, which leaves Xiao a bit apprehensive. The bodyguard manages to catch the sword again with his hand. As he holds it, he looks at Xiao and says that just the swords wouldn't be enough to kill him. But the bodyguard thinks that the power of Xiao's sword is really out of the ordinary, because, just by holding a sword, the bodyguard almost exhausted all his strength. If Xiao launches one more of those swords, the bodyguard would be in trouble. The bodyguard looks at Xiao and says that apparently Xiao was already at his limit of strength. Xiao, looking at that, thinks what the bodyguard said is really true. The ordinary magic swords don't have much effect on him. However, this melted core fire lotus that Xiao had obtained from the system is cultivated by absorbing the purest fire element from the world, and is perfect for refining weapons. Xiao takes this moment to refine his equipment, and thus, a huge golden sword appears in front of him. Xiao says that this sword is extraordinarily dominant. Just by looking at it, Xiao is extremely happy. Xiao picks up the sword in his hand, very happy, and names it Happiness Fire. Xiao returns to the battle and launches his sword, telling the bodyguard to have a lot of fun with his arrogant friend. The bodyguard tries to defend with his arm, and as soon as the sword hits, he feels enormous pain. His arm is all cut up and smoke coming out of his body. The bodyguard, confused, wonders what kind of fire element that is and thinks this is not good. The bodyguard starts to concentrate and creates an energy barrier around himself while Xiao's swords were on their way, surrounding him. The bodyguard thinks that this shield he created won't last long. Looking at Xiao, the bodyguard thinks he definitely won't be able to face Xiao. If it continues like this, he would surely die. Xiao, seeing the bodyguard in trouble, says he still hadn't finished. Then, the sword that was in the bodyguard's hand starts to tremble and releases from the bodyguard's hand, breaking the barrier from inside out with extreme ease. Suddenly, all the swords are upon the bodyguard, and he can do nothing more. The bodyguard accepts defeat, lowers his head, and tells Xiao that he would accept anything. Xiao could kill him or damage his cultivation if he wished. Xiao just smiles and calls all his swords back to himself. The bodyguard, seeing this, does not understand why Xiao was sparing his life. Xiao says that if the bodyguard feels comfortable admitting defeat, then he would spare his life. Xiao thinks the bodyguard is a bit arrogant, but is a truly strong man with a strong determination. Xiao turns and begins to walk away, saying his name is Xiao, and that if one day the bodyguard wants to seek revenge, it would be a pleasure to fight him again. Xiao turns and says, however, that once a bodyguard fails in his mission, someone would come to collect that debt. Thus, the bodyguard should try to survive. This leaves the bodyguard completely scared. Xiao joins Ji and Su Muhan and says they would now go after Su Muhan's father to help him. Su Muhan thanks him, and Ji is all happy, saying how amazing Xiao is. The bodyguard watching the three leave thinks that Xiao is so young and has so many achievements, which is really something extraordinary to see. The bodyguard begins to retreat and thinks that if he survives the Wang family's hunt, he definitely wants to meet Xiao again. After some time, they arrive at the mansion. Su Ji, seeing this huge house, says that Su Muhan seems to come from a very wealthy family. Ji says that in her father's time, the Su mansion was indeed prosperous. But since Su Muhan took over as the family representative, the Su mansion has been declining day by day. Now it is far from what it used to be. Su Muhan says Xiao should not have killed Wang Rong'er because his father, Wang Cheng, besides being the city lord, is also an elder of the Luo Yun sect. Su Muhan says that in the past, Wang Cheng followed the current sect leader in several dangerous situations, thus, they have a very close relationship. By provoking him, probably in the future, Xiao would have trouble. Ji gets angry and says that if Wang Cheng were to come after them, she herself would make sure Wang Cheng would not return, as the Luo Yun sect was her main goal from the start. Su Muhan is happy and opens the door for them to enter. As soon as they open the door, they see a man sitting there. This man is named Su Hongyuan. He is Su Muhan's second uncle. As soon as she opens the door, he shouts her name and punches the chair. Her uncle calls her unworthy and asks how she dares to return there, leaving Su Muhan a bit surprised. Su Muhan asks why her uncle was there, and all the clan elders were also present. Ji is already a bit apprehensive about all this. Xiao is already on alert, as he noticed these guys were not friendly. A woman points her finger at Su Muhan, and begins to say that Su Muhan should not even dare to ask that, because if they had not come there, they would never know that the Su family had been sold by Su Muhan herself. This woman is Su Muhan's third aunt, named Su Runyue. She asks Su Muhan how she dared to take advantage of her older brother's great injury to take advantage of the Su family's property in the Celestial Destiny Pavilion. Su Muhan says it's not like that. She did not do this for any profit, but rather to buy the lotus and save her father's life. Her aunt asks where this lotus she claims to have bought is. Su Muhan takes the lotus out of her bag and shows it, saying she was completely happy to have gotten this lotus. Her uncle stands up and tries to forcefully take the lotus from Su Muhan. He is currently at the 6th level of the Golden Core. In terms of strength, Su Muhan turns around, scared, shouting for her uncle to stop, but before Su Muhan could see, Xiao steps in front of her with all his swords pointed at them and says he wanted to see who there would dare to touch a hair on Su Muhan. As soon as Su Hongyuan sees all of Xiao's power, he thinks it is something out of the ordinary, and clearly the power difference between them was glaring. Su Hongyuan realizes he couldn't even touch someone like Xiao, so he tries to flee from there at all costs. But suddenly, a sword hits the wall right in front of him, making him stop, and as soon as he notices, his entire body had been surrounded by swords on the wall. Runyue, seeing this, becomes worried and shouts, asking if Hongyuan was okay, but he just tells her to be very careful with those swords. Runyue turns and yells at Muhan, asking what this means, why Muhan was seeking foreigners to fight against their own family. Muhan starts to say something, but Zi grabs her arm and says she should not answer. Then, Xiao positions himself in front of the two. Runyue points her finger at Xiao and asks why he is acting like this and challenges him to try to hit her. Within seconds, one of Xiao's swords strikes right in front of Runyue, making her fall down scared, as she didn't even see the attack coming. Xiao points all his swords at them and says that anyone who dares to take another step, he would kill without hesitation. The other people there start to smile and say that even if Runyue and Hongyuan were wrong in being rude, they were still a family, connected by blood, so it's not right to let someone from outside treat them this way. Muhan starts to speak, but is interrupted by Runyue, who points her finger again at Muhan, calling her ungrateful, as the Su family had raised her for 20 years, and this is how she was repaying them. Muhan starts to cry and asks how they dared to accuse her like that. Muhan begins to scream that as soon as her father went mad, none of them had asked if she was okay. Not even once. The only thing they did was fight among themselves and take advantage of her father's forgetfulness to steal and divide his assets. Everyone listens in silence. Muhan screams again, saying that clearly everyone there was wishing her father's death. Ji hugs Muhan, who is breaking down in tears, and says that these relatives are a bunch of garbage, worse than animals, even worse than beasts, who care not for their own family but for money and power. Xiao touches Muhan's shoulder, saying that she was already his disciple, and that today she would have her first lesson from her master. Xiao points all his swords at everyone there, who were trembling with fear. Xiao emphasizes that when you are talking to people who hurt you and only use you, you must stand up for yourself and speak out strongly what you think. Xiao looks at Muhan and asks what she wants to do with them now. Suppress all, or eliminate them? Muhan just looks at her master, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Muhan's relatives fall into despair, asking what suppression and elimination meant. Muhan, with tears in her eyes, screams that she wishes her master to suppress the entire Su family, taking away their cultivation, but still leave them alive. Xiao says that if this is her wish, then it shall be done. Xiao tells Muhan to take care of her father and leave the rest to him. Muhan kneels down and thanks her master again. Ji bends down and tells Muhan to quickly take care of her father, as the two leave. Muhan looks at Xiao with gratitude and admiration. Then, Xiao closes his fan and asks who among them would like to be the first. Xiao says he would start with Hongyuan, then sends one of his swords towards him, who starts screaming desperately. Everyone else turns around and covers their eyes to not see the scene. Xiao starts spinning his fan, and in the background is Hongyuan lying down, covered in blood. Xiao asks who he will choose now. The rest of the Su family becomes desperate and starts running and screaming. Xiao prepares his swords and watches this for a while. Soon after, he launches his swords, saying that no one would escape from him. Within seconds, the swords hit everyone at the same time. Muhan's eyes shine as she says that no one had helped her like this, without asking for something in return. Muhan turns back and runs along with Ji, saying she needs to work harder to really save her father. A few minutes later, Muhan was already inside her father's room, Ji-wan. She kneels beside her father, who was lying in bed. Muhan looks at her father and is very anxious about the situation he was in. Suddenly, Xiao and Ji enter the room. Ji says that the entire Su family had already lost their cultivation and were locked in the dungeon. Muhan turns and says she is very grateful for the help her master gave her. Zi runs and asks Muhan how her father was. Muhan answers with a very sad expression that even after he took the lotus, he had not yet awakened. Xiao just watched all this and, realizing the pain of his new disciple, asks them to let him take a look at him. Muhan looks at Xiao, then agrees and steps aside. Xiao touches Ji-wan's wrist and uses some of his mana. Xiao starts to say that, from the pulse, it does not seem that Ji-wan has gone mad. In fact, he suffered an assassination attempt by someone, causing all his veins to burst. Xiao emphasizes that thanks to the medicinal elixirs he has been taking, he does not feel pain. Xiao fears that, this time, he may not be able to hold his breath. Muhan starts to panic and asks how this could have happened, but Xiao tries to calm her down, saying that it's okay, as Ji-wan was stable at the moment. Xiao prepares and begins to release intense mana and says that all he would need to do was rebuild Ji-wan's veins. Xiao says that, due to his training in the 10,000-kilometer sword control technique, his subtle control of spiritual power improved to a superior level. Then he smiles and starts to move his hand quickly, making his mana reach Ji-wan's body. While Xiao was doing this, he says that even the delicate work of repairing tendons and veins was no longer a problem for him. After that, Ji-wan starts to cough. Muhan is happy and shouts her father's name. Ji, concerned, asks if Ji-wan had woken up well. Finally, Ji-wan opens his eyes and calls for his daughter's name. Muhan is completely shocked that her father finally had risen. She asks how he was. Ji-wan answers that he was fine, just a little dizzy, but suddenly remembers something that worries him. Then he asks Muhan where Hongyuan was and if he had done something to her. Muhan says that she was fine and nothing had happened to her. However, Muhan becomes a bit curious and asks her father why he had mentioned the name of Hongyuan. Then, Ji-wan begins to explain that in recent years, he dedicated himself to improving the formula of the restorative elixir and finally had made some breakthroughs. But a few days before the incident, Ji-wan realized that he would need more cultivation to continue with the improvements, so he asked for the help of Hongyuan. But, while Ji-wan was distracted, Hongyuan tried to assassinate him from behind with a surprise attack. Ji-wan emphasizes that he never treated Hongyuan badly, neither in the past nor in the present, yet he hates him deeply. Ji-wan believes that this hatred comes from the fact that their father had chosen Ji-wan as the head of the family. Muhan lowers her head and listens attentively to every word of her father. After he finishes talking, Muhan slams the bed with hatred and says that it really was her uncle Hongyuan. Meanwhile, Xiao thought that the restorative elixir that Ji-wan had previously mentioned would probably be a third-level elixir, so it would be a good way to improve Muhan's alchemy heart. Xiao asks if Jiwan could give the recipe he had mentioned before. Jiwan turns to Xiao and asks who he was. Muhan stands up and introduces Xiao, saying that he is Elder Xiao from the Hongmeng sect and her new master. Muhan emphasizes that it was thanks to Xiao that she was able to wake him up. Jiwan and Xiao shake hands. Jiwan thanks Xiao for saving both Muhan and himself. Jiwan says he is very happy to know that his daughter is having such an opportunity. Jiwan stands up and taps on a wall twice, and a drawer comes out with the recipe inside. Muhan is impressed and asks when her father had installed this in his room. Jiwan smiles and says that it is quite old, as he used to use it to keep loans. Jiwan turns to Xiao and says that this is the recipe of his life and his family. But since Xiao had saved him and Muhan, then Xiao could have it if he wants. Xiao accepts the formula and upon reading, asks if Jiwan really had not been able to finish it. Jiwan lowers his head and says that unfortunately, no, he was very close to achieving it. But the wretch of his brother Hongyuan interrupted him. Xiao says it doesn't matter, because there is no serious problem with the formula, as they only needed to add a bit of yellow field herb. At that moment, it clicks in Muhan's head. She thinks that's really what was missing, the yellow field herb. How had she not thought of this before? The system opens and informs that, under the host's guidance, the disciple successfully understood the improved formula of the second level. Advanced recovery pill, and her talent, alchemy heart, was elevated to the mysterious level. After elevating the reward tenfold, the host's talent, alchemy heart, was elevated to the celestial level. At the celestial level, the success rate of the pills was increased by 99%, and the formula's compression increased by 30%. Xiao looks at this, and thinks that the formula's compression index was increased by 30%, and that is the reason why Xiao started to have new ideas about many of the formulas he had obtained in the past. Jiwan takes Muhan's hand and says he can't even imagine what she went through having to take on everything alone for so long. Muhan says that it was what she was supposed to do, but unfortunately, she was not a good daughter to earn money. So, to maintain her father's medicine, she had to mortgage the family pharmacy, and thanks to this, it's possible that the Su family may not survive. Suddenly, Xiao says he has an idea, and this catches the attention of Muhan and Jiwan. Xiao throws a bag of money to them, saying that he could also recover the entire elixir store. Xiao says his plan is to recruit some alchemy apprentices, and that they would sign a lifelong contract with all of them so they would make pills and elixirs. However, there would be a condition that they do not reveal the formula. Jiwan, Muhan, and Ji just look at Xiao completely lost. Xiao continues to explain that if the apprentice refuses, then they would sign a non-competition agreement. And with that, they could not make the formula Xiao gave to them. Otherwise, Xiao would have to adopt a mean doctor stance and settle it another way. Xiao looks with a cold gaze and thinks that soon everyone would know how powerful they were. Xiao turns and says they can't waste more time. Then, he asks Muhan to make some pills and elixirs. Meanwhile, he and Zi would take care of Hongyuan. Zi smiles and says goodbye to Muhan. Jiwan, seeing this, asks his daughter if her master is a respectable person. Muhan replies that yes, he is. In the dungeon, Hongyuan was chained and trembling with fear, asking what they were going to do. Xiao just smiles and tells Ji to hurry up, as if she can't control the key of her sword. They won't get out of there. Zi concentrates a lot, and swords start to form one by one, until she reaches 10,000 swords. This is called Wanli sword. Around Zi there were many swords, all pointed at Hongyuan, who was lying on the ground, trembling with fear of all this. Zi was all sweaty, as she had a hard time doing all this, but Xiao does not let her rest and says that she did very well. But the next step is to convert all this into just one sword. He smiles and says that he believes in Ji. This leaves Ji quite excited. She starts to concentrate, and says that she also believes she could do this. A ball of mana forms at the tip of her finger, and suddenly, a giant sword appears right above her hand. Zi turns to Xiao, smiling, and says that she finally did it. Xiao smiles back, and says that just with that, they were already enough to deal with the Luoyun sect. While they were talking, Hongyuan was dying of fear, leaning against the wall, looking at all this. Hongyuan starts to scream, as the great sword was about to hit him. Hongyuan begs them to stop, shouting no. Xiao, sitting in a chair, asks Hongyuan if he had thought the same way when he tried to kill Jiwan. Did he ever think this day would come? Xiao looks at Ji and asks her to finish. Then Ji attacks, but Hongyuan manages to dodge. Xiao asks for the assassin to help as this won't do. Ji gets angry, saying she missed by a little, but Xiao tells her that she just needs to aim and shoot again. She doesn't need to rush as they had plenty of time. Then Z tries again and misses once more, and continues missing for a few other times. Half an hour later, with various marks on the wall, Hong Yuan's body was lying in a pool of blood. The system opens and informs that it has been detected that the disciple has understood the Wanli sword control technique. The host will be rewarded with 10 times the amount of the Wanli sword control technique, in addition to the flexible fingers sword, an object of the highest quality of ground level. Xiao gets up and thinks that now he has 2 flexible swords, and if he adds the transformation of all into one, even if someone manages to hit him when he is distracted, it will not cause him problems. Xiao thinks that this is much easier than cultivating himself. He calls Ji to see if Muhan was in need of any help. Z agrees with him. Meanwhile, at the mansion of the city lord Luo Yun, everything was very quiet on the outside. On the inside, in the hall, there were 3 people kneeling, and a body covered with a white cloth. These people were telling their lord that young Master Wang Ronger had been murdered. As soon as the lord hears this, he clenches his hand very tightly and screams, calling everyone damn trash, as they were paid to protect him. This man is the city lord of Luo Yun, father of Wang Ronger. He says that since his son Wang Ronger was killed, they should bring the head of the culprit. Otherwise, they would not leave alive. This leaves them paralyzed with fear, but one of them takes courage and says that the one responsible for the death of Wang Ronger was Xiao, an elder of the Hongmeng sect. Even Wu Ming was defeated by Xiao with just a few moves. It is impossible for them to do anything. This makes the lord even more nervous, calling them losers. Currently, the city lord is on the 7th level of the golden core. A dense and strong energy starts to spread throughout the room, and this throws the 3 men backwards. They scream for the lord to forgive them, as there was nothing they could do. The lord begins to think that he himself had verified the strength of Wu Ming, the personal bodyguard of his son. He thinks that if it is really true that this man named Xiao defeated Wu Ming with just a few moves easily, then definitely, the strength of this man is not something that the lord could compete with. The lord begins to walk and kicks one of the men who were there, telling them to get out of there. He thinks that the only way to avenge his son, Wang Ronger, is to ask for help from the Luo Yun sect. He starts to leave and says he would go to the Luo Yun sect and asks the men there to send invitations to all the nobles of the city, even to the Su family. The lord is completely irritated, saying he would avenge his son's death. Then, he promises that he would cut Xiao into pieces. Meanwhile, at the house of the Su family, the invitation arrives, saying that the Su family is cordially invited to a banquet at the Wang family's house this evening to rectify the situation of the family. Xiao, Muhan, and Ji were at the table. Ji says that this invitation is not a good thing. It is clearly a banquet to meet with the Hongmeng sect. Ji stands up and says they needed to leave the city right now and head directly to the Luo Yun sect. As soon as they leave the city of Luo Yun, they would find out what the Wang family would do. Xiao thinks a bit and replies no, because how could he refuse an invitation? Clearly, he would go. Ji waves his arms asking why. Xiao touches Ji's shoulder and says he heard that Yun Cheng would be at the banquet. Xiao asks his beautiful disciple if she really wanted to take revenge. As soon as Ji hears that name, she becomes angry. She sits down irritated and asks if that traitor would really be at the banquet. Muhan is shocked, as he has never seen Ji like this before. Xiao opens his fan and looks right into Ji's face and says that now Yun Cheng trusts in the power of the Luo Yun sect and that it is unparalleled. Previously, it would not have been so easy to catch him. Xiao stands up and asks what Ji thinks of joining him and causing a little chaos at this banquet. Ji, completely nervous, tells her master that she will do whatever he asks. Muhan, seeing this, thinks that someone is going to get hurt there. Xiao, out of nowhere, turns to Muhan and asks how the matter of the pill and elixir factory is going. Muhan is startled, but says it is going very well. They have already recovered the old 17 pill factories of the Su family and are recruiting alchemy apprentices. And this afternoon, they put the recovery pill on sale. Muhan, all happy, says they sold 50 bottles and earned 5,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Xiao thinks for a moment and feels that 50 bottles are too few. He asks Muhan if she has analyzed the reasons for this. She says yes, then she raises her little finger and, all confident, says that the main purpose of the Huishan pill is to clear the mind and regulate internal energy. The uses are relatively limited. Besides all this, it is the first day of test sales. Xiao puts his hand inside his clothing and takes out some recipes he had made recently. Xiao says that, since that is the case, then she should keep these 3rd-level improved elixir recipes. She should study all of them and, When the time comes, she should pass the test sales report to him. Muhan, seeing all these third-level recipes, is completely enchanted. Her eyes even sparkle with happiness. Muhan takes the recipes in her hand and begins to read, and starts to laugh to herself, saying that this is an improved golden core pill. The healing effect is at least 10 times more effective than the traditional one, and is enough to protect the life of the user. She believes this would sell very well. While Muhan was hugging the recipes her master had given her, Xiao was thinking that he loved money and money loved him. Money is everywhere, comes all the time. Money comes from all parts. He also says that the happy life he always dreamed of lying down and collecting money, is one step away from being achieved. Night falls and guests are arriving at the city lord's mansion. Ji Yuan arrives at the entrance, and the city lord goes to greet him personally. Right behind him is Xiao. The city lord greets him. The city lord says he was worried when he heard that Ji Yuan was sick. The lord says that unexpectedly, after Ji Yuan recovered from the illness, the Su family's business reached a higher level. Right behind the lord there was a man with red hair, smiling suspiciously. Ji Yuan smiles and thanks Lord Chung for his concern. Xiao just looks at everything without saying anything. Chung goes to Xiao and says that he must be the man from the rumors who helped the Su family to recover, the man who took Muhan as a disciple, helping her to reach level 3 alchemy. Xiao thanks, saying that Lord Cheng is very kind. As soon as the red-haired man sees Xiao, he wonders why he was there, but then he realizes and imagines that this is a plan, as the city lord personally invited the Golden Core elders from the Luo Yun sect to help. Now, everyone is in guest clothes and waiting for him in the banquet hall, just an order from Master Wang for them to act and kill Xiao. But suddenly, he sees a girl with Xiao, and thinks she looks very much like the girl from that time. But he thinks it is impossible to be the same, since he himself had seen Lin Gu's men throw Ji off the cliff. Chung calls them to enter, as the banquet was about to start. Chung says he heard that Xiao had already conquered the 5th level of the Golden Core at such a young age. Chung stands up and says that, in addition, Xiao has 2 promising disciples in his hand, and a great future ahead of Xiao. The red-haired man agrees and says that the Su family is very lucky to have a person like Xiao being Miss Muhan's master. People around think Xiao really is a very talented person, but Xiao starts to laugh a lot and says he feels honored. At this point, Xiao was a little drunk. He turns another glass and says that in fact, there is a misunderstanding about his strength, because in fact he was only at the 3rd level of the Golden Core, and the only reason it seems like he is at the 5th level of the Golden Core is... Z tries to stop him, but he shows one of his swords, saying that everything is thanks to this sword because he got it, and coincidentally, it is very powerful. He smiles again and says that if it weren't for this sword, he wouldn't dare to come down from the mountain. Muhan just looks at it, while Ji asks him to stop and not expose his treasure like that. What does he think he's doing? Chung says it's very kind of Xiao and asks his men to bring the gift, but in reality, Chung thinks he would have to go through a lot of trouble to check who Xiao really was. But apparently, he's just a fool. A chest is carried to the place, catching Xiao's attention, who wonders what it could be. Chung says that he has long admired young Master Xiao, and today he had prepared a particularly generous gift, hoping to become friends with Xiao. As soon as it is opened, there are several spirit stones inside. As soon as Xiao sees all these stones, he runs off with his eyes shining, saying there were so many. Ji tries to stop him, but there's no time. Xiao starts to throw them in the air, hug them, and do everything with the stones, saying they should have bought some things for the sect and other things for themselves, but they ended up spending tens of millions of stones at once. Xiao points out that he was worried about what he would say to the sect when he returned. Then, he thanks Mr. Chung once more, but Chung says that in fact, it is an honor for him to be able to help Mr. Xiao. Chung thinks Xiao was from some secret family with immense wealth, but apparently he's just a sect's errand dog. Chung stands up and says that he heard from all over that Xiao was a great master. Then Chung proposes a fight, his disciple against one of his, just for them to have a little fun. Chung stretches out his hand and asks what Xiao thinks of this, and if he would accept the challenge. Xiao, sitting next to the chest, happy as can be, says there's no problem at all. Then, he asks Ji to fight. Z, clearly annoyed, but respects her master and says she would fight. Chung says that Xiao is indeed quick. Then he applauds Xiao's choice. Chung says he wants to play a bit more, so he will raise the stakes. If Xiao wins, he would give 10 million more low-ranking stones and asks if Xiao would accept. Xiao, seeing this, is very tempted to accept, but he turns to Chung and asks if he should make a bet of equal value, because he didn't have a penny left. But Xiao had a great idea, so he calls his sword and says he would bet it. Chung says there would be no problem at all. Chung uses magic and creates a shield around the treasures of the bet. He says that, as it is a bet, no one should touch the objects until they know the results. Xiao says there's no problem with that. Then he hugs Muhan and tells Ji that everything is in her hands now, so she could not disgrace her master. Muhan asks Ji to be very careful. Ji says she's ready and asks them not to worry. Chung says Xiao Hei should fight first. He thinks Ji is just a fool, but he will play a bit with her to see what she could do. Then he takes his sword and says he's ready. The two face off and the contest begins. Ji starts attacking with her swords. Xiao Hei slams his sword on the ground to block the attack, but Ji's attack easily breaks Xiao Hei's sword, leaving him impressed and frightened. Ji stops her attack with 3 swords very close to Xiao Hei's throat. Then he sighs and admits defeat, and apologizes to his master. Xiao dies of laughter, saying they couldn't even receive a simple attack from his disciple. They are too weak. The others there don't like much what Xiao says and think it's very rude, but they try to overlook it, as Xiao was just a drunk. The man with red hair, who is Yuncheng, looks at this and doesn't like what he sees, thinking he would give just a bit more time to this spoiled brat, because they would see later. Chung says there are no problems. As in a competition there are winners and losers. Chung believes that the guards really said that the master and the disciple were good at sword fighting, but today they are nothing more than that. Xiao runs to the winnings of the bet and starts hugging them, saying that Master Chung really is a man of his word. A great man, because now they were rich. Xiao gets carried away and says he would now bet his sword again, and moreover all his possessions. Chung smiles and thinks that this was really what he was wanting. Then he says that now it is the turn of the ghost voice. She accepts and goes up to Ji. The ghost voice says she is sorry. Chung smiles and thinks that regarding swordsmanship, his niece, who studied in Luoyun, is unbeatable. Chung is sure he will not lose to that fool's disciple. Then the fight begins, and in seconds, Chung is completely startled by what he is seeing. Ji assembles 1,000 swords into just one, and then she launches her attack again. The ghost voice has no reaction against this, as she has never fought against such a force. She wonders how 1,000 swords became one. As soon as she notices that it is impossible to defend against this, she screams, admitting defeat. The ghost voice falls to her knees on the ground and says that such a young girl already can use such immense power. 1,000 swords into just one. She is really impressed. Ji just sighs and says nothing. Chung says that the victory was for Master Xiao and his disciple, but they notice that, by Ji's appearance, she is close to her limit, as she seems to be very tired. Xiao jumps amid all the money he is winning and starts laughing too much, saying that it is all useless. Even if a god descended on Earth today, it would be useless. Xiao celebrates a lot and asks to bet once more. Yuncheng looks at Xiao and thinks that he is really very happy. Chung says that, for her age, this disciple is a genius for having reached the level of turning 1,000 into one. It seems that Xiao really has a great disciple. Chung says that unfortunately this is just for now. Then a person jumps from behind him towards Zi, hitting her belly, causing Zi to spit blood. As soon as Xiao sees the hit, he notes that this attack is the Luoyun palm of the Luoyun sect. Then he quickly jumps and catches Ji in the air. She coughs and apologizes to her master for having fallen. Xiao smiles and says that it's okay. Xiao thinks that they finally pulled their trump card. Muhan asks Ji if she was okay, but Zi did not answer as she was very tired. The woman who defeated Ji mocks, saying that it did not take time and she had already lost. This woman is called Liang. She is an elder of the Luoyun sect. Xiao hands over everything he had, almost crying, while Ji was completely upset back there, being comforted by Muhan. Xiao says he could not go back like this, as he had lost everything he had. How would he explain all this to the sect when he returned? Then he points to Chung and asks him to compete with him once more. Chung says he would accept to compete again. However, there was a small problem. Xiao had nothing more to bet, so how would they bet again? Xiao looks coldly and says he would simply bet his life. Some people think this is complete madness, but Yuncheng gets excited as soon as he hears this. Chung just tells Xiao not to expect to stay sober to try not to pay the debt. Chung is thinking that he would love to see what Xiao would manage to do without that sword. Xiao begins to release his power and tells Chung not to worry, as he would not back down from his bet. A huge sword appears behind him. Xiao says that unfortunately he would not lose. A hand begins to form, holding a huge sword. Xiao emphasizes that, as soon as he wins, Mr. Chung, besides returning all his fortune, will also have to pay with his life. Liang is astonished at what she is seeing right in front of her, is 1,000,000 swords condensed into one. Xiao begins his attack. Liang prepares to try to defend, but her sword is broken like a tree branch. The sword cuts Liang. She screams, How can there be such extraordinary power in your hands? While bleeding, Liang does not accept, because her sword was given to her by her master. This sword was strong enough to withstand the entire force of a cultivator in the nascent soul realm. Liang does not understand how Xiao had cut her in half with just one blow and without effort. She looks frightened and asks where this man with such inexplicable strength came from. Xiao continues his attack, hitting Liang once again, who screams in pain. Cheng is startled by all this. He runs and holds Liang, asking how she was. However, she does not answer. Cheng gets angry. Xiao says that apparently Cheng is also a disciple of the Luoyun sect. Xiao forms his sword again, and tells Cheng that to learn the Luoyun palm of the Luoyun sect, one must have a high status. Cheng just listens to all this. Then Xiao smiles, and says that it would not be unfair to kill Cheng there now. After Cheng saw Liang being humiliated by Xiao, he looked at the other fighters and shouted, asking what they were waiting for to attack. Everyone began to surround Xiao, saying that it was finally their turn to fight. Muhan held Ji and stayed close to her father, just watching the fight. Ziwan was impressed by the number of people ready to defeat Xiao. Meanwhile, in the middle of the hall, Xiao still stood still as everyone advanced towards him. Xiao began to laugh loudly and clap, saying that all the fighters were in the realm of the Golden Core. Finally, Master Cheng had prepared for today. Suddenly, Xiao became serious and stared at everyone, saying that unfortunately, today he could only kill 30 Golden Core cultivators by himself. He stepped on the ground, and a magical circle appeared, and his swords rose. Cheng, seeing Xiao's stance, said that in addition to being an idiot, he was a complete arrogant. There is no one who defeats 30 Golden Core people at once. Cheng said he still had a little help, the shadow of the Luoyun sword, which he had asked the sect leader before leaving the mountain. He began to invoke it. As soon as Ji saw the sword's shadow, she felt something very strong. Cheng screamed as he launched the sword, which after years of enhancement with the sect master's blood, the power of this celestial level weapon was no longer comparable to ordinary iron. Even if it was just the shadow of the sword, it was enough to kill a nascent soul cultivator. Zi began to feel the energy of the sword, and was absolutely sure that this sword was obviously the embryo of the sword that the Luoyun sect stole from the Lin family before, the one that was passed down from the ancestors of the Lin family. On the day the Luoyun sect massacred the Lin family, the sword was refined with the blood of the sacrifices of numerous Lin family members, so that the sword could be tempered and manifest its powers. Zi thought that, even after all these years, she could still feel her blood on the sword. Zi placed her hand on her chest and lowered her head, feeling dishonored, as they had just called this sword the Luoyun sword. Muhan, worried about Zi, asked if she was okay. Xiao, hearing this, began to think that when he began teaching Zi, the system showed that one of the conditions for awakening the innate body sword is to reach the foundation realm and obtain recognition from the ancestral king of the Lin family. Cheng launched the sword's shadow with all his strength, saying that today he would show young Master Xiao what it was to have a bit of humility. The sword went quickly straight towards Xiao. However, Xiao remained very calm, as if all this was a joke to him, and simply said that he thanked Mr. Cheng for showing and telling about the embryo. The shadow of the sword was already very close to Xiao's body, who simply called his sword with flexible fingers. Cheng, seeing this, became angry, as he thought that sword had already been taken from Xiao in the previous bets. As soon as he looked at the treasures, he saw that the sword was still there. Then he became even more angry, as Xiao had 2 swords and not just one. Xiao positioned his sword while thinking that the shadow of the Luoyun sword was so powerful that it was worthy of being a divine weapon of celestial level, even though the flexible fingers sword was just a first-grade terrestrial level sword. The existence of the sword domain is to make the sword stronger in the hand of anyone. Even the best of swords turns into nothing. Xiao yelled and told everyone to experience the true power of the sword domain. Xiao threw his sword forward against the shadow of the sword, and the two collided in the air. But with some ease, the flexible fingers sword began to penetrate the energy of the shadow of the sword, causing a huge explosion. Suddenly, Xiao's sword emerged from the middle of the smoke without a scratch. He opened his fan, and mockingly asked if this was really all they could offer, as it was becoming boring. He had not yet felt a speck of fun. All the cultivators were fallen at his feet, leaving only Cheng holding Liang in his arms. Cheng looks back and wonders how a monster of this level could exist. He needs to escape as fast as possible from there. However, Xiao notices that Cheng wants to run away. He turns around and launches several of his swords, asking if Cheng really thinks he could escape. Cheng turns back, begging for his life, but it is too late. Xiao finishes off Chung without a second thought, and blood spreads everywhere. Yuncheng starts to get up, trembling from the ground, and as soon as he looks to the side he sees that Chung is dead. This scares him. Suddenly, Xiao and Ji stop right in front of him. Yuncheng falls seated out of fear upon seeing them there. He starts to scream for them not to come any closer and begs for his life. Xiao steps on Yuncheng's leg, causing him immense pain. Xiao says that, much as he would like, it would not be him who would kill him. Ji approaches, conjuring her strength in her sword, and calls Yuncheng uncle, asking if he remembers her. With a trembling and scared voice, he asks if she really is Lin Ji. He cannot accept it and starts screaming that this could not be possible. Without any regret, and with just one strike, Ji cuts Yuncheng in half, saying that his answer was correct, and as a reward, he would receive death. After all this, Xiao calls Ji and strokes her head, saying that she did very well, but that next time she should not use the sword so brutally. Thus, when taking care of an enemy, one must not let them not feel much pain. So next time, she should try with a blunt blade. This will surely bring greater pain and cause a slow and painful death. Ji is happy and thanks him, saying that she understood and learned something new. Muhan's father is surprised by this teaching from Xiao and says that her master is really a sincere man, right? Muhan agrees with her father. Xiao calls Muhan and tells her that Mr. Chung has lost all his fortune to him, so she should take care of everything. Meanwhile, he would take Ji to visit the Luoyun sect. Muhan says that's fine. They could go ahead and leave the rest with her. Meanwhile, at the Luoyun sect, in the house of the leader Wen Yuan, he was sitting, conjuring magic on the sword that he had stolen from the Lin family. He starts to laugh and prepares himself. 10 years had passed, and the last soul of the Luoyun sword is finally about to completely submit to him. All the success or failure of 10 years of work depended only on this last move. So, he shoots a wave of energy towards the sword. As soon as the compressed energy in the sword starts to come out, it goes directly outside. The sword begins to tremble and throws Wen Yuan backwards. As soon as he gets up, he puts his hand on his chest and clearly feels that he has not fully mastered the sword. Then, he wonders why he was suddenly rejected like this by the sword. Suddenly, someone outside the room starts screaming, saying that the soul lamps of senior sister Liu Yu, Wang Wencheng, and Yuncheng have been extinguished. The leader cannot believe this. So he gets up and quickly opens the door, asking what was happening. Meanwhile, the energy of the sword starts to move, leaving the room, passing through the window, traveling through the whole sect, until it reaches a person who was hiding behind a rock. This person is Ji, who was concentrating on finding the sword. Xiao observes this and comments that the ancestral sword of the Lin family was refined with the essence and blood of the Lin family. Ji had said she could feel the existence of the sword through the blood, and this was the first time Xiao heard this in his entire life. As soon as Ji finishes, Xiao asks what the situation is. Ji smiles and says that she really felt the sword. The people of the Luoyun sect probably still have not been able to conquer that sword. Ji points out that she has already left her spiritual consciousness in the sword. As soon as she finds it, she would be able to submit it. Xiao says that this is really incredible. Since everything is ready, today they would invade the entire Luoyun sect at once. As Xiao prepares for this, Wen Yuan is checking the soul candles and is really angry at what he sees. Then he starts to say that all this is Cheng's fault. The last time he had been in contact, he had said that his son had been killed by a wandering cultivator. So they had to invite a shadow of the Luoyun sword to deal with him, and call over 30 golden core elders to accompany him. And even then, in the end, they made a fool of themselves, all being killed by just one man. Wen Yuan turns to the man who was there and asks what was happening, but the man says he still didn't know anything. All he knew is that Elder Cheng had invited 30 golden core elders to fight against their enemies, but it seems they were completely annihilated. Wen Yuan punches the table in great anger and says they were a bunch of trash, as there were more than 30 people, in addition to the shadow of the Luoyun sword, and even then, they were no match for a single person. Wen Yuan turns to the man and yells, asking to set all the formation to the maximum level. Gather everything they had, all the guardians, because they didn't know who it was nor what they were plotting. At any moment, they could suffer an attack. On the other side, at the Luoyun sect, Xiao and Ji were analyzing the situation. Xiao notices that the level of the defensive formation of the mountains was very high. Ji takes her sword and asks if they could break everything. Xiao says yes, they could break the barrier with some ease. However, that would be something very noisy and conspicuous. Xiao points out that until they locate the Lin family's sword, it's easier to go unnoticed. He says he has an idea. Then he explains the whole plan to Ji, who is surprised by the idea. Then they start to put the plan into action. Wen Yuan and other men meet Ji and Xiao. Ji starts to cry and say that this is not good. Elder Yuncheng and Elder Lin have been murdered. Wen Yuan asks Xiao and Ji who they were. Xiao, with all his clothes dirty, says that Ji is the illegitimate daughter of Master Yuncheng and he is her personal bodyguard. Xiao starts to explain that on the night Yuncheng did not return home, he decided to ask some people, and discovered that Yuncheng had been murdered by a mysterious man at the Wang family's house. Wen Yuan, suspicious, releases a small amount of energy that cuts Ji's arm, drawing a bit of her blood. He passes this blood on a destiny letter of Yuncheng. This will reveal if the blood from her origin is the same. As soon as the result comes out, it shows that she really had a connection with Yuncheng. Wen Yuan calms down a bit, but does not lower his guard. He asks them why they were there on the mountain. Xiao bows down and reverences Wen Yuan, saying that they had learned that there was a mysterious man who faced 30 Golden Core elders and massacred all, including the city lord's mansion. They feared that it was a personal enemy of Yuncheng, and therefore they climbed the mountain to seek protection from the Luo Yun sect. Ji starts to talk to Wen Yuan and says that she heard from her father Yuncheng that the sect master had suffered a violent backlash while refining the embryo of the Lin family's sword and has been seeking a way to alleviate the pain. Ji uses her sword to cut her arm and says that the Lin family has an ancestral method for refining swords. The Lin family has been making swords for generations, and the Lin family's blood can naturally tame the souls of swords. Ji extends her cut arm and emphasizes that this also has a miraculous effect of relieving the wounds caused by the relationship with the sword's soul. Wen Yuan looks at this and thinks that she even knows about the embryo of the Lin family's sword. Wen Yuan steps forward and asks Ji to show now the method she mentioned. He emphasizes that it's better she doesn't try any tricks. Wen Yuan releases his energy and says that if they try anything, they will have to face the consequences. Ji says there is no problem, he could try. Then, her blood starts to come out of her arm and travel through Wen Yuan's body. He closes his eyes and thinks that he can really feel all the internal wounds caused by the Luo Yun sword are really healing. After this, Wen Yuan turns around and invites them to enter. Xiao hugs Ji, and they start to enter. Wen Yuan stays a bit behind and speaks with one of his followers, saying he would decrease the investigation of Elder Cheng's incident and the others while he is away. No one can open the mountain's protection formation. Moreover, he should arrange a place for Xiao and Ji to stay. Xiao looks at this and thinks that this is indeed a real opportunity. During the night, in the training room, Xiao and Ji are sitting, training. A large amount of energy surrounds the two. The focus is for Ji to reach the first level of foundation creation. Xiao transfers 200 days of cultivation to Ji, who manages to break through to the first level of foundation creation. The system opens and notifies that the host has transferred 200 days of cultivation to his disciple, and will be rewarded with 3 times that amount, receiving 600 days of cultivation. Xiao tells Ji that now she has the cultivation level of the first level of foundation creation. As soon as she obtains the Lin family's sword embryo, she will be able to awaken her innate body sword. Ji does not understand anything, and asks what is innate body sword. Xiao smiles and says it's nothing serious. They should proceed with the plan. Then, they leave the room, and, on top of a roof, Xiao asks if Ji really could find the sword. Ji says yes, there is nothing to worry about. Xiao says he trusts her and asks her to lead the way. The two start to move forward. They arrive at one of the houses, and a guard was on watch, but was completely passed out, sleeping. Xiao says it's no problem anymore, as he had lowered his and her aura. No one below the nascent soul realm will be able to sense them there. After closing the door, they finally find the sword. Xiao tells Ji to start refining calmly, as he would protect her from anything. Ji approaches the sword, sits on the ground and starts to conjure her energy, casting it onto the sword. This starts to create a reaction in the sword, and waves of energy begin to come out of it. This hits Ji, who ends up getting hurt. She thinks the sword still retains the spiritual consciousness of the Luo Yun sect leader. With that, the guard wakes up and asks who was there. The man quickly grabs something and breaks it in his hand, which sends a signal to the sky. Xiao gets angry and thinks that it seems impossible to hide the truth. He summons his swords and says that if that's the case, then it's time to make a mess. Meanwhile, Wen Yuan was traveling on top of his sword, and noticing the signal, turns around frightened as someone was attempting to steal his Luo Yun sword. This was clearly an enemy attack. After the signal, quickly several men arrive there and say that Xiao was surrounded. Then they ask who dares to act so recklessly in the Luo Yun sect, and ask for Xiao's name. He then goes outside and says that, unfortunately, today, without his permission, No one would be able to enter this building. Xiao points his fan at everyone there and says they could all fight together if they wished. Xiao sends his swords towards the men there. The men start to create magical circles and ask how Xiao can be so arrogant in front of everyone there. The Golden Core practitioners, although only skilled in sword abilities, quickly see Xiao's attacks begin to destroy ancestral weapons with just one hit and hit them one after another. Xiao, seeing this, smiles and says that the last time he killed 30 Golden Core cultivators, he thought they were drunk, and therefore were not able to fight well. But based on what you are showing me, it seems that the Luo Yun sect is nothing more than this bunch of trash. As soon as they hear this, they despair in knowing that the man who killed the 30 cultivators all at once was this man right in front of them. Xiao starts to float, and an overwhelming energy begins to surround his body. Xiao says he would not change his name or his surname. Xiao looks straight into the eyes of everyone there and says his name is Xiao Xuan from the Nanli sect. After this night, if anyone alive from the Luo Yun sect still has the courage to face me, remember this name and look for it. One of the cultivators starts to say that he does not believe Xiao could really be from the Nanli sect, but within a radius of 10 kilometers, the only one that could compete with the Luo Yun sect is the Nanli sect. He orders everyone to attack to capture the intruder who is in the sect. Xiao smiles and thanks them for their courage, as thanks to this he would have a bit of fun. Xiao begins his attack, controlling his swords which, without much trouble, begin to hit each of the cultivators one by one, who scream in pain and beg for help. Xiao, flying with several swords around him, and one hand holding a giant sword behind, goes near the cultivators who were fallen, and asks if that was really all they had to offer. He looks with a psychopath expression, and emphasizes that he didn't even get to show all his true power. The leader of the cultivators, lying on the ground, raises his head and points his finger at Xiao, saying that soon the leader of the Luo Yun sect would arrive and would cut Xiao into pieces. Xiao laughs, opens his fan and stops his attack, saying that then he would wait. A few seconds later, someone comes screaming from afar. As soon as Xiao looks up, he sees that it is Wen Yuan, the leader of the sect, flying in his direction, furious. Xiao prepares to fight again, saying that this was faster than he thought. Xiao defends himself with his power and the two swords collide, but Wen Yuan's sword starts to cut through Xiao's sword. A bright flash occurs and the two separate. Wen Yuan stares intently at Xiao and says that the thieves from the Nanli sect really have a lot of courage, as they dared to enter the sacred territory of the Luo Yun sect. Xiao puts his swords in attack position again and responds to Wen Yuan that the Luo Yun sect is nothing. In fact, it's a trash sect. Just one man was able to defeat all the elders without the slightest difficulty. Isn't that right, Wen Yuan? Then, Xiao prepares and starts to make some different movements and asks Wen Yuan to try this attack. The swords go out in attack at an impressive speed, leaving several trails where they passed. Wen Yuan holds his sword firmly and prepares for the attack. Wen Yuan yells and with just one blow, defends against Xiao's two swords and asks how he dares to insult the Luo Yun sect. Wen Yuan attacks Xiao, saying he thinks too highly of himself. However, Xiao quickly dodges. He looks at Wen Yuan's sword and thinks that this sword is really incredible. It must be at the peak of its cultivation. Xiao also analyzes the movements and strikes of Elder Wen Yuan, and realizes that, probably, after using his blood for so many years to refine the divine sword, Wen Yuan might have injured his foundation. That's why he could not advance. The real power of Wen Yuan is probably above the nascent soul. Xiao calls his swords back and thinks that this could be a small problem. Xi needs to finish mastering that sword as soon as possible. Several swords start to appear around Xiao. Wen Yuan starts to look at this and wonders if this is really sword ki, and if this movement can be used on a physical sword. He also notes that just one of the swords is already quite powerful. It's definitely of the highest level. But more and more swords appeared, and as soon as Wen Yuan really looks up, he is completely scared, and thinks that there were tens of thousands of the highest level swords. This is not a sword technique. The correct thing to say is that it's a supreme divine skill. Wen Yuan, seeing the size of Xiao's power, thinks that fighting him like this clearly would not work. Wen Yuan thinks he would need to use all the power he could find. Then, he sticks his sword into the ground, and an energy starts to come out of it, and hits the shield that protected the Luo Yun sect. Wen Yuan yells that his only hope is to activate the great protective formation of the mountain, as the Luo Yun sect is not something just anyone can handle. Suddenly, a huge beam of energy comes quickly in the direction of Xiao, who is startled for a moment. However, he dodges with ease. As soon as Xiao looks to the side, he sees that the shot made a huge hole in the ground. Xiao says that as far as he knew, the mountain protector of the Luo Yun sect had been abandoned by the first sect master. Since then, 100 years had passed, and her power had not diminished in the slightest. He thinks that with this attack, all shadows of the flexible finger swords had completely disappeared. If it had hit him, clearly he would have had a big problem. Thus, he needs to be a bit more careful with this fight. Suddenly a very strong pink energy beam begins to rise to the sky, catching Xiao's attention. As soon as he really sees it, he says that it is finally done. Z was able to master the sword just in time. A system window opens and notifies that the host has assisted his disciple in activating the innate body sword of the terrestrial level. The reward is 10 times greater, being rewarded with the talent of the innate body sword of the celestial level. Xiao closes his eyes, and energy begins to surround his body. He starts to say that this feeling of the power of the innate body sword is truly amazing. He was feeling as if he had acquired an additional understanding of every trace of sword energy that roams between heaven and earth. This sword energy arrives at a constant rate. A lot of energy begins to concentrate in Xiao's body while he is in the air. Wen Yuan gets scared seeing this and wonders if he is really about to make a major breakthrough. Wen Yuan doesn't waste time and starts to conjure his strength, creating several circles with his energy. Another blue energy starts to circulate there. Wen Yuan says he has no more time. He would explode Xiao at that exact moment. Wen Yuan's eyes shining as he yells for Xiao to show his true power and how much he would manage to advance. But out of nowhere, the energy circles that Wen Yuan had created begin to disappear, leaving him scared and confused. He tries to create new circles, but the mountain's protection no longer responds. Wen Yuan wonders why the mountain's protection was no longer under his control. Xiao begins to walk with overwhelming energy coming out of his body, and with a penetrating look, says that Wen Yuan is not a good leader. A great sword begins to form above them, containing overwhelming energy. Xiao, while forming his sword, says that it is more than obvious that the true Luoyun sword is hidden within the protective formation of mountains of his Luoyun sect. And yet, he still wants to steal the embryo of the sword that the Lin family had not even refined yet. Xiao's sword was almost completely formed. Xiao, indignant, says that Wen Yuan did not even hesitate to spend his essence and blood to nurture the sword embryo. This is despicable and ridiculous for a sect leader. Finally, Xiao's sword was complete. Then, a giant hand begins to descend rapidly, holding the colossal sword that was now under Xiao's control. He emphasizes that if the sect leader was nothing but immoral trash for acting in such a way, as punishment for these acts, Xiao declares that the Luoyun sword is now his, as he would take the sword away. Xiao was angry and indignant. He points his attack at Wen Yuan and says that he should pay for the lives of the Lin family members who died back then, and life is paid with life. Wen Yuan screams for mercy, but with just one strike, Xiao begins to destroy everything around him, instantly killing Wen Yuan and splitting the mountain in half. The cultivators who were there begin to tremble before the absolute power that Xiao showed, capable of cutting the sect's mountain in half. Xiao catches everyone's attention and begins to say that all those who participated in the massacre of the Lin family must be more conscious. Xiao orders them to cut off their own arm and leave. If they do not do this and wait for Xiao to try to cut it himself, then in that case, the entire Luoyun sect will be killed. The members realize they have no way to fight against a man like this. Some start to cry and say that their child is in the sect and did nothing to suffer. So he himself would accept to pay the price and cuts his arm off. The other members, one after another, start to say that they had family within the sect and cut their arms and hands for the safety of their families. Xiao stops his attack and lets the men go. As everyone was leaving, Xiao thinks that one only knows pain when the Reaper's blade is under their head, for none of them showed mercy when they massacred the families of other people. Z appears, happy and smiling, and yells for her master to show that she has finally successfully conquered the sword embryo. She says she has chosen the name Lacquer for the sword. She comes running up to her master, saying that after conquering the Lacquer sword, she feels that cultivation has become much easier than before. The Qiwanqian sword, in which she was not very proficient in sword energy, suddenly began to make sense. Xiao says that, without a doubt, she has done very well. Xiao imagines that what is happening is probably the effect of having successfully awakened the innate body sword. Z sees several buildings cut in half and asks if there was a big battle there. Xiao replies yes, the head of the Luoyun sect had been killed. Then, he proposes to Ji that the two could take control of the Luoyun sect. Ji is shocked and asks if Xiao no longer wants to be an elder of the Hongmeng sect. Xiao makes a silence gesture to Ji and asks her to speak quietly. Actually, his plan is about doing all this secretly. Xiao begins to explain that he would ask the Su family to send someone to take care of this, and he would just stay in the shadows, collecting money and being the boss without appearing. After this, Xiao calls Ji to leave, as he had to take care of this quickly. After Xiao's return to the Luoyun city, he helped the Su family take control of the city. Although the Wang family was not satisfied, they lost all their possessions to Xiao, and now did not dare to say anything, just cried for the death of Mr. Cheng. With the resources of the Luoyun sect, the Su family gained control of the Luoyun city. Thanks to Xiao's orders, a series of facilities similar to urban buses, pulled by horses, were inaugurated, making the economy of the Luoyun city grow rapidly, as each person had to pay 2 cents to travel through the entire city, and they could get off whenever they wanted. In their free time, Xiao gave Ji and Muhan additional initiations. Now, both had been promoted to the foundation creation level. Zi already demonstrates great skill with her energy, and is currently at the 2nd level of foundation creation. Muhan responded quickly to Xiao's teachings, and also shows great control of her energy, currently at the 1st level of foundation creation. After all this, Xiao also took some time to rest a bit. Ji kept him company while Muhan went through the pharmacy reports, saying that since the Golden Core elixir was put on sale, it received a lot of attention from cultivators. Every time they are put on the shelves, they sell out the same day, and this brings a very good estimate. Muhan says that according to the calculations, they are thinking of a daily sales flow of 10,000 bottles in the future. Muhan's eyes shine with happiness, as she says that the daily earnings just from the Golden Core elixirs could reach 1 million low-grade spirit stones, not to mention the benefits of other projects boosted by the Golden Core elixir. Xiao picks some grapes, lies back down while Ji massages his shoulders, and thinks that finally, they have arrived. Clearly they were rich and he was at the peak of his career, so he could lay back a bit and enjoy this moment. Someone yells Xiao's name. A person all in black was approaching quickly. As soon as Xiao sees who it is, he smiles and asks how he had free time to come over today, calling him nephew. Xiao asks how the sect master was doing and invites Ye to eat some fruits. Ye says he is not hungry and that the sect master had sent a message. Ye prepares his voice and starts to shout, saying that the master found out that recently Elder Xiao had completely destroyed the Luoyun sect. By any chance was he thinking of taking another job? Xiao even spits out the water he was drinking, cleans himself up and says that, as always, the sect master was well informed. But Xiao asks Ye to go back and tell the master that Xiao's loyalty to the Hongmeng sect was as clear as the sun and the moon, and that the Luoyun sect is just a place to make some extra income. Ye thanks and says he would send the message, but there was one more thing. In 3 days, there would be the sect competition. Ye emphasizes that if Xiao really is loyal and plans to continue in the sect, he should return in time. Xiao crosses his legs and tells him not to worry as he would be present. She stands up, stretches his body and says it's better for them to hurry up and pack and get ready for the competition. Muhan and Zi agree with him. She turns to Muhan and tells her that there are some people she should be cautious of as soon as they return to the sect. Just thinking about it, Muhan already feels a headache, but she asks who these people would be. Ji, with an expression of anger and hatred, begins to explain that initially, these people were disciples of Master Xiao, but they betrayed him and tried to kill him. Ji says he would explain everything properly. Muhan is a bit surprised and says she would listen carefully. Meanwhile, at the Hongmeng sect, on the 6th peak, Wang Na and his 2 disciples were talking. Wang Na says he heard that Xiao would soon be back in the sect, and therefore he wanted to know if his 2 disciples were ready. One of them says that the set of exercises that Mr. Wang Na passed to them should also combine with the cultivation of the essence and blood of spiritual beasts. He points out that he was feeling that these exercises are very similar to a demonic cultivation method. At that moment, Wang Na attacks his disciple with just his energy, throwing him away, saying that he was nothing but an ungrateful boy, as he knew nothing of the Hongmeng sect's techniques, and yet dared to question his master's teachings. The man stands up and kneels, apologizing, but in reality he was thinking that he didn't want to practice something as diabolical as this. Wang Na asks his other disciple, named Qiu Huan. He responds that he followed his master Wang Na's instructions to the letter and managed to advance to the 3rd level. But now, his cultivation was refined, and this allowed him to reach the 5th level of foundation creation. Wang Na smiles a lot and says that this result is excellent, as if Chu Huan could cultivate up to the 3rd level of the foundation. It wouldn't be a problem for him to become the leader among the younger generation of the Hongmeng sect. Wang Na stops smiling and stares at his disciples, saying that nothing else matters in the great sect competition. The only important thing is the prize of the violet key. This is a supreme treasure. There is a legend that, in the past, there was an immortal in the Hongmeng sect, and this violet aura is the great treasure that the immortal left after his death. Thanks to this, every 5 years, the Hongmeng sect holds a great competition, and the winner of each round receives a certain amount of Hongmeng's violet key. Wang Na begins to release a great energy around him and tells his disciples that they cannot lose a single round, as in each round they would win a bit of the violet ki, and the grand winner would receive the purest and first-class violet tiu ki. And so, losing is unacceptable. If they lose, that's how it will end. Wang Na slams his hand very hard on the table, causing small cracks and breaking it, which scares his disciples. Chu Huan thinks that if he knew the 6th peak was so evil, he would have stayed in the 7th peak and lived happily. Wang Na stands up and tells the two to go rest. As soon as they leave, a person who was hiding, watching everything, says that even the disciples were already suspecting. He turns and says that Wang Na would need to speed up the process. Wang Na turns to him and says he didn't open the protective formation of the mountain for him to come there just to mock the situation. Wang Na asks how the preparations of this mysterious man's men are going. The man asks Wang Na not to worry about that, as he himself guarantees that he will make the entire Hongmeng sect know the meaning of the word fear. Then, the man begins to smile with completely strange eyes and a murderous face. A few days later, in the Hongmeng sect square, people were already arriving. A person asks Elder Wang why he was there. He replies that his grandson had obtained his spiritual root, and so he wanted to take him there to see the world. Some people commented on how beautiful and well-made the Russian square was, while others noted that this time there were several spectators from other sects. One person was eager to know which peak would be the winner. His friend says that probably the 1st peak, as they had been winning for a long time. The elder of the 1st peak is called Feng. He is currently at the 4th level of the Golden Core, and his disciples are geniuses. They have successfully reached the foundation. They are indeed very talented. Another man laughs and comments that they had forgotten one thing. The elder of the 2nd peak, Zuxuan, she has also recently reached the 4th level of the Golden Core. And under her, there are disciples as important as the green and purple swords. Her strength should not be underestimated in any way. Not to mention there is also Zhang He, leader of the Hongmeng sect and leader of the main peak. The two friends start to comment that apparently there were only 6 elders there. Where could Xiao, the elder of the 7th peak, be? One of the guys says he probably didn't want to embarrass himself and therefore did not come, since his disciple depends on him to start her cultivation. She is nothing but a losing trash. Suddenly, a person in the center of the arena catches everyone's attention, saying he would explain the rules for the 1st round of the competition. The competition will take the form of a round battle. In each fight, 2 of the 8 peaks will be drawn to face each other. Whoever loses a single time will be recorded as a loser and fall. The 2 peaks selected in the draw, the losers will go back to the queue and wait until the next time, while the winner goes straight to the next match. The winner remains in the field and continues. If they win a total of 3 matches, they advance. If they lose a total of 3 matches, they will be eliminated. Subsequently, the distribution of cultivation resources within the sect will be determined based on the ranking of this competition, and the winner will also be rewarded with a high-level magical weapon, the Ruyi Qingfeng sword. The 1st round of the competition, the 6th peak against the 7th peak. Then, disciple Wang Zheng enters the arena, which surprises many people and makes them wonder if he wasn't from the 7th peak and why he was representing the 6th peak in this competition. A person shouts and says that Wang Zheng had betrayed his master a long time ago and now joined the 6th peak. Now, they would have something good to see. Zhang. He asks his disciple Chen if Xiao had not yet arrived. Chen replies that he still hadn't seen him anywhere. This makes Zhang He a little nervous. People laughed, saying that there was no one living on the 7th peak, so they would win by woe. They continue mocking that, on the 7th peak, only Xiao would be able to fight against a disciple of the 6th peak. The judge raises his hand and starts to say that since there is no one to represent the seventh peak, this battle is. But suddenly a glow in the sky appears, shouting for them to wait. It was Xiao saying he was late because he had slept too much. Wang Zheng, seeing this, gets annoyed because Xiao was still with the trash G by his side and even accepted another trash as a disciple. Wang Zheng starts to smile and thinks that this will be perfect, as he was lucky to get a weak opponent. He just wanted to see the faces of the others when he stepped on Xiao's disciple. Quickly, Xiao says that Muhan should fight, as this is the perfect moment for what they had trained. Muhan promptly says she would accept. Ji calls Muhan and says she still doesn't know Wang Zheng, but it was he who betrayed Master Xiao and tried to kill him. Ji says that Muhan should not have mercy on a person like that. Muhan looks at Wang Zheng and thinks that she only found out what had happened to Xiao through Ji. She didn't expect that, as soon as she arrived there in the sect, she would face the traitor right away. Muhan starts to release energy and thinks that, if that's the case, she must give her best and not embarrass her master. The judge introduces Muhan, saying that she was currently at the foundation level, Zheng. He is surprised by this, as Muhan is quite young for such an achievement. It seems that Xiao has found a talented new disciple. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, Wang Zheng starts to mock Muhan, saying that clearly she hasn't learned anything from Xiao. Then, out of pity, he would let her attack first. Muhan gets angry and says that there is no place for traitors on the seventh peak. Muhan shouts that Wang Zheng is nothing but a scoundrel who deceives his own master and destroys his ancestors. Such trash is not worthy of calling Xiao master. Wang Zheng gets angry at these words and grabs his sword, saying that as can be seen, Muhan doesn't know what's best for her. Then, he asks her not to cry after he finishes this and points his sword at Muhan and tries to hit her, saying that she should be careful because Xiao himself had praised his spring rain sword skills. However, as soon as he looks, Muhan is staring at his face while holding his blow with just 2 fingers. Wang Zheng doesn't understand how she can do such a thing. Muhan starts to exert her fingers, saying that it is indeed a beautiful technique. Wang Zheng's sword starts to crack until it breaks into pieces. Muhan remains serious and asks what kind of evil swordsman Wang Zheng is if he can't even break through the protective aura that Muhan created. Wang Zheng is taken aback by this, and seeing his broken sword, he starts to tremble and says that he surrenders. Muhan asks him to leave the arena, but she quickly realizes that this is a trick, because the sect competition requires that they don't stop for anything. Muhan quickly conjures her energy in her hand and says that Wang Zheng is lucky, that according to the rules, she can't kill him. Now she's going all out and applies her technique. Wang Zheng quickly turns around and shouts that she's getting ahead of herself. Their techniques collide, and a great explosion occurs in the center of the arena. As soon as the explosion passes, Wang Zheng is all injured, screaming in pain, while Muhan is standing in front of him. Wang Zheng crouches in pain with his arm completely wounded and burned. He screams and asks if Muhan really is at the foundation creation level, because with that power it's impossible. Wang Zheng, still not reconciled to this, asks if she has this level of cultivation because she is forced to worship Xiao as her master. Muhan smiles without a scratch on her body and says that it's been half a month since she was just at the first level of QI refinement, but now she's at the first level of foundation creation. Muhan emphasizes that, thanks to the training, initiations, tendon and marrow cleansing by Master Xiao, she is now stronger than before, and unfortunately, this is something that traitorous trash is not even worthy of envying. Wang Zheng can't believe that Xiao really was able to give initiation and transmit skills to his disciples. On top of all this, he did a marrow cleansing. It's unbelievable. The judge enters the middle of the arena and announces that the 7th peak is the winner of the first match. But suddenly, a red lightning bolt appears right in front of Muhan, saying that they should wait a minute. This person is Chu Huan. He looks at Muhan saying that he will challenge the 7th peak. This scares the spectators because Q Huan really challenged the 7th peak. According to the rule, if someone takes the initiative to challenge a disciple, the challenged cannot deny. However, the elder can decide which disciple will fight. People continue commenting and asking if there really is anyone on the 7th peak who can face Chu Huan. Most people say no, because in the beginning Chu Huan was small compared to Xiao, but now he is at the 5th level of foundation creation. With this level of cultivation, he could even become an elder of a peak. The judge announces the challenger Chuhuan, who is currently at the 5th level of foundation creation, and asks Elder Xiao to send his disciple to fight. Xiao simply says the name Ji, and she quickly appears in the arena. She shouts that she is ready. Xiao smiles and asks her to be a bit careful while fighting. Chuhuan looks with a very arrogant gaze and asks if slaves were qualified to step into the arena. So she really should be careful while fighting. Xiao smiles and says he meant for Chuhuan to be careful. Quickly, one of Ji's swords was just inches from Chuhuan's face, who is startled by the situation but manages to dodge quickly. However, the sword still manages to wound his face. Xiao starts laughing in the arena and says that Ji should smash everything. She looks at him and says she would follow his orders. Chuhuan, annoyed by all this disrespect, wields his sword and says they don't know what they're talking about. A phoenix appears around him, and flames envelop him, but Ji doesn't move an inch. Wang Na asks if Chuhuan is using the Faiyan sword technique, which was created by Xiao to adapt to his sword skill. Meng Yu replies yes. As soon as Chuhuan defeats his disciple with the sword he himself taught, the expression on Xiao's face will definitely be beautiful to see. Ji, seeing all this show, just laughs and launches one of her swords. Chuhuan wraps himself with his energy and tries to defend himself with his sword while saying that Ji really is brave. But as soon as Ji's attack hits Chuhuan's sword, it breaks it in half, which leaves him completely shocked. He looks at it, wondering what happened there and how it was possible. Ji, still on guard, says it's just the handling of the Feiyan sword. It's not that difficult. For 5 years, Chuhuan trained with Master Xiao and learned only this? Ji says she feels ashamed. She emphasizes that from such a thing, according to the rules, if the sword is cut and the winner is already decided, the other person must leave. However, she can't stand the way Chuhuan thinks he's so superior. So, Ji takes a new sword from her bag and throws it in front of Chuhuan, asking him to try again. He gets annoyed by this, but picks up the sword saying that, "This is really ridiculous, this time his energy is red." Chuhuan gathers all his energy in the sword and jumps to attack Ji while shouting for her to stop being so full of herself. How dare she speak to him like that? Ji dodges the blow with extreme ease and cuts Chuhuan's arm. He falls to the ground on his knees, screaming in pain in his arm. Ji approaches him and says that at the beginning of the fight, he asked who she was. Ji says it's now clear who she really is. Ji looks at him smiling and says that even if he trained for another 100 years and swung 10,000 swords, an idiot like him couldn't even touch her. Chuhuan screams in anger, but Ji starts throwing several swords on the ground, asking him to try as many times as he wants because he will be humiliated every time. This leaves Chuhuan speechless. Ji looks at him again and says that to prove how much he's traitorous trash, she would admit defeat if he could just touch her. Everyone in the audience was shocked by this, because all the swords Ji threw on the ground are Earth-level magic weapons. They couldn't believe that a disciple had such high-class weapons, because the Sec Master only has 5 or 6 Earth-level magic weapons. Zhang He thinks that Xiao has really become very wealthy. Xiao, in the midst of everyone with his legs crossed, says that the life of the wealthy is kind of boring, because it's all so simple. Chuhuan puts his hand on his face and starts laughing a lot. Zuri doesn't understand the reason for the laughter. A strange energy begins to come out of Chuhuan's body. He says he really had heard that Master Xiao had given initiation and transmitted his skills. At first, Chuhuan thought it was just lies, but now that he's seeing it, it's really true. Moreover, he also gave them these magic weapons, right? Everyone is surprised by what's happening. Xiao starts to analyze this better and realizes that Chuhuan's spiritual power was deviating. Chuhuan, with a completely different face, starts to say that Xiao really turned a useless person like her into a genius. He really is willing to spend a lot of money. Chuhuan grabs the sword with a psychopathic face and asks if Ji really thinks he only knows the Faiyan sword technique that Xiao had taught. The energy emanating from Chuhuan takes the form of a dragon. Then, he charges with full force, but Ji dodges again. But this time, he attacks again and very quickly, saying that this technique is of the lowest level among the celestial levels, which Elder Wang Na had given him. Chuhuan again underestimates Ji, saying that she had never touched a sword above the earthly level with the trash of her master Xiao. Chuhuan's attack was close to hitting Ji, but she just smiles and summons her true sword. She says she knows the handling of the celestial level, not to mention that she has a celestial level sword. With just one strike, she disarms Chuan again, who is impressed by this. Xi emphasizes that she didn't think she would have to use her sword against him, but since he is pathetic and arrogant, with a set of celestial sword techniques, she would let him experience the taste of her sword. Xi sighs, saying that the celestial sword technique Chuan had mentioned was just that. He couldn't even use it properly. Not to mention that some people really are completely useless, so they shouldn't blame the sword handling. Xi defeated him again, using the Feiyan technique. Chuan begins to tremble, scared, looking at his hands, thinking that he was defeated again by a mere slave. Xi approaches him and says that he shouldn't blame her for not remembering. If he admits defeat now, there would still be time for him to leave and recover. However, if he continues with this and goes mad, she would eliminate him mercilessly. As a disciple of the Hongmeng sect, she must eliminate all evil from the sect. Chuan starts laughing again with his hand on his face, saying that he really lost again. All thanks to Xiao, who gave a celestial sword to a slave. He starts to lose control and scream that it was impossible. How could he lose to a talentless slave? Zhang Hui, seeing this, thinks that this scene is exactly like that of an ancient man before going mad and turning into a demon. Zhang Hui stands up and says that Chuan is almost going mad, so they should immediately stop the competition. The judge signals that the match was suspended. Disciples from both sides should leave the arena. Xi turns to leave and says that this trash was lucky this time, but Chuan was already out of his mind and asks if Xi really thinks he would run away like that because he wouldn't allow it. Several swords are created around him. Xi turns with a murderous look and says that this was really what she wanted. Chuan launches his swords at Xi. She prepares and says that she would show him not only the Feiyan sword technique, but also any other sword technique, even the true sword art. Chuan's swords kept coming at great speed. In the blink of an eye, Xi destroys all of Chuan's swords and turns the attack against him, saying that all this was taught to her by her master Xiao, and it's not any useless person like Chuan who could achieve this power. Chuan was completely defenseless and screams as Xi's attack approaches rapidly. He stands up, scared by Xi's strength, and asks them to stop this. Xiao just closes his eyes and asks Xi not to exaggerate too much. She smiles and asks Xiao not to worry, as she knew what she was doing. The swords pass straight through Chuan's body, leaving a mark on his face and his hair all cut by the swords. Chuan puts his hand on his body and asks if he's really alive. The entire audience starts laughing a lot. Chuan turns to them and asks what they were laughing at, and if it was him. Xi goes to him, smiling, with a mirror in hand, saying that she would be upset if he left without looking at her excellent work. She places the mirror in front of him, smiling, and asks him to look. Chuan is terrified by his state. Xi says that her swords contained her spiritual power, so until Chuan can really defeat her, neither the hair nor the wounds on his face will return to normal. She turns to leave and tells him that it's better for him to pray to God for a chance to defeat her in this life, and every time he holds his sword, he will have to remember this day for the rest of his miserable life. Xi asks Chuan not to delude himself, as he is nothing. He falls to the ground, on his knees, looking at his own hand, thinking about everything that happened. He bows before Xi, accepting defeat. The audience starts commenting again, saying that the power of the seventh peak is truly something completely terrifying. A disciple threw numerous high-quality swords on the ground and still had a celestial-level sword. Muhan says that Xi is really scary when she's angry. Xiao smiles and says that this was expected of his disciple, as she had really learned a lot from him. He calls his disciple Chen and asks if he still remembers that, many years ago, Zhang He personally expelled a traitor from the sect. Chen says he remembers. Well, he was the brother of the elder of the sixth peak. He heard that he defected from the solar and lunar ghost sect. Chen asks if Zhang He thinks that the sixth peak is helping him. Zhang He says he hopes he is wrong, but he believes so. Then he asks Chen to investigate this situation more closely. Chen bows and says he would immediately. The judge signals again and says that the new matchup drawn is the seventh peak against the main peak. He is scared by this. Chen asks his master what he should do now. He closes his eyes and asks Chen to fight against Xi. At the level she is now, she is probably stronger than many elders of the sect. It will be a great lesson for Chen, a fight against her. Then, he agrees to this and goes straight to the arena. The judge signals for them to start the fight. Ji looks at him with her hand on her waist and says she didn't imagine she would meet him so soon in the first round. Chen starts his sword and says that no matter how strong Ji was, now she should just fight with everything she has. Ji puts her hand on her mouth with a scary smile and asks if he was really sure about that. She starts laughing a lot, then opens her arsenal again and throws numerous magical weapons into the arena. She thanks him for taking good care of her, so she would take good care of him. Chen is scared by all these magical weapons. The spectators can't believe this. Ji climbs on the cannon, crosses her arms, and around her there are 2 shields, several swords. Ji looks at Chen, eager to fight, and calls him to the fight. Chen looks at this with just 1 sword he received as a gift, and that is still of low class. That's all he had. Chen throws his sword on the ground, saying that this crap is no match against all these magical weapons. Chen shouts for Zhang He to stop Ji, as she was already going too far. Zhang He, sweating coldly, says that by the rules, they don't prohibit the use of magical weapons in competitions. After all, a swordsman needs a sword for a competition. However, this was too much. Ji gets angry, as she could only use 1 at a time, but she agrees and stores everything again and asks Chen to attack her at once. Chen smiles and thanks her for that, then goes all out. While he was in the air, he thinks that if there is really only 1 sword, then he is not afraid, not even of a celestial weapon. Chen thinks he will finish this quickly, as he still needs to complete a mission. Ji smiles and says she would fulfill Chen's request. She creates a shield around her that blocks Chen's attack. She emphasizes that this shield is capable of withstanding the full force of a level 10 innate, so it would be perfect against Chen. He asks Ji to use all her ability and continues attacking her non-stop. Ji asks if he really could withstand it, because he wasn't even able to break through a simple shield like this. So, probably, Chen wouldn't even be able to touch her in this fight, right? This makes Chen furious. Thinking that a man can't say no, Chen shouts that what he showed is not the full strength of a level 10 innate. Right now, she would see his real strength. And he strikes her with all his force and really manages to break through the barrier. Muhan shouts for Ji to be careful, but as soon as he breaks through the barrier, a shield appears right in front of him, making him hit his head on the shield. Chen, with a bump on his head, says it's really surprising and asks if she has more. He jumps again to attack her, shouting that it won't be just 2 maximum strength blows. He destroys the first shield, and another appears. Then he uses 3 strikes, but another shield appears. Then, he uses 4 strikes. Ji remains calm and beautiful on the other side, not moving. After a while, several shields were cut on the ground. Chen was exhausted, but there were still 3 shields in front of Ji, who was sitting in a chair, relaxing, with sunglasses on, having a drink. Chen starts to tremble as he was completely exhausted and shouts that he cannot lose. But then he faints on the ground. The judge announces that the first round is over and the first place in this round is the 7th peak. Ji quickly moves around the arena, thanking everyone. The others in the audience couldn't believe that Chen was defeated just with Ji's defense. Another man says that he lasted a long time because he was able to destroy dozens of shields. Ji runs to Xiao, who says that she is very intelligent and full of tricks, so he is very happy to see this. Ji high-fives him, happily. A person looks at them, thinking that such a fighting style is scary. The 7th peak really has overwhelming power, they're just very noisy. Xiao asks Ji if she has always been dissatisfied with Chen, and that's why she wanted to defeat him head-on. Ji sighs and says that in the past, Chen was a much better cultivator than her, and therefore he was her rival. However, now, he is just at the 10th level of the innate, while she is at the 2nd level of foundation creation, so it is not necessary to use her true abilities against him. Muhan looks at her and says that now everyone is saying that Zhai is a bully. Soi's not at all happy about this, but she crosses her legs and raises her head, saying that, in short, she is no longer the Lin Ji of the past. With all the teachings she has been receiving from her master Xiao, her real goal is to challenge the true genius of sword handling. Xiao smiles, happily. Hearing this, Xiao says that Ji is truly worthy of being his disciple, but now they need to go back and rest well, as tomorrow they will have the second round. Wang Na, after seeing everything that happened there, is annoyed because he did not expect Ji to be so powerful. A woman named Ying says that this is truly an incredible competition. The man next to her, named Wei Ju, says that this little Hongmeng sect is certainly an extraordinary foundation, but it is no more than the Qin dynasty. Ying says that she secretly sent some spies to investigate the girl, the senior disciple of Elder Xiao of the Hongmeng sect, who was a normal person without cultivation a few months ago, but not long ago. Xiao alone massacred everyone in Lord Luo Yun's mansion, and also climbed the mountain alone to challenge the entire Luo Yun sect, and the result was the same. Now, these two major places have become his. Ying emphasizes that, based on Xiao's deeds and the current situation, he is an extremely dangerous and powerful person within the Hongmeng sect, as well as being able to connect strongly with a person. Ying asks if this is not the kind of talent they were looking for. Weiju asks Ying if she was wanting to recruit Xiao. She replies, yes, if she can get this year's grand prize, the Violet Key. In front of the 7th peak, someone shouts, Violet Key. This person is Muhan, who was asking what the Hongmeng Violet Key would be. Xiao explains that it is a specialty of the Hongmeng sect. It is distributed every year, according to the ranking of the grand competition. They say that people who practice with the Hongmeng Violet Key for a long time are blessed by luck. Xiao says that if they win this year's competition, they will get the first-class Violet Key. When they get the first-class Violet Key, the entire peak will experience an extraordinary change. Muhan is impressed because the Hongmeng sect was not so famous and has such an incredible treasure as this. Xiao agrees with her and says that he was also surprised when he first heard about it. However, it seems that in the past the Hongmeng sect was a great sect. He smiles and says that they will test the effect of the Hongmeng Violet Key, then they continue to walk through the 7th peak. Zhi comments that the aura in the air of that place is much better, which allows them to achieve twice the results with just half the effort. Muhan approaches a golden tree and realizes that this is a necessary material to refine the infinite golden elixir, the infinite seed. She wonders why there are so many there. Looking closer, she notices that this year, the Violet Key of Hongmeng seems to be particularly stronger. Walking a bit further, Muhan notices that there are also several molten fire lotuses. Ji points out that with these molten fire lotuses, they could forge spiritual swords just like their master Xiao's. Upon hearing this, Xiao turns around smiling and says that they could try. After a long walk, they finally arrive at their resting place. Ji wonders why the house remodels automatically. Xiao replies that there are rumors that all the buildings of the Hongmeng sect were created by the Li Mountains, and seeing them today, Xiao believes in the legends. Xiao turns to his disciples and says it's time for them to enter and rest for the next round tomorrow. Muhan and Zi agree. Meanwhile, in the arena, the fights continued. Zheng was fighting against Linking and once again lost the fight. He finds himself in a not very pleasant moment for him. Linking mocks him, saying that she remembers the day he asked to join the 2nd peak, but was rejected by his master. She points out that apparently she does not see that Zheng has no intention of practicing sword handling, probably should not be there to study with her master on this subject. She asks if Zheng thinks that's why there are more people on the 2nd peak. She comes very close to him, who is kneeling on the ground and looks intently at Zheng, saying that, unfortunately for him, even if there were thousands of disciples on the 2nd peak, none of them would be interested in a man-trash with no value or reputation like Zheng. He lowers his head, clearly uncomfortable with these words, but Linking does not stop talking and says, she heard that Elder Xiao had customized sword techniques for his disciples, and that is the real reason why she is excited to see them. As Zheng continues to kneel in front of her, she points out that, from what she has seen, no matter who creates or how good the technique is, if the person using it is not good enough, it still doesn't work. This fight was a waste of time. It would be much more pleasant if it were with Ji. This makes Zheng completely angry. He begins to tremble and clench his hand on the ground, but to no avail. The judge gives the signal and announces the end of the fight. Now the 6th peak was disqualified for having accumulated 3 defeats. Seeing this, Wang Na becomes completely angry. saying that his two disciples are nothing but filthy trash. He turns to one of his subordinates and tells him to find Brother Changfeng and tell him that there is no hope for the sixth peak to be promoted. Wang Na points out that they all must prepare to attack the mountain to steal the violet key of Hongmeng as soon as the winner of the competition is announced. On the second day of competition, Ji was in the arena ready to fight in the second round. Bai, who was her opponent, says he wanted to learn the sword handling that Ji used, but he was concerned about the magical weapons that Ji had. So he prepares to fight and asks if she intended to use the magical weapons against him. Ji smiles and says she still didn't know. The fight begins and Bai comes at her with everything. Ji remains calm and prepares, because since she was able to recover the lacquer sword, she had a completely different feeling about fencing. After concentrating, Ji uses her innate creation Thunder Heart Step technique with extreme ease. Ji disarms her opponent as if it were nothing. With this Thunder Heart ability, Ji can identify all the weak points of her opponent at any moment during the fight. Bai is completely lost, as he almost didn't see Ji's movement. After that, he thanks her and says that the sword handling that Ji is using is really relentless, it is on a different level, and that's why he accepts defeat. The judge announces the end of the fight and says that the second peak has been defeated, and the last winner is the seventh peak. The women in the audience begin to comment about Elder Xiao, saying that it is really amazing that, even after years in complete silence, he returns to the top in this way. The other one is enchanted by Xiao's beauty and wonders what kind of woman will win Elder Xiao's kindness. Meanwhile, Ji returns to her master's side. Xiao says that her fight was really beautiful to watch and the sword strike was excellent. Ji smiles, happy for the recognition she has been receiving from her master. Suddenly, a woman approaches them and calls Xiao. This woman is Zhuxuan. The three are surprised by this beautiful woman. Zhuxuan says that it has been a long time since they last saw each other. She points out that, apparently, Xiao is much better than before. He keeps looking at her and says that she also seems very well, as her aura is much stronger than before. It seems that she has gained a lot in her travels through life. Xiao begins to remember that when he entered the Hongmeng sect with Zhuxuan, his cultivation was something surprising, and Zhuxuan always tried to compete with him, and this bothered Xiao for always being in this situation, where Zhuxuan created a rivalry in almost everything. But the future was harsh, as there came a day when Xiao could no longer evolve, his cultivation stagnated, and everyone began to underestimate him, except for Zhuxuan. She was the only person who, even with all this happening, continued to treat Xiao exactly the same as before. Zhuxuan was always tough on Xiao, saying that he couldn't just give up on everything. If he didn't want to go through this, he should train with her. And that's why Xiao is grateful to this day. He thanks Zhuxuan for everything she did, and for taking care of him. Xiao says that he recently accepted 2 beautiful disciples and feels very excited when happy events like these occur. He asks how long Zhuxuan plans to stay there this time. Zhuxuan replies that this time she plans to stay for a few more days. She calls her 2 disciples and says they wanted to thank Xiao for saving them the time in the forest. Xiao smiles and asks if she isn't being too polite. Zhuxuan approaches Xiao and smiles. She says that this year he had won the prize, and with this first-class Hongmeng violet key, he will be able to advance his cultivation a lot. Xiao replies that Zhuxuan is also not bad at all, as she managed to go far in the tournament, finishing in 2nd place. As they continued the conversation, Wang Na just looked from afar, angry and dissatisfied with the outcome of this story. Around him, there were several men ready to fight. Wang Na says it's almost time. He gives the command for everyone to exterminate the Hongmeng sect. Then, several points of the sect that were peaceful began to receive attacks, and the whole confusion began. The guards didn't understand how they got there without anyone noticing. Their leader screamed at the others to steal the violet key in the main square of the sect. Changfeng, the elder of the lunar and solar ghost sect, screamed at the sect leader. His current power is at the 1st level of the nascent soul. Changfeng screamed, calling Zhang He an old thief. Behind him there was an army. Zhang He, looking at all this, says that Changfeng really is a despicable person, as he had deserted to follow the lunar and solar ghost sect, and now dared to come back to cause trouble. Changfeng smiles and says that now he is at the nascent soul level, while Zhang He still remained at the golden core. Changfeng orders Zhang He to kneel and beg for mercy and apologize for everything he did. Then, tie up Zhuxuan and hand her over to him. Changfeng starts to laugh and says that if all this is done, maybe he will leave and let the sect live for a while longer. Zhang He begins to release his power and says that the Hongmeng sect is not a place where he can enter like this and leave when he wants. He begins to conjure the protection formation of the mountain that he had prepared a long time ago for this moment. The energy around the sect begins to move, and this means that it is fully active. Suddenly, the protection begins to attack the invaders, hitting several at once. Changfeng says he had indeed heard stories that there was once a man who reached the immortal level in the Hongmeng sect, and that the power of the mountain protection formation was astonishing. Changfeng emphasizes that today, he can see it with his own eyes and confirm that it is indeed true. Suddenly, he begins to smile and says that, unfortunately, it would end there. The mountain protection begins to break. Zhang, he cannot believe what he is seeing. Everywhere, the protection is beginning to collapse. The sect members start to get scared as they look up and realize that the protection formation has been breached. They wonder what is happening there. Zhang, he turns around in fright as he knows this is not good. Upon further analysis, Zhang He realizes that demonic energy has invaded the first peak, and the main point of the mountain protection formation is focused on the first peak, which has now been corroded by the demonic energy. Zhang He starts to get really worried, as each of their moves was clearly well planned. The lunar and solar ghost sect had thought very well about what they were going to do. Zhang He takes action and mounts his bird, telling all his elders that he would return to the first peak and try to restructure the mountain's protection. Then, he would leave the invaders there for them. Zhuxuan and Xiao, side by side, say that he could go without worry, as they would take care of everything. Zhuxuan smiles, and says that this reminds her a lot of 10 years ago. Xiao smiles and asks if she was referring to the time when she wanted to go down the mountain to see a play, the one that trapped the master at home with him, and soon was chased all over the mountain by the master's spiritual sword. Zhuxuan turns around and says that his skill is still as good as ever. She starts to strike several men at once and says she would go ahead. Zhuxuan looks at the invaders and says that if they had the courage to invade the Hongmeng sect, then they also had the courage to face death. She starts to conjure her energy, and again strikes several men at once. Xiao prepares his swords and says that Zhuxuan's green and purple swords did very well, so he couldn't fall behind. He begins to attack, causing a lot of damage to all those close to him, defeating numerous men at once. Bai and Linking get excited and say they would join in the fun too. The two start to fight together, and combining their attacks and defenses, manage to cause some kills as well. Muhan also prepares for the fight. Z is not left behind either, but she comments that the fighting style of the second peak is the practice of dual swords, and only when the green and purple swords are used together do they show their true strength, and therefore she wants to fight against the two together when she has an opportunity. Muhan tells Z not to worry, that she would provide support and clear the way, so that she can fight more easily. Z advances fearlessly and says she would trust her life to Muhan. Z starts her attack and, with monstrous strength, throws several enemies away with just one blow. Muhan takes one of her medicines. With this, she will be able to control more magical weapons at once. Muhan concentrates, and several weapons start to appear simultaneously. Bai and Linking are impressed with the amount of high-level magical weapons that Muhan is controlling. Linking says that, apparently the seventh peak did not use all its strength during the competition, and yet it was an overwhelming victory against the other participants. Wang Na takes the opportunity and attacks Zhuxuan from behind, saying that all this is because of Master Zhang He's favoritism. Xiao yells for Zhuxuan to be careful. However, Xiao realizes that she would not be able to defend herself and, with a quick movement, he uses one of his swords to defend her. Wang Na cannot believe that, once again, Xiao is thwarting his plans. This makes him extremely angry. Zhuxuan wastes no time and takes advantage of Wang Na's lowered guard and attacks him with all her strength. Wang Na, with no other option, just yells and asks for help from Changfeng, who was fighting against Xiao. As Xiao attacked with his swords, Changfeng defended himself with a magical barrier, saying that Xiao's attacks were useless against it. Changfeng realizes that he would not have help from anyone at that moment, so he begins to conjure a large amount of energy and summons a large flag. This flag is called the Soul Summoning Banner. Several undead begin to appear all around. Changfeng commands them to attack. Zhu Xuan, seeing all this, tells Xiao that after Changfeng betrayed the Hongmeng sect, he had lost his way and turned into a monster. At that moment, Changfeng was out of his mind, laughing like a madman amidst his undead soldiers. Changfeng screams that they were neither humans nor ghosts, and that this was really cruel. Changfeng yells, furious with anger, saying that years ago he was willing to do anything for Zhu Xuan, but she treated him like nothing, and this made everyone ridicule him. He continues saying that all this was her fault. If it weren't for her disapproval, he wouldn't have risked going through this. In the end, his spiritual power went out of control, and he lost his cultivation completely, and that's why he can only practice the path of demons. Changfeng gathers all the soldiers, and yells once more that if it weren't for her, he wouldn't be in this state. Zhu Xuan continues fighting fearlessly. She looks at Xiao and says that all the skeletons were close to the peak of the golden core, so he should be careful. But Xiao was not so worried about that. One of the skeletons approached. Ying and her elder Wei protect her with just one blow, knocking one of them down. She asks him if he thinks that, in the current situation, the Hongmeng sect would need help. Wei says that the elders of the Hongmeng sect were all cowards. They got too scared when they saw the soul summoning banner. Only the two young ones, a man and a woman, are worthy there. But they haven't crossed the golden core yet, and therefore it's difficult for them to deal with Changfeng, not to mention the master in the nascent soul realm of the lunar and solar ghost sect, the killer demon. Wei emphasizes that unfortunately, the Hongmeng sect will not be able to escape this disaster. Meanwhile, in the midst of the enemy army, two people were alive and fighting without hesitation. Zhu Xuan and Xiao were side by side. Ying begins to fight against some monsters while thinking that if the Hongmeng sect really cannot get rid of this disaster, they will not be able to help her. But she is impressed with the talent and determination of Xiao and Zhu Xuan. She says that if they can be accepted as her disciples, it would be a beautiful choice. Ying tells Wei that she wants to stay there and wait to see what will happen, and if Xiao or Zhu Xuan are in real danger, they should help immediately. Wei agrees with this and prepares to fight. Zhu Xuan continues fighting and calls her sword, cutting several skeletons at once. Wei says he heard that the Hongmeng sect has a dual-wielding technique that is at the bottom of the celestial levels. A single sword is already very powerful, but Zhu Xuan has already achieved great success with both swords. He fears that no one below the nascent soul realm will be able to compete with her. Ying hears this and smiles. While Zhu Xuan fought, a skeletal hand comes out of the ground and grabs her leg. She realizes that the skeleton's hand is poisoned and therefore she cannot move. Several skeletons surround her and use their chains to attack her. They manage to capture her. At that moment, Zhu Xuan is completely vulnerable, as she has no strength to break free or move. Suddenly, a huge skeleton appears behind her. She feels this presence and turns around to see what it was. As soon as she looks, she sees that the skeleton was indeed much larger than the others. Changfeng says that really, over the years, Zhu Xuan had improved her skills, but unfortunately this is the end for her. The giant skeleton begins to move and raises its hand to grab her. Ying, seeing that Zhu Xuan was in danger, tells Wei that it was time to act. But before they could do anything, someone yells for the monster not to touch Zhu Xuan and cuts it in half with a giant sword, completely destroying it. Zhu Xuan, Ying, and Wei can't believe what they're seeing. Xiao starts to take the fight seriously and unleash his true power. He smiles and says that if this is really the power of the nascent soul, it's ridiculous. Who hasn't killed a couple of nascent souls before? Xiao, holding his sword, smiles and thinks that with the support of the innate body sword, he was able to gain a new understanding of the 10,000 transformed into one movement. Before, he had to rely on the large hand condensed from spiritual energy to strengthen the sword's power, but now he only needs to condense the runes to strengthen it. Changfeng says that Xiao is too arrogant for such a lucky strike. Changfeng summons several skeletons and says he will teach what it really means to be a strong guy. All the monsters turn and head towards Xiao, who remains calm and still. Xiao summons his swords and asks who this strong guy that Changfeng said he would show is. In seconds, Xiao destroys all the skeletons at once, showing the abyss in power between the two. Changfeng doesn't understand where this power is coming from. Just with the pressure of the energy coming from Xiu's movements, Bai and Linking already feel threatened. Ji creates a barrier and asks Muhan to stay behind it, as the energy Xiao is using is dangerous even for those nearby. Wei creates a barrier to protect himself from the pressure, but he can't believe that Xiao defeated hundreds of undead at the golden core level with just one blow. Ying says she has never seen a golden core man with so much power. If they can conquer him, they will surely win the 10,000 Dao festival. Xiao begins to walk among the remains of the skeletons, asking if that was really all Changfeng had to offer after causing all this trouble. Xiao says he will give him one last chance. Xiao asks for Zhu Xuan to be released. Changfeng doesn't like this, as he realizes that Xiao is very close to Zhu Xuan. He begins to think that she had rejected him in the past just because of Xiao. This makes him even more angry. Then he starts to say that he will show Zhu Xuan what happens when you choose the wrong person. The chains around Zhu Xuan's body begin to tighten more. Xiao yells for him to stop and starts to advance quickly. Xiao cuts all the chains with a stroke of his sword, freeing Zhu Xuan. This scares Changfeng. Zhu Xuan is in a lot of pain. She tries to summon her swords, but she is exhausted. As she falls, Xiu calls her and quickly holds her in the air and asks if she is really okay. The atmosphere between the two becomes pleasant. Zhu Xuan can't say a word, as all this is incredible to her. After a few seconds, she averts her gaze, embarrassed, and says, "She is fine." Bai says that this time, Xiao got it right. Linkwing is happy, and says she can see from afar that her master is blushing. Muhan finds all this beautiful. On the other hand, Ji runs with a broken heart, calling for her master. Xiao, with Zhu Xuan in his arms, holds his sword with just one of his hands. He calls Changfeng, and says that his last chance is over, so it's time for death. Xiao, like lightning, moves quickly, piercing Changfeng's body with his sword, making him scream in pain. Changfeng starts to feel weaker and weaker and thinks that this can't really be happening to him. After a few seconds, he falls to the ground without any strength. Xiao smiles while holding Zhu Xuan in his arms. She is speechless with such strength shown. She turns to him and calls him. Xiao puts on a serious face and thinks that this time she must have been impressed with his beauty, but then she asks if it's not time for him to let her go. Xiao is speechless and says yes. As soon as she puts her feet on the ground, she turns around and says that Xiao's movements were really good. She wishes to practice with him when she has time. Xiao smiles and says that this is a unique special ability he just created, not to mention that it was someone like Changfeng who just entered the nascent soul stage. However, even if Xiao meets some deity out there, he is still capable of fighting on equal terms. Ying hears this and wonders if this is really true. If Xiao is indeed capable of fighting against a deity, she turns and asks Wei how much she can trust this. Wei defeats the last monster in front of him and says that the movement Xiao just used should be the 1,000-to-1 transformation of the current sword cultivator. However, from the way he used his spiritual energy to the sword itself, Wei says he was not able to see through it. Ying is impressed by this, as even Wei was not able to see. Wei says that at the moment he is at the peak of the nascent soul, but to be honest, Wei says that if he faced Xiao at this moment, he fears he would not be able to win. Ying is completely surprised by these words, and starts to imagine Xiao's face while thinking that there is such great talent in their country. The invaders, noticing that Xiao killed their leader in seconds, begin to wonder what they should do now. But now it's too late. Xiao starts to walk towards them with a terrifying aura, asking if they really wanted to run away, if they thought they could enter the Hongmeng sect, do all this and leave like that. The men start to tremble in front of Xiao. They fall to their knees on the ground, throwing away their weapons, saying that they were deceived by their elders. Everyone there was begging for forgiveness and mercy. Xiao stops in front of everyone, along with Zhu Xuan. The invaders gather in front of them and ask for forgiveness. But before Xiao could say anything, a big explosion happens. Ji and Muhan are startled by the noise. Zhu Xuan realizes that it came from the first peak. She screams that Master Zhang he was in danger so she should do something, but Xiao yells at her to calm down. She didn't need to run there because they were already there. A person with demonic energy approaches quickly. 2 people arrive there. This person is the leader of the Lunar and Solar Ghost sect, call it Old Demon. His power is in the Nasansul, 5th level. In his hand was Zhang He. The demon says that they captured their leader and destroyed the mountain protection formation. He asks for the rest of them not to resist and become prisoners at once. That way, they would suffer less. The demon says that if they don't do that, they will have the same fate as their leader, and strikes Zhang He, making him bleed from the mouth and fall unconscious to the ground. This makes everyone completely angry. The invaders who were begging for their lives now celebrated that their leader had arrived to save everyone. The demon turns to them and asks where Chang Feng was. One of their disciples says he was killed. The demon doesn't understand and asks how they killed him. The disciple says it's true, he saw it with his own eyes. The demon starts to laugh and says, "That's ridiculous." Even a sect as weak as the Hongmeng sect was still able to kill Chang Feng. The demon asks who it was and why he didn't know that there were people at the Nascent Soul level in the Hongmeng sect. The disciple points to Xiao, saying it was him. Xiao says he doesn't care if it was him or not. The demon looks at Xiao and says he's just a little insect at the 7th level of the Golden Core, and yet dares to be so ignorant between life and death. The demon says that if it was really Xiao who killed Chang Feng, he would kneel and lick his feet. Xiao smiles and says he can kneel then. The demon asks what kind of dirty tricks they used to do such a thing. In seconds, Xiao lunges at the demon, hitting him, throwing him several meters back. Xiao says that if he spoke, the demon probably wouldn't believe it, so he prefers to show how he killed Chang Feng. The demon lying on the ground says that if that's the case, then it's fine. He gets up, takes his sword and says he would kill Xiao at that very moment. A huge energy accumulates in the sword and he releases it towards Xiao. The two clash their swords. The pressure caused by this throws the people who were nearby far away. Zhu Xuan creates a barrier and asks everyone to stay behind it. The invaders are injured just by the pressure of the blows exchanged by the demon and Xiao. From a distance, Ji and Muhan watch. Ji begins to analyze that it seems Xiao can clearly see his movements. The Luoyun sword that Xiao had picked up is a low-class spiritual sword of the celestial level that, if performed with the 10,000 kilometers technique, should be able to reach the power of a mid-class celestial level. Ji realizes that the demon's sword is superior to that, possibly being of the highest class. As the two fought, Ji fears, because now it can really be dangerous. The demon tries to hit Xiao, but he dodges and jumps back and asks for Zhu Xuan's swords on loan. Xiao uses his power and calls them immediately. He also uses his flexible swords. Ji is impressed seeing that her master is using the 7-star exorcist sword formation technique. At that moment, Xiao was surrounded by a dense and constant aura. His swords were ready and positioned. Xiao looks at the demon and says that no matter what kind of deity he believes himself to be, the outcome is already decided. He would die today. Ji can't contain her joy, as the 7-star exorcist sword formation is a high-class sword formation of the celestial level. When the 7 swords are completed, its power can come close to the immortal level. Ji, without thinking twice, throws her sword to Xiao, saying that if he needs it, he can use it. Ying is impressed by this, as she had seen this sword formation only in ancient books, but never imagined she would see its true form personally. She takes her sword and throws it to Xiao, saying that if he's going to form the 7-star exorcist sword formation, he can also use her sword, the highest quality terrestrial level dragon sword. Ying thinks this is a great opportunity to gain Xiao's trust. Now everything was ready. Xiao had the best swords in his possession. He points his finger at the demon and says he would exterminate the existence of the lunar and solar ghost sect today. Xiao begins his attack. The demon smiles and asks Xiao if he really thinks he wouldn't be able to win just because he had some extra swords. The demon fearlessly confronts Xiao's attack, but as soon as he tries to block it, he realizes he won't be able to. The attack bypasses his block and leaves the demon badly wounded, but he doesn't give up and asks Xiao not to get conceited too quickly. The demon says that no matter how great Xiao's abilities are, he wouldn't leave there alive today. The demon uses a spell and says it's time to make use of this pile of trash. He attacks his companions. The few who were still alive ask why their leader was doing this to them. the demon begins to take the energy and blood from all his companions. Xiao gets angry at this and says that he didn't even spare his own companions and therefore would die. The demon rushes towards Xiao with everything he has, while Xiao also charges with his 7 swords. Ji and Muhan are scared because the demon managed to block Xiao's attack. He smiles, saying that his sword can be tempered using blood, and now it was at the 2nd immortal level. As long as there are people in the world for him to kill, he will become stronger. Xiao gives a small laugh, and his energy begins to take the form of a dragon and becomes denser. Xiao starts attacking with all this power. The demon's block starts to break and he becomes desperate, asking how it is possible for the 7-star exorcist sword formation to have all this power. Xiao thinks that if it were a normal 7-star exorcist sword formation, it would be harder to win so overwhelmingly. However, the formation of the sword blessed by the innate body sword is different. It not only strengthens the power of the swords themselves, but also amplifies certain qualities of the swords. The green and purple swords of Zhuxuan have been tempered by the violet Qi of Hongmeng and can suppress the demonic aura of the demonic sword. Xiao hadn't realized that the Ying dragon sword, after being catalyzed by the sword formation, had actually developed a powerful dragon Qi, and this is so powerful that it can destroy demonic energy. Xiao, while running through the fight, looks at Ying and thinks that, by the way, she is not a bad person. The demon was completely helpless and starts to try to run. However, Xiao's speed was greater. He came quickly surrounded by his dragon-shaped energy. The demon looks back and says that his master is an elder of the lunar and solar sect in Longyanshang. He shouts at Xiao that if he dares to kill the demon, his master will definitely not let Xiao go unpunished. Xiao looks at the demon and says he doesn't care, he's going to die. Xiao attacks, and the demon starts screaming in pain. Behind a rock was Wang Na, the elder of the 6th peak and traitor of the sect. He can't believe that the demon was being defeated by Xiao, who had this overwhelming strength. As soon as Xiao looks, Wang Na quickly hides behind the rock. Wang Na puts his hand on his head, desperate, not believing that Xiao was able to kill the demon so easily. Wang Na starts saying that the lunar and solar sect is a sect that really has the power to govern during the realm of separation. With this, it can be said that it is the supreme lord of the dragon realm. Wang Na points out that even if the power of all the sects of the Qin dynasty were combined, they still couldn't even come close to the lunar and solar sect. Wang Na was trembling behind the rock, saying that now it's really all over. Xiao is dead, the Hongmeng sect is dead, and he would also die. As he was saying these things, Xiao appears behind him and asks if that's really going to happen. At this point, Xiao has a murderous aura and hatred. He starts to grab his sword and says he doesn't know what the future really holds for him and the Hongmeng sect, but he knows what Wang Na's future is. Wang Na starts screaming in terror as he turns his face. Xiao says that Wang Na's future doesn't exist because he's going to die there and now. Only Wang Na's screams are heard as Xiao's sword drips blood on the ground. Xiao turns to everyone and says that it's finally over. Xiao was in the middle of 2 piles of skeletons, saying that this was really a great loss. The sect leader was being healed. Everyone was around him. Xiao approaches and asks what his condition is. Muhan says that Zhang He's heart was injured, but he would survive, but he should rest for years to fully recover. This scares people because the leader would not be able to take care of the sect members. Zhuxuan steps forward and says that, in the current situation, the Hongmeng sect cannot be without a leader, so they should choose an interim leader as soon as possible. From afar, Ying says she recommends that Xiao become the sect leader. Zhuxuan turns to Ying, greets her, and asks who she is. Ying bows, showing respect, and introduces herself, saying it is an honor for her to meet the people of the Hongmeng sect. She also introduces her bodyguard Wei Ju. Muhan and Ji are surprised. Xiao kneels before her and gives his greetings to the Royal Highness, the 3rd princess. The other members are shocked to learn that she was the princess. Ying smiles and goes closer to Xiao, saying that it seems he knows who she really is. Xiao, with her sword in his hand, says that he just made some assumptions based on the dragon energy in her sword, and as soon as he heard her name, he was sure of her identity. The people around say that Xiao is indeed a wise person. Ying says that since he knows who she is, she will be honest. She was there to invite the Hongmeng sect to participate in the Grand Dao Festival, which will take place in the capital in 6 months. Again, the younger ones are surprised by the invitation. Ying begins to explain that the Grand Dao Festival is a festival led by the royal family of the Qin dynasty. This event is a competition among the various forces of the territory to select the strongest. Ying points out that this time is different from other times, as now the participants are not only limited to the immortal cultivation forces of Jianghu, but also include the aristocratic families of the Great Qin realm, which is the most prosperous since the foundation of the dynasty. Ying turns to Xiao and looks intently at him and asks if, by any chance, the Hongmeng sect accepts to participate in the 10,000 Dao Festival, Xiao would be willing to lead his team. Ying points out that she is offering an unmined mine of spirit stones, as well as a bunch of magical weapons and cultivation resources. Ying continues talking and explains that, according to the rules of this event, the winner will receive the title of Gozong and will work at the service of His Majesty, and all the resources of the entire Qin dynasty will be of the Hongmeng sect if Xiao wins. Xiao listens attentively and starts saying that even the great families are involved, according to what Ying said. Xiao begins to remember that he heard that the Lord of Luoyun City was the greatest of the Luoyun sect. As soon as Xiao found this out, he was a bit strange, as he was surprised that a state official had such a deep connection with an immortal cultivator. Ying smiles and says that it seems Xiao had already understood everything, but she would emphasize it anyway. Xiao interrupts her and says that, in his view, all this is just a big maneuver to bring down all the great families of the world. Everyone is completely shocked by these words. Xiao continues talking that, from what he knows, when the Qin dynasty was first established, it depended on the support and sponsorship of the aristocratic families to maintain the government. Since then, hundreds and thousands of years have passed, and this pattern has become a routine. The court relies on the support of this family to make decisions on important matters, and now the power and greed of the families have become a threat to the royal family, right? Xiao points out that the establishment of Gozong, under the command of the emperor, is to divide the resources of the families and weaken them. Ying lowers her gaze and says that, without a doubt, Elder Xiao is really a talented person in politics. She bows again before Xiao and says that she just saw him show tremendous strength and kill 2 nascent soul masters alone. Xing Yue was very impressed. She asks once again for Xiao to participate in this 10,000 Dao festival. Zhi and Muhan can't believe that the third princess of the Great Qin realm is bowing before Master Xiao. Xiao looks at the princess and raises a point. He says if the princess is so honest, she wasn't afraid that some sects have secret connections with the aristocratic families and denounce them. Ying says that this matter is not a secret, after she informed this matter to her father, and he gave the approval. She herself ordered that the news be spread, and the great families should have known, but they prevented it. Ying thinks they also want to take advantage of this opportunity to submit the royal family and make their power even greater. Xiao smiles and thinks that this is indeed a good game that combines yin and yang. The third princess of Qin is a talented person who can make good use of it. Xiao looks intently at the princess and says that if she really wants him to lead something, these rewards are not enough. Weiju starts to get annoyed and tells Xiao not to be so greedy. Ying asks Weiju to be quiet, as she is in charge of this situation. She looks at Xiao and says that if he has a request, there is no problem in saying it. Xiao, without hesitation, says that his request is simple. Ying should accept him as her master. Ying doesn't quite understand why. A system window opens and shows Xiaoying's attributes: name, Ying, identity, third princess of the Qin realm, comprehension, 100, root, 55, talent, unactivated dominant supreme bodhi, activation condition, ascend to the throne, absorb dragon energy. Seeing this, Xiao thinks that the dominant supreme body is something he had seen in an ancient book that said, people who succeed can unite the energy of the world into one, and not only practice with twice the result and half the effort, but also have the blessing of dragon energy that will allow using abilities in a special way. After this proposal that Xiao made, the bodyguard Weiju gets angry and says that this is an outrageous audacity of Xiao and prepares to attack. But again, Ying interrupts him and asks him to wait. Ying goes to Xiao, showing a lot of respect, and asks why he wanted her as his disciple. Xiao smiles and says that the reason is obvious. She is a very smart and talented person. This leaves Ying completely shocked. She asks if he really liked her talent. She begins to remember her childhood. As she grew up, she was the most knowledgeable in martial arts among her brothers and the best in poetry, books, music, and literature. However, even with all this, she was never as good as her brothers in cultivation, and for this reason, her father didn't value her, giving all the love and attention to her brothers while she felt alone. However, she kept trying, but never got the slightest recognition. She looks at Xiao with a look of astonishment, thinking that it was the first time someone said they are interested in her talent. Xiao looks at her and asks why she has that look of astonishment and doubting his words. Xiao asks if she wants to know the benefits of the seventh peak. Xiao snaps his fingers and calls Ziji, who appears quickly, smiling, saying she was right there. Xiao says he would like to introduce the benefits of the seventh peak to the princess. Ji begins to explain that if the princess joins the seventh peak, not only do we have the guidance of personalized training from Master Xiao, but they also have a third-level alchemist who provides pills at any time. The elixir shop under her name makes a lot of money every day, and the funds are abundant. The princess is impressed with this. Ji emphasizes that the most important thing is that she will have the opportunity to be initiated and trained by Master Xiao himself. No matter how talented she is, if the princess joins the seventh peak, the journey to immortality will have no obstacles. Xiao smiles and confirms that it is all really true. Ying, a little shy, asks if it really doesn't matter what the talent is. Ji smiles and responds, "That's right, it doesn't matter what the talent is." Ji takes the lead again and emphasizes that before she entered the seventh peak, she was just a slave there. And everyone said she was useless with no talent whatsoever for cultivation. But even so, Xiao chose her and welcomed her to the seventh peak. And now, in less than 6 months, she's already at the second level of foundation creation. The other disciples of the Hongmeng sect say it's really true, as before they looked down on her, and some say they didn't even know who she was. However, now she has surpassed all the sect's disciples, and as the princess herself can see in the competition today, Ji was so powerful that she dominates all the pride of the sect. Ying is shocked and thinks that Ji showed all this strength and was a simple slave in the past. Ying asks Xiao what he saw in Ji that made him accept her as his disciple if she was just a slave before. Ji hears these words and becomes worried, thinking that the only reason her master accepted her as a disciple was that she was the only one left when his other disciples left. However, Ji thinks that her master wouldn't say something like that. He will make up a story saying he was attracted to her character. Xiao puts his hand on Ji's shoulder and starts to say that it was because of the talent Ji had. As expected, an elder looks for strong people as his disciples. Ji is paralyzed when she hears this. Xiao looks around and asks if there is anyone present who does not recognize Ji's talent in swordsmanship. Everyone was silent. Xiao turns to the princess and says that, as he said before, he is impressed by her talent. Xiao emphasizes that he fully trusts her and that she will surely become the best in this area. Ying again doubts herself but feels embraced by Xiao's words. She smiles, kneels, and bows at Xiao's feet, calls him master, and asks him to accept her humble reverence. Weiju doesn't like seeing the princess kneeling before someone else. Xiao holds Ying by the shoulders, calls her a disciple, and asks her to stand up. The system window appears for Xiao, congratulating him on successfully recruiting a disciple, and his reward will be tenfold, and will obtain the Yin-Yang 5 Elements body technique, a first-level product of its class, and a Hutian spirit. Energy runs through Xiao's arm, and he wonders what this Hutian spirit could be. He feels like this spirit is connected with the flexible finger sword, and from what he is feeling at the moment, now one of them seems to be in sync with Xiao's thoughts. He says he has heard that if a magical weapon is tempered differently, thousands of years can give birth to a sword spirit that can attack and practice independently. He didn't expect this system to have the capability to install one directly inside Xiao. This is really amazing. Weiju starts yelling at the princess, saying she can't accept Xiao as her master. Probably the princess is confused, but Ying just asks him to stop talking and explains that she knows very well what he was going to say, so there is no need to say anything more. Weiju sighs and asks how he would explain this to His Majesty when he returns. Ying yells and says they need to go back to the previous topic. Now that she is a disciple of the Hongmeng sect, she sincerely recommends Elder Xiao as the interim leader of the sect. Zhu Xuan agrees and says she believes Elder Xiao is the most suitable candidate for this. Ying says that in addition, the Qin royal family will also support Elder Xiao. Suddenly Zhang He gathers his strength and starts to say in a weak voice that, in this case, he would leave the Hongmeng sect in the hands of Elder Xiao. After saying this, Zhang He starts coughing because he is still very weak. Mu Han holds him and asks him not to strain himself. Zhu Xuan starts to name him and says that, as Xiao has met everyone's expectations. Before she finished speaking, Xiao raises his hand smiling and says he has an objection. No one understands what that was. Zhang. He says he is dying. This is the time to hand over the Hongmeng sect to them, the young ones. Don't choose a new interim leader of the Hongmeng sect. Choose a new sect master. Xiao starts to say that he likes to be free and make some enemies from time to time. Now that he has the third princess as a disciple, his identity becomes even more complicated. Acting as both the interim leader of the sect and the sect master is not suitable for him. Xiao takes Zhu Xuan by the waist and pulls her close to his body, leaving her a little taken aback. Xiao says he would like to recommend Zhu Xuan, the celestial maiden, to become the new leader of the Hongmeng sect. Bai and Linking are surprised by this and ask if Zhu Xuan would really accept this. Feng, the elder of the first peak, stands up and says he heard everything Xiao said and completely agrees with all of it. He emphasizes that, as Xiao himself said before, it is not suitable for him to be the master of the third princess and have another status so controversial. Feng says that in the past, when Zhu Xuan was only 14 years old, she accidentally entered the stone room and read the celestial book of Hongmeng and learned part of her future. Maybe that was God's will. Feng says that according to ancestral teachings, only the sect master can read the celestial book of Hongmeng. Xiao is surprised by this because he didn't know. So he asks what it is. Zhu Xuan just looks at it and sighs a little and starts to say that Elder Feng's words reminded her. The celestial book of Hongmeng records the future of the Hongmeng sect. Since they can't decide who will replace Zhang He, let the celestial book of Hongmeng decide. She calls Xiao to follow her, but Ying goes to him and says that she and Weiju need to visit other immortal sects, and, for this reason, she needs to leave now. Xiao asks her to wait. He says she just became his disciple and, unfortunately, they didn't have time to prepare her for the learning ceremony. Xiao takes one of his swords and asks Ying to take the sword with her and use it to defend herself. Ying takes the sword and asks why a flexible finger sword. Xiu smiles and says that this sword has a spirit, so it doesn't need to be controlled with sword techniques. It can fight on its own. Ying is impressed that such a small sword is so powerful. Xiao turns and says that the sword is not that strong. Weiju sighs again with jealousy and says that the princess already has him for protection. Why would she need another sword? Xiao hears this and says from afar that this weapon is capable of killing someone in the nascent soul in seconds. Weiju becomes worried and asks if that is true because he is currently in the nascent soul. Ying just laughs at this situation. After some time, Zhu Xuan and Xiao start to enter a cave. Xiao asks Zhu Xuan why she brought him there and if it was for him to read the celestial book. Zhu Xuan places her hand on the door and a great energy starts to come out of there. She starts to say that not long ago, Xiao was gravely injured and near death. But since then, he has made great progress. Not only did he cross the golden core, but he also gained 2 talented disciples. She turns with a more serious face and asks what really happened. Xiao smiles and says it was nothing much. In the past, he just gained an infinite gold pill. He relied on this pill to survive and also to overcome the golden core. Xiao, deep down, wonders if Zhu Xuan is testing him in some way. Xiao starts to suspect that Zhu Xuan thinks he was dominated by something. Zhu Xuan turns to the front and asks if that was really all. The doors open, the two enter, and in the middle of the hall there is a strong energy. In the center of this energy there was an item. Xiao asks what it was. Zhu Xuan replies that this is the celestial book of the Hongmeng sect. She says that this book was inherited from the first generation of the sect master of Hongmeng, and only the person who can succeed the master can awaken it. Zhu Xuan emphasizes that, after awakening it, the person who did it can see the fate of the Hongmeng sect for the next 100 years. Xiao just looks at it as she approaches the object. Xiao starts to put his hand together with Zhu Xuan's hand. He wonders how something so strange can exist. Zhu Xuan says that just by inserting spiritual energy into it, the celestial book of Hongmeng will emit its own judgment. Xiao starts to use his power. Zhu Xuan emphasizes that if the person is qualified to lead the Hongmeng sect, the celestial book of Hongmeng will respond. A few seconds pass, and energy starts to come toward Xiao, and the book floats close to his hand. Zhu Xuan looks at it and smiles. She is happy and says that surely Xiao is the person who should take over the Hongmeng sect. Suddenly the book falls back, and they are surprised. Xiao turns smiling and says he had warned that this job is not suitable for him. The celestial book of Hongmeng itself understood that. Zhu Xuan just looks at him after that. Zhu Xuan puts her hand out to test again. As she did this, she thought that according to what she knew about the celestial book, if the person is really not qualified to lead the Hongmeng sect, the celestial book of Hongmeng would not even move. This makes her think and wonder if the celestial book was taking her desires into account. Suddenly, the book begins to glow in a slightly different way, and simply flies away. Xiao begins to smile when he sees this. Zhu Xuan is amazed, and wonders if the celestial book of Hongmeng really recognized her as the sect master. She just wanted to see the future of the sect. She reaches out and the celestial book comes to her hand. Xiao is happy about this and bows, showing respect. He congratulates Zhu Xuan, saying that she had been recognized by the celestial book. Zhu Xuan takes the book in her hand and thinks that in the past, when she had gone there, the book simply showed her a part of the future and did not cross the barrier directly. She wonders what she should really do now, because as soon as she got the celestial book of Hongmeng, she would become the leader of the sect. Zhu Xuan looks at the book in her hand and says it's better for her to look first at what was recorded in the celestial book of Hongmeng. Quickly, she begins to release the magic within the book, causing intense energy. The energy begins to organize and takes the shape of a book, and in it was written, "There, the nobles have been watching the skies and predicting the fate of future generations, and finally calculated that when the Hongmeng sect obtains the status of national sect of the great Qin dynasty, it will be the day of ascension to power of the Hongmeng sect. At that moment, all the luck will be attracted to stimulate the noble sect." Xiao is impressed, as even the matter of the national sect was calculated. Xiao thinks that the celestial book is really too amazing. However, suddenly, Zhu Xuan calls him, saying that the text was changing. This time the book showed that Xiao Xuan, year 1165 of the Qin calendar, joined us on the second peak. This man is the most gifted and talented disciple among all generations of the sect. He was 19 years old when he crossed the realm of foundation creation and became an elder of the seventh peak. He was 20 years old when he remained at the 10th level of foundation creation. He was 25 years old when he was attacked by a group of mercenaries and ended up seriously injured. Xiao looks at this with a fixed gaze and a serious face. He thinks it's a very clear record of the first part of his life, but there's no tracking behind that injury. He wonders if it's because he awakened the system. Xiao starts to think better and realizes that, in fact, it's a very strange world, and that must be why the sect master is so friendly with him. The Hongmeng sect is not as simple as it seems. Zhu Xuan turns to Xiao, who was distracted thinking. She thinks that the celestial book of Hongmeng did not recognize Xiao as its master, but wrote his destiny clearly. She thinks, could it be because his future is much better than that of the Hongmeng sect, and is destined to never get stuck in the Hongmeng sect? Xiao looks at Zhu Xuan and asks her if she suspects that he had distanced himself from her, as she had been staring at him for 15 minutes. She just thought it was amazing to look at him. Suddenly, Xiao approaches her and says he remembers the day she took him down the mountain to watch a play. But the sect master found them. Xiao says he remembers it like it was yesterday. Zhu Xuan didn't think twice about throwing all the blame on him. With that, the sect master made him kneel in the ancestral hall for several days. He continues to stare at her, and says that on another occasion she blew up the sect master's alchemy furnace and ran to Xiao's room to hide, but he was taking a bath and she ended up seeing everything. This leaves Zhu Xuan embarrassed. Xiao continues speaking, and says that besides that, Zhu Xuan interrupts him at once, saying that it's all right. She understands that he is like her, and he doesn't need to continue saying anything. Xiao smiles and says that actually, he knew she was joking with him, and he just wanted to play a little back. Nothing more. She prepares to speak. Zhu Xuan starts to say that probably Xiao still didn't know, but if the Hongmeng sect has a surge of good luck, the qi of Hongmeng Violet will be distributed according to the status of each one in the sect. but as the Celestial Book wants her to take over the Hongmeng sect as a leader, she could choose an interim vice leader. She says it would be very good to have Xiao with her to help. Xiao hears this and is speechless, as he was moved. He thinks that Zhuxuan always thinks of him first, so he should also do something for her. Xiao looks at her and asks if she had a pair of yin-yang fish jade pendants. She begins to concentrate and catalyze her energy in her hand. She replies that she had all that. The technique that Zhuxuan practices is the combination of the two swords, which requires yin and yang qi, and this pair of jade pendants is exactly what she uses to help practice. Zhuxuan warns that the pendant was broken when she found it, so the effect is not very good. Xiao extends his hand and asks her to give one of them to him. Xiao promises that he had a way to make sure he would return a complete pair to her in the future. Zhuxuan hands the scroll to him and says that he is the interim vice master of the Hongmeng sect, and therefore he had the right to learn this technique. Xiao is happy, as this was a very good boost for the system. The night had already arrived and everyone was inside their houses. The system starts to notify. The host gave his disciple the dual-wield combining snow ability, low-class celestial level, and the reward is 1,000 times greater. Obtained limited-time skill fusion for 1 day. The host handed his disciple the incomplete yin-yang fish jade pendant, and the reward is 20 times greater. Obtained the complete yin-yang jade pendant. Meanwhile, Z was holding the scroll in her hands, with her eyes shining with happiness, and thanking her master Xiao for this. Xiao tells her to practice immediately, and emphasizes that she should share this with Muhan. Z stands up excitedly and raises the scroll, shouting that she would do it right now. As soon as Z leaves, Xiao opens his system again and checks the reward he had won. Obtained skill fusion, limited time for 1 day. He can't understand exactly what this fusion would be. The system shows another information window. Skill fusion can merge all skills of the same nature practiced by the host. After the fusion, the new skills will have all the characteristics of the fused skills, and the level and power will also be greatly improved. After reading this, Xiao smiles and says it's very interesting, and decides to test it immediately. He starts to gather energy in his fingers. The system notifies that the host used skill fusion. It was detected that the host cultivated 57 sword arts, including 32 mortal level arts, 20 mysterious level arts, 1 terrestrial level art, 1 celestial level art, and 1 divine soul art, 9 refinements of the divine mind, which can be fused. Xiao is thoughtful when he sees 9 refinements of the divine mind. He remembers his training with Z, and thinks that, by the way, he obtained this technique when he was teaching Z to practice when he was in Luoyun City. The system warns again that skill fusion was successful and is manifesting. Xiao sits down and begins to concentrate as much as possible, several rays joining at one point on his forehead. Suddenly, Xiao screams extremely loudly. A few days later, on the 7th peak, a strong storm cloud was above the 7th peak. A strong wind also accompanies this. Some people were passing by and begin to comment that this storm cloud over the 7th peak has lasted almost a month. They heard that it was caused by the seclusion of Elder Xiao. A young man says that's exactly it. He heard that Elder Xiao has been in seclusion for a month. Before entering seclusion, Xiao was able to kill a nascent soul person in a second. That's why he's making such a big fuss this time. The young man says no one knows the real strength Xiao will have when he comes out of seclusion. The woman walking with him says that under the leadership of Elder Xiao, the Hongmeng sect will definitely be elevated to the sky in this grand event. She was eagerly waiting for it. Another guy takes the opportunity to speak softly that he heard that the current sect leader and Elder Xiao have been childhood sweethearts, and last time they worked together to destroy the lunar and solar ghost sect. This leaves the other two astonished. The man emphasizes that, in his view, the two were perfect for each other. The three continue to walk while still talking about it, laughing and saying they don't know if they were really together, but a person was standing behind the three. This person is Meyer. She's a disciple of Zhuxuan and a newly appointed elder. She gets nervous and catches the three while shouting, calling them brats. As she shouted at them, she said they only know how to talk and complain. If they had done half the hard work of the sect leader, they would already be the best. She shouts, saying they should go back immediately to training. The three are frightened and scream as soon as they see Meyer. 2 people were looking at the 4, Meyer running after her 3 disciples. One of the men asks who that intriguing woman is. The other replies that she is the new elder of the 2nd peak. The last second elder did not ascend to lead the sect. It is said that that woman was traveling abroad after the Foundation creation, but she returned for good as soon as she found out that the sect was in trouble. Meyer was shouting at a man in a bar when she found out that the lunar and solar sect attacked the Hongmeng sect. The man says he didn't expect her to already be at the 7th level of the Golden Core if it weren't for the power ascension of Elder Xiao. Nowadays she would be the first genius of the Hongmeng sect. But Meyer notices the two men there talking. She comes quickly to them and shouts, saying that the two have been there for years, but have made no progress in their cultivation. She sends them off there and tells them to run to cultivate, or she would tear them apart. The two men are astonished by this and scream that they would go right now. The two run away screaming that Meyer is very scary. She stays behind looking at them running, saying that they only know how to talk and never train. She says that the master and Xiao are childhood friends, but Xiao can't train as fast as the master. Meyer says that her master is the most beautiful in the sect, while Xiao is just a vulgar pervert. She says she doesn't know how her master can be interested in someone who hasn't improved for more than 10 years. Suddenly, Zhuxuan arrives behind Meyer and asks why she was bullying her sect brothers right after returning. Zhuxuan says that now she has succeeded as the main elder, so why can't she control her temper? Meyer comes running to her master and says that it was all just to protect her because those disciples were not cultivating properly and were talking about Zhuxuan and Elder Xiao behind their backs. Zhuxuan asks what they were saying about her and Xiao behind their backs. Meyer starts to say that everyone was saying that Zhuxuan and Elder Xiao were childhood sweethearts and were made for each other. This leaves Zhuxuan completely embarrassed. Her face turns red and her eyes widen. Meyer gets worried and shouts asking her master why she was turning red. Meyer starts to realize and continues shouting asking if Zhuxuan really liked Xiao. Meyer's world starts to fall apart with this. Zhuxuan just turns away full of shame and asks Meyer to stop talking nonsense. While the two were there talking, a strong and huge lightning bolt falls, hitting the 7th peak. This leaves the two not understanding what was happening. The flash of lightning is so strong that it begins to illuminate the entire sect. People are frightened by this and wonder what it could be. A person shouts that just looking at this scene, it seems to be something like the heavenly tribulation recorded in ancient books. Meanwhile, at the 7th peak, Muhan and Z were at the entrance of the 7th peak looking at this. Muhan says that this power is very great. She asks if it could be a heavenly tribulation. Z asks if the heavenly tribulation only appears when a great realm is broken, or when some strange treasure is born. Suddenly Z stops and thinks that her master Xiao might be about to enter the nascent soul realm. That energy was still flowing and continued intense. Z says that in her entire life, she had never seen anyone go through the heavenly tribulation with so much power. Muhan smiles and asks if they should look for a place to hide for a while. Suddenly, Xiao appears in the midst of all this energy and tells his two disciples not to be afraid, as he had his own way to deal with this tribulation. They scream, asking if he had really finished his seclusion. Xiao smiles and thinks that the skill fusion was a great success, but unexpectedly caused a tribulation. The system notifies that the successful skill fusion created a new celestial level skill. The skill has no name yet. Please set a name. Xiao continues flying through all the energy, saying that this time he really won the lottery. He raises his hand and lightning begins to appear beside it. He says that in this case, he would call his new skill Jianlai. Clouds gather around him and lightning begins to fall. All the swords that were in the Hongmeng sect begin to come out of their owners and head for the sky. The sect brothers can't understand what was happening, as their swords were not obeying their true owners. Meyer wonders what the hell was going on, as even her sword was wanting to leave and fly to Xiao. Zhuxuan also notices that her swords were wanting to leave. She thinks that the green and purple swords have been working with her for more than 10 years and have become very good in her hands. In the last battle, Zhuxuan remembers that she had lent them to Xiao with the intention of helping, but this time she did her best, but it's still a little difficult to hold on. Suddenly, her two swords fly out, and Meyer's sword also starts to come out, leaving them astonished. Meyer holds her sword tightly, while furiously shouting that Xiao had already taken her master Zhuxuan, and now he wanted to take even her sword. She shouts that he shouldn't dare to do that, but she can't hold on for long, and gradually the sword starts to come out of her hand, until it finally comes out completely. She screams for losing the sword and laments. Zhuxuan looks up and says that this is really amazing. All the swords were going to Xiao. He was concentrating such a huge amount of energy that it was something no one had seen. The glow was enough to be seen from afar. Suddenly, the energy starts to behave strangely. Xiao was in the middle of it all, smiling and saying that he finally arrived just in time. He would test the power of this high-level skill. All the swords covered by energy begin to mix with the energy surrounding Xiao. All the swords begin to point upwards. Suddenly, a huge amount of energy is released, causing a strong glow, destroying pieces of mountains that were nearby and going up to the sky. The clouds that had been there for almost a month were dissipated in seconds. The sect members are completely amazed by such strength, shouting that the clouds were destroyed. Elder Xiao did not cross the nascent soul, but managed to cause such a powerful catastrophe. They wonder if Xiao managed to create a celestial cultivation technique. Everyone starts to celebrate, as the sect master and the elder are extremely strong. With such powerful leaders, the future of the Hongmeng sect will be unlimited. Meyer starts to sweat and says that this is a celestial skill. Zhuxuan says nothing, just looks at Xiao and thinks that he is indeed an enlightened being, completely talented. Xiao returns to the ground, and as soon as he returns to the ground, there are still forces around him. The air circulates, lifting small dust. Xiao looks at his hand and thinks that the celestial level sword is really powerful. He says that with this sword skill, he is sure that he can face even a dual spirituality practitioner. Z comes running, saying that her master is extremely strong. Muhan stays a little behind, smiling and congratulating her master, saying that he is really amazing and managed to create such a powerful new skill. The two come to his side. Xiao smiles and calls them to move forward, as it was time for them to prepare for the Dao festival. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Great Qin Empire, the news had already arrived. A person sitting in front of a table asks if it's really true that an elder of the Hongmeng sect, with the strength of the 8th level of the Golden Core, after killing an entire group of ghost puppets above the Golden Core, also killed an old demon hunter and came out unscathed. The man who was there giving the news says that it's really true. He didn't lie or exaggerate anything. The whole report was exactly what happened. This man who was sitting is the Emperor of Qin. He says that even though the Hongmeng sect has mediocre strength, it has existed for thousands of years, almost at the same time as the foundation of Qin, and seems to have a hidden heritage that is unknown to the outside world. This man who was there reporting everything was Wei Ju. He says that, in addition, in the battle with the Lunar and Solar Ghost sect, Xiao only used an extremely strange and terrifying sword technique. Wei Ju says that maybe Xiao doesn't have other skills. Wei Ju emphasizes that he believes if Xiao really dedicates himself, his strength can be comparable to the nascent soul realm, or even the initial stage to become a true god. The emperor is amazed by these words. He leans on the table and says it's really amazing and interesting to know that the small Hongmeng sect has produced such a talented and brilliant person. If you think about it from this perspective, not all these small sects are useless. The emperor places his hands on the table and begins to stand up. He turns and says to Wei Ju that it would be very good if they could really use this power to fight against the great families, as Ying had planned. Wei Ju bows and calls the emperor, and says that he still has one thing to tell. The emperor turns and asks what it would be. Wei Ju begins to say that the third Princess Ying asked Xiao to represent the sect in the Great Dao Festival, but for this, she promised to be his disciple. The emperor slams the table with great force and shouts. Wei Ju lowers his head even further, and says that Xiao's strength is really extraordinary. Even if Wei Ju fought with all his strength, he couldn't win. Wei Ju says that the third princess considered her options and thought that it could be useful for her next plan. So she took the liberty of asking him to be her master. The emperor doesn't know how to act. He is still not at all happy about this and says that this is all because of the family. They made the princess learn from a charlatan. That's a shame. The emperor composes himself and says that's all. He asks Wei Ju to tell Princess Ying not to make any announcement about this matter at the moment. The emperor asks her to wait until the Dao festival is over to discuss this matter again. The emperor emphasizes that if something like this happens again in the future, Wei Ju should inform him immediately. Wei Ju agrees with all this and says that he would do everything to make sure everything goes well. He says he hopes this doesn't affect the emperor's attitude towards Xiao, because if it does, and the emperor becomes hostile against Xiao, and neglects the Hongmeng sect, then it will be the end, as no one would be able to withstand the retaliation of that monster called Xiao. After this, in the capital of Qin, Yulong City, in front of the city gate, was the great guard of Qin City, Hongda. Currently, he is at the 8th level of the Golden Core. Xiao and his team approach. Meyer is happy with Yulong City. She says that the city is undoubtedly the grand capital of the country. Guard Hongda greets everyone, welcoming them. He says that the capital feels honored to receive guests like them from the Hongmeng sect. He introduces himself, saying his name is Hongda, and he is the city guard. He was tasked with receiving them and welcoming them on behalf of Lord Wei. The people who were there are amazed, as General Hongda himself came to receive those people. They ask if they were part of one of the 10 main sects. Some people say that probably they were more important, as not even the 10 great sects would have the honor of being personally received by the general. This scene made the whole city stop. People look at them and say that these people were extremely important. The guard says that Wei Ju was waiting for them. With this, the people are even more surprised, as Wei Ju was the emperor's trusted man. Xiao opens his fan again and smiles, thinking that it seems that this great General Hongda must have been prepared by Princess Ying to receive them at the entrance, and just to avoid suspicion, borrowed Wei Ju's name. As expected of a member of the imperial family, she is very attentive. The general turns and asks them to follow him. After some time walking, they finally arrive where they would stay during the Dao festival. Hongda begins to introduce the place and shows a man, saying that if they needed anything, they should not hesitate to call the butler Huang. As soon as he is introduced, Huang bows and greets everyone. Xiao says that it is really worthy of being the capital of the country, as even the butler is a golden core cultivator. Meyer is impressed by this, asking if the butler was really at the golden core, and if he was not an elder. Xiao sees this and hits her head with his fan. He says that was enough. She should go back and join the others. Meyer gets angry with this, and asks Xiao if there was anything she could not say there. But Zhuxuan interrupts the two and calls Xiao, saying that she had gathered information about the participants of the Dao festival. She calls him to talk a little about this. Meyer insists and says to her master that she would also go with them, but Zhuxuan is a little embarrassed and asks Meyer to go play with Z and the others. If she needed anything, she would call her. This leaves Meyer completely shocked. Xiao just smiles while Z and the others sat at a table. Xiao and Zhuxuan sat together at another table, a little away from the people. Meyer eats her meat while crying angrily at Xiao because her master trusted him much more, even dismissed her presence. Z notices this and goes to Meyer and asks her if she had never eaten pork feet before, as she was crying. Meyer turns to Z with her red face and a piece of meat in her mouth and says it's none of her business. Meyer stands up and takes the hand of Z and Muhan, asking the two to go with her. Meanwhile, Zhuxuan tells Xiao that there were 3 main sects that they needed to be careful of at the Dao festival. Zhuxuan says that Xiao could take a look at them first, and hands him an item. As soon as Xiao takes the item in his hand, he begins to concentrate and energy starts to circulate around, showing that the first-class Taisu sect, like the Hongmeng sect, has a history of thousands of years, and has produced several powerful nascent soul cultivators, and in addition, it has hundreds of golden core cultivators. The leaders of the second and third sects, Changsheng and the Wanfeng sect, also have nascent soul cultivators under their command, and even though they were founded later, they have deep roots. Zhuxuan begins to say that in the great families, information is even scarcer. They only know that the first 3 families, Qin, Wang, and Lin, have more than one powerful nascent soul among their members. The others are completely unknown. Xiao turns to her and thanks her for all the help she was giving him. While the two talked about the festival, Meyer takes Z and Muhan to the middle of the city. She begins to eat angrily, saying that all this was Xiao's fault. As they walked around, Meyer hears a woman asking 2 men not to dirty their hands. She says to them that if they really wanted to buy the demon tiger, they only needed 1,000 low-class spirit stones. Otherwise, they didn't need to waste more time there. The woman was visibly scared, while the 2 men looked at her smiling. Meyer was still eating with Muhan. The two turned to the direction of this commotion. Meyer starts to get a little uncomfortable with this and calls the two to go there and see what was happening. The men were still bothering the woman. One man says she should be more sensible. He looks at her with a strange expression and says that whenever she is willing to follow them back to their home and spend a night, they would be willing to pay not only 1,000 low-level spiritual stones, but also 1,000 mid-level spiritual stones. This man is named Deng Xiu. One of his subordinates grabs her hand and says that as long as she obeys her master, her father won't have to work hard hunting. She starts screaming, scared, asking for help. Another man laughs and tells the woman not to waste her energy, as no one in Qin would dare to interfere, as they were from the kingdom of Liangyan. Hearing that they were from the kingdom of Longyan, some people get scared. People start running from there. The woman yells at them to take their filthy hands off her. A whip comes their way. A man steps in front to protect his master. However, the whip hits him in the face, making him spit blood. His master is shocked by this. He quickly turns around and shouts, asking who was there and how they dared to disturb the good deeds he was doing. Meyer steps forward and says it was she who dared to do this, and that they should let the woman return to her home immediately. Behind her were Zi and Muhan, angry at what they were seeing right in front of them. Deng Xiu looks at them and says that they also have a rare beauty. He makes a proposal to them, saying that if they went with him as concubines, he would leave the girl alone. Zi starts to get angry and yells that he was disgusting. However, Muhan tries to calm her, and says that the man is an envoy from the kingdom of Longyan. She should not offend him so easily. The men nearby shout that it's no wonder Deng Xiu is so arrogant in the great kingdom of Qin, as an envoy from any superior kingdom can be like the king of Qin. Muhan begins to explain that sects, families, and countries are divided into 9 levels, with the first level being the most respected, and each level is as different as the sky. The kingdom of Longyan is a 5th-level country, surrounded by 7 6th-level countries, which are equivalent to the great kingdom of Qin. All are vassals of the kingdom of Longyan and must pay homage to the kingdom of Longyan every year. Muhan stresses that if they fought them there, she feared they would bring great trouble to the sect and even to the Qin dynasty. Zi didn't care. She was just very angry, but says nothing. Meyer grumbles but also controls herself. Deng Xiu points to Muhan and says she wasn't bad at all. Besides being beautiful, she still knows what's good for her. Deng Xiu looks at them and says he's changed his mind. Now he wanted all 3 as slaves. Otherwise, when he returned to his kingdom, he would say that hospitality in Qin was not good, and that would bring trouble for them. Suddenly, Princess Ying appears and asks if that's really the case. She asks the envoy what Qin failed in its hospitality. She emphasizes that, from what it seems, everyone was courteous to him, and just because he bullied the people of the great kingdom of Qin on the street, he should be executed for his crime. Deng Xiu scoffs at her, saying she, the princess of the kingdom of Qin, was so majestic that he would remember perfectly what he heard, and when he returned, he would ask the king who really should be beheaded. Princess Ying holds her sword, and with a serious look, she asks if that's really how the kingdom wants to declare war on Qin. Deng Xiu asks if she really wanted to fight, as if anyone did any damage to him while he didn't die, he would return that damage to Qin 1,000 times worse in the future. He steps forward, showing himself, and tells them to hurry up, and asks why the princess was so afraid to do anything. The princess prepares to attack, but Deng Xiu approaches and says that if he is not happy, then Qin will not be either. He says that if she and these 3 women went to his house that night, knelt down and were very obedient, then he would forget what he saw there. Zi was almost bursting with anger. She lowers her head and apologizes to the princess. Deng Xiu continues to laugh loudly, saying she has more sense than the princess. With a swift motion, Zi attacks Deng Xiu with her body cut. He can't believe it, and asks how she dared do this. He falls to the ground, and Zi sheathes her sword, stating it's simply a matter of killing an animal with a single move. Princess Ying yells at Zi, saying she doesn't understand. She would be taken by the 9 sects. Zi turns around angry, and says she doesn't care about anything, as she has no father, mother, or family. Thus, she would take the blame for today's incident. No one else would be involved, and if anyone had a problem, they could try to kill her right there. Suddenly, an energy ball appears, and a man emerges from it very angrily, asking who did this. He shouts, asking how they dared to kill his men from the kingdom of Longyan. This man was Deng Xiu's bodyguard. His name is Lu Sheng, and he is currently at the 7th level of the nascent soul. He begins to release large amounts of energy, frightening everyone there. Hongda creates a shield around him and Princess Ying. Meyer also creates a shield around her and the girls. She yells, calling this man a damned one, and says she herself wanted to have killed that man with her sword. Hongda eats a pill. The princess notices this and asks what he is going to do. He enlarges his form and continues focusing. He says he would protect her with this shield, whatever it costs. She notices that Hongda's aura rose from the 8th level of the golden core to the 7th level of the nascent soul. She wonders if he was using these pills to force his cultivation. Hongda begins to release all his power, increasing the size of his muscles to the point of tearing his shirt. A dense aura comes out of his body. He stomps hard on the ground to gain momentum and leaps towards Lu Sheng. He shouts that if he wants to do any harm to the kingdom of Qin, he would have to kill him first. Lu Sheng wastes no time and also prepares to attack. The two collide their attacks, causing a strong pressure between them. However, Hongda feels the blow and starts to bleed. Lu Sheng begins to laugh and says this is the great general of the city of Qin. He continues attacking Hongda and asks if that's really all he has. Hongda begins to fall uncontrollably. Lu Sheng shouts, saying he is not worthy of the kingdom of Longyan. Hongda falls to the ground, causing an explosion. Ying looks at this and is astonished. She thinks that relying on elixirs to improve one's cultivation strength in the end won't match those who obtained strength through true practice. What should they do now? Suddenly, someone arrives and says this guy is just a nascent soul. Xiao and Zhuxuan had arrived there. Xiao asks Lu Sheng how he dares to do as he pleases in the territory of Qin. Xiao uses a simple attack on him and says he is just arrogant. Lu Sheng sees that Xiao used a simple attack, a single sword strike. He thinks that for him, who learned the 9 transformations of the golden body, it is a simple thing to defend. He extends his hand to contain the attack, as he thinks it was just child's play. However, Xiao's attack penetrates his defense and hits him, throwing him to the ground with great force, leaving people frightened by this. Princess Ying sees this and is shocked. She thinks that not even General Hongda could defeat him, but Master Xiao did it with just one move. She thinks that, unfortunately, until the plan to attack the family succeeds, it is better that they do not recognize her master. Otherwise, she would like to show everyone that she is a disciple of this great master. The men around are impressed with this strength. They shout that it was just one attack and ask who this man is and how they had not seen him before. They wanted to join Xiao's sect in any way. Lu Sheng, lying on the ground, gets up all battered and thinks that he learned the best techniques of terrestrial body refinement. He wonders how someone managed to penetrate the protection of his body with just a sword qi. He looks at Xiao and wonders if that man is a nascent soul cultivator from the great kingdom of Qin. He can't believe it because Xiao is too young for that. Thus, it's impossible. Xiao and Zhuxuan approach him. He comes close to Princess Ying. She shows respect to him and tries to explain about the matter. However, he raises his hand, interrupting her, and says she doesn't need to explain anything, as everything was very clear. Xiao begins to release some of his strength and says that the envoys from the kingdom of Longyan relied on their strength to intimidate the weak and bullied the disciples of the Hongmeng sect, not to mention that they are also trying to stop them by force. If that's the case, then he would give them exactly what they wanted: death in the kingdom of Qin. Lu Sheng angrily stomps on the ground, releasing his power and shouting at Xiao. He asks how he has all this courage. Lu Sheng starts to release energy from the palm of his hand while screaming, asking how Xiao dares to be disrespectful to him, who is from the kingdom of Longyan. Was he going mad? The two collide their attacks, but Xiao is laughing, looking at him. Xiao says that, by the looks of it, Lu Sheng can't understand the huge difference between them. Xiao begins to use energy in his hand. Lu Sheng wonders what was happening there, as Xiao's cultivation level is not as good as his, but Xiao's spiritual power is as sharp as a sword, and its lethality is absurd. Lu Sheng jumps back, thinking that he definitely cannot compete with Xiao in terms of spiritual power, and therefore, he would use the body refinement technique to try to kill Xiao. Lu Sheng begins to focus on his attack using the 9 turns gold body refinement technique. Xiao sees this and uses his 5 elements of yin and yang body refinement technique. Xiao says that when it comes to physical strength, Lu Sheng still had a lot to learn. The two again clash their attacks, causing a pressure that made the men around them take cover. Lu Sheng's arm breaks in half with the force from Xiao. He begins to scream in pain and tries to retreat, shouting that his arm had broken. Xiao summons several swords and says that, in his next technique, he wouldn't just break his arms. Lu Sheng grabs a vial and thinks he has no other choice. He destroys the vial in his hand, and a great amount of energy begins to accumulate there. The princess sees this and wonders if this is really what she thinks it is. Lu Sheng begins to scream. His face starts to fill with veins. This technique is the rapid explosion, but Xiao's swords were already inches from him, leaving him no reaction. However, the swords start to hit his body and bounce back. Lu Sheng begins to laugh and asks if that's all Xiao had. Lu Sheng begins to concentrate energy in his hand again and says that Xiao's attack wasn't even enough to tickle him. He quickly advances towards Xiao, who just looks at him. Princess Ying shouts for Xiao to be careful. Xiao looks at him while holding one of his swords and begins to release a bit more of his power. Xiao begins to think that Lu Sheng's power has multiplied. He wonders why this happened, but this is the most Lu Sheng can do. Xiao uses his sword, striking where Lu Sheng was, making him quickly retreat. Lu Sheng is shocked because Xiao used the energy of the sword again, but this time even stronger than the first. Hong Da creates his barrier again. Lu Sheng's screams are heard, and his blood flies everywhere, falling on the barrier created by Hong Da. He thinks that the Hongmeng sect and Xiao, he had never heard of this man before, capable of killing a nascent soul without any effort, is truly frightening. Hong Da thinks that fortunately, when Princess Ying asked him to help them get to know the city, he didn't treat them with disdain. Hong Da thinks it's shameful for him to be like this in front of the princess, but his armor is full of spiritual energy, so at least he can protect the princess. Xiao continues to think about the reason for the sudden increase in Lu Sheng's aura. As things calm down, Princess Ying approaches her master Xiao and says that things have gone much further than she thought, and therefore, she asks all members of the Hongmeng sect to leave the imperial capital. She says it's better for them to move to another country to avoid being the center of attention from this incident. Xiao approaches the princess and says that if they leave, she would become the blamed party for this matter. And, if the Longyan kingdom were to come to the Qin kingdom and direct their wrath at her, how would she face them? The princess is left without an answer to this question. Z steps into the conversation and places her hand on her chest, stating that it was she who killed the envoy, and therefore she was willing to assume all the blame. The princess leans on Z's shoulder and says that she, with great altruism, put her life at risk for justice. If they allow her to be exposed to danger, would they not be discouraging all honorable hearts in the world in the future? Z is at a loss for words, looking at the princess. She continues saying that if this news reaches other countries, the great Qin dynasty will inevitably gain the reputation of being a people who value their own lives more than justice. The princess gets serious and says that, especially since they were talking about the powerful kingdom of Longyan, if they dare to allow their envoys to commit such atrocities, she fears there must be something suspicious behind all this. Xiao steps in and asks if Ying was suggesting that the actions of the kingdom of Longyan on this occasion were deliberately intended to provoke a direct conflict with the great Qin dynasty. Princess Ying begins to explain that some time ago, when she heard that the kingdom of Longyan had been frequently inspecting its vassal states in recent days, she found it very strange, because previously, when these envoys used secret techniques to increase their power, she clearly felt the strength of national fate. She says she fears that this is the goal of the kingdom of Longyan. The princess lowers her gaze and says that the kingdom of Longyan seems to have found a special technique to plunder the national destinies of other countries. Without a doubt, this must be a preparation for the imminent great battle of national fate. Everyone there begins to wonder what the great battle of national fate would be. Countries are divided into 9 levels. Levels 7 and 8 are small and common countries, such as kingdoms, the dynasty, the divine realm, the small country, the holy dynasty. Above them, there is the divine realm, the kingdom of Longyan. The 6th level consists of dynasties, like the Qin dynasty, the immortal palace, the palace of the divine realm, the palace of the sacred pilgrimage, and the supreme palace. The great battle of national fate was initiated by the immortal palace not long ago. The kingdom of Longyan went to war with the superior kingdom of Qingwei, which caused a great stirring of its life force. After that, they began to send emissaries to the surrounding vassal states to carry out inspections. Ying begins to say that, in the great battle of national fate, the defeated country must surrender all its subordinate states. At first, she thought the kingdom of Longyan was gathering forces with the intention of fighting to the end, with no possibility of escape. However, now it seems they want to preemptively take the national fate of the vassal states to minimize their losses. Ying says that clearly, Deng Xiu committed these bad actions on purpose, seeking trouble simply to find an excuse to cause difficulties for the great Qin dynasty. Meanwhile, at the Qin imperial palace, some people were meeting with the emperor. Leading them is the envoy from the kingdom of Longyan, Deng Yang, who is Deng Xiu's father. He says they were there by order of the crown prince to take the 3rd princess to the kingdom of Longyan as his servant. One of the servants of the king of Qin shouts, pointing at the ambassador Deng Yang, and asks if he was really trying to humiliate them. Deng Yang starts to laugh, and asks him who he thinks he is to speak in such a manner. As in the Qin kingdom, his status as an envoy from the kingdom of Longyan is equal to that of the king of Qin. Deng Yang asks the man if he truly believes that he could order his death with just a word. The man tries to retort, but the king shouts, calling out Deng Yang, stating that he respects him as an envoy from the kingdom of Longyan. However, if he goes too far, he should not blame the king for being rude. Deng Yang starts to laugh and says that the king of Qin really knows how to joke. Deng Yang points his finger and says he did not come there to ask for the king's permission. He just came to deliver the order of the crown prince. He emphasizes that if the king is wise, he should hand over the 3rd princess. If not, however, someone arrives shouting that something bad was happening. The man yells that the 3rd princess and people from the Hongmeng sect killed Deng Xiu on the street. Moreover, the bodyguard Lu Sheng was also killed by them, which shocks everyone there. 2 people arrive with Deng Xiu's body screaming that it's true, as this is his body. Deng Yang becomes very angry. The king of Qin looks at this and wonders who the Hongmeng sect is. He remembers that Xiao was there, whom Wei Ju had mentioned. The king wonders if Xiao really managed to kill a nascent soul person, being just a golden core person himself. Deng Yang sighs deeply and demands a good explanation from the king of Qin. Otherwise, Deng Yang shouts that he would chop the third princess into pieces. He unleashes his power, which takes the form of a hand and moves toward the king, but one of his subordinates steps in front of the attack, stopping it. The man asks Deng Yang how he dares try to harm his majesty. This man is Zhenglao. His strength level is the nascent soul. The king of Qin is angered by this. Zhenglao begins to communicate telepathically with the king and asks him to make a decision as soon as possible, as he could take care of protecting the king, but he could not protect the civilians and military of this court. The king says that Xiao killed Lu Sheng, who is at the nascent soul level. He asks Zhenglao if he believed he could kill Xiao if they faced each other. Zhenglao is startled, asking the king if he really wanted to blame the Hongmeng sect for this. The king looks at him with a determined look and says that's exactly it, as at the moment this would be the only option to avoid creating a war there. Zhenglao tells the king not to worry, as even though Xiao has a good reputation, he is still young. Zhenglao believes deeply that Xiao had some tricks up his sleeve, and that's how he managed to defeat Lu Sheng. It was just good luck. Zhenglao asserts that if the two met, he would definitely be able to defeat Xiao. Suddenly, a sword comes flying in their direction. Deng Yang creates a barrier and yells, asking who dares to do this, but Xiao cuts through all his defenses into pieces. Moreover, Xiao enters the telepathic conversation of the king and Zhenglao and asks if they were having a secret conversation, as if he were deaf, which astonishes both of them. The third princess enters the room along with Xiao and asks them not to worry, as she would fully explain the matter. People begin to talk that it's the third princess and ask who is beside her. Deng Yang falls silent and wonders how Xiao can be so powerful with just a sword. He had never heard anything about this man. He wonders if there is something about Qin that he does not know. The king keeps wondering how Xiao managed to interfere in a telepathic conversation between him and Zhenglao. Xiao telepathically advises the king to listen carefully to the third princess. The princess kneels and says she came back to apologize. The king asks what offense she had committed. The third princess starts to apologize, saying she should not have intervened when the envoys from Longyan were intimidating the women of the city. She should not have been disgusted when the envoys from Longyan insulted the Qin dynasty. She should not have defended herself when the envoys from Longyan attacked her without reason. She shouts, saying how honorable the kingdom of Longyan is and how humble her own country is, no matter how much they humiliated the entire dynasty. Even so, she should not have acted like that in front of the envoys from Longyan. People do not like what they hear. She shouts that today she was so lost in her thoughts that she ended up forgetting this and offended an envoy from a superior kingdom, an act that violates the laws of heaven and God, and therefore she hopes her father will sentence her to death for her mistakes. Xiao looks at her kneeling and thinks that it was a great performance. The king closes his eyes and says that Ying was mistaken. He thinks that, of all his children, Ying is the most incredible. If she were a man, he would protect her regardless of the consequences. It's a pity that now the only option seems to be to expel her. Xiao starts communicating with the king telepathically and says that the king can protect the dynasty today. Xiao also states that the Qin dynasty will win the national destiny war and surpass the kingdom of Longyan in the future. Xiao asks the king if he is willing to bet on him. The king is astonished by this and says that Xiao is being arrogant and asks how he can guarantee this. Xiao closes his eyes and says that if the king gives a single order, he would completely eradicate all the envoys from the kingdom of Longyan immediately. The king asks what his conditions are. Xiao says that if the king abdicates his position and hands the throne to Ying, he will fulfill what he said regarding the envoys from the kingdom of Longyan, and also claims that the Qin Empire will prosper for all eternity. The king begins to think if Xiao wants Ying to become the queen of Qin, it means that Hongmeng is willing to offend the entire kingdom of Longyan for Ying. Xiao looks at Ying kneeling in front of him and asks the king to make his decision as quickly as possible. The king says he promises this. Xiao prepares and tells the king not to worry, as he will make it all worth it. Deng Yang shouts at the king, saying that the third princess has already confessed. What was he waiting for? Why doesn't the king issue a decree and condemn her immediately? Xiao uses a simple attack towards Deng Yang and shouts, "Who would dare to demand the condemnation of the third princess of Qin?" Deng Yang dodges the attack and shouts, asking how Xiao dares to act this way with an envoy from the kingdom of Longyan. He emphasizes that he would like to see what Xiao is capable of. He attacks Xiao, screaming for him to die, but Xiao easily dodges the attack and creates another one of his swords. He asks if the leader of the envoys is too old, as he is very slow and stupid. Xiao disappears from in front of Deng Yang and appears behind him, attacking him from the back. Deng Yang turns around shouting and creates a barrier around his body, but the attacks do not hit him. Instead, they hit the men who were with him. The men start screaming and the swords begin to hit them. Dongyang turns around, not understanding what was happening. In seconds, everyone was lying on the ground. Dongyang looks at this and says that was very good, Qin dynasty. He starts to unleash his power and says that since they were tired of living, he himself would fulfill their wishes. He releases a great amount of energy, and a large sword forms above his head. Xiao laughs at this and says that means Master Dongyang also practices martial arts. Xiao says that's better. He raises his hand and his sword disappears. He turns his hand to Dongyang and calls his sword quickly. The sword above his head goes to Xiao's hand, leaving Dongyang not understanding what was happening. He shouts asking what was happening, as his connection to the sword had been cut. Xiao holds his sword in his hand and says it is quite powerful. He analyzes and says that it is, at least, an artifact above the earthly realm, right? Xiao begins to wrap the sword with his power and makes it small. He says that Dongyang gave it to him as a gift, so he would accept it as a gesture of respect. Dongyang is very scared. Seeing this, he screams asking how this is possible. Xiao had stolen his sword, which he had spent 10 years cultivating. Xiao looks at Dongyang with an empty aura and bloodthirsty eyes. Dongyang starts to get scared and says that this is impossible. If Xiao's understanding of the way of the sword has reached a point where Xiao can refine the sword he just stole in an instant, then this man is a monster. The king asks Zhenglao what kind of trick Xiao used. Zhenglao responds that Xiao is well versed in the art of the sword, and that the sword techniques he uses are also unusual. Zhenglao admits that he can hardly see through them. The king asks why he can't see through them and how he would fare if he had to fight against Xiao. Zhenglao looks frustrated and says that perhaps he is no match for Xiao in the art of the sword. Dongyang creates more swords and says he won't give up. Xiao looks at him and begins to use his powers again, stating that he is tired of an envoy from the kingdom of Longyan. He really is powerful. Xiao wonders how long it would take him to find so many treasures. The swords that Dongyang sent to attack Xiao begin to be consumed by his energy. Xiao snaps his fingers and thanks Ambassador Dongyang for giving him more gifts. As he snaps his fingers, all the swords become his and turn against Dongyang. Xiao shouts that since he had been so kind, he would give a great gift as a courtesy. With no further options, Dongyang just screams as he sees the swords coming towards him. The swords strike Dongyang, and his body falls to the ground lifeless, with several swords embedded in his body. The men who were there watching this are astonished at Xiao's strength and ask what kind of man he is. As a single man was able to annihilate a bunch of envoys from a superior kingdom, they can't believe they have such a powerful man in the kingdom of Qin. The king slaps his hand on his chair and stands up, pointing his finger at everyone, and shouts that today's events should be kept hidden from the public until the end of the Dao festival. Otherwise, he himself would kill them all. The men bow and shout that they would obey their king's orders. Xiao also bows, showing respect, and says he hopes the king hasn't forgotten the deal they made. Ying asks what deal that was. The king remains silent, thinking it's no wonder his daughter wanted so much to learn from this man named Xiao. The king thinks he definitely shouldn't have Xiao as an enemy. Moments later, at the temporary residence of the Hongmeng sect, the doors open. Xiao and Ying enter. Xiao announces that they had returned. Juxuan asks how they were. Muhan and Zi are happy to see their master well. Xiao goes up to Juxuan, who asks again if he was okay. Xiao laughs and tells her not to worry about him, as the whole matter had already been resolved. Princess Ying looks on from a distance and smiles, thinking that the Hongmeng sect seems to be a very united sect, and this seems to be truly amazing. Xiao says that although everything is fine and resolved at the moment, there will be new conflicts with the kingdom of Longyan in the future. However, until then, they should improve their strengths as soon as possible. Xiao calls Juxuan and places something in her hand. He says he had promised her that he would give her a complete one. As soon as she takes it in her hand, she holds it firmly and feels the power. She says the yin and yang power in it is much stronger than before. She is so surprised she asks if it really is complete, and how Xiao managed to achieve this. Xiao laughs at this and says it's a small trick, hardly worth telling. Xiao asks his 3 disciples to come together, as today they would do the energy transmission all at once. They respond that it's okay. Ying is happy about this and asks if she would also receive it. After that, they went inside and Xiao began. Ying thinks it really is a power transmission. She looks at Zi and Muhan and thinks that by their demeanor, they apparently got used to this. Ying wonders what kind of terrifying sect the Hongmeng sect is. At the end of this, Zi stands up and says that the 7th level of foundation creation is great. She managed to reach the 7th level of foundation creation. Muhan also stands up and thanks her master. She reached the 5th level of foundation creation. Ying is amazed. She says that for 7 years she thought she could never build a base in her life. She lifts her radiant and happy face and asks if she really just broke through. She managed to reach the third level of foundation creation. Xiao sighs and a system window appears, saying, "The host transferred 500 days of cultivation to his disciples. The reward will be 10 times greater. Obtained 5,000 days of cultivation." Xiao asks all three to leave the training room, as he wanted to train alone. They bow and begin to leave immediately. Festival day at Xuanwu Square. Everything was quiet. Zhuxuan remarked that Xiao's cultivation had improved again. Now he was at the peak of the golden core. He told her that she was doing well too, as she was at the 8th level of the golden core. Zhuxuan was startled by what he saw in the sky. 3 giant ships appeared. People asked what those were. These were the ships of the noble families, Wang, Qin, and Lin. Xiao said it was forbidden to fly there, yet the families did it as if it was nothing. He looked at the king and thought it was a slap in the face of the royal family. He looked at the ships and said they were indeed impressive. The noble families began to descend, the Wang family, the Lin family, and the Qin family. The townspeople did not like the arrogance of the noble families. Zhuxuan noted that the weakest disciple among them was at least at the 5th level of foundation creation. Xiao said this was expected of nobles. The 3 leaders approached the king, explaining that they were late because they had important matters to resolve. The head of the Qin family apologized. The head of the Wang family said it did not matter when they arrived. It was just a tournament with some inferior sects. The result would always be the same. The head of the Lin family said he was only there out of respect for the king and the 3rd princess who invited him, as he did not like being in the same place as those sects. The people were angered by these remarks, calling the nobles dogs living off their ancestors' fame. The 3 leaders did not like what they heard and also became irritated. The nobles said they were very bold and began to release their aura. The people started to feel sick from the pressure caused by the nobles. Zhuxuan said they were arrogant and pompous, and Xiao agreed. The king asked everyone to be quiet and announced that they would begin. Wei Ju announced that the grand meeting of the 10,000 sects would start. Energy began to form. The magic circle formed, and he explained that the tournament would be divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, each sect could send 1 disciple in the foundation creation realm. Within the secret territory, people would be placed in random locations, and if they suffered a mortal wound, they would return to the external world. The Hongmeng sect also sent their disciples. After 7 days of the trial, the treasures each team obtained would be counted to determine the points. The top 10 would continue and participate in the next stage. Zhuxuan noted that both the royal family and the other sects had at least 100 disciples in the first round, while the Hongmeng sect had only 5. They were already at a disadvantage. Xiao asked her to remain calm, as their disciples were elite, and just one of them was stronger than 20 of the others. They changed the magic circle. Xiao said the sky mirror had been installed, and now they could see them fight. They finally arrived in the secret territory. One of them asked what they should do now. Z looked at the map and shouted that she had found it. She said she felt strong energy waves ahead. There were probably high-level treasures there, and the terrain was favorable to them, so she wanted to stay there. Z emphasized that they had only 5 people, so if they separated, they could not handle the 100 people from the other teams. She said they needed to find an area with many treasures and catch people off guard when they went there. That way, they could take all the treasures for themselves. Muhan agreed. The rest of the team had doubts and asked if they could defeat and rob the others since they were only 5. Muhan raised her hand to speak. She said they had several magical artifacts and recovery pills. With that, one of them could become an army. They still had doubts, asking if they could use all that, and if others would not think poorly of them for robbing others. Z said that if they got first place, their masters would be happy. She told them not to doubt themselves and just to act. Elsewhere, a team found the Tianjin flower. They said this flower was a supreme-grade earth healing medicine. Just with this, they could be among the top 10. One of them asked how no one had found something like this after an entire day. Another said that there was probably a guardian, and the people who found it were weak and fled. However, for them, it was nothing. Z smiled like a madwoman and thought that another group had taken the bait. She asked if everyone was ready, and they said yes. They used a magical artifact that was as bright as the sun. Muhan asked if that was all. The group that found the flower had their vision compromised. Linkwing shouted that it was their turn now. Bai activated the immobilization formation. The people were trapped, unable to move. Z began the attack. Muhan also joined the attack. Various attacks began to hit the people there, who screamed in pain and were defeated. The two high-fived. Z said they had another perfect fight. Ye thought that in the future, he could not offend either of them. Linkwing said she and Bai would do the cleanup, and when they returned, they would collect the spoils. Outside, people were shouting that the Heavenly Sword sect was eliminated and that it was despicable. The king asked how many points the Hongmeng sect had. Wei Ju said that the Heavenly Sword sect was the 8th sect to be eliminated by the 5 members of the Hongmeng sect. He said this would put the Hongmeng sect in first place, with double the points of the Qin family, which was in second place. The king said the Hongmeng sect was fascinating. Meyer asked Xiao what he was teaching his disciples. He smiled and asked if they weren't amazing. The head of the Qin family said no one cared if they used these tricks, as they were a low-level sect. In the second round, they would die. Suddenly, more people were eliminated. People noticed it was the Lin family and asked who had the strength to eliminate them in such a manner. They looked and saw that the arrows in their bodies were from the Hongmeng sect. They shouted that the Hongmeng sect had eliminated the Lin family. The audience started to laugh, saying that they were arrogant, and in the end, they were eliminated in the first round by a small sect with only 5 members. This was a disgrace to the noble family. The family leader shouted that this was insolence. He began to release a frightening aura, making everyone quiet. He went to the king and said the Hongmeng sect was using dirty tricks, and he wanted them disqualified. Meyer started to shout and told him to shut up because the Lin family had 100 members and still lost. Now he wanted to use his influence to intimidate them. Xiao just laughed at this. The king thought that the tricks used were effective against the forces of the Jianghu world, but the children of the great noble families had items that warned them about it, yet they were still caught. Wei Ju called the king and told him something. The king began to laugh. He said that the Lin family patriarch accused the Hongmeng sect of cheating, so the Lin family should explain exactly what happened inside. They started to stutter. Wei Ju pointed his hand at them and said the king asked what happened there, so they should speak up. Suddenly, more people were eliminated. Z was beating everyone. A great pressure was felt by all, making them scared. The Lin family members said they noticed there were few people in one place and went there to rob them, but they did not imagine that the 5 had strength beyond normal, especially the woman in pink who controlled swords. They screamed, saying she was a monster. The king asked if the Lin family patriarch heard that. His disciples could not defeat another sect, and he wanted to cause trouble because of it. The king shouted, saying they called themselves great nobles with their noses in the air, but now they were humiliated by a small sect with 5 members. It was a shame. The Lin family patriarch remained silent. The other 2 patriarchs started to laugh at him, saying it was a disgrace to lose to a team of 5 people. Suddenly more people were thrown out. They looked and said it was the Qin family, and from the arrows and swords, they were once again eliminated by the Hongmeng sect. The patriarch of the Wang family began to laugh and asked the head of the Qin family what he was saying. The head of the Qin family became irritated and said they were useless. The king asked the head of the Qin family if he was not going to ask to eliminate the Hongmeng sect as well. He jumped and landed in front of his disciples. He yelled at one of them, asking what happened inside and why they came out like that. The disciples said they did their best. He explained that they saw the conflict between the Hongmeng sect and the Qin family and tried to take advantage of it to steal the flower. But the Hongmeng sect had already anticipated this and set a trap. The patriarch threw him to the ground, calling them trash. The patriarch of the Wang family smiled, saying there was no doubt they would be the champions. People shouted that more people were eliminated, and it seemed to be from the immortality sect. The patriarch said that couldn't be. All were thrown out. 2 people were fighting. The leader punched one of them on the head, told them to stop fighting, and asked why they were eliminated. The disciple, confused, asked if they were already eliminated. The leader asked how idiotic he could be not to realize he was dead. While they argued, the Taikshu and Wanfeng sects were also eliminated. Thus, only the Hongmeng sect remained. They were transported outside. Ye asked why they came out. Linkwing asked if they had won. The leader of the Wang family was still angry about the embarrassment he faced. The members of the Wanfeng sect apologized to their leader, called John Feng. He said it didn't matter. He was happy they did their best. The members of the Taikshu sect also apologized to their leader, called Chong. He said it was okay. The reason they were there was to gain experience. Zhuxuan asked how so many people were eliminated at once and if anyone was hurt. Xiao asked Z to explain what happened. She explained that after they eliminated the Qin family, they were surrounded by the Wang family. She asked Muhan to leave with the others while she stayed to deal with everyone. Z said that Master Wang offered her a fair duel, one-on-one. After he lost, Wang ordered everyone to attack her, but she had already prepared the 7-star Juzian sword formation. During the fight, she noticed the Immortal sect was waiting to attack, so she attacked them all at once. The Immortal sect thought the attack came from the Wang family, so they started fighting each other, allowing Z to hide. Z said that while watching, she saw the Wanfeng and Taishu sects arriving too, so she saw the opportunity to defeat them all at once. Xiao said she used the resources perfectly. She was indeed his first disciple. She smiled and said she was happy with the praise. The leader of the Wang family was still angry with his disciples. The patriarch of the Qin family thought the Hongmeng sect was nothing special, but they were very smart. The king said the Hongmeng sect was not ordinary. He laughed and said seeing the three great families with those faces was priceless. Wei Ju stood up and said he would announce the winner of the first round. He shouted that the Hongmeng sect won without contest. Wei Ju said that only the Hongmeng sect came out victorious, so the others would be ranked according to their points. Tomorrow, the top 10 sects would each send 3 high-ranking members for a royal battle until only one sect remained capable of fighting. Xiao said it was time to go back and celebrate. The head of the Qin family attacked Xiao, thinking they were not worthy of such pride, and he would teach them a lesson. Xiao noticed a sword energy coming. He used a technique called sword heart illumination. He thought that when it came to the way of the sword, there was nothing in this world that could defeat him. He easily defended himself. The head of the Qin family was infuriated by this. Jianfeng and Chong noticed this. Jianfeng thought that this move had already reached something beyond the way of the sword. He wondered if there really was a person who understood the sword heart illumination. Chong thinks the Hongmeng sect is truly quite surprising. Z asks what that was. Xiao says it was nothing special. Chong thinks this event will be something exciting. As night falls, in the king's chamber, he asks if everything has been verified. Wei Ju says everything is set, with guards surrounding the 3 great families, ensuring nothing goes unnoticed. He mentions that Zhenglao is outside the capital with the national mirror. If anything happens, he'll arrive immediately. Now they just need to wait for Xiao to defeat everyone and bring glory. Wei Ju asks for forgiveness, but inquires if the king is really going to hand over the throne to the 3rd princess. The king says that Xiao possesses strengths no one can explain, and that's why they will proceed. Once the event is over, he will abdicate and pass the throne to the 3rd princess. The king says that if Xiao can defeat the great families, and Ying can take the throne without problems, it will be great. However, if he can't, they are also prepared. The king asks Zhenglao to stay ready in case something happens. Wei Ju says it's a wise choice, and informs that Zhenglao has other matters to report. He says Zhenglao detected a powerful individual heading towards the capital. The king is alarmed by this. He says he is tired and will just observe. Besides, they have a great protective barrier, and Zhenglao's help. A red light appears over the capital. A man concentrates a strong energy and says the seals of the Qin Imperial City barrier are something he remembers well. He had expected this. This man is Yefan. He starts using his magic and says the memories of his past life are his greatest advantage. He easily breaks the barrier and laughs, saying it had been a long time since he was there. He says that in his past life he had a spiritual body with divine consciousness, allowing him to enter and exit anywhere without issue. Some people were running, saying the secret realm was stolen. He watched everything from afar, laughing. Yefan says his cultivation increased rapidly, and he gained the favor of many noble ladies, including Empress Ying of the Qin dynasty, who had the national fortune. However, he realized that when he was about to ascend to an immortal emperor, his cultivation was still insufficient. He should have cultivated through multiple paths simultaneously but failed, and ended up dying. But the heavens gave him another chance, and he was reborn. This time, he will achieve his goal. He thinks that this time, he will enter the Imperial Star secret realm of the Qin dynasty. The strength of the national fortune he can gain is much greater than 5 years ago, not to mention he can win Ying's heart, and make her use the imperial family's power to fund his cultivation. The next day, Wei Ju announces the start of the final round. He says that the responsibility for life and death is in their hands, so everyone should be careful. The winner will receive the national title, gain support from the Qin dynasty's imperial family, and be able to serve the imperial family. The first team was formed by the 3 patriarchs, followed by the immortal, Taishu, and Wanfeng sects, and lastly, the Hongmeng sect, followed by the other participants. Yefan watched everything from afar. He wondered if Ying hadn't become queen yet. He thought it would be great to be close to Ying these days. He remembered that when Ying was about to ascend the throne, she was obstructed by the residual soul of the god of war, the country's founder. He thought that if he appeared in time and saved her like a hero, he could establish a good connection with Ying. Wei Ju announced that the tournament had begun. Everyone prepared. People shouted that everyone joined forces to attack the Hongmeng sect. Jianfeng asked Chong why he was joining the others, as that wasn't like him. Chong said he thought the same about Jianfeng. Chong said that the last time they fought together, Jianfeng was in the 2nd stage of the nascent soul. Years had passed, and he was still in the same place. Jian Feng said he stopped everything to learn the way of the sword, but he couldn't understand the sword heart illumination. When he learned the celestial level sword intent, he thought he was a genius. He says he's been stuck on the sword heart for years and finally realized that humans have limits. Chong says that if that's the case, why doesn't he seek a master to guide him? He says that Jian Feng saw Xiao's move earlier. If Jian Feng can use some tricks to make Xiao teach it to him, he would certainly do well. Chong prepares to fight and says he has no desire for the national title, and for their friendship, he can help Jian Feng achieve it. Jian Feng shouts for them to wait. A yellow energy was destroying everything and everyone in front of them. The two were paralyzed by what they saw. Around the leader of the Qin family, everyone was lying on the ground. Xiao walked forward and said that if this was all the power they had, then the Hongmeng sect would win once again. Zhuxuan said that Xiao continued to be reckless. Meyer said he was not doing badly. The spectators wondered what had happened. Instantly, one person defeated almost all the high-level opponents. Weiju announced that the immortal sect, the Wang family and the Lin family were disqualified all at once. Yafan looked at this and thought that in his past life, he had never heard of the Hongmeng sect. The leader of the Qin family used an exclusive body refinement technique of his family, the Throne Beast Seal. He advanced and shouted for Xiao to guide him. Xiao looked at this and used the 5 elements yin-yang body refinement art. He said he had little experience with this and wanted to find someone to advise him. Xiao easily defended the leader's attack, who was shocked, saying Xiao's hand strength was terrifying. Xiao looked at him and asked if that was really all. Xiao told him to retreat and threw him away. He said that the leader's body strength did not compare to the strength of someone he had met before. The leader of the Qin family lay on the ground, furious. The Qin family members were frightened. They said the Qin family patriarch was no match for young Xiao of the Hongmeng sect. Xiao turned to Chong and Jian Feng and asked what they wanted to do. Jian Feng bowed and introduced himself, saying he had been stuck on the sword heart for years, and today he asked Xiao to be his master. The spectators went wild hearing this. Xiao had defeated everyone alone, and the leader of the Wan Feng sect was asking for his guidance. Xiao said that was fine with him. However, Jian Feng would have 2 options. The first was to become his disciple. People said this was unacceptable, as Jian Feng was the master of the Immortal Slayer sword technique and unstoppable. He was a god of the great Qin dynasty. Xiao said the second option was for Jian Feng to defeat Chong. Zhuxuan lowered her head and said Xiao's jokes were still the same. Jian Feng thought that cultivators should learn from the best, so he didn't mind becoming a disciple, but wondered what Xiao wanted with this. He imagined that maybe Xiao wanted to see how far his powers could go against Chong. He looked at Chong and thought that although they were only 1 realm apart, that realm was a great abyss that determined who had enlightened the sword heart or not. He thought Chong was also a sword cultivator and could advance in other ways, but he could not. Jian Feng prepared and apologized to his friend. He activated his Immortal Slayer sword technique and asked Chong to fight. Chong told him that in the end, it would not be as he thought. Zi looked at this and thought that this was the flexible finger sword her master used. Xiao watched all this and realized there were many such techniques. He thought that the flexible finger sword system's reward was not what it seemed. The two began to fight. The spectators were excited about this because the venerable Chong facing the strongest swordsman was a match whose outcome they couldn't predict. Chong said his demon subjugator seal could enhance his body when he attacked and protect him when he retreated. He thought Jian Feng's sword still lacked experience, as they couldn't even penetrate his body-protecting qi. Chong attacked Jian Feng, hitting him hard, and advanced for another strike, throwing Jian Feng away. Xiao looked at Chong and thought he was indeed interesting. Jian Feng began to say that he had expected this. Without the sword heart illumination, facing a complete cultivator like Chong wouldn't work, as he would always find his weaknesses. He stood up and said he conceded defeat. Chong said that, unfortunately, he couldn't help anymore. Xiao said he accepted Jian Feng as his disciple, so fighting in his disciple's place was something a master should do. Xiao began to release a bit of his power while thinking he wanted to test Chong's strength. Jian Feng asked Xiao what he meant. Xiao looked at him and asked if the first option was still on the table. In fact, he should change the way he spoke to him now. Jian Feng smiled. He bowed and said, "Since the master is present, this disciple bows before you." Chong released his strength and said that Xiao had refined power, so he would fight with everything he had. He advanced, but Xiao defended with one hand. The brilliance of the attack made it difficult for people to see. They shouted that this was a high-level battle. Jian Feng watched the fight and said that after understanding the sword heart illumination, the situation is different. The sword illumination can also be called the Dao heart illumination. Before illumination, cultivators judge their opponent's attacks with their 5 senses, After illumination, they use the Tao in high-level battles. This small difference can, by a narrow margin, determine the outcome. Jian Feng thought he needed to advance to this realm as soon as possible. Chong began to release more of his power. He retreated a bit and said he didn't expect Xiao's body strength to be so strong. He said his seal could also enhance his body. Chong attacked confidently this time, but Xiao defended again with one hand and smiled, saying he was happy. Normally he won before he could use his body refinement, but this time he could use it freely. Chong was startled, thinking that Xiao defended his full-strength blow as if it was nothing. Xiao thanked him for this moment and began to accumulate a frightening energy in his hand. Chong thought he couldn't take this blow, as Xiao's strength was beyond comprehension. Xiao attacked. Chong raised his defense to the maximum, thinking he needed to be careful with every move. However, a single attack from Xiao easily broke his defense. Chong couldn't believe it. People couldn't believe it either. The demon subjugator seal, which even Master Jian Feng at full strength couldn't scratch, was destroyed with just one blow from Xiao. Xiao prepared another attack and said that if Chong didn't have any more techniques, this would end now. Xiao struck again, sending Chong flying several meters away. Chong hit the wall hard. People shouted that the strongest cultivator was defeated. The king couldn't believe it. Even Chong was defeated by Xiao. People said that Xiao really won the battle. Having such strength at his age made him a genius. Jian Feng thought that Xiao was able to take Chong's strongest blow, which showed that his strength was superior. His level of heart illumination was higher, and his reactions were faster. Chong got to his knees. He stood up, thanked for the fight, and conceded defeat. Yafan was impressed, and thought that if even Chong couldn't defeat Xiao, the immortal Slayer Sword God in the future would be a very dominant figure who controls the fields he specializes in. He wondered why he had never heard Xiao's name before. Xiao thanked him, saying it was a good fight. Chong left with back pain, saying that the new generation had surpassed his. He was already old. Xiao told the king that there was no one else there who could fight him, so he asked the king to declare them the strongest in the great Qin dynasty. The king thought that Xiao's strength was terrifying, so everything would be fine with these people taking care of everything. Ying could maintain the country firmly. The king stood up, smiling, and said that the Qin dynasty had produced exceptional talents, and since no one had any objections, he declared that from today, the Hongmeng sect would be the principal sect of the great Qin dynasty. He asked if anyone opposed this. The people shouted that the king was wise, while the aristocrats just looked on. They lowered their heads and said that the king was wise. The king sits down and announces that he will abdicate in favor of the third princess Ying. In the presence of everyone, he will write her name on the imperial monument. Everyone is shocked by this. The aristocrats plead with the king not to do this. Suddenly Ying arrives, asking why he couldn't do that. She looks at them, thinking she expected they wouldn't accept it. They say there has never been a woman who took the throne. And besides, the princess's cultivation level is low. If another country attacked them, how would they defend themselves? Ying becomes angry, thinking they were using her cultivation level to justify this. Yefan sits and says that it seems, in this life, Ying is not as powerful as in the past, and will be prevented from ascending the throne. He starts to laugh, and thinks that if he interfered now and suppressed the ministers, maybe he could. However, someone interrupts him, saying that as a disciple of the honorary master of the national sect of the great Qin dynasty, Ying can assume the throne. Xiao becomes irritated and starts to release his power, telling Ying not to worry because he would take care of everything. Several swords cover the entire space. Xiao says that anyone who opposes will be killed by him, and anyone dissatisfied will be convinced. People are shocked to learn that the third princess is Xiao's disciple. Ying is delighted by her master's leadership. He touches her head and asks her to proceed and take what is rightfully hers. Ying says that everyone recognizes the status of the Hongmeng sect. She asks why, as a member of the sect, she couldn't assume the throne. She asks if it is because their clans have already made secret pacts with the first and second princes. The aristocrats are startled by this. One of them shouts at the king, saying they can't do this. The Hongmeng sect is the national sect today, but in the future, they could betray. And at that moment, how would the third princess act? Ying becomes angry. Her father asks her to calm down. The king says that if they can't reach an agreement, then the great monument will decide. The towers begin to shine, and people are shocked by this. Zhuxuan thinks that every emperor of the Qin dynasty has had their name engraved on the imperial monument. It is imbued with spiritual energy, and when a person's name is engraved there, they can take advantage of the national fortune. She thinks that Ying had everything planned. She will take advantage of the overwhelming advantage over the 100 families today. They will support the ascension of the third princess to the throne once and for all. Ying walks up to the monument and thinks that today, as the princess, she must have her name engraved on the monument at all costs. She places her hand on the monument. A great energy is released, causing strong pressure on the princess. Yafan advances quickly, saying that now is the exact moment. Xiao notices this. Yafan thinks that Xiao stole the entire scene for himself, but he shouldn't worry about that. Besides the imperial family's background, only spiritual bodies with divine consciousness can enter the imperial monument space. He rushes in, thinking he could help the princess now. Inside the imperial monument space, Ying begins to walk and wonders where she is. The statue behind her starts to exude a dense aura. She wonders if there really is a secret space inside the imperial monument. The statue looks at her and shouts,
"How dare you?"
Ying is startled. She turns asking who it is. The statue says,
"A mere woman. How dare you covet the supreme throne and offend imperial majesty? It is a sin worthy of death."
She is frightened and thinks she is now in big trouble. This is the founding general who protected the Qin dynasty during the country's foundation. The statue strikes its spear on the ground, breaking the whole place and releasing a lot of energy. He says,
"Since you have the blood of the ancestral emperors, I will give you one last chance. Leave here immediately. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you without mercy."
She is scared and thinks that her father, the king, never mentioned such a trial when touching the monument. Perhaps because she is a woman, the statue appeared to stop her. She wonders why she couldn't become an empress. Ying remembers that it was she who dealt with the noble families, she who traveled through all the immortal sects and families, gaining everyone's support, not to mention the support of her master Xiao. Ying draws her sword and says that the throne belongs to her, and that it was ordained by the heavens. She draws her sword and asks how a mere wandering spirit dares to question her. Ying asks if he still believes he can stop her, for that is an absurd thought. The statue dodges her attack and says that she is insolent for doing so. He begins to attack her while shouting that he will have to do something since she wouldn't leave. The two begin exchanging blows, and as the fight progresses, a red energy starts to approach them. It was Yafan who looks at all this and wonders if this was the space of the monument, for it was all incredible. He watches Ying's fight and says it's time to put his plan into action. The fight between the two becomes increasingly intense. The sword that Xiao had given to Ying senses something and begins to fly on its own. Ying is a little scared by this, wondering why it started acting on its own, and if it had sensed some danger. The sword heads towards the statue, which also can't understand anything and asks what is happening. The sword breaks the statue's weapon, leaving it impressed. Ying thinks that her master was truly right. He was helping her ascend to the throne. Suddenly, Yafan arrives, shouting at the statue, asking how it dares to touch Ying, saying it would have to go through him first. Ying looks at him, wondering who he could be. Yafan advances without hesitation. The statue sees the fire of consciousness in Yafan's hand. As soon as the statue receives the first blow, it thinks that his attacks burn directly its residual spirit, and it can't fight against that. Yafan continues attacking, saying he would let the statue taste its own power. The statue tries to step on him, saying that he has a spiritual body with a divine consciousness, hence why he managed to get there. Yafan continues attacking and asks if that's right, a spirit from the void-destroying earth. Yafan says he had already noticed that the statue was prepared to fight a spirit with divine consciousness. The statue asks Yafan if he really thought it would stay there for 1,000 years without preparing for such a thing. While the two are fighting and arguing, Ying takes advantage and attacks again with the sword that Xiao had given her. The statue notices this and raises its arm, saying it's a small sword so it would have no effect. However, the sword pierces through the statue with great force. The statue says this is completely impossible. With just one move, it was defeated. The sword returns to Ying. The statue turns into nothing but a pile of stones on the ground. Yafan thanks her. Ying says she doesn't know him. He is a little embarrassed and says that indeed she didn't know him, but he had admired her for a long time. She says she understands but thinks that Yafan is very strange, as he is not a member of the royal family but managed to get in there. She plans to investigate this later. Ying says she needs to leave soon, as her father and master are waiting for her. Yafan is a bit irritated because Ying constantly mentions Xiao. He thinks he needs to be careful. Ying starts to leave, but Yafan grabs her arm and asks why she is already leaving. He points out that there is still the dragon's spiritual energy there, which would be very good for her to absorb. She asks what energy that is. Yafan asks her to sit and follow his instructions. After a few minutes, she starts to feel an energy and manages to absorb everything, reaching the peak of the golden core. Yafan says that it's finally over and that she can leave, as he is very sleepy. Ying asks why he wanted to help her. He starts to smile and says that he already mentioned before that he admires her for a long time and that this is the least he can do. Ying feels a little uncomfortable with this and says they should forget this conversation and leave soon. Meanwhile, outside, everyone is scared, asking why Ying had disappeared. The king is worried, wondering why this happened, as in the past, when someone was to ascend to the throne, all they had to do was bind the tablet with their spiritual power, and the person's name would appear on the tablet. He thinks that a phenomenon like this, where the heavens and earth change and the successor is absorbed by the tablet, has never happened before. The sky begins to look strange, and people think it could be divine punishment for having the princess ascend to the throne. Suddenly, several people arrive, led by two individuals. They reach the center of the arena, and the two shout that they are the first and second princes. They declare that they are against Ying's succession to the throne. The king is surprised and asks what they are doing there. The first prince says they are there because they want their father, the king, to rescind the order he gave about Princess Ying. He claims that the heavens are showing that the third princess is not worthy of ascending the throne. The crowd is frightened, shouting that the sky suddenly covered with dark clouds, and they wonder if it is truly divine punishment. The second prince says that if their father does not retract this, they will order their troops to correct the situation. The people are scared by everything happening there. The first and second princes bow and beg their father to withdraw the order he gave. They kneel down. They all shout together that the succession of the third princess goes against God's will, and they beg him to stop it. Juxuan asks Xiao if Ying is really okay. He says she doesn't need to worry about anything because she is not only fine, but has also gained a great opportunity. He smiles because he was looking at his system, which said, "Information. The host helped Ying ascend to the throne and successfully activated her special supreme dominant physique, Earth grade. Received 1,000 times better reward. Will receive the Hutian physique, Earth grade. Introduction, Hutian chaotic body, special Earth grade body. Your spiritual energy absorption speed multiplies by 10. Can practice and integrate various exercises to improve your physique. After passing the celestial realm, you will be able to absorb the energy of the origin of chaos to grow and condense the innate chaotic physique." Xiao thinks he already imagined that the supreme dominant body would be extraordinarily strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. He says that the third princess will arrive soon. Suddenly, some beams of light shoot out from the sky. Ying shouts that she has become the empress. She asks who dares to disobey the mandate of heaven. The people notice that she is glowing with sacred light. The first and second princes are a bit irritated by this. Their father, the king, smiles and celebrates, for the sacred light is shining. His daughter has become empress, and he asks who would oppose this. They meet, and her father thanks her for all the hard work she has done. People start shouting, "Happiness to the new empress! Now we have an empress!" Everyone bows to her, shouting that the Qin dynasty will last for generations and wishing the empress a long life. The first prince is irritated by this and thinks that if it is this way, if his father is so cruel, then they are not to blame for what will happen. He throws something up. Wei Ju notices this and wonders if it is a teleportation array. A giant magic circle appears in the arena. The first prince says they have been in contact with the Longyan kingdom and that 100,000 soldiers are waiting outside the city. Several soldiers appear there. The first prince says this is enough to destroy this place completely. The king is enraged and asks how his son dares to ally with foreign enemies. The king says it is a disgrace for the kingdom to have a prince like him. Wei Ju leaps from the tower. He shouts that he will not let the teleportation array open. However, a barrier prevents him from reaching the array. He looks to the side and sees that Wang and Lin are betraying the kingdom. They say that since they have reached this point, now they will have to kill everyone there. Xiao begins to unleash his power and asks if they really intend to kill them all. Several swords start to appear beside him. Xiao asks if the two of them really think they can pull off such a feat. The two are frightened by this. Xiao's swords begin to strike the magic shield repeatedly. The shield starts to break because the attacks are too strong and continuous. Wang starts to get scared. Lin says it's now or never. He wouldn't lose to someone like Xiao, who came out of nowhere. Xiao begins attacking everyone there, leaving the first and second princes terrified of his overwhelming power. Wei Ju asks the king if he needs Zhang to return to help. The king replies that no, it seems Xiao will handle everything. What Zhang needs to do is guard the city. Xiao, crazed for battle, advances smiling against everyone at once. With a single move, he hits several enemies. The first prince shouts, asking who this man is who is annihilating everyone there. The second prince tells his brother to run as fast as he can. Xiao looks at them with blood in his eyes and asks if they now think of running. He attacks them both together. Another of his swords strikes the array. Wang sees that things have gone terribly wrong. The array begins to change, and a lot of energy starts to move around it. The frightened people ask what that is. Wang says that fortunately, There was time for the array to be activated. 100,000 elite soldiers would appear there. The soldiers begin to be teleported, but they are already defeated. Lin and Wang watch this in shock. They ask how they were defeated. One of the soldiers says they don't know exactly what happened. A giant golden hand fell from the sky, and they couldn't resist. He thinks this action offended the heavens. Wang and Lin think the golden hand is the old Zong's ability. Xiao holds his sword and asks if they have finished saying their last words. Before they can respond, he attacks the two, making them cough up blood. In the end, Xiao leaps and stands atop the fallen bodies on the ground. He looks at the king and says the rebellion is over. Xiao smiles and says they can continue with the succession ceremony. He turns to everyone and shouts, asking what they are waiting for. They should salute the new empress. The people look at each other, kneel, and begin to salute the new empress. Ying steps forward and says that from today, she declares that the hereditary system of the nobility will be abolished, and all the titles of the old families and their decorations will be revoked. The members of the families are shocked by this, but bow their heads and agree. A few days later, Meyer asks Xiao and Zhuxuan when they are going to return home, as she has nothing to do there. Zhuxuan says it's almost time. Suddenly, Zhan Feng opens the door, and Xiao says he has finally appeared. Zhan Feng kneels before Xiao and greets him. A system window opens, showing Zhan Feng's specifications. Information, name, Zhan Feng, identity, 4th true disciple, comprehension, 300, root, 300, talent, none. Xiao thinks that it's true that disciples with a special physique are not everywhere, but there will always be luck, and nothing can decide what the future holds. Xiao tells Zhan Feng that they are master and student, so there's no need to be so formal. However, since it's Zhan Feng's first time here, he can't be so stingy as a master. Xiao touches Zhan Feng's forehead and says he will transfer some techniques for him to learn and then teach him more calmly later. Zhan Feng starts shouting, wondering how many techniques Xiao is giving him. From what he noticed, there are more than 50 techniques, and among them, the lowest grade is Earth level. He thinks this is more than his sect of the 10,000 peaks has accumulated over the years. The system appears saying, "Notification. We detected that the host gave his disciple a total of 57 secret technique books. Doubling your reward, you obtained 1 use of skill fusion." Zhan Feng looks at Xiao, wondering what kind of monster he has as a master. Xiao says it's time to visit his 3rd disciple. Several people are walking down the street. One of them shouts that Her Majesty has arrived. Ying descends, accompanied by Weiju and Chong. Xiao greets Her Majesty. She bows and also greets her master. Xiao says they don't need to do this all the time, and that if she has something important to say, she should just say it. She asks if he remembers the National Destiny Conference she had mentioned. Ying says that the Longyan Kingdom is stealing their vassal states and is about to start a war. She explains that although the plan has been exposed, once the Qin dynasty falls, it would be difficult to escape the outcome of being manipulated by others. She suggests that the best course of action is to participate in the national games and make Xiao's name even greater. Even so, the Longyan Kingdom would not be easily convinced. Xiao asks what the rules of the game are. Ying begins to explain that following the experience of previous years, representatives are usually sent. Each country sends 5 people, all of whom must be at least at the nascent soul stage. He asks for the names she has chosen so far. Chong smiles and says that he is one of the chosen ones, and that's why he came to invite his friend Zhan Feng to join him. Zhan Feng says that now it makes sense why Chong had been eyeing him since the beginning of the Dao Festival. Chong smiles and says that's right. Zhan Feng turns to Xiao and says that he now belongs to the Hongmeng sect and will do whatever his master commands. Xiao says they will try to obtain a consultative status from the Superior Kingdom, just for fun. He asks Ying if she wants to become the Empress of the Superior Kingdom. Everyone is shocked by what Xiao has just said. Chong shouts, asking if Xiao really said that. He explains that Her Majesty simply asked them to do everything possible, but she didn't say the goal was to become a great nation. Ying says that it's difficult for Qin to obtain 5 nascent souls, let alone become the most important one. However, if her master believes in her, she feels confident she can do it. She shouts that she wants not only to become the Empress of the Kingdom, but also the Empress of the Immortal Court, and she asks her master for help in achieving this. Xiao mentions that they have set a small goal. Qin will become a great country. Yafan, observing this, thinks that the Hongmeng sect is quite lively and wonders if he could be a part of it. Ying notices him and asks what he is doing there. He responds that he counted on his fingers and it seems they will need him too. Yafan adds that, according to his calculations, they need more nascent souls for the National Destiny War. He asks what she thinks about his participation. Currently, Yefan is at the 5th level of nascent soul. Wei Ju senses something unusual. He informs Ying that this man is the same one Zhenglao saw in the Haochen mirror a few days ago. She thinks that this man is indeed remarkable. Ying calls everyone and introduces Yefan, stating that he was the one who helped her when she challenged the Imperial Monument, and that, since he is interested, he will join them. Ying asks her master what he thinks about this. Xiao recalls that this is the person Ying mentioned had helped her by warning about the dragon's energy. Yefan smiles and asks the protagonist if he is Ying's master. Yefan explains that 5 years ago, Ying saved his hometown, which is why he came to Qin to admire her, but he didn't expect to encounter this situation. The two greet each other, but Xiao thinks that he came alone to watch the Dao Festival and somehow ended up in the mysterious space and now wants to participate in the national games. The protagonist looks at him and thinks that he is a reincarnated person like himself. Yefan wonders what secrets Xiao has. The protagonist turns and says that the participants will be him, Jianfeng, Chong, Wei Ju, and Yefan. He also mentions that if they need any help from the Hongmeng sect, they can ask Zhu Xuan, as he will be in seclusion every day. He calls Jianfeng to follow him. Inside a house, Jianfeng asks his master what had happened. Xiao asks him to look at the sword in his hand first. Jianfeng asks if it is the immortal sword. Xiao asks if he knows where it comes from. Jianfeng says that informing the master, the disciple obtained 7 strange divine swords from ancient ruins in the northern region of the Qin dynasty about 85 years ago. There, they also acquired the 7 Importus assassination techniques, a low-level celestial technique practiced by disciples. According to the inscriptions on a stone in the ruins, these 7 swords were celestial magical weapons of celestial level, but failed to survive the thunder tribulation when advancing and suffered severe damage. The craftsman of the time couldn't repair the damage, so he combined the remnants of the swords with other materials. Jianfeng says they should be unique, but wonders where the one his master is holding comes from. Xiao says he didn't ask for the stories told. He states that, to his knowledge, the true name of this sword is the Flexible Fingers Sword. He believes he obtained this sword through the system, so it is out of the ordinary in this world and difficult to explain. Jianfeng says he didn't know the names of the swords, and thus called it the Immortal Assassin Sword. Xiao asks if he remembers where the ruins are. Jianfeng replies that the ruins are beneath his sect, protected by magic circles, and they can enter there any time. The protagonist smiles and begins gathering magic in his finger, saying he agrees with this plan. Xiao says that before they go, he will teach a few more techniques called sword coming, and that it is good for Jianfeng to practice a bit first. Jianfeng is impressed, saying he has never seen such a mysterious and extraordinary sword technique. The protagonist says it is a combination of his 57 techniques. The first 57 he received were the predecessors of this, to make it easier for him to get used to. Jianfeng is amazed, and asks his master if he created the celestial-grade sword-coming technique. Xiao smiles, and says it was just luck. Jianfeng says that this is not luck, this is genius. Xiao tells him there's no need to keep saying these things because he doesn't care. The protagonist asks if Jianfeng knows what lies in the heart of the sword. Jianfeng asks Xiao for guidance. The protagonist says the most important point is to get rid of. Jianfeng is startled, asking if it's to get rid of his sword. Xiao clarifies that it's not just to break through the obstacles ahead, but to shatter all the magical power of the world. Moreover, this sword technique can integrate with the essences of sword techniques from all over the world and improve their grades. Xiao says that one day, including the world's strongest magical treasures and divine weapons, they can be broken with a sword. Including evil spirits and demons, they can be defeated with a sword. Jianfeng shouts that breaking all laws, breaking all weapons, breaking all means if he also incorporates the 7 styles of immortal destruction. At the heart of the sword, energy begins to emanate from his body, and he shouts that he has succeeded. The brilliance is so intense that people outside the house are startled by what they see. System screens appear saying, after receiving instructions from the host, the apprentice comprehended the 10,000 breaking weapons of the sword heart. Incomplete. You have been rewarded 10,000 times, obtaining the 10,000 breaking weapons. Complete. The level of sword coming has risen to celestial level. With the help of the host, the apprentice has reached the 3rd level of nascent soul and received a reward 5 times greater, 100 days of cultivation. Xiao is impressed with his disciple's performance. He thinks that Jianfeng is truly a swordsman with a comprehension level of 300. Ying looks on in astonishment and asks what is happening. Chong says that Jianfeng has probably made a significant breakthrough. 10 days later, Jianfeng goes to the house where Xiao is and says that he has managed to find his path. The protagonist was cultivating and is now at the peak of the golden core. Xiao says he found it strange when Jianfeng stopped at the foundation, but this time he wants to break through the golden core and ascend to the nascent soul, which seems more evident. Cultivators store their spiritual energy in their dantian, and the protagonist's dantian seems capable of storing more than ordinary people. Both are at the golden core, but the difference between Xiao's golden core and that of a common person is vast. It is as if a common person is a well, and Xiao an entire lake. The protagonist says he has intentionally observed that, although he is now a golden core, in terms of purity, his spiritual power is much stronger than Zhenglau's, who is at the peak of the nascent soul, like a bottomless well. He thinks that although his energy control is now greater, it is still not possible to change the quality of his power. However, the foundation of his golden core is infinitely stronger than that of others. Perhaps this is the benefit of his special constitution. Xiao goes outside and calls Jianfeng so they can take a look at the ruins Jianfeng had mentioned earlier. At the entrance to the foot of Mount Wanfeng, some people are gathered while a person announces that an auction will be held today. However, money is not easy to exchange. Only the power of spiritual consciousness is traded. This catches the protagonist's attention. He wonders if they would really trade objects for the power of consciousness. The man explains that the stone can transform the power of one's consciousness. Generally speaking, acquired or innate power does not have the power to condense one's spiritual consciousness. The power of spiritual consciousness in the Qi refinement stage is between 1 and 100. In the foundation creation stage, it is between 100 and 1000. And in the golden core stage, it is between 1000 and 5000. The announcer says that the first lot is a 4th grade elixir, Huan Yuan Dan. The starting price is 50% of one's consciousness power. He asks if anyone is interested. A man raises his hand asking if he can really trade the power of his consciousness. It is a good thing, but he wants to try. The announcer says he can try. He asks a monk to inject his consciousness into the stone. As soon as the man touches the stone, he feels something strange and thinks something is wrong. The man starts trembling and sweating while the announcer smiles at this. The man who had touched the stone thinks he can't control his body. He becomes desperate as all his consciousness power is being drained. The announcer smiles and says that this man's power reached 4,444, which is the highest in his realm. He asks the man if he would like to bid on the Huan Yuan Dan pill. The man, out of his mind, says he is willing to give all his consciousness. The announcer shouts that this monk offered 4,444. He asks if anyone offers more. The people say that this value is the highest for a golden core stage. They couldn't get more than that. They begin to believe that they can indeed trade this power for objects. Jianfeng says that this monument is strange because all the monk's power was drained. Xiao says the monk was manipulated by someone. A mysterious qi entered the monk's sea of consciousness. Jianfeng draws his sword and shouts, cursing the man, asking how he dared to enter their territory like this. He wouldn't allow it. Xiao tells Jianfeng that he is already old and still so reckless. Jianfeng asks his master to teach him. The protagonist says that these people know the Tao festival is over, and yet they are still there, so they don't fear Jianfeng's presence. Xiao says that perhaps the root of the problem lies within the sect. Xiao mentions that among the techniques he taught Jianfeng is a special technique for divine consciousness called Divine Consciousness of the 9 Forgings, which can protect the divine consciousness from evil and demons. The protagonist tells him to hide his breath, change his appearance, and follow his instructions. Xiao raises his hand and says that this Huan Yuan Dan seems like something good. They also want to try it. The announcer shouts that the auction is for the best bidder, so if he is interested, he could come up there. Both place their hands on the stone. Xiao thinks that Jianfeng seems like a very good guy, but his actual acting skills are incredible. The announcer shouts that the divine consciousness power of the 2 monks exceeded 4,500. At the entrance of the mountain, the announcer shows something in his hand and says he was doing something for the elder and therefore should enter. They think that to let them in so easily, it seems the problem really comes from within the sect. Moreover, in that direction are the ruins at the back of the mountain. A strange energy was coming from within the ruin. Inside the ruin, a person was absorbing this energy, while others seemed out of their minds beside him. This person absorbing the energy is called Yuanji. The announcer tells the great elder that he managed to bring everyone there this time. Jianfeng looks at this and gets angry, thinking, Yuanji, it really is you. Yuanji attacks the announcer with his aura. He asks why it took so long. Yuanji had warned that he would kill him if he arrived late again. The man shouts, saying that this time so many monks were deceived. He thought Yuanji would be pleased to have brought more people. Yuanji asks if the man wants to make him happy. Then he should offer all his spiritual energy, blood, and consciousness. He starts to suck the man's energy while he screams. The man faints. Yuanji asks if that is all he had. He shouts that it is not enough. He uses his aura to grab more people. Xiao pushes the person Yuanji was going to grab, saying he twisted his ankle. Yuanji grabs Xiao. He asks why Xiao is not being controlled by the stone monument. Xiao says nothing, just looks at Yuanji. The protagonist looks at him, releasing a bit of his power. Yuanji trembles. Still trembling, he asks if Xiao really wants to compete with him because that is very audacious. The protagonist steps back and asks what Yuanji is talking about because he has already lost. Yuanji is startled and shouts, asking what is happening because he can't control his body. He asks Xiao what he did to him. The protagonist says he did nothing special, just used the same trick Yuanji was using. Xiao explains that Yuanji used the stone monument to absorb the monk's consciousness power and took the opportunity to invade the sea of consciousness, controlling the opponent's mind and capturing the person to consume their blood and spiritual power. Xiao says he just made some manipulations in the divine consciousness power he let Yuanji absorb, creating the opportunity to counterattack whenever he wanted. Yuanji starts screaming in pain as a lot of energy begins to surround his body. Xiao says it's a shame. It seems he is faster. The protagonist explains that this is the 12-star dragon blocking formation, which requires the sacrifice of a large amount of blood, spiritual energy, and divine power to achieve balance. Xiao thanks Yuanji for giving him this gift. A strong amount of energy starts to surround the place. The ruin begins to tremble and break apart. John Feng exclaims that the ground is falling. Suddenly, everything stops. John Feng looks around and asks if this is the 7 stars of man. The protagonist asks what the 7 stars of man are. John Feng starts to explain that, according to legend, in ancient times immortals and gods were side by side, and among them was a supreme ruler called Shu Yuan. He ruled over the flooded lands and all the races of the heavens, a true emperor of the laws. Due to a catastrophe, the order of the heavens collapsed, and Armageddon arrived, causing all creatures in the world to be reduced to ashes while bleeding. The immortal emperor Shu Yuan could not bear the suffering of common people, so he led his immortals to fight. However, the celestial Tao was too powerful for the immortal emperor Shu Yuan to defeat, and he had no choice but to establish the 7 great formations. He captured 7 stars that contained the great power of the Tao, and used the power of the stars to suppress the heavens, resisting the collapse of the celestial Tao and protecting the peace of all races in the heavens. Xiao asks if this legend is true, and what happened to the immortal emperor Shu Yuan. Jian Feng says that, after capturing the stars, the immortal emperor Shu Yuan was so weakened that the celestial Tao took advantage of his weakness and destroyed his physical body, and his soul could only hide within the 7 stars. It was never said whether he died or remained alive since then. The 7 stars of man constitute an ancient power, with the myth and legend of the immortal emperor Shu Yuan as their belief and the 7 stars as their name. They worship the immortal emperor Shu Yuan and spread all his great deeds. Suddenly, the marks on the wall begin to glow. Zhan Feng is scared, and the protagonist asks if this is power and energy start to fly towards Xiao's body. The energy begins to pass through Xiao's body. He thinks it seems to be more condensed and powerful than spiritual energy, and has some similarity with the purple qi from the Hongmeng sect, which was once refined. The protagonist starts to concentrate and asks Zhan Feng to protect him. Zhan Feng says he will do his best. Zhan Feng thinks he heard that before the 7 stars disappeared, the legacy of the immortal emperor Shu Yuan was divided into 7 parts and spread across the world. He wonders if his master was chosen by the 7 stars and is about to become the heir of the immortal emperor Shu Yuan. Jian Feng thinks that if he were in his master's place receiving all this power, he wouldn't be able to bear it and would die quickly. He looks at Xiao and wonders if he is all right. After a few moments, Xiao opens his eyes, and his current level of strength is the peak of the golden core. He thinks that even with such a large amount of power, it was not enough to fill his golden core. It seems he will have to return to the Hongmeng sect to absorb the purple qi before trying to advance. Suddenly, a woman passes through the wall. She says that, by order of the immortal emperor Shu Yuan, the 7 stars below her are the 7 stars of light. She is there to guard the legacy of the immortal emperor, waiting for someone with a suitable fate to obtain it. Xiao asks if she is floating light, one of the 7 stars of man. He also asks if this means the heritage of the immortal emperor Shu Yuan is sealed there, and if it is the power he just absorbed. She says she is not one of the 7 stars, but a remnant left by floating light, one of the 7 stars. She says the legacy of the immortal emperor is not what Xiao just absorbed. She asks Xiao's name, and he says it is Xiao. She creates a ball of great power in her hand and says this power is called stellar power. Those who possess the power of the stars will be favored by the heavens and will be especially fortunate. Xiao remarks that this power is very similar to a power he refined before, called Hongmeng's purple qi. He asks if she has heard of Hongmeng's purple qi. She looks at him thinking, so he is from the Hongmeng sect. She says the ancestor of the Hongmeng sect was an immortal human. Since Xiao is a disciple of this man, he inherited the cause and effect of his stay in this world. Likewise, he will also inherit the fortunate power of the human immortals. This Hongmeng purple qi is also the fortunate power of his ancestor. She applies the power to Xiao and says that when the power of fortune condenses and solidifies countless times, it turns into stellar power. If he cultivates the stellar power to the extreme, he will be able to fight against the celestial Tao. Xiao says that Hongmeng's purple qi is also a kind of fortunate power, and the stellar power is an advanced version of the fortunate power that has been condensed numerous times. The woman confirms this. The protagonist asks if she knows about the power of national destiny. The stellar power is above Hongmeng's purple qi, above the fortunate power. The woman says the power of national destiny, as the name suggests, is the power of a country's destiny, and is also one of the lower levels of stellar power. Xiao says he understands but has one last question. Has anyone else obtained this heritage of the immortal emperor Shu Yuan? The woman says that besides him, others have been there before. They all completed the trial well and received their own heritage. Xiao thanks the woman for clarifying everything and says he has no more questions. She says that, as Xiao already knows, this place is where the immortal emperor Shu Yuan left his heritage. Once he has received this heritage, he will be able to fight against the celestial Tao. She asks if he is willing to take the trial. The protagonist asks what the trial would be. She smiles and says that if he wants to receive this heritage, he must kill the man who came with him. John Feng is so scared that he reverts to his original form. Xiao remains silent while John Feng screams for his master, terrified. The protagonist smiles. He asks John Feng if the Emperor Shu Yuan is really as powerful as he said. Xiao says he believes this trial is a joke. The woman becomes angry, calling the protagonist presumptuous. She shouts, asking how a mere mortal dares to question the immortal emperor. She attacks, but he easily defends himself and asks if this is serious. He says he already understands everything. John Feng kneels and screams for his master. Xiao looks at him and asks what he is doing. John Feng cries out, saying that all his life he wanted to reach the highest level in the art of the sword, but now he realizes that it is impossible for human power to defeat the heavens. John Feng says that Xiao is different. In time, he will be the best in the art of the sword. He only hopes that Xiao can become an immortal emperor in the future. The protagonist sighs and asks John Feng what he is talking about. The woman says that Xiao's disciple is much more sensible than he is. She asks what he is waiting for. She says that now Xiao doesn't need to worry about being blamed. He can receive the heritage openly. She asks why he doesn't do it now. The protagonist smiles and says rebellion against the heavens. Immortal Emperor Shu Yuan. Now he can understand completely. Xiao uses his power and says he will borrow John Feng's swords quickly. He creates a large sword in his hand and says he understands this thanks to John Feng, since the flexible fingers swords are originally just one sword. Therefore, if it can strengthen the magical weapons of the world, why not combine them into just one? Xiao creates a sword with incredibly strong energy and shouts that this is the sword that will break the world. John Feng is amazed and shouts, asking if all the flexible fingers swords have turned into one. He asks if this is not something even the ancient weapon forgers could do. The protagonist looks at him and says this is nothing. He grabs another sword in his hand and merges it with his true sword, saying it can be even stronger. The woman is startled, saying that the flexible fingers sword given to her by the immortal emperor has been strengthened. She asks if this power is now available to today's cultivators. Xiao advances, saying he will put all this to the test. The woman is frightened and shouts, asking what he is doing. She asks if he doesn't want the heritage of the immortal emperor. The protagonist asks her how it is possible that the immortal emperor Shu Yuan, who fought against the celestial Tao to protect the races of the heavens, would set such a trial. The only solution he thinks is simply breaking their customs without scruples. He strikes the woman. The woman begins to emit a strong amount of energy and explodes with just one strike. Xiao says that if he is not mistaken, he could consider this a way to end the false legacy of the immortal emperor. Yuanji screams for his master. Beside them, a book with a lot of energy appears. The book opens, and John Feng shouts, saying that this is the technique cultivated by the legendary immortal emperor Shu Yuan. The protagonist approaches the book, and the energy begins to enter his head. He says that unfortunately, there are 7 chapters in the 7 Stars Sutra, but this is only the first, the chapter of tenebrous light, which can support his cultivation, but it is not enough to reach the first level of the separation realm. If he wants to cultivate to the first level, he needs to find the remaining 6 chapters. However, the chapter of tenebrous light also contains the location of the next chapter of Kaiyang, which is located in the Longyan Kingdom. He thinks it will be easy to find. It is also written in the chapter of tenebrous light that anyone who decides to kill their companions in the ruins can obtain part of the heritage, but will not be able to find the whereabouts of the other relics. Xiao thinks that until the true heir appears, the relic will remain sealed. From what he has noticed, the men who arrived there before him chose to kill their companions. The protagonist is a bit confused, thinking he does not know what the intentions of the immortal Emperor Shu Yuan were in leaving this kind of heritage. Jianfeng congratulates Xiao for receiving the legacy of the immortal emperor and the complete flexible fingersword. Now, he has a new powerful weapon. The protagonist asks Jianfeng to extend his hands. As soon as he extends them, Xiao hands the sword to him and asks what he was talking about, as this sword is now his. Since he doesn't need it, the system announces, "With the host's help, the disciple obtained the 8 swords in 1 high celestial grade, complete flexible fingersword. The host will receive 5 times the reward and obtained the upgraded version of the supreme celestial grade, complete flexible fingersword." Jianfeng looks at Xiao with tears in his eyes and bows, thanking his master. The protagonist says he will give him the sutra of the ancient 7 Stars Emperor. Jianfeng is shocked and asks if Xiao really wants to pass on the legacy of the immortal Emperor Shu Yuan. After Xiao transmits the knowledge, Jianfeng begins to meditate while the system opens again, saying, "It has been detected that the host taught the disciple the Sutra of the Ancient 7 Stars Emperor, Chapter of the Dark Light. The reward is doubled, and the host will receive the Scripture of the Ancient 7 Stars Emperor, Chapter Haiyang." The protagonist is happy with this reward, as the Kaiyang chapter is very good. He begins to summon a sword, thinking he would take a good look at it, as it is said to surpass even the immortal emperor's magic weapon. Jianfeng opens his eyes and asks Xiao if the sword he is holding is also a flexible fingersword. While Jianfeng holds the sword the protagonist gave him, he asks Xiao how it is possible that he has 2 complete flexible fingerswords. The protagonist's sword turns into energy and transforms into a fan. Xiao looks at him and says he already told him not to ask questions about the world. Jianfeng is so surprised by what Xiao is doing that he shouts he wants to become a fan of his master. The protagonist transforms the energy fan into an axe. Xiao says that the axe he is holding is as strong as a celestial grade weapon and that it's not bad at all. Now he can do whatever he wants with it, as he sees fit. He thinks that after practicing the 5 elements yin-yang body refinement technique, he gained new insights into the Tao of the sword, which had been stagnant for a long time, so it's better for him to explore new ways of cultivating. Jianfeng continues to be more and more impressed with his master. He thinks that Xiao made a celestial grade masterpiece. The flexible fingersword is only high celestial grade. From what he knows of the legend, this is the magic weapon refined by the immortal Emperor Shu Yuan to shake the light. Xiao asks the system if this upgraded version of the flexible fingersword has new functions besides changing shape. The system says, "By merging weapons containing the power of the stars, it is possible to evolve the sword's level." The protagonist is happy to know that this is a divine weapon that can evolve. He says this sword is much more powerful than the complete flexible fingersword, so he will call it Wushuang. He makes a movement with the fan, releasing a good amount of energy, and says they should get those people out of there. The released energy begins to transform into spirits, lifting and carrying the fallen people. He says it's time to test the puppet technique written in the chapter of the Dark Light. After getting everyone out of the cave, they went to Wangfeng Mountain Square. Several people were lying on the ground. Jianfeng informs Xiao that these people suffered damage after losing some of their consciousness power. Jianfeng emphasizes that if they leave these people alone, in the future, they may end up going mad. The protagonist begins to release his power and says he just learned several routes for the movement of spiritual energy and asks Jianfeng what he thinks. He says he will try too. Jianfeng begins to concentrate and releases a large amount of energy around him. After a while, he notices what this technique is and shouts at his master, asking if that ability is not the heaven and earth demon devouring technique used by Kui Wu Wu. He asks what the protagonist wants with that kind of magical power. Xiao smiles and says it's to reverse the technique and save Jianfeng's disciples and grandchildren. The system announces, "Through the host's teaching, the disciple learned the incomplete heaven and earth demon devouring technique. The host will receive a reward 7 times greater, and obtained the complete heaven and earth demon devouring technique. Xiao begins to concentrate and releases his power into Yuanji. The protagonist thinks that this magical power can not only absorb other people's spiritual power, but also control their minds, which is quite practical. All the spiritual power that was stolen from the people starts to come out of Yuanji's mouth and return to its rightful owners. The people begin to get up, still a bit dazed. They were scared, but besides having their powers back, they were stronger than before. Jian Feng asks Xiao what he did to those people. The protagonist says that when he returned their consciousness power, he also purified them, since some of Jian Feng's disciples had a weak foundation, so he decided to take care of them. Jian Feng is completely amazed by his master's feat. The people start shouting that their master, Jian Feng, saved them and even made them stronger than before. Xiao turns around, saying he would leave the rest to him, and that once he finished handling things, they would go back home. Jian Feng watches Xiao, who walked away too quickly, and wonders if this is how a master acts. After all this, they begin to return to the Hongmeng sect. As soon as Jian Feng sees the sect, he is astonished and asks what happened, as the place looked different and luxurious. Compared to his own sect, Hongmeng seemed like a remote and poor place. The protagonist laughs at this and says it wasn't like that before, but they arrived at the right time. He descends and says they were expecting them. As soon as he arrives, Zi starts shouting that her master has returned. Muhan comes forward and greets her master. Xiao asks how she feels now that she is helping with the sect's affairs. Zhu Xuan Xiao starts to say they are doing a great job there, and that she was thinking of appointing Zi as the master of the 7th peak, and giving Muhan a separate Dan peak to recruit new disciples who hope to use the Dan to enter the Dao. Xiao holds Zhu Xuan Xiao by the shoulders, looking directly into her eyes, making her embarrassed. He asks if she is serious, because it seems he has a problematic person taking care of them these days. Suddenly, Meyer arrives shouting, calling her master and saying she has something to ask her. Zhu Xuan Xiao says goodbye and mentions she will resolve this first. The protagonist asks Zi and Muhan to take Jian Feng to see the sect. He would return later to guide them in cultivation. Alone, the protagonist goes to the sect's ancestral shrine. He says this power is much more condensed than before. Purple Qi of Hongmeng. This must be the stellar power. He thinks he didn't expect that the celestial book of Hongmeng, which said that on the day he became the leader of the great sect, he would attract all the fortune left by the ancestor of Hongmeng, was actually true. Moreover, this fortune is much more incredible than he imagined, as it is already condensed into stellar power. Suddenly, the energy expands, making a loud noise. Bai Luo-ri opens the door coughing. The protagonist asks what is happening. He says he doesn't know what was going on with the ancestral shrine. Suddenly, the spiritual power became violent and injured several passing disciples. The master ordered him to go there and find a solution to the problem. Bai Luo-ri says he asked around and finally found a high-ranking person to help. He points forward, saying that is the person. An old man introduces himself, saying his name is Xuan Xiao from the Nanli sect. He asks if they need his help. The protagonist just looks at him. Bai Luo-ri celebrates and asks if Xiao knows him, since he is known for having destroyed the Luoyun sect alone. He is almost a demigod. Bai Luo-ri says he spent all his money to bring this guy here. Xiao begins to pat Bai Luo-ri on the head and asks if he had told his sister about today and about the day they met in Luoyun City. He says yes, and mentions that the protagonist said he would give him the opportunity to practice. He asks why Xiao is patting him. The protagonist says it's nothing, he just thinks Bai Luo-ri is cute. Xuan Xiao bangs his staff on the ground and yells at the two of them, asking if they know how valuable his time is, and yet they are standing there chatting. Bai Luo-ri is startled by this. He apologizes and shows the way. As soon as Xuan Xiao enters, the energy begins to manifest, and Xiao just smiles behind him. Xuan Xiao is shocked, wondering why this energy is so pure. It seems infinitely purer than common energy. He thinks the Hongmeng sect is very lucky, since the ancestral shrine is emitting such a pure flow of spiritual energy. Xuan Xiao thinks that if he can steal and absorb all that energy, he could reach the nascent soul in an instant. Xiao becomes serious behind him, while Bai Luo-ri asks if Xuan Xiao can solve the problem. Xuan Xiao turns and says, "This is not a simple matter. He will have to use the treasure of fate to solve it, so the price will go up." Bai Luo-ri is disappointed, saying he has no more money. Xiao, irritated, tells Xuan Xiao not to worry, as the protagonist is interested in seeing Xuan Xiao's skills. If he can solve this problem, he will pay the additional costs. Xuan Xiao says he will solve it since they are so generous, but thinks these two are just dumb sheep. He takes out his bag, a treasure capable of storing and absorbing spiritual energy, called the spiritual storage bag. As soon as he opens the bag, the energy starts to flow in. The old man starts shouting, thinking this is fantastic. The bag begins to grow larger as the old man thinks all that pure, high-quality energy is now his. He continues absorbing as much as he can. The bag starts to make noise, and he is surprised, thinking the bag won't hold. The bag explodes, spreading all the energy again. Xiao thinks he has no choice but to absorb this energy right now. As he starts to absorb the energy, he is frightened. He wonders what is happening because this is not spiritual energy. The energy increased dozens of times after entering his dantian. The energy keeps flowing in, and he thinks this is not good. If the energy keeps coming in like this, his body will explode, and he will die. Bai Luori notices the spiritual energy has decreased a bit and says Xiao is truly incredible. Xiao's body begins to grow enormous, and he tries to ask for help. Bai Luori is surprised, asking if Xiao is really asking for help. Xiao looks at this and starts laughing hysterically. He begins to control the energy in the place. Bai Luori asks what he is doing. The protagonist says that if he doesn't help, this little master will be reduced to several pieces of meat scattered everywhere. The protagonist starts absorbing the energy while thinking that, fortunately, he obtained the heaven and earth demon devouring technique, and this is a perfect occasion to use it. The old man's body begins to return to normal. He falls to his knees on the ground and sighs with relief, saying he is saved. Xiao asks the old man if he is sure about that, and steps on his body. Xiao screams in fright, asking what the protagonist is going to do with him. Xiao says it depends a lot on what he will say. The protagonist orders the old man to say who he really is and what his intentions are in infiltrating the Hongmeng sect. The old man, scared, shouts that he will tell everything. He says he is very sorry, that he deserves death, that he did not recognize such an important person and deceived everyone. In fact, his name is not Xiao from the Nanli sect. His real name is Zhang San. He says he used the protagonist's name to deceive people and get money all over the country. Bai Luori is shocked by this. The protagonist transforms his fan into a knife and asks if that is all he has to say. And to make up for the deception, he will just cut off one of Zhang San's legs. The old man falls into despair and says he is being sincere, offering all his belongings as an apology and calling the protagonist an immortal master. Suddenly, someone arrives and calls Xiao. It is Zhuxuan, who says that if he does this, what would he do if her disciple became corrupted? Xiao takes the old man's belongings and says that Zhuxuan is a bit mistaken, that he was just punishing villains and eliminating evil. Besides, she sent him there as soon as he returned. He asks if it wasn't to set a good example for Bai Luori. She replies that she sent him there to absorb the energy from that place, not for what he said. The protagonist smiles and asks if she is serious. He uses his energy, transforming it into a rope. Xiao says he will take the man away, so Bai Luori doesn't need to worry anymore. The old man starts shouting that he was wrong and begs for forgiveness. Zhuxuan says that this is an opportunity that appears after the explosion of the Hongmeng sect's fortune. She emphasizes that she has already absorbed her part and that all the rest belongs to Xiao. He immediately sits down and says that in that case, he will not refuse. She starts to leave the place while Bai Luori runs after her, asking why she didn't absorb everything if she knew what it was and why she sent him to guard that place. She stops and thinks that the fortunate power is much stronger than spiritual energy, but if a cultivator cannot absorb it, it is a waste. Previously, when she used the purple qi of Hongmeng to temper the green-purple twin swords, it took an entire year. When the protagonist left the capital of the Qin dynasty, he had another great breakthrough. Now she could master the fortunate power almost effortlessly. She turns to Bai Luori and says that everyone has their own opportunity. She thinks she needs to hurry, otherwise Xiao will leave her behind. First peek. Night falls, and the sky is behaving strangely. A lightning bolt begins to fall towards the house. That house starts to emit a gigantic amount of energy. It was Xiao meditating. He thinks this is the 10th lightning bolt of the tribulation. He opens his eyes, saying that the tribulation from breaking through the golden core to advance to the nascent soul has finally arrived. It is not easy to fill this bottomless abyss of his dantian. Breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. From the golden core is a process every cultivator should experience before advancing to the nascent soul realm. During this process, the transformation of the golden core attracts the tribulation of heaven and earth. To form the nascent soul, one must first absorb the power of the lightning tribulation that descends. It can be said that the power of the lightning tribulation is also a kind of fortuitous power. Generally, the power of the thunder tribulation is proportional to the strength of the golden core. The stronger the golden core becomes, the stronger the lightning tribulation attracted to break through the golden core and advance to the nascent soul. Xiao says that the cultivator Chongling was called the strongest cultivator for withstanding 5 tribulation bolts when advancing to the nascent soul. The protagonist says that if that is the case, then it wouldn't be a big deal if he proclaimed himself the strongest nascent soul cultivator. Another lightning bolt forms in the sky. Xiao looks at it and thinks that this is the 10th tribulation bolt. Historically, no one has faced the 10th bolt, so that should be enough. However, another bolt forms, this time in the shape of a dragon. The protagonist shouts, asking if it would really continue. He smiles and says he never thought he would advance to the nascent soul with more than 10 bolts. The protagonist begins to prepare to absorb another bolt. He says he is too impatient. Outside, Jianfeng and Zhuxuan are impressed by what they're seeing. Zhuxuan says that in her entire life, she has only heard that besides the immortal Emperor Shu Yuan, there was only one nascent soul with 10 bolts. She can't believe that someone with the potential of an immortal emperor would be born in the Hongmeng sect. The bolts keep appearing. Jianfeng shouts that this is already the 20th tribulation bolt. He shouts, terrified, saying that this level of thunder power has already surpassed the level of a normal nascent soul tribulation. He shouts, saying that his master could be forming a nascent soul with 100 bolts. The entire sect starts looking at the mountain peak. One of the bolts shouts, furious, saying that no one can endure more than half a day of continuous lightning strikes and not die. This Xiao must be hacking. The bolt says it's leaving in anger. After that, the weather calms down. Xiao starts to open the doors. As soon as he opens the doors, Jianfeng and Zhuxuan congratulate him for forming a nascent soul with 100 bolts. The protagonist is surprised to see them there, and asks if they stayed there to protect him, and if they spent the whole night. Zhuxuan says this moment is historic for the Hongmeng sect, the birth of a nascent soul with 100 bolts. As the leader, she couldn't miss something like this. She lowers her head and says she also has something to tell him. The two go to a more secluded place. Xiao asks if she is from Longyan country and the daughter of the patriarch of the Zhu family, the most prestigious there. She sighs and says yes. Zhuxuan explains that she came to the Hongmeng sect because she got lost in the Qin dynasty, and Zhang helped her, saying that from that day on, that would be her new home. With nowhere else to go, she followed Zhang to the Hongmeng sect. The protagonist asks if her family hasn't looked for her all these years. She says they didn't come to get her. She says she left the Zhu family because her second uncle betrayed her and threw her to the beasts. If it weren't for Zhang's help, she probably would have been killed by the beasts that night. Xiao is surprised, thinking he never imagined she had such a past. Zhuxuan says that recently her family found her and asked her to return and marry the emperor of the Longyan kingdom. The protagonist gets angry and says this is nonsense. They ignored her for years, and now they want to use her for a matrimonial alliance. He says that during the visit to Longyan country for the National Destiny War, he would help her resolve this quickly. Zhuxuan thanks him but refuses, saying that this time she would return to cause a commotion herself. She says there are 3 months left for the National Destiny War. She would go and come back quickly, but while she's away, she wants him to take care of the sect. Xiao asks why they can't travel together. He says that would be perfect, because before the National Destiny War, Jianfeng and he need to visit the Dragonfire country to prepare. That way, they could travel together and cause a big scandal. She asks what will happen to the Hongmeng sect. The protagonist says Zhang could take care of everything since his wounds have healed, and he knows the place better than anyone. Zhang sneezes, wondering why he suddenly had a bad feeling. With everything resolved, they set off on their journey. At the gate of Dragon City, Xiao says that this is Dragon City, the farthest border of the Qin dynasty. The Qin dynasty and the Longyan country are very far apart, with several kingdoms between them. The Qin dynasty has only one long-distance teleportation formation. To reach Longyan country quickly, they must use the large teleportation formation here. The protagonist tells them to hurry because he already asked Xingye to inform the governor. He should be waiting for them at the city gate. The rest will come later with Xinye. They head towards the gate and find Governor Haiming there. As soon as the governor sees the protagonist, he welcomes them and introduces himself. Xiao says they don't need to be so formal. He says that probably His Majesty had already informed him that they would be using the teleportation. Haiming becomes desperate and says that the formation leading to Longyan country can only be used twice a year. And now, not only has the formation been reserved by Princess Yilan of Longyan country, but she has also occupied his house. Haiming says he tried everything, but he doesn't dare offend a princess of such a superior country. Xiao asks why she did this and if she has any urgent matter. The protagonist also asks if he told her they had an important matter to handle there. Haiming says the princess claimed she was tired of traveling on the flying boat and wanted to use the formation. He says he tried to inform her of the protagonist's participation in the National Destiny War. But the princess said, being a 6th-rank kingdom, even participating or not, they would only waste resources. It's better not to go. The protagonist gets irritated and says he wants to meet her now. He heads to the governor's mansion, but there is a barrier and a guard. Haiming tries to talk to him to let them in. However, the guard tells the governor to leave, saying that the princess is not available for visits at this time. Xiao intervenes and says they have important matters to discuss with the princess, so he should step aside. The guard starts laughing and asks if they are from Qin, saying that the princess mentioned the dogs of Qin are not welcome here. Haiming says that as soon as the princess arrived, she placed a barrier around the residence. Therefore, he cannot enter without her permission. So, it's better if they leave. However, the protagonist is furious. He places his hand on the barrier, effortlessly pushing his fingers through. With a bit of force, he creates a sword and says the princess of Longyan country is a true idiot. The guard is scared and asks what he is doing. Haiming is also worried, thinking it was a defense formation given to the princess by the emperor of Longyan. It can't be broken so easily. If the protagonist angers the princess, everything will be ruined. With a simple strike, the protagonist shatters the barrier. Neither the guard nor the governor could believe he broke the barrier so easily. The guard runs off, shouting that he needs to warn the princess. The protagonist says that in broad daylight, the princess is locked inside. He is worried, so he needs to enter and see if she is okay. A whip cracks on a girl's back. This woman is named Wushuang. Princess Yilan is beating the woman, telling her to hurry up and shouting what she is doing there if she can't pull a carriage. The guard arrives, shouting, "Princess!" She hits him with the whip, asking who gave him permission to speak. The protagonist is already there, witnessing everything. They say the princess is too abusive. She continues whipping the woman, ordering her to pull the carriage. Xiao looks at the carriage and thinks it's made of solid gold and must weigh around 10,000 catties. Not even a golden core practitioner could move it. And this girl doesn't seem to have any cultivation, but can move the carriage with her physical strength. The princess hits the woman again, yelling at her and asking why she hasn't kneeled yet for her to dismount. The woman screams in pain. She gets on all fours on the ground, saying that the slave obeys the princess's orders. Yilan steps on the girl's back forcefully and says that this is a good girl who knows her place. This is how a slave should behave. The girl, in great pain, agrees. Yilan starts shouting, asking what the guards were waiting for. The scum from Qin have rebelled. They must be arrested. The guards begin to run and surround everyone there. The governor shouts, saying this isn't right, and tells the princess she is mistaken. The national master truly has important matters to discuss. Yilan mocks, asking if the national master is this first-level nascent soul. Apparently the great Qin has fallen to this level. Any cat or dog can be a national master. Haiming is terrified. He turns to the protagonist and shouts that they are screwed, that everything is over, and asks what they should do. Xiao says it's obvious what he will do. He starts releasing his power again and leaps, advancing on all the guards. He asks how the noble Princess Yilan can torture her subordinates and speak rudely about the Qin dynasty. He passes through all the guards like lightning. A second later, they all fall. Xiao stops in front of the princess with the sword at her forehead, saying that now is the time to save the day. The princess is frightened by his strength. The protagonist asks how she dares to do this, and orders whatever is inside her to leave the princess's body immediately. Yilan asks how the protagonist dares to point a sword at her. He says he is there to protect her. Yilan asks what he wants. Xiao says he just planted a seal in the princess's mind, if she can't guess what he intends. Xiao approaches the princess and says he will let her experience this seal. She pushes the protagonist's sword away and shouts, asking if he wants to intimidate her. Yilan says she wants to see if he has the courage to make a move against her today. She curses him and kicks her slave, ordering her to run and tell all the soldiers that no one can enter Longyan City anymore. Xiao gets irritated, cursing the princess as stubborn. He says it looks like he will have to use his heaven-devouring and earth demon technique to exorcise the demons from the princess. The seal takes effect and causes unbearable pain in the princess, making her scream. She falls to her knees in front of the protagonist. Trembling in pain, she says her head is exploding and hurting too much. Xiao says that if he wanted, he could destroy the consciousness of this body right now. He places the sword at the princess's throat and says it would be a pity. If he does this, not only will the monsters be destroyed, but the princess will also become an empty shell. He smiles and asks if she now understands what he wants. She says she understands and will do whatever he wants. He turns and says it's better to resolve this peacefully. After all, he is still a person who loves peace. In great pain, the princess thinks that sooner or later, she will cut him into pieces. She shouts at Wushuang, asking why she isn't helping her up. When she looks back, she doesn't see her slave. In front of the protagonist, Wushuang kneels and begs him to accept her as a disciple. Yilan is shocked to see this. Juxuan and Jianfeng also don't understand. Trembling in pain and crying, Wu Shuang shouts that she doesn't want to be bullied anymore and asks him to accept her as his disciple. He asks her why he should accept her as a disciple. She says she can lift up to 100,000 caddies, and ordinary beasts are nothing to her. 100,000 caddies are equivalent to 60.5 tons. Wu Shuang says that if he doesn't want to accept her as a disciple, he can accept her as a servant. Zhan Feng is shocked and thinks that 100,000 pounds is a lot, considering that the Tai Shu sect, led by Taoist Chongling, specializes in physical training. He thinks he has never heard Chongling praise his disciples even once. If his disciples, at the foundation building stage, can have arm strength of up to 100,000 kilograms, they would already be extraordinary talents. Yet this slave girl hasn't even truly started practicing and already possesses such strength. Xiao looks at her and says that if this is the case, then she will follow him as an official disciple, and they will see how she develops before making a final decision. Wu Shuang begins to smile for the first time and thanks the protagonist for this. The system screen appears saying, "Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a disciple. You can now check her attributes on the attribute panel. Name, Wu Shuang. Identity, official disciple. Comprehension, 50. Bone root 500. Talent, none." The protagonist smiles, thinking that a bone root of 500 is extraordinary, as Zhan Feng only has 300. He thinks that it seems he has found another treasure today. After that, he starts walking and says they will head directly to Longyan Shangguo. As they are leaving, the princess thinks she might be able to escape now, but out of nowhere, the protagonist calls her to follow him. Xiao looks at her and asks what could happen to her if he wasn't there. Frightened, she says she understands. Finally, they arrive at the portal and pass into the upper realm of Longyan. Somewhere, a person calls their father, saying they have received information from the spy in Qin. They report that Zhuxuan has begun to head to the upper realm of Longyan, and Xiao, who has a deep relationship with her, has recently started walking through the Yuyong, but they don't know Yuan Ying's exact whereabouts. The man named Zhu Hong smiles and says he has told them many times that there's no need to call him father, and asks his son to call him daddy, like a normal boy. This man is the patriarch of the Zhu family. The woman named Yan says she can't understand the difference between father and daddy. Her father tells her to forget it and call him whatever she likes. Hong thinks that Ji Shu ordered them to present Zhuxuan at the palace and is growing impatient with all the delays. He thinks that this time, Zhuxuan is in Longyan. If the Zhu family doesn't do something about it, he fears Ji Shu won't let it slide. Hong thinks he needs to put on a grand show for Ji Shu. He asks Yan to bring the protagonist and Zhuxuan to their home as soon as they arrive in the city. She agrees and says she will do it. Hong thinks that his wife was killed. His eldest daughter was exiled by her own family, and the youngest daughter, who stayed with him, was born with an emotional deficiency due to the 9 yins. He thinks he would have preferred she hadn't been born into the Zhu family. He becomes angry, thinking he feels deep sorrow for his youngest daughter, and says that when he enters the palace, he will seek someone to help cure her. Moreover, these calm days will come to an end when his plan succeeds. The elders of the Zhu family, with their hidden motives, and the arrogant old fox on the throne will all die. In this way, he and his daughter will be reunited in the capital of Longyan Shangguo. Inside the emperor's chamber, some people were kneeling. One of them says that His Majesty has just received secret information. This man is Longyan, a secret guardian dressed in black. He reports that Lord Sima Ren of the Qingke Shangguo realm has sent an army of 300,000 men to their border, hoping to continue the war from a year ago when the War of the Nations ended. The emperor becomes enraged, saying that this Qingke Shangguo was a little-known country 100 years ago, but suddenly gained enormous prominence in recent years. The emperor emphasizes that they have not only repeatedly offended the neighboring small countries, but also, a year ago, began coveting their country. "This is really disgusting," he exclaims. This is Ji Shu, the emperor of Longyan Shangguo, furious. He shouts that if it weren't for Sima Ren's good fortune and the opportunity to break through distractions and form a special spirit, it would have been impossible for Qingque Shangguo to threaten their country. He begins to smile and says that, even so, Sima Ren won't remain proud for long, as it hasn't been too long since he found a woman with Phoenix clan blood and has already informed the Zhu family that he will soon marry her. This woman is Zhuxuan. The emperor becomes anxious and says that once he absorbs her Phoenix lineage, he may transform into the soul of the dragon's flame. And when that moment comes, when Sima Ren and Qingque invade their country, he will defeat them all. Longyan mentions that he also has news that the prince has been inquiring about the Zhu family recently. Longyan emphasizes that he suspects the prince knows something. The emperor starts laughing and asks what kind of things that treacherous child could possibly do. Jishu says that if there is nothing else to report, Long Yan may leave, reminding him that they must keep an eye on Zhuxuan, who is in the realm. However, he cautions them to be careful. As they begin to leave, the emperor asks them to wait. He inquires if all the yuan-devouring pills have been prepared. If something unforeseen happens with Zhuxuan with the yuan-devouring pills, even Long Yan would be detectable in the capital of the country. Long Yan, the protagonist, and everyone arrive. Xiao says it would be perfect if the Hongmeng sect could also have a teleportation array. The princess mocks him, asking if that kind of trash impressed him. She says it seems he is a poor man who has never seen the world. Xiao looks at her and says she is right, that he is indeed very poor, and since she is so wealthy, the costs of this journey should be hers. He asks her to give him another 100,000 spirit stones so that he can restore his body. Yilan shouts, asking why. The protagonist begins to release his aura and says that a princess shouldn't be so cold to her servants. She becomes frightened and hands over a pouch with the stones, shouting that she will pay. She says that this is all she has. Xiao mentions that 10,000 superior spirit stones are equivalent to 1 million first-level spirit stones. The protagonist calls everyone in his team to visit a good restaurant and have a great meal. Yilan shouts, asking about her. The protagonist says that since she is already in her own country, she could return home. He says he won't be around anymore, so he won't be able to protect her, and advises her to be careful, because if another evil spirit enters her body, it would be very bad. Yilan becomes furious at this, thinking that sooner or later, 1,000 swords will cut him down. In the restaurant, several beautiful and expensive dishes were on the table. The protagonist says that, unexpectedly, Long Yan also had a Tianji tower. It seems that business has also expanded. They not only manage an auction house, but also an inn and a restaurant. Wushuang asks if the protagonist didn't know that Tianji started in the business by operating restaurants and inns, only later becoming more and more prosperous. Now, it is a giant enterprise across the entire continent. Wushuang says they also manage to have alchemy houses, tents, and other businesses. It is said they can also buy and sell information. She points out that it seems that as long as they have enough money, there is nothing that Tianji Tower cannot do. Xiao says that is really surprising. The waitress arrives at the table and wishes them a good meal, saying that all the dishes have been served. Xiao smiles and says everything is perfect. He stands up and shouts that until the food on the table is finished, no one can leave. Wushuang says that's right. Jianfeng shouts in agreement, while Zhuxuan just feels embarrassed. Jianfeng begins to eat and says that Xiao is a man of his word. If he said they can't leave the table until they finish, then they need to eat everything. Wushuang keeps looking at him and agrees, while eating a little bit of everything. Zhuxuan offers her a drink and says that as soon as they finish eating, she will take Wushuang to buy new clothes. Zhuxuan says that now that she is Xiao's disciple, she is part of the sect, so she can't be without proper clothing. Wushuang smiles, delighted with all this kindness, and thanks them for everything. Zhuxuan starts coughing, saying, "Not him." Xiao offers her some vegetables, saying that she also needs to eat some greens. A man at the table next to them looks at Zhuxuan, thinking that she is. He gets irritated and says that he has finally found Zhuxuan. Sometime later they had finished eating, and everyone except Zhuxuan was feeling sick from eating so much. Suddenly the table begins to glow, and the protagonist asks why Tianji Tower keeps placing magic circles on the table. The food reappears and he wonders if it's some kind of automatic refill. Wushuang explains that this is the special magic formation system of Tianji House. She says that not only can the food be automatically replenished, but even the walls of private rooms are soundproofed. In the past, when she followed the princess, she saw Yilan use the guard formation on the wall, and it was said that the attack from the guard formation could kill someone from the divine separation realm in seconds. She says she doesn't know how powerful the owner of Tianji building is. Xiao thinks to himself that if his sect could have such a formation, it would be incredible. Suddenly, a noise is heard, and dust starts to rise. Everyone looks in that direction. The man stomps his foot in front of everyone and says that he has finally found Zhuxuan. The protagonist asks who this woman is that he's talking about. Zhuxuan begins to think that it's been years since she last heard that name, and from what she's heard, she is now the strongest among the younger generation of Longyan, probably living quite a good life. The man continues, irritated and shouting, asking if she's going to keep pretending not to recognize him. He curses her and cuts the table in half. The man says he's been chasing her his entire life, and she's never looked his way, and now she's sitting here eating with a handsome guy. He attacks the protagonist, saying that if he kills the man she's dating right in front of her, maybe she'll change her mind a little. An explosion occurs. The man is startled because the protagonist blocked his attack with a fan. Xiao says they are in Tianji House, and it was the man who started the trouble, while he was just defending himself. The man turns around and asks since when that person had been standing there. The woman's name is Zhuge Lin. She smiles and says that guests are welcome, but if the guest doesn't want to dirty their hands, she can take care of it. The protagonist tells Lin that she doesn't need to worry about it, and with a simple move, he throws the man far away. The man flies a few meters and falls to the ground unconscious. Xiao asks if he was breaking any of Lin's rules. She starts gathering energy in her hand and thanks Xiao for what he did. From that energy, two spirits emerge and start dragging the completely unconscious man outside. Meanwhile, Lin smiles and says that she is the person in charge of Tianji Tower and introduces herself. Lin emphasizes that the guard at Tianji Tower was inappropriate and disturbed their meal, so everything will be on her. The protagonist sees that power and wonders if it might be stellar power. The protagonist creates a spell and asks the woman to wait a moment. He says he's very interested in the magic circle of Tianji Tower and wants to know if she's willing to make a deal. The protagonist says that he noticed that the people of Tianji Tower can also master the starlight puppet technique, recorded in the Yao Guang chapter, so she should recognize what he is showing. As soon as she looks at it, Lin is surprised and wonders if it really is the Kaiyang that she thinks it is. She thinks the protagonist might be the one who also obtained the inheritance of the immortal emperor, Xu Yuan. She clasps her hands and bows before the protagonist, asking him to follow her. He looks at his group and asks them to wait a little. The two go to a room, and Lin says she hasn't yet asked for the name of her guest. She admits she's very curious to know what he wants to trade for the magic circle of Tianji Tower. The protagonist says she can call him Xiao. As Lin pours water, the protagonist starts writing on the table, saying that he noticed she also masters the use of stellar power. Therefore, she should understand the meaning of those words. She looks at it and thinks that if the protagonist truly knows the whereabouts of the Kaiyang ruins, then she calls the protagonist and asks how she could confirm that the location of the Kaiyang ruins is authentic. He looks at her and says that she must also know that in the chapter, The Light Flows, one can only practice up to the divine separation stage, and to progress further, a new inheritance is required. Lin agrees with this. Xiao mentions that he has heard of an elixir that can help a person break through the divine separation stage, and if Tianji Tower helps him obtain this elixir, he will show her the way. Lin asks what the protagonist's current cultivation level is. He responds that he is at the first level of the nascent soul. She says that the protagonist has found the right person because the divine separation elixir, which is difficult to find in the entire world, is easy for Tianji. However, she warns that if anyone dares to mess with the tower, it wouldn't matter if they were at the second level of the nascent soul or even if they were an immortal. The tower would hunt them down to the ends of the earth. Xiao says that he is already aware of the tower's capabilities and emphasizes that he came there with sincerity so that she can feel more at ease. Lin comments that this matter still needs to be passed on to the owner of everything, who in this case is her adoptive father, Zhuge Qingyun. She asks the protagonist to wait for a moment. As for the protagonist's companions, she assures him that they will be well received in their rooms so they can rest. Xiao says that it looks like he'll be putting her to work at Tianji Building, in the Longyan Shangguo establishment. Inside the host's room, Qingyun asks if she was saying that someone found the exact coordinates of the Kaiyang ruins. Lin replies yes, and adds that she has already sent someone to investigate the details. She discovered that Xiao became famous in Daqin last year, and less than a month ago, defeated the elders of other sects at the Grand 10,000 Daos ceremony, becoming a great imperial master. Qingyun does not express anything positive in his eyes. He comments that the protagonist is only from Qin and is not even an imperial master. He says that if he wanted to, the emperor of Qin would come here in person and he could crush him to death. Qingyun states that it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Lin then asks what he means by that. Qingyun orders her to get rid of the protagonist as soon as they get what they want. If others find out about the immortal Emperor Shuyuan's inheritance, a war will undoubtedly occur. They must ensure that Xiao keeps this secret. With no other options, she agrees with him. 10 years ago, Lin was in a cave. Qingyun appeared there, and she asked where her sister was, who was not with him. Qingyun said that she wouldn't be back for a while, leaving her scared. 10 years ago, she saw her sister who was following Qingyun in search of the Yaoguang ruins, and who never returned. Qingyun says that when they go to the ruins, she must follow him with her head down. She responds affirmatively, thinking that she finally learned from her father, when he was drunk, that the trial for the Kaiyang ruins involved killing fellow travelers. Now she finally has her chance. After this conversation, she meets with the protagonist and says that she has already spoken with her father and that the matter has been resolved. In the meantime, she asks them to stay at Tianji Building. She emphasizes that she has already arranged for the soul separation elixir to be prepared, and will also ask someone to deliver it to the protagonist's room. A woman informs them that the lodging is ready and asks Xiao to follow her. Lin keeps thinking that the protagonist was able to become a great master of the Qin dynasty and even supported an unprecedented empress to ascend the throne. His strength is probably not at the first level of the nascent soul. She thinks that if it's him. Suddenly, she asks Xiao to stay a little longer. Meanwhile, his group was sitting at a table. Jian Feng comments that the master has been away all afternoon, and moreover, Wu Shuang said she would go look for him, but she hasn't returned either. Zhuge Xuan stands up and says she will ask someone from the tower. Suddenly, another man arrives, shouting Zhu Yan's name, saying he knew she was there and demanding that she come out immediately. His shout was so powerful that the tiles and vases began to shatter, leaving both of them startled. She looks at the damage and thinks that with such power, this person must have cultivation above the nascent soul. She asks who is causing the commotion. People say that this is Ancestor Wanji of Qingque, an expert at the divine separation level. As soon as they step outside, Wu Shuang is being held by two people. Jian Feng asks who they are. The people around start shouting that the person in front of Wanjian is Jian Feng, the immortal sword god of Qin. They begin to wonder how these people know each other. The woman calls Zhu Yan and Jian Feng from Qin. Wanjian smiles and says that she has finally appeared. He strikes his sword on the ground and begins to release his power, telling Zhu Yan that his disciple is mad because of her, and that if she agreed to what he wanted, there would be no consequences. However, she humiliated him. Zhuge Xuan says that he came for the wrong reasons, emphasizing that there is no Zhu Yan there, and that she has no idea who his disciple is. Wanjian shouts, saying that she is lying because he has witnesses, pointing out that his disciple came in there after her, and shortly after left covered in blood, and yet she wants him to believe it wasn't her. Zhuge Xuan tells Wanjian to ask his disciple who was responsible for that, so they can settle this debt because it wasn't her. He grabs his sword and prepares to attack, asking if she won't confess her guilt. He lunges at her and says that if that's the case, he will destroy her cultivation base, imprison her, and offer her as a slave to his disciple. She dodges the attack, and her swords start moving. She also goes on the offensive, commanding them to release Wu Shuang. The fight continues. Wanjian plants his sword into the ground and defends against Zhuge Xuan's attack. This leaves her shocked, wondering how the green and purple swords didn't break through the protective power of his sword. Wanjian says that she indeed has some skill, but she won't be able to make up for the difference between the Golden Core stage and the Divine Separation stage with mere tricks. He manages to land a direct hit on her, throwing her backward. Jian Feng is shocked by this, shouting her name. Wu Shuang also cries out upon seeing her friend flying and hitting the wall. Jian Feng becomes enraged and charges at Wanjian with all his might, but Wanjian blocks Jian Feng's attack with just one hand, leaving him astonished. Wanjian says that Jian Feng's sword is indeed good, but it's a pity that he's at the nascent soul stage. Therefore, he thinks Jian Feng should hand over the sword to him, and as a reward, he'll be made into a slave. Suddenly, a person arrives, shouting that in the presence of the crown prince, someone dared to be so presumptuous. A terrifying aura emanates from the person, frightening everyone. The man defends against Wanjian's attack as if it were nothing, and says that the crown prince has arrived, so they should lower their swords and kneel to pay homage to the prince. Wanjian asks which prince he is talking about. Behind everyone, a carriage carried by several men begins to arrive. The prince asks the old man to step back. Everyone kneels to greet the prince. Zhuge Xuan and Jian Feng introduce themselves and thank the prince for saving them. Wanjian asks what reason the prince has for being there. He says he'll be straightforward. If he doesn't get a satisfactory explanation, no one will leave there. The prince, named Yixuan, asks Patriarch Wanjian what kind of explanation he desires. Wanjian points at Zhuge Xuan and says he wants her to renounce her cultivation and become his disciple's slave from now on. Yixuan asks Wanjian if he knows that the girl is favored by his father, and that in the future, she will be the concubine of the emperor of the Longyan kingdom. The people are shocked to hear this. Wanjian starts laughing, and asks if it wouldn't be better to avenge his disciple and also humiliate Elder Ji Shu. It would be like killing two birds with one stone. The old man gets angry, but Yixuan just laughs. He asks the old man not to be rude, because if he offends Patriarch Wanjian and damages the relationship between the Longyan kingdom and the Qingque kingdom, not even 10 heads would be enough to make up for it. Yixuan approaches Zhuge Xuan and says that this situation is truly a shame for him. As a prince, it wouldn't be good for him to rashly offend a strong man from Qingque. He smiles and says that if she is willing to marry him, the story would change because she would become the crown princess of the kingdom. The humiliation of the crown princess would justify his actions, allowing him to act without issues in the future. He asks her what she thinks. The people become even more frightened, realizing that even the prince is interested in her. Zhuxuan thinks that it seems even the crown prince of Longyan did not come to rescue her sincerely. He only came to take advantage of the situation. She reflects that maybe, if she tries hard enough. However, someone suddenly yells for everyone to wait. The protagonist appears behind Wanjian, filled with anger, and tries to strike him, destroying the ground. However, Wanjian manages to dodge. Xiao comments that the visitors from Qingque are indeed strong. The protagonist looks at Wanjian, who now has a cut on his arm, and remarks that if he was able to dodge the protagonist's sword, he must be a special person. Wanjian's disciples ask who that person is who missed his strike, yet still thinks so highly of himself. Wanjian looks at his arm, thinking that while the protagonist's aura is only at the first level of the nascent soul, his sword is extremely powerful. He reflects that despite his physical body being strong, his skin and flesh were cut open by the light of the protagonist's sword. Wanjian begins to gather energy, realizing that he needs to take this very seriously now, or he might die. Xiao says that if Wanjian offends him, as the leader of the Hongmeng sect, he can choose to lose either his arm or his head. Wanjian grabs the protagonist's sword and tells him not to be so arrogant. The sword begins to emit lightning, causing Wanjian to scream in pain and let go of the sword. The protagonist doesn't stop attacking, saying that it seems Wanjian has already chosen what he wants to lose. Wanjian becomes desperate, shouting for the protagonist to wait and not kill him, as he is a servant of the Qingque kingdom. If he dies, the Qingque kingdom might go to war with the Longyan kingdom. Wanjian, terrified, says he is willing to lose one of his arms and begs the protagonist to be merciful. The people can't believe that Ancestor Wanjian has surrendered. This man is a powerful master of the divine stage. Xiao stops his attack and orders Wanjian to make his choice now. Wanjian focuses energy in his hand and aims at his arm, thinking that at this point, with the Hongmeng sect, he can get out of this. He cuts off one of his arms and leaves, full of anger. Yixuan looks at the protagonist and wonders where this guy came from, considering even Ancestor Wanjian couldn't be his match. The prince thanks the protagonist for helping with the situation and asks his name. The protagonist says he can call him Xiao, but emphasizes that there's no need for thanks since it was a matter of the Hongmeng sect. Even so, he mentions that they wanted to apologize to the crown prince, acknowledging that it's very difficult for the prince to do something against that thief from Qingque. Yixuan thinks the protagonist really has a sharp tongue. The prince calls his group to leave. Xiao goes to Zhuxuan and asks if she's okay. She says yes and asks why his aura was so strong. He responds that he made a deal with Tianjilu, obtaining the complete formation set from Tianjilu and resources from Tianji Tower, and now he has successfully ascended to the distraction stage. The protagonist thinks that it's just as expected from the world-famous Tianji Tower. In less than a day, they managed to arrange the divine separation pill. Zhan Feng can't believe it and asks if he really heard separation, and if the protagonist hadn't just broken through to the nascent soul, how he has already advanced to the separation stage. Xiao comments that the Longyan kingdom is indeed as strong as the clouds. He heard that among those who participated in the national war, there were powerful people in the divine separation realm, and that's why he needs to hurry. Xiao concludes by saying that he will leave tomorrow night, and that when he returns, they will visit the Zhu family. During the night, outside the imperial mausoleum of Longyan, the protagonist and the others are gathered. The protagonist comments that it is a dark and windy night, perfect for doing bad things. However, he arrived a little late, so they couldn't take too long. Qingyun calls out to the protagonist and greets him. The princess remarks that it is truly inhumane to call someone so late to enter the imperial mausoleum. The protagonist replies that if she doesn't like the timing, she could go back home and rest. Yilan shouts, asking why the protagonist wants to discard her after using her. Lin observes the situation and thinks that, according to their investigation, this was his first visit to the Longyan kingdom. However, being able to tame the princess, who was known to be crazy, leads her to conclude that the protagonist is far from as simple as he appears. She recalls what she had discussed with the protagonist earlier when she was begging him to save her life. Xiao asks what she meant by all that and how he could save her. She explains that the owner of Tianji Inn, who is also her adoptive father, intends to become the sponsor to obtain the inheritance of the ruin. At that moment, she would ask the protagonist to save her. She says that she is willing to work like a horse to repay the favor. She only hopes that the protagonist can defeat Qingyun. They arrive at the ruins. The protagonist says that, since they accepted the Flickering Light Sutra, they should know that it requires a lot of blood, spiritual energy, and consciousness to open this relic. Qingyun responds that he already knew this. He raises his hand and forces Lin to kneel. He smiles and says that he bought her from the slave market and educated her for years. Now it's time for her to pay for all of it. With a trembling voice, she asks her father if he was the one who killed her sister that day. He begins to laugh and says yes. Trembling with fear, she raises her hand towards the protagonist, begging for help. Qingyun says that Xiao wouldn't want to get involved in any trouble. He emphasizes that if the protagonist helps him conquer the ruins of Kaiyang, he will name the protagonist as the vice master of the Tianji Tower. Xiao closes his eyes, saying that it is unfortunate, and attacks. Qingyun is startled and tries to defend himself, but the protagonist's attack hits Qingyun's arm, causing him to release Lin while screaming in pain. Lin runs to the protagonist, seeking protection. Qingyun screams, asking what that was. Xiao begins to laugh and says that it's nothing. He just isn't satisfied with the price Qingyun offered. The protagonist points out that the price Lin offered is better, as she would let Xiao be the owner of everything. Upon hearing this, Qingyun becomes furious, yelling at her, saying that she was trying to team up with a stranger to kill him. Lin says she could say the same to him because if Qingyun hadn't used her as a mere tool, this wouldn't have happened. She bows, saying she will leave everything to her master Xiao. The protagonist says her request is in order and begins to use his power. The protagonist's aura starts to overwhelm Qingyun, making him scream loudly. All that energy begins to spread throughout the room, impacting the pillars. Suddenly, the walls start to make noise, and the whole room becomes filled with intense pressure. Lin is surprised, asking if this is... Xiao says that the ruins have been opened and this is their true form. She screams, asking if it's true because she couldn't escape in time. Lin is frightened, remembering Qingyun saying that once the ruins are opened, only one person among all those who entered can leave alive. Fear grips her, and she thinks she will die at Xiao's hands after getting rid of Qingyun. Suddenly, a strong energy concentrates in the center of the room, and someone starts laughing, saying that this is the inheritance of the immortal Emperor Shu Yuan. A man appears there saying that if they want the inheritance, they must accept the trial. The man says that among all of them, the one who survives will be the one qualified to receive Shu Yuan's inheritance. With a trembling and scared voice, Lin tells Xiao that, in the end, they ended up in the same situation. But Xiao had a dark smile on his face. She holds her sword and thinks she's sorry for this, but even if she doesn't want to do it, there is no other way. The protagonist advances, saying that he doesn't want to waste time. Lin is left confused as Xiao attacks the man in front of him. The man is surprised by the protagonist's attitude. Xiao yells at the man to stop pretending and bring the inheritance. The man begins to dissipate, asking how a mortal could have such strength. It's abominable. As the man finishes dissipating, an energy appears in Xiao's palm. He says that this must be the second part of the immortal Emperor Shu Yuan's inheritance, the Kaiyang chapter inheritance. Lin watches this, not understanding. Unable to believe what she just saw, she asks if this is the true way to obtain the inheritance. She asks what really happened to her sister. Lin falls to the ground, crying and screaming for her sister. The protagonist, seeing this, says that people cannot resurrect after death because they die. The living must live a good life to be worthy of the dead's expectations. Lin thanks the protagonist for helping her avenge her sister. She says that in the future, she will do everything she can to help him manage the Tianji building to repay the kindness he showed. As she leaves, the protagonist stands there, thinking that if they use the Tianji Tower's information network to discover the powers of the other ruins of the immortal emperor, it might be asking too much. He thinks that he obtained the Kaiyang chapter through the system, but now he has the main body of the Kaiyang chapter. Lid within a lid. Xiao wonders if he can get something better if he gives this to one of his disciples, finding the situation complicated. He starts to think it will take some time to properly study the system's rewards. Also, there's the Tianji building, and he needs to think about how to use it. He becomes irritated, thinking that he's been so busy that he hasn't had a chance to rest. The next day, many men were looking into a room, asking if that was Zhu Yan from the Zhu family. They were amazed that a woman like her was there, calmly drinking tea. Another man comments that he saw her arrive early, and she's drinking tea. It seems like she's waiting for someone. They can't understand what kind of person she is to be waiting for someone in a place like that. Suddenly, the protagonist arrives and asks why they are so excited. They start to laugh, a bit embarrassed. Yan notices that they have finally arrived. As the protagonist and his disciples walk in, Yan stands up and commands them to stop. Xiao looks at Yan and thinks that she resembles Zhuxuan quite a bit. Suddenly, Zhuxuan looks at her and calls her by name. Zhuxuan grips her swords and asks who sent her there. Yan extends her hand and tells Zhuxuan to come back with her. Xiao steps in front, saying that he knows how beautiful Zhuxuan is, but Yan can't just take her away. Yan becomes irritated, telling the protagonist not to interfere. She draws her sword and says that if he continues, he can't blame her for being rude. The protagonist takes out his fan and taps her sword, saying that when a girl disagrees, she draws her sword. He asks what that means. Xiao says that if you look closely at Yan, she resembles Zhuxuan a lot. He also thinks that he heard Zhuxuan call this woman Zhu Yan, and that the man in black last time confused the two of them. Yan tells Zhuxuan that their father asked her to bring her home. The protagonist remains silent, and Zhuxuan, surprised by this, becomes angry and says that she will take the opportunity of Yan being here to ask her to go back and tell Master Zhu that she, Zhuxuan, will have nothing to do with him or the Zhu family from now on. She emphasizes that the agreement between them and the emperor has nothing to do with her. Yan becomes angry at this and attacks Zhuxuan, saying she could just knock her out and take her by force. However, her attack is interrupted. Xiao steps in front, asking if she really wants to touch the leader of the Hongmeng sect. First, she'll have to go through him. Yan asks if he's really going to try to stop her, because she doesn't like fighting innocent people. The men at the door are all shocked by this, as they didn't know there was another daughter in the Zhu family. Yan begins to release her aura, while the protagonist watches everything closely. A man appears and says that Yan is almost using her killing move. The other men are frightened and ask what that is. He explains that it's said Zhu Yan has a body of the 9 yins, which is why she's favored by the emperor of the immortal court. The immortal condensed his years of sword knowledge and taught it to Zhu Yan. As a result, although Zhu Yan is not the strongest person in the Longyan realm, she is the strongest in actual combat. Yan attacks the protagonist with all her might. The protagonist begins to use his energy in his eye and thinks that, indeed, this sword is not simple. With one strike, Xiao disarms her. Yan is stunned, as she had never been disarmed so easily. The men are astonished to see Yan's first defeat and ask if anyone knows the man who won the fight. The protagonist thinks that the celestial grade innate sword body is really good. When he's immersed in the sword's mind, he can see her every movement. Yan falls to her knees in front of the protagonist and asks if she really lost. She starts sweating and thinks that her heart is beating too fast. She has never felt this way before. She wonders if this is what fear is called. She looks at Xiao and wonders if this is the man her sister wants to marry. The protagonist looks at her and says that he wanted to have a nice breakfast before visiting the Zhu family, but it seems they were in quite a hurry. He asks if Yan wants to go back alone or tied up. She begins to release an enormous amount of energy and says that no one has ever made her feel that way before. With her own hands, she attacks the protagonist, shouting that she wants to see what he is capable of. Xiao dodges with extreme ease and says that it seems she's only good with a sword, because this attack now is infinitely inferior to the first one. He strikes her on the back of the neck, causing her to lose consciousness. He catches her so that her body doesn't fall to the ground. The protagonist asks Zhuxuan if she knows that woman, as the two of them look incredibly similar. Zhuxuan sighs and says that Yan is her sister. The man who attacked her earlier probably confused the two. Zhan Feng comments that the sect leader really does have a sister. Wu Shuang is surprised, noting that the leader's relationship with her family isn't good. Zhuxuan says that she hasn't had anything to do with her family for a long time. The protagonist gathers everyone and says it's time to pay a visit, since the Zhu family is extending such a kind invitation. They should meet in person. After a while, they arrive at the Zhu family's home. A man comes running and shouting for his master, saying there's a problem. Hong asks what's going on and why there's such a commotion. The man says that someone has been knocking down all the doors and entering. Hong is surprised by this. The man explains that a woman who looks like Zhuxuan entered with 2 men and a girl. The young man shouts that all the guards were sent to stop them, but they were defeated in seconds. Yan is also unconscious, and they brought her here. Hong asks how Yan ended up unconscious and wonders if Zhuxuan has become that strong. He thinks that, in all these years with the Hongmeng sect, Zhuxuan has made great progress. The man continues to shout, telling Hong to think quickly about what to do, as they would be arriving soon. Hong orders the young man to run and ask Chief Meng to meet them first. Suddenly, Xiao begins pounding on the door and forcefully opens it, sending the guards flying. He looks at Hong and says that the owner of the house extends an invitation to them, but keeps the doors locked. That's complicated. Hong is confused and asks who in the family invited the protagonist and if he has no manners. Xiao asks if the reinforcements haven't arrived yet, and that's why Hong wants to talk about manners. The protagonist says he would wait because he wants to see what kind of reinforcements the Zhu family can muster, given how dominant they are. Hong is shocked, thinking that Xiao is so arrogant that he fears nothing and no one. Hong says that Zhuxuan has been away from home all this time and asks why she doesn't want to come back. Zhuxuan, with a cold look, retorts, "Why would she come back?" She asks if he was talking about the Zhu family, who kicked her out when she was under 10 years old, taking her to the desert without caring whether she would live or die. Hong, surprised, looks away and tries to end the conversation, telling her not to bring up those issues from the past. Suddenly, some people start to arrive. 3 men appear, and one of them comments that Zhuxuan has finally arrived. With an authoritative tone, he asks what's going on there. They are the elders of the Zhu family. The first elder insists on knowing what's happening and says that since she has returned, she should sit down and talk with her father. The second elder, with a malicious laugh, asks if Zhuxuan still remembers the second uncle, the one responsible for throwing her to the wolves. Zhuxuan smiles mockingly and replies, how could she forget the uncle who deceived and abandoned her outside the city? Hong, annoyed, yells at her not to be rude. The third elder then begins to release his aura, stating that it's not easy to come back, but that she's making a mess and daring too much. He continues, saying she must have forgotten the Zhu family rules by being away for so long, and that because of this, he would teach them to her again. Zhuxuan stares at him and asks what the family rules have to do with her. With a determined tone, she emphasizes that she came there only to make it clear that she and the Zhu family would no longer have any connection. From now on, the path the family follows has nothing to do with her. The first elder says it's very bold of her to say that. The second tries to justify himself, saying that what happened was the fault of the uncle, who didn't watch her properly and let that happen. The third elder, impatient, yells that they won't talk about the past. He orders her to go to the palace immediately and rest at home. Zhuxuan, with a sharp look, asks if they really believe she is the same child from before, emphasizing that if anyone tries to stop her today, her sword will show no mercy. The 3 elders are surprised by her firmness and determination. They say she's gotten used to being wild out there and has forgotten what her home is like. The first asks if she thinks the first family of Longyan is a place where she can come and go as she pleases. The third says there's no way around it. He'll have to help her remember where she is. Suddenly, several soldiers of the family appear there. Hong shouts, saying that, despite everything, Zhuxuan is his family, and asks the 3 if they would face him that way. The first points to him, saying she is like this because of his negligence. The second says it's the father's fault if the daughter learns nothing. The third laughs and says if the father doesn't discipline his daughter, then he will. They shout for the soldiers to protect the head of the family. Hong is puzzled, and the soldiers say they are also concerned about the head of the family. Therefore, he should be careful not to enter the battlefield. Hong gets annoyed, thinking the 3 are relying too much on the strength of the family soldiers, and therefore don't take him seriously. He thinks that sooner or later, these 3 old men will pay for this. Zhuxuan looks at them, thinking all the Zhu family soldiers are orphans bought by the family. All of them undergo brutal training from a young age. They are loyal. Among them, the one with the lowest cultivation level is a golden core, and those with talent can reach the nascent soul level. It is partly because of the existence of these soldiers that the Zhu family has become the #1 in the Longyan kingdom. Suddenly, Xiao steps in front of her, saying that's too many people. The protagonist begins to release his energy, turning it into a sword. He stands in front of everyone and, smiling, asks who would be the first to dare to take another step. The first yells at the soldiers, asking what they are waiting for. He gives the order to finish this quickly and take the lady to rest. They shout and begin to act. The ground beneath their feet starts to tremble. A great aura takes over everyone there, making them stronger. Xiao asks if really only they would come with a simple move. The protagonist launches his attack, and 3 soldiers create a barrier. Xiao's attack hits the barrier, causing only a small crack. He is surprised, thinking that his sword attack could be blocked by this barrier. Not to mention that the 3 are on the same level as him. In terms of power, they are all at the peak of the nascent soul. He thinks that condensing such a solid spiritual energy shield is not easy. Jian Feng shouts to the protagonist, saying he will go with him. However, Xiao replies that it's not necessary and asks him to stay behind, protecting the others. Zhuxuan is worried and asks him to be careful as he is going alone. Xiao looks at her, smiling, and asks her not to worry. Hong is surprised to think that the unit formation can unite the cultivation levels of the people in the formation. Those 3 soldiers are the best among the Zhu family warriors. With the help of the shield condensed by the concentric formation, they can at least withstand a full blow from the peak of the separation realm. He can't believe that with a simple strike, Xiao almost broke the shield. The first elder yells that the soldiers are a bunch of useless and threatens, if they don't kill the protagonist in less than 10 minutes, everyone will be killed. He yells for them to use the unit formation again. Everyone falls silent and begins to release their powers. A huge amount of energy starts to be released, emanating a strong aura. The 3 soldiers begin to shout. The protagonist watches this, thinking that their auras were constantly increasing. In just a few breaths, they would multiply several times. The three get into formation and tell Xiao that they are ready for a big fight, suggesting it would be better for him to surrender. The protagonist continues looking, confused, thinking that even with the power transmission, it is not possible to increase the cultivation level in a short period of time. He realizes that this does not seem to be a simple power transmission. The protagonist looks at the ground and sees some marks. He feels that the soldiers use them to temporarily concentrate their cultivation power. One of the soldiers attacks Xiao, yelling that he was ignoring them, but the protagonist dodges the attack. Xiao starts to laugh, finding that formation very interesting, but regrets. He then begins to use his power, and his eyes start to glow. The protagonist activates his sword heart ability. He thinks that, with the sword heart in hand, it is easy to see through the spiritual energy of the opponent within his own realm. Another soldier advances quickly, saying that now it is his turn. The protagonist gets serious and delivers a blow to the soldier, hitting him fully and throwing him away. Everyone is surprised to see one of the strongest soldiers kneeling on the ground, moaning in pain after the blow. The soldier, trembling, wonders what happened, as the attack did not cause physical damage but blocked his spiritual power. He looks at Xiao, thinking that perhaps the protagonist's sword strike had anticipated the root of his spiritual power. He wonders how that sword energy, which just entered his body, managed to block all his spiritual power instantly. Xiao delivers another blow, saying it's not over yet. The attack hits the soldier again, and he feels the same thing. The protagonist is purposely blocking his spiritual power. He thinks they can't let the protagonist win like this. Another attack from Xiao hits one of the three soldiers, who falls to the ground, trembling in pain, and says that his spiritual power is not flowing. The protagonist advances again, noting that the soldier's reaction was quite quick. He attacks the soldier, who tries to defend himself with his sword but is frightened by the strength. Meanwhile, Xiao just smiles, seeing the fear in the eyes of the soldiers. The other soldier yells, scared and worried about his companion. Xiao backs off, and the soldier loses strength, letting his sword fall. With his head bowed, he looks at his arms, realizing that they are not moving. The protagonist advances once more, stating that the spiritual power of hundreds of people was accumulated only in the three. He emphasizes that if that strength were really theirs, perhaps they could scare the protagonist, but it's a shame that it isn't real. With a movement, Xiao takes down several soldiers around him, throwing them away. The soldiers, swords, everything around is being destroyed. The protagonist looks at them and says that although they have great spiritual power, they have no control over it. He highlights that the flow of their spiritual energy is as conspicuous as a torch in the darkness. It's extremely easy to deal with. All the soldiers hit by the protagonist's attack begin to get up, saying their spiritual power isn't working. They scream, scared, that in seconds Xiao sealed the spiritual power of everyone there. They look at the protagonist, thinking that this guy is a monster, a god in his world. With a serious face, Xiao says that now everyone is vulnerable. Hong is shocked, thinking about the impressive amount of strength the protagonist has. In front of the soldiers fallen on the ground, the protagonist asks who else wants to try to fight with him. The soldiers, trembling, begin to scream in fear as they realize the abyss between their powers. Suddenly, the first elder starts to speak. He says that if the protagonist can defeat their unit formation with just one blow, then he must apologize for the ignorance at the beginning. The elder asks if the protagonist is the legendary Xiao, emphasizing that he didn't expect Elder Xiao to be so strong, even being so young. He then asks what the protagonist's monthly salary is. Xiao asks what his salary has to do with it. The first elder of the Zhu family says that if Xiao continues like this, he won't achieve much in old age. He asks why the protagonist should suffer in the small Hongmeng sect and emphasizes that Xiao should trust him. As the Zhu family could give him everything he wanted, there would be absolutely nothing lacking. The elder continues, saying that Zhuxuan will be the future princess, but that the Zhu family has many beautiful daughters. He asks if the protagonist wouldn't like to think a bit more about the matter. Xiao just listens, silent, while Zhuxuan is shocked by such words. The second and third elders say that even if the Zhu family's army were defeated there today, that was just a small part of the whole strength of the family. They highlight that the Zhu family has over 10 million troops, and if Xiao accepted, he could become the leader of all of them. The third adds that he doesn't know how many people would sacrifice their minds to become disciples of the Zhu family, but unfortunately, they didn't have good manners. He asks Xiao to think about it. The protagonist says that the Zhu family is really worthy of being the first aristocratic family in the kingdom of Longyan, and that the offer really isn't bad. Zhuxuan is worried, thinking if Xiao would really accept. Looking at his sword, Xiao asks, If he followed this plan and entered the Zhu family, could they give him 100,000 high-quality spirit stones whenever he wanted? The three elders are startled by the amount and say that if the protagonist joins the family and works hard, eventually he would get it. The protagonist responds that if they can't get 100,000 high-quality spirit stones now, a handful of immortal-grade magical weapons would be sufficient. The first elder is puzzled and asks what he means, immortal-grade magical weapons. He says Xiao's imagination is really... The protagonist starts laughing and says they have nothing, asking if they even possess an immortal-grade skill. The three become annoyed, saying he's going too far. Xiao starts looking at them differently and releases even more of his power. He says that if they can't even meet those requirements, they still wanted to recruit him. The three are frightened by this. The first elder orders the soldiers to stop Xiao's attack at all costs. Xiao laughs, as if he was waiting for that, and advances, saying that in that case, he charges, defeating everyone with extreme ease, saying he would invite them to experience the power of an immortal-grade magical weapon so they know what it's like. As a true monster, the protagonist smiled with a bloodthirsty grin. After eliminating all the soldiers around him, he says now it's their turn and asks if anyone wants to raise the stakes even higher. The three elders begin to tremble before this demon. They scream, asking what the protagonist is doing and begging him not to come closer. They try to argue that they are the #1 family in Longyan and that if he does something there, he won't get away with it. They say that if he offends the Zhu family, he won't fare well in the kingdom of Longyan, so he should think twice. The protagonist lowers his sword, saying that for a #1 family, they can't even give him an immortal-grade magical artifact. The three are completely terrified by this. Hong, watching the scene, is pleased, thinking the gods are truly wise. He contemplates that if he could use Xiao's hands to get rid of those three old men. Suddenly, a sword comes towards them, and someone shouts for the protagonist to wait a moment. The sword meets the protagonist's, rebounding towards Xiao, who defends himself from the attack. Then, he retreats. A woman picks up the sword again and comments that the protagonist is so young, and yet, he managed to defend against her attack. This shows that he really is strong. Xiao looks at her, thinking that the power of the sword now was extraordinary. He concludes that this woman is probably more advanced in the integration realm. She looks at the protagonist and orders him to accept defeat and leave the Zhu family. That is Meng Ling of the Zhu family. She says she can forgive his life because he just faced the recruitment of those three immoral elders and did not betray the trust of his sect. The three elders relax a bit upon seeing Ling there. Xiao is annoyed, saying nothing. Zhuxuan starts to say that this person is revered by the Zhu family. She emphasizes that they say Ling is a strong person who descended from the immortal court and that they cannot fight her head-on, so it would be better for them to leave. Ling smiles, saying that Zhuxuan really knows her. She claims that she can't stand to see those old men interfering in people's lives, and therefore if Zhuxuan wants to leave, she can do so whenever she wants, as she won't stop her. Ling continues saying that, as a devotee of the Zhu family, she cannot leave things as they are. Pointing to the protagonist, she says that he hit the family so hard that he must leave an arm to pay this debt. The protagonist starts to laugh and asks if she really wants his arm. He says that if she has the capacity, she can try to take it at any time. Zhuxuan is frightened by this, but the protagonist asks her to relax, saying he knows exactly what he's doing. Nonetheless, Zhuxuan cannot stay calm, thinking that Ling is an immortal at the integration stage. She wonders if everything will really be okay. Ling starts to attack, shouting that if Xiao is so eager for death, she will help him. The protagonist enters combat mode and says he would like some good tips from her. He starts to use his stellar power, and the two collide their attacks in the air as soon as the swords touch. Ling is surprised, scared, and wonders why Xiao's sword is so strong. Xiao smiles, thinking that the stellar power is really extraordinary. With just a bit of it, he can already compete with cultivators at the integration stage. Xiao's power is so great that it breaks Ling's sword. She screams, not understanding what's happening, barely dodging the attack. She thinks that the power shown by the protagonist does not look at all like that of a soul separation cultivator. She looks at him, considering that if it's just spiritual power, the capacity of his Dantian is really different from ordinary people. But is that all? She turns around, concentrating a great energy in her hand, and attacks him, thinking that the power he used just now doesn't seem like ordinary spiritual power. The two use the power of qi, causing a massive pressure that frightens people around. Ling is thrown away, and the protagonist comments that this is how things are for a human immortal. He takes Zhuxuan's hand, saying she has said all she wanted and that therefore they will no longer disturb. He starts to walk away, smiling, and calls Zhuxuan to leave with him. He also calls the other two to accompany them. Wu Shuang asks him to wait. Hong asks Ling what happened there. He says that Xiao is at the soul separation stage, and yet he managed to fully repel her attack. He asks if it's possible that Xiao is hiding his true realm. Ling replies no, emphasizing that Xiao is indeed at the separation stage. She explains that the reason he managed to repel her was because of the weapon he used. Thinking about it, she says that maybe it's not the technique, but rather the spiritual power of Xiao's own cultivation, which is particularly strong. Ling admits she has never seen anything like it before. She states that when the two were fighting, the power Xiao showed was 1,000 times stronger, and that was frightening. Looking at Xiao as he walks away, Ling says he is very strange, concluding that she doesn't need to pursue him, as no one below the integration stage can be an opponent for him. Suddenly, the protagonist looks at his hand and notices something strange. Zhuxuan looks at him and asks if he is injured. The first elder, annoyed, yells, asking how they could let him leave like that. How would they explain this to Her Majesty? Ling says she won't do anything, emphasizing that the elder could take the sword and kill her if he wanted. With no other choice, they decide that the best thing is to think long-term. Hong says he will inform Her Majesty that Zhuxuan was bewitched by the Hongmeng sect and threatened with death, and therefore refused to submit. He says that this way, Her Majesty will understand their side. Hong begins to laugh, thinking that the protagonist just did him a big favor. As soon as they return home, Zhuxuan closes the door, while Wu Shuang is impressed with the strength of her new master. She says he was amazing with all those moves and asks if he could teach her when he has time. John Feng explains to her that her current foundation is unstable, so she cannot learn whatever she wants. He emphasizes that their master has deep skills and talents. Suddenly the protagonist feels pain, and everyone gets scared. His hand was covered in blood. Zhuxuan goes up to him and says he is injured. The protagonist responds that it's nothing serious, just a minor injury. However, she doesn't listen and tells him to lie down in bed and rest, as he is hurt. Xiao begins to laugh, saying he didn't need all that. Zhuxuan, worried, remembers that he managed to repel Ling, a woman who reached the integration stage over 10 years ago. She tells that when she was a child, she saw Ling wipe out an army of a dynasty with just a movement of her hand. She was a true immortal. Xiao gets excited and asks if she is really that powerful. He says that when he returns, he will have to show himself to Zhang, since he did so poorly that day that even immortals lost. Zhuxuan looks at his hand and says it's better for him to live long enough to return, as today he nearly died. Xiao yells, saying that it hurts and that she needs to be gentler. Smiling, he asks her not to worry so much, as from now on he will be more sensible. He emphasizes that, even if it's just the power of one movement, he's sure that will make Ling back off. He comments that that woman probably hasn't met a match in years. The protagonist then says that when someone harbors hatred for those who are not on the same level, they definitely wait to see what will happen. He looks at his hand, thinking that although he has exhausted the stellar power he accumulated for days, it wasn't a great loss. Through the window, an origami enters. Everyone is surprised by this. Zhuxuan asks if this isn't the communication talisman that Ye likes to use. She picks up the origami and says something must have happened. As soon as she holds it, the message is sent directly to her mind. She announces that the ancestral hall of the sect has problems again, and that Ye asked her to return immediately. The protagonist looks at her and says that the matters of the sect are important, and asks her to go back alone, as he will use this time to recover from his injuries and prepare for the national destiny battle. She gets up and says that she's fine, that she will wait for him at the sect. He smiles and says that the Hongmeng sect is in her hands. As soon as she leaves, Xiao begins to meditate, thinking that he has leveled up very quickly, and that now it's time to stabilize his cultivation. He tells the other two to get ready, because they will follow him to the highest peak there in the morning, and they will all go on foot. Wu Shuang gets all excited, celebrating that she will learn something new, as she is very strong. John Feng is a bit confused, thinking that his master said he was going to train alone, but now he wants to train them too. The next morning, they are climbing a mountain, each carrying giant stones in their hands. The system says, "You have taught your disciple to cultivate. You have gained 200 days of cultivation." Later, he teaches them to fight, and once again the system screen appears. For fighting within a martial arts arena, your combat experience has increased. After that, he also took some time to train alone, and the system alerts. Trained alone, improving. Alongside Lin, they look at a sword, and the protagonist comments that it is a great and beautiful sword. Lin says she will arrange to have the sword brought to the protagonist's house. The system appears saying, By managing the Tianji Tower, your assets have increased. They then go to a Longyan Shangguo transfer formation site. Xiao asks why Chongling has not yet appeared and gets annoyed, asking if they are really in the right place. Suddenly, the teleport starts to work, and he says someone is coming. Ying, Yefan, and Chong appear there. Ying explains that something delayed her on the way, and that she ended up making her master wait all this time, apologizing for that. Xiao asks her what the point of being so polite is if they are master and disciple. Yefan looks at the protagonist, thinking that it has been a few days since they last saw each other, but his aura was even more unpredictable than before. Xiao asks how he is, and if he has improved his cultivation recently. Showing respect, he responds that not as much as the protagonist. The protagonist asks where Wei is. Ying says that he is settling in after advancing recently, and preparing for the catastrophe that could happen at any moment. Xiao asks what they should do, since one person is missing. Ying points to herself and says it has been a long time since they last met, asking if he hasn't noticed anything different about her. The protagonist observes her carefully and says that today she was wearing a brilliant woman's dress. She gets annoyed and yells that she has advanced to the nascent soul realm, a nascent soul. The protagonist says he already knew, that he was just playing with her, and that he saw when she came out of the transmission matrix. Xiao emphasizes that she has been training hard recently, and fortunately, he has a low-grade celestial sword to give her as a reward. Ying takes the sword, overjoyed, lifting it and thanking her master. The other two are astonished by the celestial sword. Xiao tells her that since she awakened the supreme physique, everything has changed, and that her cultivation speed is like a rocket. Yefan observes the protagonist again, thinking that giving a celestial sword like that to a disciple, this guy is complicated. He concludes that he needs to be very careful with the protagonist. Xiao calls them to hurry up, or they might miss the opening of the ceremony. The system appears saying, detected that the host delivered to his disciple a chi-scaled sword, low celestial ranking. The reward will be doubled, and the host will be rewarded with 2 low celestial grade chi-scaled swords. After a while, they all start heading towards the ceremony. As they walk, a large bird passes by them. On top of the bird is a woman, known as Lady Redbird. Wushuang points and asks what that was. Chong answers that it's the Redbird, the divine beast of Lady Redbird. Wushuang, confused, asks what a divine beast is. Ying explains that it is said that some monsters gradually purified their bloodline as they practiced, and in the end, managed to cultivate the true form of ancient beasts. The last time she saw a beast like that was during the War of the Nations. Since the collapse of the Celestial Order, nothing in that world has crossed the fusion realm and ascended to immortality. Therefore, there is a significant difference between the great powers of the integration realm and those below this realm. That is why immortals created their own immortal courts, to distinguish themselves from mortals. Ying points out that the tradition of the true Lord Qinglong presiding over the national fortune battle continued for 100 years, but this time, they suddenly changed the name to Redbird. She asks if something bad happened in the immortal court. Yefan looks at the bird, thinking that he and Zhu Xiao would meet again in this life. He recalls that in his past life, he accidentally broke space at the Imperial Monument and met Ying. She discovered that he had a spiritual body and invited him to participate in the battle of national destiny. In the battle, they pushed him to the limit and forced him to reveal his trump card in front of everyone, the ancient mantra. The ancient mantra is the mantra of the celestial path, passed down from generation to generation by spiritual beings. Now, only the fragments remain. He managed to gather the 9 letters and, thus, can communicate with the celestial Tao, becoming the spokesperson of the celestial Tao. The immortal court awaits this. In his past life, he was pursued by the immortal court and had no means to exchange the 3 letters of truth that were under the protection of the Redbird. He remembers her saying that it was really an ancient mantra and ordering him to stay by her side. However, for those who practice the 9 letters mantra, the practitioner's mind is slowly corrupted by the spiritual path. Only a spiritual body with spiritual consciousness can resist this corruption. Fortunately, the Redbird was unaware of these side effects, and with a few tricks, he made the Redbird monarch kneel before him. He thinks that, in this life, having already gathered the 5 true words in advance, he should be able to confront someone from the integration realm level. This time, he thinks he won't reveal his trump card in front of everyone, but the Redbird monarch will also be in the palm of his hand. Xiao looks at Yefan, thinking that after seeing the Redbird flying, his spiritual energy fluctuated a bit. He wonders why Yefan was so moved to see the Redbird monarch. Telepathically, the protagonist asks Ying if she has been keeping an eye on Yefan. She responds affirmatively and comments that he seems to have a special intelligence network. always managing to know in advance the whereabouts of some celestial materials and earthly treasures. She says she found this useful, so she decided to keep him close. Xiao thinks that Yafan has always acted secretly and never made much noise, but his cultivation hasn't fallen behind at all. He reflects that this doesn't seem like a simple time travel, but rather a reincarnation. The protagonist looks at Yafan, thinking he needs to find an opportunity to observe him better. Meanwhile, in the dragon realm, the red bird was there, along with several people. A man, smiling, welcomed everyone to the dragon realm. He explains that for the next 10 days, they will compete in the second round of the final phase. They begin to distribute various tokens to the people, saying that these tokens contain the power of their nations, one for each of them. He explains that the next task is to protect their own tokens and take as many as they can from others. The power of national destiny will help them in the final round, but until then, he asks that everyone make sure not to kill each other before the final round, emphasizing that, if they try anything, they should be careful not to lose the tokens and be eliminated over the next 10 days. He warns that after 10 days, the team that has lost all its tokens will be eliminated. Furthermore, the forces of the same dynasty cannot kill each other before the last superior field is decided. After explaining everything, he wishes everyone good luck. Xiao suggests they should keep their own tokens, while taking as many as possible from others. It's a simple and harsh rule. Jian Feng comments that, according to the rules, even if they did nothing and merely kept their own tokens, they would still light up in 10 days. Only in the end, they might have slightly less power to protect others. He asks the Prota what he thinks, questioning whether they should compete aggressively or play it safe. Ying interrupts, asking to share information she has gathered. She begins explaining that 5 kingdoms will participate: the dragon, Longyan, the white tiger, Baihu, the green sparrow, Qingque, the green turtle, Xuangui, and the red rabbit, Chitu. She emphasizes that there are at least 5 dynasties under the command of each kingdom, and they will take part in this war. Among them, Longyan is an exception. The other kingdoms have powerful men. Ying starts listing these men: Sun Xiangfei Yu, the protector general of the Great Chu dynasty, affiliated with the Baihu kingdom; Gu Pan, the Yimei fairy of the Wanyu dynasty, affiliated with Qingque; Hua Yulong of the Blood Spirit dynasty, affiliated with Xuangui; and Lu Shunyu, the Xiao Yao king of the Shanwei dynasty, affiliated with Chitu. She looks back and says that the Longyan Shangguo are those present here. Ying highlights that they currently hold the strongest combat power in Longyan Shangguoming. She introduces the man at the front as Chen Kun, said to be the national advisor of the Divine Eagle dynasty. Suddenly Chong starts speaking, calling that despicable elder cunning and long-lived. The group is surprised and asks if he knows that person. He turns and bows to the Empress, stating there is something she does not know. Chong recounts that when he was 18, he participated for the first time in one of the national games with his master. At that time, he was leading several teams in the great Qin kingdom of Longyan. The Divine Eagle dynasty was led by Chen Kun and was almost surrounded and suppressed by the Baihu team. Chong says that, at that moment, his master thought they were all compatriots of the Longyan kingdom and took no risks to save them. However, unexpectedly, Chen Kun conspired afterward and took all their results. After that, the Divine Eagle dynasty made a leap, surpassing the Qin dynasties and becoming the strongest dynasty in the Longyan kingdom. Chong says that Qin was falling apart. Angrily, he states that his purpose in participating in the National Destiny War is to trample that old man, and thus avenge his master. After explaining everything, he asks Ying to be careful, as he only wanted to defeat the Divine Eagle dynasty with dignity. If they reveal the truth of those years again, they would never act out of selfish motives, nor be swayed into handing over Qin. She responds that she had long heard that the Qin dynasty was defeated in a strange way, but she did not know such a secret was behind it. Suddenly, Chen Kun approaches, mocking, saying he finally found the great Qin dynasty. He remarks that he hasn't seen them for many years, emphasizing that Chong seems to be doing well. Chen Kun says it's incredible that Chong managed to survive that dynastic war. He adds that it's impressive Chong lived so many years. Chong turns around and says it's truly a pity that they met in such a treacherous way, cursing Chen Kun as despicable. Chen Kun becomes angry and shouts for Chong to stop lying, insisting that it was Chong's master who wanted to monopolize the results. He claims he was merely fighting for everyone's interests, yet Chong's master almost killed him. Chen Kun states that he is too magnanimous to argue with someone like Chong, but it was Chong who started making noise. This infuriates Chong even more. Chen Kun turns his back, declaring that the Divine Eagle dynasty has arrived to cooperate with the other camps in the Longyan Kingdom. As he looks ahead, he finds himself face to face with Xiao, who is staring at him intently. Chen Kun asks what Xiao is doing there. The Prota begins to smile and places his hand on Chen Kun's shoulder, saying that he saw ashes falling on Chen Kun's body, so he was just cleaning it off. Suddenly, he starts to envelop his hand with his aura. Chen Kun slaps his hand away, yelling for him to get out of his way. One of Chen Kun's team members says there's no need to pay attention to these youngsters, as everyone knows how great Master Chen Kun is. Two other men comment that they've been provoking Chen Kun from the start. Qin is isolated and defenseless this year, and it seems like they'll keep sinking. Chong is trembling with anger, shouting that Chen Kun is despicable. He smiles, apologizes, and admits that he acted impulsively, which caused a clash between them and the Divine Eagle dynasty. Ying smiles and says it's fine. She believes him, emphasizing that breaking ties with such scum isn't a bad thing before it's too late. Xiao agrees, saying the Empress is right since they wouldn't want to be associated with such trash. He adds that, in his opinion, they should play it safe. Even though they aren't allied with any major force, they don't need to be timid and should act when the right opportunity arises to collect tokens. The Prota closes his fan and comments that the spiritual energy in that dragon realm is rich, with many geniuses and treasures. These opportunities are rare. Additionally, they could use the next 10 days to explore and enhance their cultivation. It won't be a wasted trip. Xiao mentions that he has scanned the surroundings with his spiritual awareness. He discovered that the power of the 5 elements in the dragon realm is particularly strong. He believes there must be 5 elemental ley lines in the dragon world, and the closest one to them at that moment is the fire spirit ley line within the volcano. The Prota asks if anyone is interested in checking it out. Ying notes that, based on what she's observed, the Divine Eagle dynasty members are experts in fire techniques, so she thinks it's very unlikely they would miss this opportunity. Thus, they were bound to encounter them. The Prota is surprised and starts laughing, saying this will make it even better. Everyone is startled because the Prota doesn't stop laughing. Ying comments that every time the master has that expression, it means someone is going to suffer. Jian Feng agrees, mentioning that he heard the Prota was also betrayed by his disciples before. He probably hates traitors. They all end up agreeing with Xiao's plan, highlighting that they could proceed cautiously, away from the main group, using guerrilla tactics. After some time inside the volcano, the Divine Eagles are seated, absorbing the volcano's energy. Chen Kun is focused on his cultivation, while his members excitedly speculate whether their master is about to ascend again. However, one of them notices that there are no signs of a celestial tribulation outside. Xiao and his team arrive at the scene. Xiao comments that the place is truly a paradise, so they wouldn't mind sharing it. The Divine Eagle members start to panic upon seeing them, shouting and asking what the Qin dynasty was doing there, declaring that they were not welcome. The Prota starts laughing strangely again and asks if they were serious, questioning if Master Chen Kun thought the same. Suddenly, Chen Kun begins to open his eyes, and his disciples start cheering, saying that their master has finally awakened and will now teach the Prota a lesson. A strong aura begins to envelop Chen Kun, while the Divine Eagle members shout that the Qin dynasty should leave now, because once their master acts, they won't be able to escape. Suddenly, Chen Kun dashes forward and kneels before the Prota, screaming that he is truly sorry. He admits that in the past he failed to recognize greatness and ended up offending a man as powerful as the Prota. Chen Kun continues to beg for forgiveness. This completely shocks the members of the Divine Eagle. Yefan looks at the scene, unable to comprehend why Chen Kun is acting this way. He recalls sensing a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy a moment ago and wonders if Xiao had already done something. The Prota crouches down, laughing, and says he holds no grudge against Chen Kun, then asks why he should forgive him. Quickly, Chen Kun rushes over to Chong, admitting that he was the one at fault and begging Chong to tell his master. Acknowledging that he was blind and worse than trash, he begins hitting himself, saying it's all his own fault for betraying Chong's master and spreading lies about him. Therefore, he's worthless and deserves death. The members of the Divine Eagle can't believe their master is doing this. Chong, enraged, says that since Chen Kun surrendered willingly, he can't be blamed for being aggressive. Chong punches Chen Kun in the face, sending him backward. The others begin to feel fear as Chong shouts that he's wanted to beat up that piece of trash for a long time. Smiling with a murderous aura around him, Xiao asks if anyone else has anything to say, as they would like to start cultivating if no one else speaks up. The men begin trembling, saying they have nothing to say, and that the Prota is in charge here. Xiao orders everyone to make room for them to pass. As they walk, he smiles, remarking that it's nice when everyone behaves. He begins absorbing the energy, assuring the men that they don't need to worry since he isn't unscrupulous, noting that this spiritual vein belongs to everyone, so he won't interrupt anyone's cultivation. The Prota says he'll just take a large portion and leave the rest for them. The men are completely bewildered by this, wondering why he would take only a portion and leave the rest, and why he wouldn't attack them. Xiao states that the Qin dynasty is peaceful. The men start crying and thank the Prota, saying they never imagined that the famous Xiao would be so generous and fair. After absorbing a substantial amount of energy, they start to leave. Chong gives Chen Kun one last hit, spitting on him, and says that hitting him anymore would just dirty his hands. Ying asks her master if they really aren't going to take any more, but the Prota just looks back and laughs again in that same way. As they leave the cave, everything starts to shake, and the cave begins to collapse. The men inside start to panic, shouting and wondering why an earthquake would happen so suddenly. But one of them says it's not an earthquake. He explains that the Earth's energy veins have been damaged. They question how this could happen so suddenly, and how the veins got damaged. Another man says it was probably Xiao. He absorbed all the energy in there, and now the veins are crumbling. They grab Chen Kun and shout for everyone to run as fast as possible. Outside, they all hear a loud noise. Looking back, they see the divine eagles flying out of the cave. John Feng is shocked, exclaiming that the entire cave is collapsing. He wonders if they'll be penalized for this. Ying starts laughing, saying no, emphasizing that they were several kilometers away when the cave collapsed. So what would they have to do with it? The Prota laughs, agreeing with her. John Feng watches them, thinking that this behavior is exactly what he'd expect from Xiao, like master, like student. Ye Fan observes the Prota, thinking that draining nearly all the energy from the veins in an instant isn't something just anyone can do. He wonders how many more secrets Xiao keeps with him. The Prota calls for his sword, saying they'll now go hunt other cultivators from other factions, as he wants to see what valuables they might have. They begin to follow the divine eagles, who quickly approach another group. As they arrive, the leader of the group, known as the Crystal Water Kingdom, asks Chen Kun how the preparations are going and where the items are. The divine eagles try to hide their situation, but the leader shouts, asking what happened and where the items are. He begins to explain that earlier, his brother was injured by the icy chill of a beast from the lake depths. Chen Kun had said that if he absorbed the firepower from the volcano, he could heal the leader's brother. Frustrated, the man says they gave all their spiritual stones and artifacts, and now the eagles took everything and came back empty-handed from the volcano. Angered, he and his group released their auras, asking if the eagles were thinking of escaping. The eagles start shouting that they weren't trying to flee, they just had no other choice, emphasizing that it was all the Qin dynasty's fault. While they argue, Xiao appears, saying he just heard that someone was injured by an icy cold attack. Smiling once again, he shows a flask, saying it contains the power of spiritual fire, and asks if anyone needs it. The members of the Crystal Water Kingdom start smiling, confirming that it indeed contains spiritual fire energy. The Eagle members become furious, accusing the Prota of having the audacity to appear before them again. They insist to the Crystal Water leader that it was the Prota who turned Master Chen Kun into a fool, and that they shouldn't trust him. But the leader, irritated, asks if they really expect him to trust the Eagles, who had previously been relied upon but failed to deliver the firepower they had promised. After this heated exchange, they turn to the Prota and bow, showing respect. The leader explains that one of their allies urgently needs the power of fire to survive and asks how much the Prota wants for it. The leader adds that they are currently poor and can barely afford food, but he assures Xiao not to worry because they represent the Crystal Water Kingdom, emphasizing that they are people of honor who would never take something without paying. He promises a generous reward later. Xiao tosses the flask to them, saying they don't need to speak that way with him, since they are all part of the Blazing Fire Kingdom's faction and should help one another. He questions why he would want a reward. They receive the flask with tears in their eyes, saying those words were truly comforting, noting that the Prota is indeed a genuinely good man. They glance at the eagles and comment that he is completely different from those fake nobles of the Divine Eagle Kingdom, who talk big in critical moments, but return empty-handed. The eagle members protest, saying it's unfair to call them fake nobles, as they had their reasons. The leader invites the Prota to enter the cave, assuring him that if they ever needed help, he shouldn't hesitate to ask, emphasizing that from this day forward, Xiao would be the benefactor of the Crystal Water Kingdom. The Prota nods, thanking him for his kindness. Before entering, Xiao warns the Crystal Water leader that the Divine Eagle Kingdom had committed treachery and caused the death of their leader during the National Destiny Games a few years ago. The Prota adds that his companion, Chong, can confirm this story. The divine eagles become furious. Chong laughs, saying he feels relieved and assures Xiao that if he ever needs anything, he only has to ask, as the Taisu sect owes him a favor. After entering, the Prota approaches a man lying on the ground and begins to examine him. He notes that the man's pulse is indeed quite irregular. As he uncorks the flask, the firepower begins to be released. He decides to start with the fire energy, which quickly spreads throughout the man's body. The man starts to regain consciousness. The leader, overjoyed, holds his brother, exclaiming that he's awake. He explains to his brother that he had sent him on a mission to investigate the power of the water spirit near the lake. The leader emphasizes that there shouldn't have been any powerful demonic beasts in the rising dragon kingdom. Confused, he asks his brother how he ended up in such a state. The younger brother begins to explain that he entered the lake and found the source of the water spirit's power, which turned out to be a water spirit fungus. However, when he tried to collect the energy, a giant serpent appeared and started attacking him. The serpent emitted an intense cold with extraordinary power. They fought, but in the end he was injured and defeated. Xiao listens to the entire story, intrigued. Suddenly, the injured man begins to scream in pain as the cold that afflicted him earlier starts to return, covering a large portion of his body once more. The Prota approaches and tells the leader that perhaps his brother wasn't injured by a demonic beast. He suggests it seems more like he was afflicted by a poisonous curse intertwined with cold energy. The Prota explains that simply expelling the cold would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. He states they need to find a way to break the curse. The leader, alarmed, asks Xiao if there's any way to break it. The Prota replies that, unfortunately, he's not an expert in poisons, noting that he can identify them but cannot dispel them. Xiao, however, mentions that there's always a universal solution to such problems. With a crazed look in his eyes, he says they just need to kill whoever cast it. Xiao adds that he's somewhat interested in collecting the power of the 5 elements, which could help locate the person responsible for the curse. As the Prota is about to leave, the leader calls out to him. He explains that the nearby forest is shrouded in a sophisticated mental confusion formation, and that among them, only his younger brother can identify the correct direction. Holding something in his hand, he reveals it's a compass that can point the right way, but can only be used once. He pleads with the Prota not to refuse it. Xiao accepts it, commenting that it's a very valuable item. Before leaving the cave, Ying asks what they plan to do. The Prota instructs everyone to stay put, saying he'll go alone. Smiling to himself, he thinks that this national destiny battle is perfect for him, as the battlefield is filled with dense elemental energies, ideal for practicing his yin-yang 5 elements body refinement technique. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of people is walking through the forest. The leader starts to grow weary, as does the rest of his group. He wonders aloud what's going on with this forest, as they've been walking for at least half a day without finding an exit. Another man approaches a tree and notices a mark, asking if it's not the same mark they left earlier. A spiky-haired member begins to shout, realizing they've been walking in circles all this time. Others mention that the scouts they sent to explore haven't returned. Frightened, they begin to question if this is some kind of mental confusion formation, and whether they'll be trapped there forever. Amidst their desperation, a figure appears behind them. The person asks if they, too, are stuck in the formation. The entire group turns, startled, asking who's there. The Prota holds the compass in his hand and reassures them not to be afraid. He introduces himself, explaining that he got separated from his companions and is also a cultivator. Xiao asks if they have any solution for breaking the forest's mental confusion formation. They exchange glances, replying that if they did, they wouldn't still be wandering aimlessly. The Prota eyes them, questioning if that's really the case, and hints that he has a strategy. After a while of conversing, Xiao takes charge, saying he spent considerable time studying the forest and has a general understanding of the mental confusion formation. He explains that the formation is mainly divided into 3 levels, each with 2 death gates and 1 life gate. For each death gate, someone must use spiritual energy to destroy the core of the sub-formation. Once a sub-formation is neutralized, they will soon encounter a second fork, marking the 2nd level of the formation, and so on, until all the death gate sub-formations are destroyed. Xiao looks at them and points out that they are 7 in number. They only need to ensure that each person enters a death gate. That person must destroy the core of the formation and then hold that position. In doing so, they can completely break the formation. One person hesitantly asks what would happen if someone entered a death gate but couldn't break the formation. The Prota responds, saying that if he's not mistaken, this formation is derived from the spirit wood flower. He explains that this type of spiritual object dislikes murderous energy. It doesn't harm people directly, but instead causes them to become lost. Xiao tells them that if they succeed in this, their companions would also be saved. The group begins to discuss among themselves, considering that this plan might actually work, and they wonder if they should give it a try. Another member mentions that they really don't have a better option. The leader calls over someone and asks him to examine the book at the prota's waist. He explains that, during his studies with his master at the auction house, he learned that, if he isn't mistaken, the book Xiao carries is a celestial-grade artifact. The man is astonished upon hearing this. They continue talking and note that the compass in the prota's hand also appears to be an extremely valuable item, emphasizing that it's a tool specifically designed for breaking mental confusion formations. The leader explains that the artifact can only be used once, which is why he's so eager to cooperate with everyone there. The two begin plotting, given that the prota claimed to have been separated from his companions, so they decide to act at the final level of the formation. After walking for some time, they reach the first level of the formation, and 3 people prepare to enter. A young man asks if only one person needs to enter to break the formation. The 2 people next to him are determined to do it. As soon as they enter, one of them shouts, saying he's found the life gate and urges everyone to hurry over there as quickly as possible. Xiao starts moving forward and orders everyone to enter. An hour later, they reach the 3rd level of the formation. The prota remarks that all the cores of the earlier levels have been destroyed, and now only 2 death gates and 1 life gate remain, depending on the luck of the 3. Suddenly, the 2 men begin to laugh and draw their swords, declaring that the prota was mistaken because they would survive while Xiao would die. They attack simultaneously, but the prota remains still. One of them says that, with the compass artifact to indicate the source of life, they no longer need the prota. Xiao, surprised, comments that they plan to kill him to steal his treasures and escape the formation, noting that while their dream is nice, a massive surge of energy suddenly envelops the 2 fools. The prota, with his usual grin, remarks that reality is far too cruel. With a single blow, the 2 men are already on the ground, injured. Xiao continues his movements, lifting the 2 men with his energy. They start panicking, screaming for help, and asking what the prota is doing. Clearly enjoying himself, the prota says that since they've been companions for so long, he's decided to break the formation in a rather elegant manner. With a simple gesture, he throws the 2 through the entrances and continues using his mana to guide them, forcing them to run deeper into the formation. The 2 men scream, saying it's unnecessary since they will break the formation right away. Xiao observes all this and thinks that he should have anticipated it earlier. Upon entering the mental confusion formation, all directional information transmitted through his divine consciousness was incorrect. Additionally, he had imbued his divine consciousness into his spiritual energy to pursue those 2, and it appears they were running upwards the whole time, as neither of them entered the subsequent level of the formation. The prota gazes at the last entrance, thinking that the other 2 were unlucky and encountered the death gates. After walking a bit further, the prota discovers a flower emitting a strong energy. He looks at it and realizes that the dense wood spirit energy it contains would normally take about 100 years of cultivation to reach that level if refined alone. Ready to harvest the flower, he thinks to himself, how lucky he's been this time. Just as he secures it, the rest of the group catches up, exclaiming that the mist has finally dissipated. The prota turns to them and says that since the mist has cleared, he can now leave. Everyone thanks him for his help, while some members cry, saying that there are still good people in this world. One of the traders trembles in pain after the beating he took. Another member turns around, sees his colleagues in such a state, and is horrified, asking what happened. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hong stands before a door. He begins to report to His Majesty that more than half of the participating teams have already been eliminated. He highlights that, among their own nations, only the Great Qin has managed to keep its forces completely intact. However, the old man remains silent. Hong grows worried. Suddenly, the door is smashed open, and the old man shouts that such information does not need to be reported to him in the future. Hong is sent flying, crashing several meters away. The old man continues to yell, berating Hong for not being mindful of his position and emphasizing that he failed to bring Juxuan as ordered. He warns that this is the last chance Hong will receive. The old man adds that the mandate for the Great National Protection Formation is already in Hong's hands. Once he concludes the National Destiny War, he must activate the formation and annihilate everyone from the superior Qingque nation. The old man roars that he wants all the elite forces of the superior Qingque nation dead in this great national destiny war. Turning around, he says that this way, Simmeren will no longer have the strength to oppose him. He threatens that if anything goes wrong now, Hong's entire family will be killed. Hong, kneeling on the ground, remains silent, while a woman nearby is horrified by what she hears and sees. Hong slowly rises and declares that this humble servant will obey the imperial command. The old man orders the woman to inform the princess. However, the woman bows low to the ground, explaining that Princess Yilan, upon hearing of the great Qin's accomplishments, has started breaking things again. She admits she lacks the courage to go and calm her down. The old man retorts that if the princess wishes to break things, they should let her do so until she calms down. He instructs the servant to replace each broken item with a new one, and if there aren't enough items, she can take whatever she needs from the imperial treasury and let the princess break them to her heart's content. The woman agrees to do so immediately, all the while thinking about how many valuable treasures are being sacrificed just for the princess's tantrums. In her thoughts, she reflects on how much the old man spoils that arrogant princess. Meanwhile, back in the trial, Xiao stands by a lake, remarking that from a distance, he can sense a strong water energy. He's certain the source is deeper down. As he continues to observe the lake, he notes that there seem to be at least 8 peak nascent soul level auras surrounding the area. He comments that only a few managed to escape the illusion formation. Without hesitation, he dives into the lake, planning to first conceal his aura and investigate the situation. The deeper he goes, the denser the energy becomes. The prota reflects that it seems the information he received was accurate. The source of the water energy is likely at the bottom of the lake. After swimming for a while, he finds something on a rock and wonders if that might be it. Xiao stops near a flower and questions why there's no spiritual beast guarding such a treasure. However, behind him, a giant serpent is lurking. The serpent attacks fiercely, catching the prota off guard. He quickly turns around to block the initial strike. As he holds back the serpent's attack, he's surprised, sensing something strange. If he focuses closely, the aura of the serpent feels oddly familiar. He suddenly recalls that this aura matches that of a guard who worked for the governor's son in the city of Luoyun. The prota is puzzled, wondering how that aura could be coming from this serpent's body. The serpent lunges to bite him again, but the prota manages to distance himself while questioning whether Wuming had been devoured by the serpent. He starts to laugh, thinking there's no way Wuming could have turned into this serpent. Summoning his swords, he commands them to attack. Multiple swords strike the serpent's body, causing it to scream in pain as it's bombarded by the relentless assault. Meanwhile, on the surface of the lake, some people were advancing cautiously. The old man remarked that someone had disturbed the great serpent, and the young woman, agreeing with him, stated that she had felt it too. At the bottom of the lake, Xiao noticed that something or someone was approaching, while the serpent began to move away from him. He started gathering energy, considering that if he pursued the creature, he would have to face the cultivators around the lake, which would be risky. Therefore, he decided to observe from a distance to understand how the conflict would unfold. Suddenly, the great serpent emerged on the surface, furious, and charged ferociously toward the group that was there. Yu Long, the ghost flower king of the Xiling dynasty, shouted, questioning how that beast could have gone mad so suddenly, as he had not finished preparing the formation. Qipan, the Yimei fairy of the Wan Yue dynasty, asked what they should do in the situation. Lu Shunyu, the wandering king of the Shangwei dynasty, dismissed the creature, calling it insignificant, and pointed out that Qipan should contain it, as the serpent's master would soon intervene. The expansionist general, Xiang Fei Yu of the Chu dynasty, seemed excited, stating that he could finally act freely, as hunting giant beasts was something that amused him. He struck the serpent forcefully, calling it to battle. The impact of his attack was so intense that it broke the creature's scales. Sensing an opening, Qipan began preparing to strike, believing it was the perfect moment. Suddenly, ghostly skulls began appearing around everyone. Xiang destroyed one with a punch, but to his surprise, 2 more appeared in its place. He wondered what it was, while Yulong laughed, saying that it had been more than 10 years since he had used that technique. The king advanced with determination, declaring that he would subjugate the creature at any cost. Xiao observed everything from a distance, surprised to recognize the hidden presences. He never imagined that the 4 powerful masters of the great war of national fate would be gathered there. Still, he remained alert, reflecting that a mere serpent would not be enough to bring together such formidable figures. Something greater was at stake. Sensing a powerful presence at the bottom of the lake, Xiao began looking around, and suddenly, something passed by him with incredible speed. Intrigued, he thought it could be the spirit of water. Soon, other things began entering a mysterious hole at the bottom of the lake. Determined to investigate, Xiao dove deeper into the waters and encountered something astonishing. A powerful presence was before him, but he couldn't identify exactly what it was. At that moment, a dragon aura appeared beside him, startling him. The dragon attacked ferociously, but Xiao managed to defend with his sword. He thought that the aura was extremely strong and that any other cultivator would have already succumbed. Xiao began laughing as he realized that the serpent earlier was just a distraction, a divided body to deceive the opponents. The true purpose was to protect the embryo of a hidden dragon. He lamented the dragon's misfortune of crossing his path. With a sword strike, Xiao dissipated the dragon's aura and turned his attention back to the embryo. He thought that if the embryo was capable of generating such a powerful aura, then the dragon was of the highest level. Recalling how the blood of some demonic beasts evolves to the point of abandoning their bodies and condensing an ancestral pure blood body, Xiao realized that if that embryo grew, it would become a divine beast of ancestral blood. He remembered the time he saw the true immortal phoenix riding a divine beast through the realms. Impressed, he decided he also wanted something like that. Placing his hand on the embryo, Xiao pondered whether he should change the dragon's consciousness first or plant a control mark, preferring the latter option as he preferred obedient creatures. At that moment, the dragon began to speak, admitting that he had not expected to be defeated, but that this was truly his fate. Xiao recognized the voice and asked if it belonged to the guard who worked for Wang Reng in the city government mansion. Wu Ming confirmed, surprised that Xiao still remembered him. When Xiao asked how he had ended up like this, Wu Ming explained that he had always had the blood of an extraordinary beast. He had worked in the mansion to obtain the gallbladder of the seven-colored serpent, which would help him cultivate into a dragon. However, after being defeated by Xiao, he realized it was not yet the right time to transform. Thus, Wu Ming went to a new dynasty, became a guard of the royal family, and, thanks to the power of water, cultivated himself until he reached that point. He says that he didn't expect to find the protagonist there, but if he meets his end at Xiao's hands, then there is nothing to complain about. For that reason, Wu Ming asks the protagonist to do what he must. Xiao smiles and thinks that this guy has always been stubborn, and that's why he has an admirable personality. The protagonist responds that Wu Ming only wants an end, but that's not what Xiao desires. The guard asks what he is talking about, since Wu Ming never liked to follow rules. The protagonist begins to apply a technique, saying that he wants to take him as a disciple and, in doing so, tame him. The system appears, congratulating the protagonist for gaining a new disciple. In addition to obtaining the extraordinary beast lineage, the lineage of the celestial divine dragon, as a reward multiplied by 1, the protagonist gains both lineages. He begins to absorb that power and is surprised by the density of the power of destiny. Xiao says that, with this power, Wu Ming will soon be able to transform into a dragon. The dragon thanks the protagonist for all of this. Xiao thinks that beasts are stronger than humans, and this extraordinary beast lineage he acquired will further strengthen his physique, making his body cultivation easier. Outside the lake, the serpent had been defeated. Lu Xun looks at Qipan and says that she is a disgrace, having been wounded by such a weak beast. Yu Long was angry, saying that Lu Xun had grown even stronger, even after so many years without seeing each other. Noticing a terrifying presence, he is surprised, and a dragon emerges from the lake. Yu Long is confused, questioning whether the beast really managed to form its dragon body. The other two are also stunned to see it. Yu Long can't believe the beast had hidden its true body all this time while cultivating its dragon form. He had been planning to end the dragon before it could transform, but now the dragon had achieved its full form, and, by purifying its blood even further, it had become a true, 5-clawed golden dragon. Without thinking twice, Yu Long advances, as he cannot let that beast escape. Xiang continues laughing, even more excited to see a real dragon. Lu Xun starts coughing, and his disciple asks if he is all right. He thinks that his poisonous insects need to be frequently nourished with high-energy treasures, otherwise they will turn against him. Qipan continues calling for her master, but he remains silent, thinking that now, with a dragon, he will be able to. Suddenly, he begins releasing a large amount of energy, attacking his disciple, as he could use her as a substitute. She tries to escape, asking why he was doing this, since, some time ago, in the battle between the Luomei sect and the venomous immortal, her powers had reached their end. At that moment, he had renounced the opportunity to form the primordial core of the 5 thrones, throwing the last divine tribulation at the venomous immortal. Because of that, she had always admired him, and when he accepted her as his disciple, it was the happiest day of her life. With trembling hands, she asks if she did something wrong to be treated this way. Lu Xun begins to laugh, and says that it was touching to see her cry, and he almost felt pity. He says that he will explain everything before she leaves forever. Lu Xun asks if Qipan believes that her parents were taken by the venomous immortal. Laughing, he admits that he was the one who ended them with his own hands, emphasizing that the venomous immortal, who almost destroyed the Luomei sect, was cultivated by him. She couldn't believe it, and Lu Xun said that if she had carefully studied the manual of the 9 transformations of the venomous demon she had been practicing, she should know that he extended his hand toward her, absorbing her energy as she screamed. Lu Xun explained that the poison manual she was practicing was incomplete. The true manual was a miraculous celestial-level book. In the book, each transformation represents a life. In the first transformation, one can only cultivate up to the Qi refinement stage before perishing, requiring a new body. The second transformation is the formation of the foundations. The third, the golden core. The fourth, the nascent soul. And the ninth, when one can ascend to immortality. Lu Xun said he was in the 7th transformation in this life, and with that, he would be able to advance to the realm of great perfection. He said that she was the new body he had prepared for himself, but now that she was useless, it was better for her to be transformed into his cultivation to nourish his poisonous insects. Qipan continued screaming in pain. Rage began to consume her. Qipan thought that, if it was like this, then she should not be blamed for what she was about to do. With a swift movement, Qipan managed to attack Lu Xun, hitting his throat and interrupting what he was doing. Both fell to the ground, and she thought that, even injured, Lu Xun could not be underestimated, so she couldn't lower her guard. She knew she had to act quickly. She began to flee, but Lu Xun pursued her. Meanwhile, Xiao was with the dragon and noticed that someone was following him. Wu Ming asked if he should speed up so that the others wouldn't catch up. Xiao leapt onto his sword and said that someone had asked him to find the person who had poisoned his brother. The protagonist observed that, if he wasn't mistaken, this person was among all those who had ambushed them at the lake, but he didn't know much about poisons, so he couldn't identify who was the culprit. He decided that he would put an end to all those who had knowledge of curses and poisons in that group. Xiao asked Wu Ming what he should do, since after transforming into a dragon, he still didn't have full control over his body and wouldn't be able to fight effectively. Wu Ming warned the protagonist that, after completing the transformation, he could become a beast tattoo and adhere to the protagonist's body. Xiao was a bit confused by this, but the dragon began to glow, and its body disintegrated, becoming a mark on the protagonist's arm. Wu Ming explained that, when in this form, he could enhance his master's physical strength. The protagonist felt his strength increasing considerably, about 40%. With everything ready, he looked back and said that it was time to face the enemies who were following him. Meanwhile, Lu Xun was behind Qipan, shouting, asking how far she could run. She kept fleeing but knew that if she didn't do something soon, he would catch up. Then, she began thinking of a strategy. Suddenly, the skulls started chasing her. Qipan was startled and wondered where all that had come from. Then, Xiao's swords were thrown, easily destroying the skulls. Qipan watched, astonished. In front of her, the protagonist was surrounded by his swords, asking if the Great Ghost King, as everyone called him, could do only that, since the formation he had used was useless. Qipan remained surprised by Xiao's strength and questioned who this person was who had so easily defeated Yulong's ghost formation. Lu Xun took advantage of the moment when she lowered her guard to attack, saying that it seemed she had plenty of time to witness the spectacle. Qipan managed to dodge the attack, thinking she couldn't continue like this. She needed to find a way to get rid of this madman. She then decided to go toward the protagonist, risking everything. She began gathering energy carefully in her hand, knowing that this was her last chance. They both turned, confused, and Yulong asked where that thief had come from. Qipan attacked, thinking of apologizing, but she was desperate. Yulong easily defended the attack, telling her not to be naive, as even if her master were there, it wouldn't be enough to harm him with poison, since he had prepared for a long time and was now immune to all poisons. Qipan asks if he's serious, and tells him not to make too many moves, as it might make things worse. Yulong begins to feel something strange and, upon looking at his arm, sees that it's all bruised. He asks what that is. Xiao manages to hold one of the needles and thinks that it looks like some kind of worm, but he can't penetrate the defense of the star power. Qipan says that when it comes to poison, she really can't compare to Lu Xun. However, with worms, the story is different. Not even 10 Lu Xuns together would be a match for her. Yulong begins to feel intense pain in his body as the worms begin to spread throughout him. Qipan orders him to submit to her will. Lu Xun, who was already nearby, asks where she thinks she's going. Qipan looks at him and says she's not running away. She orders Yulong to attack his master, and he goes without hesitation. Lu Xun is confused by this behavior, and the two begin a fierce battle. Qipan watches the fight between them, thinking that Yulong is also a bad person, as he sacrificed tens of thousands of civilian lives to form his magical weapon. Because of this, she believes she's eliminating a public plague. She becomes so distracted by her thoughts that she forgets there's someone else there. When she turns, she sees Xiao at her side, holding her arm. She is startled and asks how he wasn't controlled by the worms. The protagonist replies that her move wasn't a good one, because if Yulong were fighting normally, he might have defeated Lu Xun. But by being controlled by her, who knows little about his techniques, it puts her in a difficult position. Xiao continues, saying that, in addition, controlling someone's mind and manipulating them to fight this way means Yulong won't be able to use all of his power. In other words, Yulong is destined to lose this battle. Seeing that the protagonist was right, Qipan becomes nervous. She screams, telling Xiao to let go of her arm or else she would be a little rude. Qipan is desperate, thinking she needs to use this time to escape. She attacks the protagonist, but he simply places his arm in front and all the needles break like sticks. This leaves her stunned. The protagonist asks her not to be in such a hurry, as her tricks can't hurt him. Qipan asks what he wants from her. Xiao looks at her and says that, from what he understands, she and Lu Xun are master and disciple, so why were they trying to hurt each other? She asks what that matters to him. The protagonist points out that he's interested in the worm technique she used. If she teaches him how to use it, he'll take care of the old man quickly. She is shocked by this proposal. However, Qipan still can't believe it and asks if only he would be able to do it. Xiao asks if she doesn't believe him. The protagonist says that, if that's the case, he'll have to show her. Xiao shoots one of his swords toward the old man, who was easily winning the fight. Lu Xun notices the attack and creates a shield in front of him. The sword strikes the shield and begins to crack it. The old man starts wondering what that is, as the condensed light sword didn't disperse, and the poison can't enter it at all. Also, the shield won't be able to withstand the attack. Lu Xun stops attacking Yulong, thinking that he has no choice but to gather the poison to protect his vital parts. Taking advantage of this, Yulong attacks the old man, landing a blow on his back. However, that attack barely affected Lu Xun, who counters, throwing Yulong away and telling him to stay out of it. Even in pain, Yulong is prepared to continue fighting, but Qipan says it's better for him not to push himself any further, and asks him to retreat and tend to his wounds. She thinks that her master's poison wasn't able to corrode the energy sword. Qipan remembers that the old man's poison was able to corrode even a spiritual shield of a cultivator at the union stage. She looks at the protagonist and wonders who this man is and what kind of terrifying power he possesses. Suddenly, Lu Xun appears behind her, saying that she's a traitor for conspiring with a stranger against him. Qipan is left speechless, but before the old man can touch her, Xiao pulls her away. Seeing the power that the protagonist possesses, she says that if he ends this, she will teach him everything she's learned so far. Xiao agrees and steps in front of her. Lu Xun grows angry, asking who he is and why he's interfering in others' affairs. Xiao grabs his sword and says that the old man's poisonous mist saved his life, and it seems that Lu Xun has refined his spiritual energy with multiple poisons. With a single movement, the protagonist releases a massive amount of energy, emphasizing that the old man's strength must be above the spirit division stage. Lu Xun receives the energy in his body and laughs, saying the protagonist has good eyes. He begins to release all of his power, claiming that he devoured 7 bodies to obtain that strength, and a regular cultivator at the spirit division stage cannot compare to him. Lu Xun starts attacking and asks why the protagonist's attacks suddenly seem weak. He tells Xiao to show that power again. As the attack moves toward the protagonist, Lu Xun says that, if he behaves, he will be used as the next body. Xiao dodges the attack and says that if the old man has the courage, he should just follow him. As the protagonist retreats, the attacks begin to pursue them. He thinks that many people are watching this fight from afar, so he doesn't want to use his powers carelessly. They head to the ground in the middle of the forest. As soon as they arrive, the attacks begin to hit the ground, one after another. The old man continues attacking and asks why the protagonist is running and never attacking. Lu Xun questions if that previous attack can only be used once. The old man continues laughing, saying that if that's the case, then the only thing Xiao can do with that young body is to hand it over to him. Lu Xun attacks once more, but this time, the protagonist is no longer retreating. With a simple movement, the protagonist cuts through all the poison, blocking the attack. This leaves the old man confused. The poison starts falling to the ground. Xiao looks at him and says that his poison mist stinks. He mentions that if he weren't worried about showing the star power, attracting the attention of the real Phoenix, he wouldn't have bothered fighting with trash like Lu Xun. In an instant, the protagonist appears behind the old man, not giving him a chance to defend, and says that, in the tomb he himself created, he should perish in silence. Lu Xun is startled by the overwhelming force and speed. However, Xiao doesn't hesitate for a second and finishes the fight with a single strike. Meanwhile, on the mountain, The young man who had been poisoned begins to improve. He wakes up a little startled as his brother embraces him. They say it was truly a good idea to ask Master Xiao for help. On the other side, the protagonist asks Qipan if she's done what he asked. She is completely shocked, thinking that Xiao really defeated her former master. She kneels before him and says that he avenged her parents, and for that, she will go wherever he wants her to go. Xiao asks if she would like to call him master. She asks if he really wants to take her as a disciple. The protagonist says yes, and questions whether she wouldn't be happy with that, pointing out that if she doesn't want it, they would have to settle the costs: his appearance fee, the expenses for nourishment, and the wear and tear on his celestial-grade weapon, which is very expensive. After doing some calculations, he says the value would be. However, she interrupts him and says she accepts. The protagonist looks at her, and with tears in her eyes, she asks him not to say anything else because she will accept being his disciple. The system appears, congratulating the protagonist for gaining another disciple, and notifies him that it has detected that the disciple has a heart of Earth-level poisonous worms, with the speed of cultivating poison and worm techniques being 10 times faster than normal. The doubled reward is a celestial-level poisonous worm heart, and a cultivation speed 100 times faster than normal. Xiao thinks that, with this, all those hiding near the lake who are good with poisons are now out of his way, so they can return and deliver the news. And if that still isn't enough, he can ask Qipan to take a look at the person who was poisoned. The protagonist thinks that it's convenient to have an expert in poisons as a disciple. Suddenly, the protagonist turns to her, saying that now that they are master and disciple, he had a bold idea. This leaves Qipan confused. He thinks that this poison and worm technique is perfect for testing the enemy's power, and there is someone whose true strength has always intrigued him. Elsewhere, Ye Fan was sitting by a tree. Suddenly, he feels a presence, and looking up, sees Yu Long, who says that he has found the territory of the Great Qin. He begins his attack. Ye Fan starts accumulating energy in his hand, even though he's confused, since Yu Long appeared out of nowhere, and alone. Ye Fan tries to destroy the skulls, but the more he destroys, the more appear. Yu Long shows up behind him, saying that it seems all of Ye Fan's friends are still sleeping. Yu Long delivers an incredibly strong attack, destroying the ground around him. Ye Fan dodges, thinking that this guy came straight for him, but this didn't happen in his past life. Suddenly, Ye Fan notices the dragon passing over him. This leaves him impressed, as he didn't remember that a dragon would appear at that moment. Yu Long continues attacking, asking if Ye Fan really thinks he can escape. Ye Fan keeps running, thinking that he needs to find a place where no one will witness the battle. He reflects that, in this life, most events are the same as in his past life, except for a few important events where a character appeared who never existed in his previous life. He wonders if these changes are connected to Xiao. Meanwhile, aboard the dragon, Qipan asks the protagonist if he doesn't think Ye Fan is a bit weak and questions why her master is so concerned about him. She says that if Ye Fan really is a nuisance, she can take care of him herself. The protagonist replies that soon she will see the reason. Xiao looks at him, thinking that Ye Fan has the ability to enter the Imperial star space, but he never became famous or even revealed himself to the world. Someone like that can't just be a nobody. Ye Fan continues fleeing, questioning whether the forest shouldn't be covered by the spirit flower and full of mist. He gets irritated and says he will use only one move. Ye Fan grabs the Limitless Tower, a celestial-level treasure that can create a barrier and isolate the entire outside world. This should be enough to prevent the true Phoenix Lady from seeing or hearing them. The barrier is raised. Yu Long enters the barrier. Ye Fan says that now they can fight at will, and no one will see, even though he doesn't know who's aiming at him. He smiles and says that Yu Long will regret it. Ye Fan says break. Yu Long starts to feel a tremendous pressure, and a force begins to crush him into the ground. He tries to resist, but is continuously pushed down. Qipan says that the connection with Yu Long has been severed, and she notices that the worm was destroyed. It seems Lu Xun met the same fate. Ye Fan really is strong. Xiao calls Qipan to leave, but she's confused and asks if they won't finish off Ye Fan. The protagonist responds that if they end him now, it wouldn't serve any purpose. Qipan is even more confused, while Xiao thinks he needs to understand what Ye Fan really wants, so he decides to stay close to Ying. Elsewhere, the true Phoenix watches as the battle for the national destiny becomes more exciting, as a divine beast has appeared, and she has also uncovered the secrets of the Luomei sect. It seems Xiao is involved in both situations. She also mentions that she has heard of the 9 Transformations Venomous Demon Manual, which is in the Celestial Court, and that there is a venomous immortal who practices this technique. She reflects on the fact that, after the 9 transformations, to reach immortality, the power of this immortal is far superior to that of anyone else. The Phoenix thinks that despite this, the protagonist, who is only in the early stage of the Spirit Division realm, managed to eliminate Yu Long without a single scratch. Unfortunately, she couldn't see exactly what happened because of the poisonous mist. The Phoenix also finds Ye Fan's performance impressive, as he has always been mediocre but suddenly defeated Yu Long with ease. She starts to think that maybe she could introduce them to the Celestial Court, but deep down, she believes it would be better to use these two for her own benefit. Sometime later, near the camp of the Qin dynasty, Xiao says that for now, they would separate. If they met within the Longtan realm, each of them would fight at their own risk. Once they left the Longtan realm, they would perform the master-disciple ritual. Ying approaches the protagonist and says that during his absence, they followed his orders and stayed there. She points out that many people entered unintentionally, but they eliminated all of them. She shows the insignias they collected and crosses her fingers, thinking that Xiao would be surprised by the number they gathered. Xiao hands her a few insignias, saying that he also collected some along the way, and with that, they should have enough to pass. The three are impressed by how many Xiao managed to get alone. The protagonist heads to one of the tents, saying that there are still a few days left to finish the competition, so they will rest, explore, and finish the competition at the same time. He emphasizes that, most likely, they will soon have to face members of the same group. If they accidentally encounter enemies, they should destroy them quickly. Xiao in turn says that it took a lot of effort to find a realm with concentrated energy of the 5 elements, and now that he's found it, he doesn't want to miss this opportunity. He managed to obtain the energy of earth and metal. He sits down and says that with the remaining time he will refine the energy of the 5 elements. 10 days later, the protagonist refines the energy of the 5 elements and perfects the yin-yang and 5 elements body refining technique. Now when he uses his sword, he feels that his power is 5 times greater than before. Xiao had already expected this, as different cultivation paths can nourish each other. Now, Xiao masters 4 cultivation routes, and his power is more than 10 times that of someone who cultivates only one path. Even against someone in the early stage of the fusion realm, he would be unbeatable. The second round of the competition is about to begin. Outside the Ascending Dragon realm, in the Superior Dragon Flame country, all the victorious groups were already gathered. The announcer announces that after the first round of selection, only 2 teams remain, the Blue Sparrow country and the Qin Dynasty team from the Superior Dragon Flame country. He emphasizes that the second round will decide the winner of the national destiny battle between the Blue Sparrow country and the Superior Dragon Flame country. Suddenly, a group of people arrives, shouting for everyone to stop, as they are there on the orders of the Dragon Flame Emperor. Zhu Hong, one of the messengers, says that he is speaking on behalf of the Dragon Flame Emperor to announce, in the name of the Superior country, that the Superior Dragon Flame country will withdraw from this battle for national destiny. The 3 leaders present look at him in silence. Chong asks what's going on, while the Phoenix questions if this is true. Zhu Hong confirms and shows the royal decree. The Phoenix takes the decree and, upon reading it, wonders what the Emperor is really planning. After all, it was he who requested the Celestial Court Emperor to hold the national destiny battle in his country, and now he wants to withdraw. With the decree in hand, the Phoenix is still questioning whether the Emperor might be scheming something. She tosses the decree aside, as in the end, the Emperor only asked her to organize the national destiny battle, and that has already been done. What they choose to do from now on doesn't concern her. The Phoenix turns and says that if that's the case, then the winner of this national destiny battle is the Blue Sparrow country. She will return and announce the result to the Emperor. The Zhu family elders ask if the war prohibition between the countries is over, now that the national destiny battle has concluded. She responds that her responsibility is only to oversee the national destiny battle, and since it has been completed, she no longer cares about their affairs. They begin to laugh, saying that, if that's the case, then, by the order of the Emperor of the Superior Dragon Flame country, they will take the lives of the heroes of the Blue Sparrow country. A large magic circle appears on the ground, and a massive fire dragon forms. The heroes of Blue Sparrow are frightened, as this is the attack formation of the Superior Dragon Flame country. Xiao becomes angry and creates a barrier to protect his team, thinking that the Emperor was planning to end them as well. The protagonist watches all of this and admits that the Emperor's plan was almost perfect. After all, those who participated in the National Destiny battle are the most outstanding elite of the Blue Sparrow country. Moreover, the Blue Sparrow country has recently ascended, so its foundation cannot be compared to that of the Superior Dragon Flame country. If the Emperor manages to eliminate that group, the future of the Blue Sparrow country could come to an end. The first elder says that if they know that formation, they are prepared for what is to come. The dragon starts preparing to attack. People begin to get scared, shouting and asking what they should do. Suddenly, the leader of the Blue Sparrow team transforms and asks if they are serious, questioning what Zhu Hong was waiting for. This is Sima Ren, the emperor of the Blue Sparrow country. Ying is surprised to see that the man is the emperor of Blue Sparrow. Suddenly, Zhu Hong appears behind the first elder and attacks without hesitation. Zhu Hong asks why they were in a hurry, as he had promised to steal control of the dragon flame formation, and that is exactly what he plans to do. The second and third elders point at him shocked, saying that he has gone mad. Everyone around them is surprised, as no one expected this. Zhu Hong continues his betrayal and grabs the second elder by the neck while laughing, emphasizing that he was right all along. The item ignites. With a deep look, the family leader realizes that he has truly gone mad. He starts to explain that ever since he inherited the position of clan leader, the elders have done everything to weaken his power, taking advantage of the fact that the leader and his wife had entered seclusion to cultivate, and thus they took their eldest daughter to the border and exiled her. Sometime later, the family leader and his wife became pregnant again. Rumors spread that the daughter the leader was expecting had awakened a special constitution, and once again the elders acted, poisoning the medicine his wife took daily to maintain a healthy pregnancy. This caused his wife's death during childbirth. Moreover, this trauma led to the second daughter being born with a defective constitution, emotionless, as if she were not alive. Holding the burning item, he starts to laugh and, with tears in his eyes, admits that it has been a long time since he lost his sanity. He tightens the item and begins to release his energy, stating that the disgusting and filthy first family of the kingdom should die along with that repulsive country. The energy released by the item causes the fire dragon to attack the palace. The people there scream in despair, saying the attack is headed toward the Imperial Dragon Flame Palace. Zhu Hong continues to tighten the second elder's neck. Seeing this, the third elder collapses in fear. He points at the family leader, accusing him of treason and stating that this crime condemns the family for 9 generations, executing all their relatives. Zhu Hong throws the elder aside and shouts that, if the emperor's dog is still alive, he should execute the new generations. The leader then says he should thank him for cleaning up that messy house. The attack continues toward the palace, and people begin to panic as Zhu Hong says it's a pity that he, an old man, is about to die. However, an even greater energy holds the attack and shouts at the leader, praising him for his courage. The ground where they protested begins to crack, and his companions are startled, asking why the ground is breaking apart. Xiao notices a powerful spiritual presence has appeared. He watches the emperor move and thinks that he stood still and silent all this time, allowing the superior country of the Blue Sparrow to humiliate him. The protagonist continues watching the emperor approach with fury, wondering if, by any chance, he had ascended to human immortality some time ago. Jishu continues to approach with rage in his eyes. However, Zhu Hong is not intimidated and questions the old, despicable man what he served, as he had hidden all that strength. With the same item in his hand, he starts laughing, saying that today he will make the emperor and his entire country disappear together. Another attack heads toward the hand holding the fire dragon. The attack hits the energy forming and causes the hand to dissipate. The fire dragon breaks free and turns to attack the emperor. He continues to advance. Sima is impressed and asks the people if anyone there could have imagined this day would come. He starts advancing with everything, asking Jishu to watch carefully as his country falls. The ground continues to crack, and energy begins to pour out of the cracks. People notice and start to question why there's a chaotic flow of spiritual energy. Xiao begins to protect his team once again while thinking that 2 high-level experts are here, drawing almost all the surrounding spiritual energy. This is why the spiritual energy of the place began to imbalance and become chaotic. The protagonist continues analyzing around him and thinks that this was a real arena, specially reinforced by formation masters, and it should be able to withstand a full attack from someone above the spirit division. A battle for the nation's destiny, revealing 2 experts of that level, is truly unexpected. The dragon was about to complete its attack as Sima took advantage of the situation, pointing his weapon at the emperor and telling him that he should meet his end now, emphasizing that he would take good care of the dragon flame country in his place. Jishu places a pill in his mouth and says that this is more surprising than he expected. However, unfortunately, he was prepared and bites the pill. The overwhelming power begins to take over his body, causing him to scream in pain. Horns grow on his head, scales appear on his arm. In the midst of the transformation, both the dragon and Sima continue their attacks. The fire dragon behaves strangely. Zhu Hong notices this and thinks that the formation's order has been broken. Jianfeng watches in awe and asks what is happening. Xiao thinks he can feel the presence of the dragon clan's bloodline, but he only senses this, because the system has given him a bit of the dragon's bloodline. The energies start floating in a strange manner, and even the cry cannot understand what is happening. He wonders why, so suddenly, a powerful vibration emanated from the Emperor's Dragon Clan bloodline. Yefan watches this and remembers that in his past life, the Emperor won that fight to prepare his Dragon God bloodline. He was even able to destroy a small sect. He looks at the protagonist and recalls that the small sect that was destroyed might have been the Hongmeng, and that's why he never heard of it in his past life, as it seems to have perished before it could grow. Sima begins to feel some pain as those flames can burn through his protective spiritual energy. He thinks he's always heard that the royal family of the Dragon Flame had the bloodline of an ancient divine dragon, and, seeing the Emperor's strength, it seems that the divine dragon bloodline has been activated. Sima suddenly stops and says that it doesn't matter what kind of ancient divine dragon bloodline it is. He throws an item, thinking that he had hidden it for so many years without showing anyone, and now he can see that the divine dragon bloodline isn't such a big deal after all. Jishu had already reached another level. His body had completely changed. His gaze, his hair, even his energy. The item thrown by Sima flies near the Emperor. That item explodes, and several hands of energy begin to emerge from it, embracing and holding the Emperor's body. Jishu is confused and shouts, asking what it is. Sima explains that it is a suppression artifact that was lent to him, and the one responsible for it is the Emperor of the Celestial Court. He shouts for Jishu to surrender. However, Jishu says that Sima is blindly obeying a dog emperor of the Celestial Court, emphasizing that he was truly born to be a slave. The emperor begins to exert strength and, little by little, starts to free himself from all of it. Sima watches the emperor and says he won't be able to maintain that dragon god form for long, pointing out that the pill he consumed is an essence-devouring pill that demonic beasts use to refine their bloodline. He says that demonic beasts devour their genes to refine their bloodlines. The essence-devouring pill allows one to absorb the power of the bloodline in their genes more quickly, and even though humans with demonic beast bloodlines can also use this method, they cannot do the same as the beasts, fully converting the bloodline's power into something their own. They can only temporarily steal the bloodline's power from others to increase their strength. Because of this, Sima asserts that the Emperor won't be able to maintain that form for much longer. The Emperor starts to laugh and says that Sima guessed part of it right. A portal begins to open in front of him. He points out that if it weren't for the incompetence of the Zhu family, by now, he would have the Phoenix clan's power in Zhu Xuan's body to complete the bloodline evolution and obtain the true dragon god body. While the Emperor explains all this, he thrusts his arm into the portal, and suddenly another portal opens, with a giant arm descending onto the people. The hand heads straight for Princess Yilan, who is frightened, shouting for him not to come any closer. The slaves nearby begin running as the hand grabs the princess. Yilan screams for help, telling them not to run and to save her. Jishu watches and thinks this is very bad, as that old beast wouldn't even spare his own daughter because he wants to devour her body's bloodline power. The princess crosses the portal, being held by her father's hand. She becomes desperate, screaming for him, saying she's his daughter and questioning what is happening, as she always thought she was his favorite. He starts putting his claws on her face as she screams for him not to do that. The Emperor asks what she is afraid of and begins to squeeze her body, making her scream in pain. While smiling and draining her energy, he says that if she dies to help him, it would be an honor for her as his daughter. The energy starts spreading through her body, and the Emperor says that he will be the one to unify the Celestial Empire and ascend to a true immortal. Therefore, everyone should make way for him. Sima begins to gather his strength and says that he now understands why the Emperor sent him. He says that Jishu has gone mad and lost all his humanity. The energy holding the Emperor's body starts to grow, but he says that if this is all Sima can do, then everyone there will meet their end. He releases his daughter, laughing and letting her fall uncontrollably. With extreme ease, Jishu frees himself from the restraints and charges forward, laughing and asking Sima if he could imagine what his fate would be by opposing the superior Dragon Flame country. With a quick movement of his hands, he manages to grab Sima as well. However, as soon as he tries to absorb the power, he feels a strange energy in his arm, causing him extreme pain. He lets go of Sima, who takes the opportunity and thinks that now is his moment. Xiao is confused, wondering if Jishu's level is fluctuating. The Emperor looks at his hand and thinks that his daughter's blood is rejecting him, and apparently, the essence-devouring pill is not enough. He needs the Phoenix clan's blood to fully fuse his bloodline. Jishu begins to scream, asking why his son hasn't returned yet. Upon hearing this, the protagonist becomes extremely worried, thinking that his senior sister is in danger. He charges forward without hesitation. Ying asks him where he is going. Xiao tells him to take care and not act recklessly, asking him to wait there until he returns. Meanwhile, at the Hongmeng sect, both sides have already met. The prince says that the wise adapt to circumstances and asks the leader to surrender. Ji asks the prince if he truly believes that their leader would go with him, emphasizing that they would fight until the end of their lives to prevent them from getting what they want. The prince's troops have already prepared their attack formation and launched it at the sect. Yixuan questions why they are being so resistant, as it will all be in vain. The attack hits the barrier. Z coordinates everyone, shouting for them to maintain the mountain defensive formation. However, the attack keeps coming relentlessly. The prince starts to laugh, seeing this, saying they won't be able to withstand a single blow. Sumahan becomes concerned and notices that the barrier won't withstand the attack. She shouts to the leader that, when the barrier breaks, they will cover for her to escape and go after Master Xiao, because if he returns to the sect, everyone will be saved. Z agrees and says she will fight to the end of her life to defeat their enemies. However, Zhu Xuan interrupts them, saying that it's too late. The leader steps in front of everyone and asks if the Dragon Flame Emperor sent them here, and questions if she surrenders and goes with them, will they leave the sect in peace? Everyone is shocked by this attitude, trying to stop her. However, the leader ignores them and says that she will go with him, but if he tries to harm any sect member, she will immediately take her own life, because if Yixuan suffered so much to come here just to find her, then he won't be able to take just a corpse. The prince applauds her and says that this is what should be expected from someone who has reached the level of sect leader, praising her courage. Some members still don't accept this, but the leader tells them not to follow her. She asks everyone to maintain the formation, protect the sect, and wait for the elder to return. As she passes the prince, he says it won't be that easy, and turns, grabbing her by the neck. He approaches and explains that if he delivers her to his father, the emperor, he will devour all the flesh and drink the phoenix's blood. This way he will use the phoenix bloodline's regeneration characteristics to complete his divine dragon bloodline. This will help the emperor achieve the true dragon god body. However, the prince emphasizes that if this isn't enough, he will also devour her. He says that even a tiger doesn't devour its own cubs, but that man is a complete madman. Yixuan says that instead of delivering her to his father and helping him become an immortal, it's better that he drains all the phoenix bloodline she has. He starts to smile in a terrifying way, telling her not to worry, because when his dragon god body is complete, he will definitely help defeat that old beast, and by using her life, he will avenge everything he has done. Hearing this, Z loses control and charges at him, saying she will confront him with everything she has. However, before she even gets close, a slash is delivered between the two. The prince's hand has already been severed. She holds her sword, thinking about everything he said regarding the phoenix bloodline. The leader herself had delivered the strike, and thinks that, even though she doesn't know where the information about the phoenix came from, she imagines that this is why the emperor wanted to take her to the palace. Jushuan analyzes the situation and thinks that his level far exceeds hers, and perhaps only with spiritual power would she be unable to harm him. It took decades for her to refine a small amount of primordial purple energy in her sword, so she must make the most of this opportunity and land a final blow. Without hesitation, the leader charges to defeat the prince, but at the last second, someone steps in front to defend the prince. Jushuan steps back, surprised, as it is the black guard from the other day. Yixuan orders his guard to end the woman's life since she cut off his arm. The guard lowers his sword and says that the emperor's order was to bring the woman alive, as his majesty wants to obtain the phoenix bloodline from her body through dual cultivation, and for that reason, he apologizes to the prince, saying he cannot follow his orders. Yixuan becomes completely enraged hearing this, as that damn dog only knew how to follow his father's orders. Jushuan watches them, thinking that the primordial energy she so carefully refined has already been exhausted in her last attack. The guard releases his strength and charges, saying he is sorry. The sect leader watches the attack and thinks that, unfortunately, there is no escape for her. However, someone approaches unnoticed, and with enormous ease, Xiao blocks the attack as if it were nothing. The guard immediately retreats. Breathing heavily and trembling in fear, he looks at the protagonist. The protagonist says he was lucky to arrive in time. Jushuan feels relieved to see him there. Xiao asks if she was injured. With a smile on her face, she replies that she was careless, but that small wound is nothing to her. The leader emphasizes that, thanks to Z and the others, she was able to hold on until he arrived. The protagonist asks her to rest for a while, but this worries Jushuan slightly. Xiao begins to emanate a cold aura and, with hatred in his voice, says he needs to crush some vermin. The guard continues trembling in fear, wondering what is happening. Thinking that this boy is only at the first level of the spirit division, Yet his aura is more terrifying than someone at the peak of the spirit division. The prince doesn't waste any time and charges at the guard, who prepares himself, expecting the attack. Xiao asks what weapon dares to damage the great formation of his sect, and in seconds, the guard's sword is completely destroyed, leaving him stunned. The protagonist asks what foot dared to step on the land that belongs to his sect, and the guard's leg is also severed. What hand dares to harm your fellow sect members? And the man's arm is also cut off. Unable to defend or fight back, the guard collapses to the ground, groaning in pain as he looks at the protagonist. He screams, begging the monster not to come any closer. The prince watches, concerned. Xiao grabs the guard by the neck. Staring at the guard, the protagonist says he uses his cultivation only to harm others, and asks why the guard doesn't give him his cultivation. The protagonist begins to drain all the guard's energy, and the guard screams in desperation. A few seconds later, the guard falls unconscious to the ground. The rest of the army begins to run in panic, shouting that the man is a monster and that they should flee. The entire sect rejoices at this. Yixuan is desperate, thinking that even Elder Nong couldn't do anything against Xiao, and that he must flee as soon as possible. However, the protagonist appears behind him, asking where he thinks he's going, asking if he is not the leader of all those people who tried to end Zhu Xuan's life. The protagonist strikes, cutting off one of his limbs, making the prince scream in pain. Yixuan begins to sweat in panic and runs without thinking twice, thinking that this monster is extremely terrifying and he needs help. Xiao creates several swords, saying that the prince deserves his end. Without mercy, the protagonist attacks, causing a huge explosion. Yixuan falls to the ground after the protagonist's attack. The prince begins to tremble, trying to get up, thinking that he needs to escape because this monster won't let him leave alive. However, as he looks up, he notices Xiao already there. The protagonist looks at him and says that the great heir of the Dragon Flame country is crawling like a truly miserable worm, and with a terrifying smile, adds that this suits him very well. Yixuan starts to panic and screams that he is not guilty of any of this, stressing that he was only following the emperor's orders and begging the protagonist to spare him. The prince says that he is the heir, and asks if Xiao wants money, as he has plenty and could give it to him, adding that if he wanted something else, the prince could get it. Yixuan continues desperately, saying he would do anything the protagonist asked, but he only begs Xiao to let him live. The prince grabs his sword and begins to smile. However, a portal opens, and the emperor's hand appears again, telling his son that he is too slow. He grabs the prince's body, who, as he is carried away, pleads for help. The emperor's body is now completely different, with a dragon's face and a gigantic body. He says that he is tired of waiting. The prince tries to stop his father from doing anything, shouting and begging him not to do it. However, it's all in vain. The prince is dominated by his own father, who says that the little power of his bloodline still has a final use. On the other side of the portal, Jushuan asks if that man has been captured. Xiao explains that it is Emperor Jishu from the superior country Longyan. The protagonist says that his true body is trapped in a magical artifact, and if they want to end this, now is the best possible time. Xiao steps away from her and says he will send someone to use the information he gathered in the Celestial Mechanisms Pavilion to establish a new large protective formation for the sect. He looks at her and asks her to protect the Hongmeng sect well and wait for him to return. The sect leader is surprised and wonders if that hand that appeared was really from the emperor, because if that's the kind of technique used to take someone's life from thousands of miles away, it means Jishu must be at least in the body fusion stage. And the last time they were at the Zhu family, when the protector against Meng Liang was injured, it makes her question if Xiao will really be able to defeat Jishu, considering the emperor is already at such a strong level. He holds the artifact in his hand, saying he wanted to see how powerful the emperor of the Celestial Court's magical artifact really is. With sheer brute force, he manages to break the artifact in half, saying it's nothing impressive. Suddenly, an attack from several swords appears, striking one of the emperor's arms. The arm falls to the ground, causing the emperor to scream in pain. He looks around, asking who could have done that. Xiao begins to approach, saying that the one who did this is someone who will take his life today. Jishu charges forward, asking if the protagonist really thinks he can win. However, he thinks that the mysterious power of the sword is giving him an instinctive fear, making him wonder if this is star power. The two attacks collide in the air. The emperor says he has never heard of the protagonist before, yet he managed to become famous in such a short time. Jishu says that as soon as the protagonist acquired the immortal Emperor Yuan's inheritance, he defeated many people with that technique. The emperor says it's a pity, because today is not Xiao's lucky day, pointing out that, as a ruler of a superior country, what he has most of is the power of destiny. Jishu says that he is the son of destiny, the one who holds the destiny of the country. The emperor says that probably the protagonist doesn't know, but the ancient emperor Hongmeng classic he obtained is a deception, only enough to evolve a great kingdom. He emphasizes that if he wants to improve further, he must search the entire world for ruins no one knows the location of and lose many years trying to discover them. Jishu continues attacking with everything he has, saying that the little star power Xiao has is not enough to withstand an attack of national destiny. The protagonist starts laughing and asks if that's really all, and with a simple movement, dispels all the magic the emperor is applying on him. Jishu is confused, asking how an incomplete inheritance could have so much power. He screams that this is impossible, and attacks again, asking what kind of power Xiao is using. The protagonist attacks again, dispelling the emperor's accumulated power once more, cutting off another of his arms. Jishu is completely lost, asking how this is possible. Jishu asks if the protagonist managed to get the complete inheritance of the immortal emperor. Staring intensely, Xiao says that the dead don't need to ask so many questions. With a simple movement, he strikes a blow, causing the emperor great pain. Jishu begins to scream, saying this is impossible and thinking that, even with his dragon god body under the star power the protagonist has, he cannot resist any blow dealt by Xiao. Filled with jealousy towards Jushuan, the protagonist says that the next blow is for the emperor daring to covet his senior sister. He attacks furiously, saying that Jishu deserves his end. The amount of power accumulated in that attack is so great that a brilliant light starts to engulf the place, causing a huge explosion. The emperor is thrown with all his strength against the wall, returning to his normal physical form, and with the sword embedded in his body, he calls out the protagonist's name. Xiao creates several swords around him, saying that this next strike is to bring justice in the name of his companions from the Hongmeng sect. Jishu is unable to do anything, and simply watches as the attack approaches. Several swords begin to strike him, destroying everything around him. He starts coughing, already drained of all strength. Fallen on the ground, unable to move properly, he says that a mere mortal from the Great Qin was able to put him in this state. Jishu becomes enraged, asking if this is really where everything he dreamed of is going to end. He begins to release his power, thinking he cannot accept this, as he was supposed to unify the celestial kingdom. However, Xiao approaches and grabs him by the neck, telling him not to worry, as his end won't be so easy. The emperor starts to panic and screams, asking what the protagonist is going to do. Xiao begins to drain all the energy, saying he will use the dragon blood to help him achieve his dragon god body. Red lightning lights up the sky. After some time, the emperor's corpse begins to turn into ashes. The protagonist is surprised, saying that after absorbing the bloodline's power, the body started to turn into ashes. Xiao looks at his hand, which is exuding power, and thinks that he feels his physical power has increased hundreds of times. Now, he understands why Jishu was so obsessed with completing the dragon god bloodline. A magical circle appears in the sky, emitting an enormous amount of energy. The people around begin to ask what kind of celestial phenomenon this is. Suddenly, an eye appears, and with a strange voice, it asks who dared to cause trouble from the lower world during its seclusion. The people tremble in fear, saying that the pressure is extremely powerful. The strength of the experts in the fusion realm, who had just fought, seems insignificant compared to this. The pressure is so great that some of them can barely breathe. Yefan places his hand on his face and thinks that this is completely different from his previous life. He wonders how the emperor could have been killed by Xiao. Yefan continues lost in his thoughts, saying that the power the protagonist used just now was something he had never heard of in his previous life. This makes him deduce that there is something very wrong with Xiao. He looks up and thinks that this presence can only be... In his previous life, he fought that thing for 10 days and nights, using all his powers, cards, and trump cards, yet in the end, he was careless and met his demise. Yefan thinks that this time, even the emperor of the celestial kingdom is on alert because of the power emanating from the protagonist. The blonde man becomes worried, thinking that he cannot allow the emperor to discover that he possesses the 9 true mantras. Yefan begins to use his powers and takes advantage of the fact that the emperor's attention is completely focused on Xiao. This allows him to conceal his presence and be completely discreet. The protagonist looks at the phenomenon and says that Jishu tried to harm his loved ones and destroy his sect. This means he acted solely in self-defense. Xiao also questions who this person speaking to him is. The eye asks the protagonist if he knew that the emperor was one of his pawns in the lower world, created to cultivate the dragon god bloodline. If he dares to covet what doesn't belong to him, then he deserves to meet his end. The spirit begins to materialize one of its swords and asks if the eye means that he or his brothers and the entire sect should stay quiet while Jishu wiped them all out. A human-like form begins to materialize, and with a loud laugh, the form says that the insects could serve as food for the pawns, and adds that they should feel honored. All the people around begin to experience a strong headache just from the pressure emitted by that aura. The spirit says that the protagonist absorbed all the divine dragon blood, and because of him, he will have to become the pet in place of Jishu. It asks the protagonist not to forget to thank its mercy. A red lightning bolt shoots toward the protagonist. Xiao says that it's like talking to a wall because no one can hear, and counterattacks. Both attacks collide in the sky, causing a huge crash. Both powers cancel each other out, and the spirit is impressed, asking if this is the true and complete star power. It tells the protagonist that it will give him one last chance and asks him to swear to become its slave, requesting that he gather the complete Imperial Sutra of Primordial Chaos. Furthermore, it says that Xiao must offer all the power of his bloodline. If he does this, then the lives of his loved ones will be spared. The spirit says that if this is refused, it will turn the entire lower kingdom into an energy pill. Several lightning bolts begin to fall toward the protagonist. Xiao looks at all of this and says that if the spirit is capable, it should try. With just one strike, he repels all those attacks. Without wasting time, he advances and strikes again, delivering a powerful blow to the eye, causing incredible pain. With a crack, the eye says that everything is fine, emphasizing that Xiao will be even more valuable once his seclusion is over, as they will be able to face each other personally. As it fades away, the eye says that from today on, whoever can end Xiao from the Hongmeng sect and deliver the Imperial Sutra of Primordial Chaos and the Dragon God bloodline, which now belongs to the protagonist, will gain the title of Celestial Lord in the Divine Court. People start commenting that the Sutra of Primordial Chaos is the legacy of the Immortal Emperor of the Primordial Void. They say that the Immortal Emperor's legacy is in the hands of the Hongmeng sect, and if they can capture it, they will make anyone a Celestial Lord. The voice of the eye reaches everywhere, stating that, in addition to that, for any corpse related to Xiao, a reward of 5 million spiritual stones will be offered, and for Xiao's body, the reward will be 50 million spiritual stones. Zhusuan hears this, and wonders if his junior brother will be all right. The voice tells the protagonist that it will eagerly wait for the day when he begs for mercy, crying. Xiao's disciples become concerned for their master. Yifan is impressed, as he didn't expect the protagonist to resort to the same path he took in his previous life. He just asks that the protagonist hold out a few more days so that he will have more time. The blonde man continues to think that it is not safe to stay here, as he cannot let those from the superior realms discover the secrets of the 9 true mantras. He wonders if Ying would agree to escape with him right now. Yifan thinks that he needs to try, because if he loses the opportunity to obtain the dragon essence, he will certainly regret it in the future. He grabs her hand, asking her to come with him to the deep mountains, saying that he could protect her. He explains that they would wait until they reach the fusion stage to leave, and then ascend together to the celestial palace. She slaps his hand and, shouting, asks what he is talking about. As in moments like this, of course, she will stay by her master's side. If he wanted to escape, he could do it alone. The redhead is completely shocked by this, wondering what is happening with this life. Suddenly, a portal begins to open, and people ask what it is. A man steps out from within. It is the ancestor Tianxing. He says that the position of Celestial Lord in the Divine Court is a temptation, even for him. People begin to panic, screaming that it seems someone truly came from the Celestial Court. Without thinking twice, Yifan steps onto his sword and begins to flee, thinking that the rest of them can stay and meet their end alongside their master. Xiao raises his sword and questions who this man thinks he is. Tianxing calls the protagonist a little boy and asks him to be a bit more sensible, telling him to obediently hand over the Dragon God bloodline and the Imperial Sutra of Primordial Chaos. In exchange, he promises a quick end. The ancestor advances with all his speed, then asks the protagonist if he really wants the Dragon God bloodline. With energy in his hand, he says that it's too late, as he has already completely refined the power of the Dragon God bloodline. He leaps toward the ancestor, and the two begin to clash with their strikes. The protagonist says he could let him feel the power being applied to his body. However, Master Xiao's power is so great that he throws Tianxing back, leaving a trail of destruction and power in the middle of the city. The old man hits the wall, and already weakened, begins to wonder how someone from the lower realm has so much physical strength. He looks at Xiao standing before him and questions if this is the power of the Dragon God's blood. The Prota attacks just above his head, telling him to go back and tell the Celestial Emperor that Xiao has taken over the Longyan country. He emphasizes that from that day on, there will no longer be the Longyan country, but only the great Qin nation. With a furious look, the Prota adds that he should make it clear that anyone daring to challenge him should try. Tianxing says this is great arrogance. Xiao begins to release his aura, causing immense pressure, and asks what the old man said, questioning if he thinks he wouldn't be able to do this. Tianxing trembles in fear and says without emphasizing that he wouldn't dare to doubt. The old man begins to flee as quickly as possible, shouting that he will immediately inform the Celestial Empire, as Xiao instructed. People watch the old man fleeing and question if he isn't the ancestor of the Tianxing sect, pointing out that not even he was a match for the Prota. Another man says that the Celestial Court has a ranking of cultivators, where all who reach the complete fusion stage are ranked according to their power. He explains that the Tianxing cultivator is among the top 1,000 out of several thousand cultivators, and he was considered one of the best. After hearing this and noticing that even that man couldn't defeat Xiao, they realize that they, from the lower realm, should not interfere in this matter, as Xiao, from the Hongmeng sect, is truly terrifying. Ying begins to use her magic, saying that the chaos of the spiritual energy is dissipating, and questions if the battle has already ended. Suddenly, the spokesperson returns and asks the Empress to prepare, as they were going to take control of the Longyan nation. She is confused and asks how they are going to do this and if it would be right now. Xiao says yes, they will do it now. Jianfeng looks at his master and says that currently, the Hongmeng sect is the target of everyone, and questions if it wouldn't be more prudent for them to act more calmly for now. The Prota replies that it is in moments like this that they need even stronger power. He begins to release his power once again, startling everyone, and says that if anyone dares to challenge him, he will crush them until they submit. Everyone begins to feel the pressure emanating from the power coming from the Prota. He asks what is happening, and questions if the representatives of the Qing nation have any objections to this. Everyone is extremely frightened, and says no, they wouldn't dare. They say they respectfully bid farewell to the imperial advisor of Qin. To occupy the Longyan nation, Xiao supported Ying to rule the great Qin nation, while he remained as the imperial advisor. Jishu had always been cruel, which is why the people of the Longyan nation had recently risen against his government. And so, when they learned of the emperor's change, the people shouted in victory. After that day, almost daily, people from the Celestial Court came challenging Master Xiao, each one stronger than the previous, and the Prota took advantage of each challenge to punish their skills. One challenger says he heard that it has been several days since Xiao defeated Lord Wuyun, who holds the 429th position in the ranking. The challenger begins to grow arrogant and says that the Prota is a remarkable figure, and so he will let him know the name of the one who will eliminate him. The challenger begins to attack, and shouts that his name is Qing Feng, and he holds the 340th position in the ranking, and today, he will put an end to all of this. However, Xiao quickly advances and punches the challenger's face, saying that he talks too much. One punch is enough to throw him away, causing a huge explosion. Xiao sighs, saying that, unfortunately, another one has been eliminated and it wasn't even fun. Other challengers begin to arrive. Z watches the battle with the others and says that, in just a few days, the challengers have moved from the 1,000th position to nearly the 300th, noting that their master must be getting exhausted. Zhugelin says she noticed that her master is enjoying this. She explains that, in these days, his aura has become sharper and more intimidating, emphasizing that his power has increased considerably. Additionally, she says that recently, he has been using the sword less and preferring hand-to-hand combat. It seems that after absorbing the dragon god's blood, his physical strength has improved greatly. Zhugelin says that, apparently, he still hasn't awakened all the power of the dragon god's blood. If he manages to fully unleash the dragon god's blood, his power could reach another level. Jushuan hears this and simply sighs in silence. The man hits the wall, leaving the three of them shocked. Zhugelin is pleased, seeing that the Prota won again, pointing out that this time it only took the time of an incense stick. The time has been decreasing greatly. As Xiao returns, his two disciples bow before him. Xiao asks them not to do that anymore. He approaches Z and asks how everyone's training has been going lately. She explains that everyone has been waking up very early and going to bed very late, practicing day and night. Xi mentions that Jianfeng is preparing to reach the integration realm after receiving the Sutra of the ancient Hongmeng Emperor. The arrival of the sword that the Prota had given him seems to have helped him learn something unique, and he said he would obtain a special sword spirit. Ji also reports that Ying, since becoming the Empress, seems to have awakened a special constitution. Her cultivation speed is advancing in great strides. She is currently at the 3rd level of the separation stage, and her supreme dominant constitution has leveled up. Z notes that since the Qin dynasty became the superior Qin nation, Her cultivation speed has reached another level. There are rumors that her special constitution has also strengthened. Xiao is pleased, thinking that he had also received information about that. The system appears to him, stating that by helping his disciples elevate the country, they receive the blessing of a national power superior to the supreme dominant constitution of the earthly level. If he takes it to the celestial level supreme dominant constitution, the reward will be doubled, or the host will obtain the later chaos constitution of the celestial level. The later chaos constitution of the celestial level can evolve into the innate chaos constitution, requiring absorption of the primordial chaos energy. This surprises him a bit, as he hadn't expected to learn about primordial chaos energy. Z continues to report that there is also Sumuhan. She has fully dedicated herself to studying alchemy. Now, she has reached the level of a 6th grade alchemist, and her cultivation has also surpassed the separation stage. As for Wushuang, she seems to be following Sumuhan lately. On one hand, she helps with tasks. On the other, she serves as a taster for the medicines. Z reports that, thanks to the effects of the pills, her cultivation has progressed very well, almost reaching the first level of foundation establishment. Zhuge Lin takes the opportunity to thank him, saying that thanks to the Sutra of the ancient Hongmeng Emperor from Master Xiao, she is now also at the peak of the separation stage. The Prota congratulates her, and she continues by saying that she will soon be able to reach the next level. After giving the report on all the disciples, Z begins to release her power and says that, as for her, she has progressed the most among all, as she has already reached the first level of the integration realm. She says that, in addition, she has understood the method to refine purple energy into primordial chaos. Since understanding this method, she feels that not only her cultivation speed has greatly increased, but she also feels that her powers are much greater compared to others of the same level. The Prota is surprised, seeing that his disciple has independently understood a method to refine the power of destiny. He questions if she was able to do this because she is in the integration realm. He thinks that, apparently, everyone has progressed very well. Suddenly, he notices a presence and thinks that someone extraordinary has arrived. He begins to walk while telling Z that tonight he will teach her a better way to use the pure energy of primordial chaos and asks her to remember to visit him. Zhuge Lin shows respect, saying she respectfully bids farewell to her master, while Z jumps for joy at the thought of learning something new. Zhuxuan remains silent, just observing all of this. Somewhere nearby, a young woman had fallen to the ground, creating a large hole. She gets up a little dizzy and complains, saying that the lower world is really complicated, noting that she had no idea where she was at that moment. This is the sacred maiden of the divine realm, known as Ye Qing Cheng. As soon as she looks ahead, she sees Master Xiao. She is happy to see that he is there, noting that he arrived just in time, and asks where she was, questioning if she was far from the Great Qin and if he knew someone named Xiao. The Prota says that she is in the Great Qin and that he is Xiao. Qingcheng begins to release her power, asking if he really is Xiao, noting that it is a coincidence. She charges at him, shouting that enough with the talk, he should receive her fist. The Prota starts to dodge, wondering if she is another person from the Mahayana realm. The maiden continues to attack, but he easily dodges everything. Qingcheng says that Xiao is very fast, and if by chance he receives a punch from her, she will give him a celestial level artifact. However, he continues to dodge while she keeps asking him to stop running away. The Prota says that this is the first time in his life he's heard such a request. He wants a barrier in front of him, telling her that she should keep her word. The maiden gets excited and envelops her fists with her power, saying she will never break her word. She strikes Xiao, who is protected by his shield, shouting that if he survives her punch with full force, then she will keep her word. A huge explosion occurs, leaving the people in the city startled, asking what is happening. People say that it seems like the Imperial Advisor is fighting someone again. After the explosion, a crater forms in front of them, but nothing happened to Xiao. The Prota starts cleaning himself, saying that with all that power, a celestial-level artifact isn't enough. Qingcheng starts to breathe deeply, asking him not to act so clever. She says that, having received her punch and emerging unscathed, the reputation the Prota has is deserved, and throws an artifact to him. Xiao asks if that's a jade and questions what power the artifact holds. The maiden says he should be grateful to have received it from her. However, she gets a bit sulky, thinking that her previous punch wasn't enough, and that she wanted to try again. Qingcheng begins to explain that the object is called the Destiny Jewel, and is an innate spiritual artifact of destiny, containing the power of the celestial laws. When fighting against a child of destiny, upon defeating them, one gains part of the person's destiny power, The Prota looks at the artifact in his hand, thinking that this is exactly what he needs. However, if this is such a powerful item, why did the person in front of him appear and give it as if it were nothing? The system appears, saying that it has detected that the host has obtained a special object, the Destiny Jewel, and that the system can start the evolution program now, as the mission has been updated. System mission: guide all disciples to reach the fusion level while you ascend, and must refine in the 4 paths: body, alchemy, poison, and sword. Mission reward: activate system update. He is impressed to learn that the system can also update because of that jewel. He looks at the woman and says that she still hasn't introduced herself, giving her name, much less saying what brings her to the Great Chin. The maiden begins to introduce herself, saying her name is Ching Chung, and that she is here because she stops speaking and asks him to first answer if he wants to dispose of the Celestial Emperor. The Prota, without hesitation, says yes. Ching Chung says she wants to make a deal. She explains that if he ascends to the Mahayana realm and defeats the top 10 talents in the ranking using the Jade's power, he will gain enough destiny from all of them. If that happens, she will help him eliminate the Celestial Kingdom's emperor and replace him. She asks what Xiao thinks of the proposal. He starts to think that she said she wants to help him eliminate and replace the Celestial Kingdom's emperor and someone who can say such words. He looks at her and says that, apparently, she must not be from the immortal court realm, because, if he's not mistaken, she must come from the divine realm, which is above the immortal court realm. She begins to laugh, saying that he is really quite smart, and confirms that she is indeed from the divine realm. The maiden starts to leave, saying that she has spoken with him. However, she needs to recruit other talents, pointing out that they will meet again when the Prota becomes number 1 in the ranking. As she moves away, he starts to question why she would need to recruit other talents. This makes him think that perhaps the divine realm is secretly reorganizing their realm. Sometime later, at night at Xiao's house, Jushuan starts approaching the door. Suddenly, Z bursts open the door, happy, saying she understands everything now, and thanks her master, saying she will teach the method to all her younger sisters immediately. Full of happiness, she looks at her master and asks why she is standing out there, silent. Jushuan is at a loss for words, as she was caught by surprise. The Prota goes to the door and asks her why she is there, questioning if something happened. A little sad, she lowers her gaze, saying that, actually, she needed to talk to him. Z starts laughing, saying that her master wants to speak alone with her master, so she shouldn't be so indiscreet and wandering around. Jushuan becomes even more confused hearing this and tries to explain. However, the Prota interrupts her and asks her to come in and explain what is going on. Z looks at them, starts laughing, saying she will leave the 2 of them alone. The Prota asks Jushuan to come in, but she feels a bit embarrassed. In her mind, there are 2 versions of herself, one in the form of an angel and the other in the form of a demon. The angel form asks if she really wants to do this, and if she's sure he would want it, because if he doesn't, how will she face him afterward? However, the demon form says that if she doesn't do it now, Xiao will ascend to the Mahayana realm soon, and questions whether she thinks he would actually remember his sister Celia when he reaches that realm, emphasizing that men are creatures of desires, and if Jushuan gives herself to him that night, maybe in the future, he would remember the woman who spent a night with him. The angel form shouts, asking what madness the demon form is talking about, since Xiao is not that type of person, pointing out that they grew up together, and asking if the demon form truly didn't know the man standing there. The angel form says that if Jushuan truly loves the Prota, she should cultivate well and reunite with him in the Mahayana realm. The demon form asks what it matters if they grew up together, noting that even couples who live together for decades don't truly know each other, emphasizing that the Prota's power has increased suddenly in recent years and no one knows why, and he hasn't told anyone. The demon form questions where the angel form gets so much confidence from to say she truly knows that man. The angel form begins to retort, saying that everyone has their secrets, and asks what proof the demon form has against him, emphasizing that, since they've been together for so many years, has she forgotten the secrets they share too? Still angry, the angel form continues asking that if not for everything that happened, would they have told Xiao about their past? The demon form says that's exactly why they need to be direct. Between a man and a woman, there is only one veil, and besides, until now, the Prota isn't interested in her, so they can simply say that they did this to thank him for helping them so many times. The demon form begins to move forward, asking the angel form to doubt a little more, and starts pushing her away, while the angel form asks Jushuan not to do it. Xiao asks if she's okay. Jushuan asks him not to speak and tries to kiss him, surprising Xiao. He pulls away a bit and asks her to wait. She holds his shirt tightly, a bit embarrassed, while he questions what that was. Jushuan looks at him, a bit embarrassed, and asks why the Prota is asking so many questions, wondering if he doesn't want this. Xiao gets embarrassed and says that's not what he meant. Jushuan keeps getting closer and says that if he's willing, then he should stop asking so many questions. They close the door and she starts to undress. The next morning the kingdom is calm, and they're lying in bed. The dragon mark on the Prota's arm begins to glow, and the system notifies him that it has detected that the disciple, with the help of her host, completed the purification of her lineage, the divine beast lineage, the celestial dragon lineage, which evolved into the ancient divine dragon god lineage. One-time reward for the host. The host received the ancient divine dragon lineage of the divine dragon. Xiao starts to think that, since he used the stellar power in the dragon realm to elevate the white dragon's lineage, allowing it to transform into a true dragon, most of the time he was absent, consuming his power. The Prota is surprised because he never imagined that, due to the dragon being inside his body, not only the dragon lineage was purified, but his own too. He looks at Jushuan sleeping beside him, and thinks that what surprised him the most is how things unfolded this way. He turns to her, and continues admiring her beauty, thinking that now he and Jushuan. Suddenly, someone starts knocking on the door, shouting and asking if the master is inside, which completely startles him. He gets up angrily, questioning why she arrived at that moment. Jushuan also begins to wake up, asking how she got there. Suddenly she starts remembering the previous night, and they look at each other, and she feels a bit embarrassed. Xiao gets out of bed and asks her to go back to sleep while he goes to see what Z wants. He also says that later, they will go to the ancestral altar. He leaves the room while the master of the Hongmeng sect remains standing there, not saying a word. Jushuan remains embarrassed, thinking about how the night before, she and the Prota, it completely shocks her. As soon as he leaves, Z asks him why he's so red. The Prota starts laughing, saying it's because the sun is very strong. His beloved disciple looks up and says that it's too early, and that she doesn't see any sun at all. Meanwhile, Jushuan walks toward the Hongmeng sect's altar and opens the doors, thinking that Xiao is ready to ascend to the human immortal level. She enters and continues thinking that, when he reaches the celestial realm, undoubtedly, a completely different world will await him. Jushuan walks up to a table, pondering that the lives of cultivators are very long, wondering if, after hundreds of thousands of years, the Prota will still remember her and the Hongmeng sect. The leader begins to concentrate, thinking that, in truth, she wishes for her beloved to have a path filled with victories and ascend quickly. An energy begins to form as she continues concentrating, thinking that she also wishes to reach her steps as soon as possible. The energy emerges from an object, and a strange voice says that it feels the wealth of the Hongmeng sect within her, asking if she is the current leader of the sect. This makes her alert, and holding her sword, she confirms, saying that she is the current matriarch of the Hongmeng sect, and asks who the person in front of her is. An image forms from that energy and says that it is the first leader of the Hongmeng sect, the Taoist Hongmeng. The ancient leader says that if she is truly the leader, then she must have read the celestial book he left behind. Jushuan continues to be surprised by all of this, and asks if the man is really who he says he is, and if he really left the celestial book for the sect. The elder shows her something and says that when the Hongmeng sect officially became accepted by Qin, the fortune he left behind would be fully activated. He also says that, in addition to renewing the acceptance beneath that land, there is an immense, starry energy, one so vast that she cannot even imagine, and with that plaque, she will be able to move everything within that land freely. Hongmeng explains that the emblem also contains all of his cultivation experiences in a celestial technique he found in the ancient ruins, the Hongmeng Manual. The ancient leader of the sect explains that this technique, along with the emblem, will allow her to link her destiny to that of the sect and receive all its power. And it was thanks to this technique that he went from being an external servant to someone in the immortal realm. In reality, that land, Hongmeng, is far more extraordinary than anyone imagines, and she will discover all of this as soon as she merges with the plaque. Jushuan asks the first leader to wait a moment and emphasizes that the merit for awakening the sect's fortune wasn't hers, but rather the Prota's. However, that energy strikes her chest with force. Jushuan asks what just entered her. The ancient elder says that regarding the manifestation of the Hongmeng sect's national destiny, he has already made a decision, so there is nothing more to say. He looks directly at Jushuan, emphasizing that she only needs to prove that she is worthy of receiving that power. Outside, Xiao opens the door and looks inside, wondering if his senior sister hasn't arrived yet. He looks at one of the small pillars, noticing that something seems off. Inside, the leader is kneeling on the floor, gasping and extremely tired, barely able to speak. The first elder questions if she really wanted to be the matriarch of the Hongmeng sect with such useless abilities. He says that, by the looks of it, she has really declined in recent years. And if this is true, then he begins to cast a spell with his hand, and the entire Hongmeng sect appears before them. Jushuan is shocked to see this. Hongmeng attacks, shouting that, instead of waiting for them to ruin all his legacy and reputation in the celestial world, he prefers to destroy the sect right now. The leader watches as the attack heads towards the sect. Just as the attack was about to hit the center of the sect, Jushuan runs forward, once again taking an enormous amount of energy into her body. She falls to the ground, coughing, and with trembling legs, she says it's true. The sect has been weakening more and more in recent years. However, the Hongmeng sect has never abandoned any of its disciples. With a determined look, she says that if it weren't for the sect, she would have already met her end, forgotten somewhere. Jushuan continues, saying that maybe she's not strong enough, but she cannot stand idly by while they destroy something so important to her. With the last of her strength, she attacks the ancient elder, who is surprised by her speech and does nothing. He starts to laugh, saying that this is enough. A portal begins to open to the real world, and she starts to fall through it. The ancient elder calls for her to return, as the sect will be in her hands from that moment on. Outside, the Proto gets ready and catches her, preventing her from falling to the ground. Xiao looks at her and asks what happened. Jushuan feels completely embarrassed, seeing that he is holding her tightly. She gets up, places her hand on her head, and says that she doesn't even know what just happened. The leader asks when exactly he arrived, as she didn't notice anyone behind her. The Proto says that after guiding Z, he went straight to the ancestral hall and saw that no one was there. He then thought Jushuan must have been busy with something else, so he decided to wait a little. However, he soon noticed that it seemed like there was a starry force flowing from that place. That starry force appeared, and then quickly disappeared into another dimension. He assumed that maybe he had found some kind of opportunity and set up a containment barrier there to prevent interference. Jushuan is a bit startled by the story and asks if he really could feel a starry force, wanting to know what it was. The Proto begins to shape it again in his hand, saying that, in reality, it's a more advanced version of the national destiny form. He emphasizes that she also refined the purple chi of Hongmeng, which in reality is the same kind of power, just with a different refining method. The leader starts looking at her hand, and in her thoughts, she wonders if this means she has the same kind of power as the purple chi of Hongmeng. With this in mind, she imagines that she should use the same methods she used to dominate the purple chi of Hongmeng, so maybe she could dominate this power as well. She closes her eyes and begins to emanate a strong energy, thinking that trying wouldn't hurt. The amount of energy continues to increase. Suddenly, she opens her eyes, and on the palm of her hand is the starry energy. Jushuan is happy, saying that she succeeded. Xiao congratulates her, saying that she made progress with it. She holds the talisman in her hand, thinking that, even after leaving that mysterious space, the wounds in her body have been healed. That talisman still accompanies her. Then, everything that happened was true. She hands the talisman to the Proto, saying that it belongs to him. Xiao is a bit confused and asks what that talisman is. Suddenly, the talisman begins to emanate energy, leaves Xiao's hands, and returns to the leader's hand. The Proto starts laughing, saying that, apparently, the object was linked to her. They both place their palms together. Jushuan says that she will teach him a special technique. Suddenly, the system appears and says, "It has been detected that the host has received the ancestral Hongmeng Classic, a special technique. Since the system still needs time for an update, and to avoid the host getting angry, an independent secondary mission has been created. Upon completing this independent mission, the host will receive a generous reward." Xiao is surprised to learn that he has a secondary mission. The system continues, saying that within a month, everything the host contributes to the sect will convert into contribution points for the system. The progress made by the disciples of the Hongmeng sect will also be calculated as contribution points for the host, and the sect's commercial system will be opened so the host can spend his points. The Proto is confused, asking what this commercial system could be, and decides to take a look. The system notifies that the commercial system has been opened for the host, showing several options. In the commercial system, there were rare materials, artifacts, pills, coins, and plans, among many other things he could purchase. Xiao is pleased, saying that he had to work hard just to get a dragon lineage, and now the system was giving him several options. He decides to choose something. The system says the secondary mission has been activated and asks the host to accumulate points within a month, after which the calculation will be done. After analyzing the system, the Proto turns and asks his senior sister what has been happening with her in recent days. He asks if something is bothering her. Jushuan gets a bit embarrassed and lowers her head. However, she gathers her courage and starts telling the Prota that she is sure he will reach heights that she couldn't even imagine in her whole life, and she only hopes that he continues to remember the Hongmeng sect, and, especially her. Xiao is moved by hearing this. He holds her hand and looks directly into her eyes, telling her not to worry, as he will not strive only for his own benefit, emphasizing that he will make the entire Hongmeng sect ascend with him. The leader gets confused and asks what he is talking about, questioning if the Prota is an immortal and can do that. Xiao starts laughing, asking her to put that aside, changes the subject, and says that he also has many techniques of stellar power cultivation and that he will share them with his leader. Sometime later, he hands her several scrolls, leaving her shocked by the quantity. The Prota asks her not to be impressed, as little by little, he will also share those with all the disciples of the sect, emphasizing that everyone who is able to comprehend the power of the stars can learn those techniques. Jushuan questions if he is really planning to share techniques of that level with all the disciples of the sect and asks if that's a good idea. She also questions once again if he is truly serious about taking everyone from the Hongmeng sect to the Ascension. The Prota confirms and says that he is serious. However, he has a condition and says that if any disciple from the Hongmeng sect wishes to withdraw, they will have to destroy their own cultivation and erase all memories related to those techniques. The system appears, stating that it has detected the host's significant contribution to the construction of the sect. 1,000 contribution points have been received. As the disciples formally progress using these techniques, the system will evenly distribute contribution points to the host. The protagonist thinks that the points for so many techniques aren't very viable. Jushuan looks at Xiao, asking why he suddenly fell silent since she can't see the system. The protagonist asks the system how many contribution points he can earn if the disciples progress in cultivation using the techniques. The system says it will be calculated based on each disciple's level increase. A disciple who breaks through the Qi training stage will get 1 point. One who breaks through the foundation building stage will get 10 points. One who breaks through to the golden level will get no points, and so on. Each time they ascend to a higher realm, the contribution points will be multiplied by 10. Xiao isn't too happy about this and asks the system if it's just giving charity. However, he thinks that, even if it's crumbs, it's better than nothing. He starts analyzing the situation and concludes that to achieve greater progress, the talent of the accepted disciples is a problem, so he needs to find a way to fundamentally improve the quality of all the disciples in the sect. Suddenly, he becomes happy because he had an idea, even though the sect leader doesn't understand anything. He turns and starts to leave, telling his senior sister that he has something to do, and will see her later. Hearing they'll see each other in the evening, she becomes embarrassed. Meanwhile, at the medicinal herb cultivation field on Mount Dantian of the Hongmeng sect, several people are working. They begin to admire the herbs, impressed by their quality and how incredible they are, emphasizing that Xiong has an innate talent for preparing medicinal herbs, just like Elder Sumuhan. They gather and start talking about it, as they can even feel the density of the medicinal energy from afar. Suddenly, Sumuhan appears, asking what is happening and why everyone is gathered. People get startled and say they were praising senior brother Xiong for his medicinal herb cultivation. She approaches and says that the medicinal energy is indeed intense and tells Xiong that he has cultivated very well. Sumuhan also mentions that it's clear he put great care into growing those herbs. Xiong starts to get proud, saying that it's obvious his medicinal herbs are amazing. However, Sumuhan begins creating a flower in her hand, asking Xiong if it wasn't Master Xiao who brought back the wood spirit from the Longtongue realm, noting that he already passed the refinement technique to everyone. She begins applying the energy accumulated in her hand, saying that when cultivating herbs, they can also supplement the fields with some wood spirit energy. This will help them grow even better. The energy starts spreading over all the herbs, leaving everyone impressed. As the energy spreads, Sumuhan says that the medicinal herbs appear stronger. Most cultivators are completely shocked by how incredible it seems, except for Xiong. He turns around angrily, shouting that he already knew this but needed her to teach him. While he's making a scene, the ground starts cracking. People get worried, asking what's happening and telling everyone to look quickly as the soil is shaking too much. Suddenly, a giant flower appears in the middle of all the others. They ask what it is, and if it might be a snow ginseng, pointing out that it's as big as a mill. The cultivators start surrounding Sumuhan, praising her and shouting that there's no doubt the elder has mastered that technique perfectly. They begin asking to learn and to have her help them in the fields as well. Xiong remains a bit distant, irritated by this. He begins thinking that it's always the same. Every time that woman shows up, people start running and shouting around her. Feeling angry and jealous about it, he begins questioning what makes her so special, no matter how skilled she is. After all, she's just a second-rate alchemist. Suddenly, the bell rings, and Sumuhan says that it's almost time for class, so everyone should start gathering their things. As everyone jumps with joy, saying they're going to class and feeling lucky to learn from the elder, Xiang continues to stand there, just watching everyone. The other two people who stayed with Xiang start questioning, saying they don't understand why Sumuhan, who's the same age as them, was appointed the peak leader by the master. The other one says that she's nothing more than a second-rate alchemist and questions what makes her so special. Xiang stays silent, irritated for a while. Suddenly, he starts to cheer up and asks what the two of them think about teaching her a lesson so she can learn that there's always someone greater than you. The chubby one asks what kind of lesson, and the other questions what he's thinking. Xiang shows a pill in his hand, saying it's a fusion pill. If someone crushes it over the medicinal herbs, it will blend with them and turn into a special impurity. Xiang explains that he tested the pill with a 6th-ranked alchemist who came to teach at the sect, noting that not even the elder's spiritual force could completely eliminate that impurity. On top of that, if it's not detected immediately, the impurity will cause an explosion. The chubby one is impressed, asking if the explosion from the other day was his fault. The bowl-cut hair one says he thought that 6th-ranked alchemist was simply incompetent. With a look of envy, Xiang says those are the herbs Sumuhan used today for a demonstration in class. He points out that the 6th-ranked alchemist was severely injured in the previous explosion, and he heard that he had to stay in bed for a month to recover. Filled with envy, he starts saying that this time he wants Sumuhan to meet her end. The three of them begin walking, as it's time for class, and from a distance, Seal watches everything. He just watches silently. In the alchemy room, several people are entering, and are surprised to see some new faces. They start questioning who the two people are since they've never seen them before. Others say that, judging by their clothes, they seem to be from the Wanlian Pavilion. This means that today, people from the pavilion are observing, and it seems like they want to start a collaboration. That little group thinks that the Wanlian Pavilion is the most prestigious alchemist organization today. If they can embarrass that woman in front of them, it will be a disgrace for all alchemists, and she'll never recover from it. Suddenly, Elder Sumuhan enters the room with a larva in her hand. She walks over to the cauldron, saying that she will now demonstrate the special method to refine the snow ginseng pill. Xiang starts laughing, thinking that now is his moment. Sumuhan throws the herb into the cauldron, and the fire begins to dissolve it. She explains that, to refine this type of pill, the most important thing is to completely eliminate the impurities from the herbs. During the fusion of medicinal energy, there shouldn't be a trace of impurity. The elder begins using her alchemy, and the cauldron starts shaking. Everyone is stunned, watching the scene. However, Sumuhan begins to get a little worried, not understanding what's happening, and wonders, what was that sound? People begin commenting that they heard something breaking, and ask if the alchemy cauldron could explode. Other students tell them to stop talking nonsense, as that couldn't happen, especially with the people from the Wanlian Pavilion there to observe them. The two visitors remain silent, just watching the scene. The elder thinks something's wrong, so she decides to fuse the medicinal liquids first, and begins using her magic. The process begins, but she notices that the fusion of the medicinal liquids fails, and wonders how this is possible. Still worried, she starts questioning if there's an impurity she didn't see before. However, she decides to stabilize it before the medicinal powers get out of control. Indeed, there are impurities that weren't eliminated, and these impurities are not typical of snow ginseng cultivation. Furthermore, they've almost completely fused with the medicinal liquid. It's impossible to eliminate them, and the only solution is to wait for the medicinal powers to spiral out of control and attack the alchemist. It's clear that someone tampered with these medicinal ingredients. They deduce that the person intends to end the life of the alchemist. Suddenly, the cauldron begins rocking violently, and people start to get scared, asking what's happening and why the alchemy cauldron is shaking so much. They begin speculating that this is a loss of control of medicinal powers, wondering if the elder might lose control as well. One of the visitors starts mocking the scene, saying that a simple second-level snow ginseng pill has already caused the alchemist to lose control. The other points out that she has poor concentration. Xiang continues happily, mentally hoping that it explodes soon. That way Sumuhan will be humiliated in front of everyone, and his greatest desire is to see her pathetic face. Suddenly she hears a voice saying, "Stay calm. If you can't eliminate the impurities, neutralize them right away." She wonders if that voice could be her master's, and, looking back, sees that it indeed is. After thinking for a moment, the elder says her master is right. After all, they're just impurities. If she can't eliminate them, she'll neutralize them. She starts separating the items one by one, She emphasizes that a small inconvenience occurred. Then, she will show everyone the special technique for refining the snow ginseng. Sumuhan says she will let everyone take a look at the process of refining the level 10 elixir. Xiang continues trembling with rage, questioning what this is. All the people present begin to be completely stunned when they hear it's a level 10 pill, a legendary pill. Even the visitors from the pavilion begin questioning if she's really going to make a legendary pill. The oldest among them says that he has lived for hundreds of years and has never heard of such a young alchemist capable of refining a level 10 pill. He points out that Sumuhan is getting too confident, so he hopes she doesn't trip over her own arrogance. However, nothing shakes the elder's confidence. After seeing her master, she takes some lotus of the 1,000 carp decision, covered snow herb, and gills of the ice fish, thinking there's no problem. Now she will add the snow ginseng, and it will be perfect to refine the great regenerative pill of the 7 disasters. The cauldron calms down, and she thinks she's been researching the great regenerative pill of the 7 disasters for more than half a year, always missing something. But now, she understands. Her previous methods were too conservative, and clearly, the snow ginseng is unstable if there are impurities. However, in reality, those impurities activate the powers of the ginseng. If she neutralizes those activated powers with the right ingredients, she can multiply the potency by 10, enveloping the entire cauldron with her alchemy. Once again, it begins to emit a strong amount of heat and energy all around. That energy starts spreading through the room, and the students begin to be impressed, saying the medicinal aroma is dense, and they feel their level advancing. Now, they can sense they're about to break through to the golden core stage. The 2 visitors are impressed, saying that a pill of that level, with just a trace of its aroma, can make someone advance from foundation building to golden core. Still astonished, they remark that, in addition to all of that, the pill has Tao inscriptions on its surface. So, there's no doubt, it's truly a level 10 pill. The elder is happy and thanks everyone for witnessing it. The 2 visitors are so amazed by her abilities that one of them asks if she wants to become his apprentice, while the other bows his head, showing respect, and asks Sumuhan if he could stay and study at the sect, noting that even if he stays as a simple assistant, it would be enough for him. The other students also start to surround her, eyes shining, emotional and impressed by all of this, asking if she will also teach how to refine a level 10 pill. The protagonist watches from afar and thinks that, it seems, Sumuhan has also made great progress in her training these days. Xiang, looking from afar, wonders if she really did it. Still in disbelief, he thinks that not only did she prevent the medicinal power of the snow ginseng with impurities from going out of control and exploding, but she also managed to successfully refine a level 10 pill in front of everyone. He can't believe how this is possible. Xiang continues irritated, thinking that maybe she took advantage of something her master did to deceive everyone. He truly believes that's what happened, and it must be some trick of that woman's. He starts pushing everyone, thinking he will expose her in front of everyone. Xiang approaches her and shows respect, asking what happened with the cauldron at that moment and questioning if she didn't manage to control the medicinal power and almost exploded the cauldron. And why didn't it explode? And instead a level 10 pill appeared. This is enough to make people start questioning, saying it's true, because just a while ago, the cauldron was about to explode. How all of a sudden was a level 10 pill refined? After all, she's nothing more than a second-rate alchemist. Since he joined, he has never seen her refine a pill greater than level 2. The chubby one says it's true, stating that Sumuhan has been deceiving them all, while the bowl-cut hair one questions whether that pill is really level 10. She gets a bit irritated and thinks that since Master Jushuan asked her to establish the alchemy peak and teach pill refinement, she's dedicated almost all of her life to that task. She hasn't had time to present herself at the 10,000 Cauldrons Hall to update her alchemist ranking. She didn't expect that on this day, it would become a reason to be so belittled. The 2 visitors from the pavilion say that this is ridiculous and start questioning, asking if, by chance, the 10,000 Cauldrons Hall wasn't there, because they saw it with their own eyes, so it couldn't be fake. The older man says that, even though it's been hundreds of years since a level 10 pill appeared at the 10,000 Cauldrons Hall, they still managed to see an ancient method for evaluating such a pill. They explain that it said the main difference of a level 10 pill, compared to lower levels, is the profound Tao resonance it emits through its fragrance. Just by smelling it, one can achieve an advancement. On top of that, the Tao lines on the surface of the pill also have the power to help others break through their limits, just by observing it. The visitor asks the elder if he could examine the pill. Sumuhan holds the pill in the palm of her hand and says there's no problem. Xiang continues saying that it doesn't seem extraordinary, but suddenly, someone begins emitting a very strong energy and says that now they understand everything. The person starts shouting joyfully, saying that it's incredible. The older visitor says that the facts speak for themselves. Xiao turns his face and starts wondering if this really is a level 10 pill, questioning how it's possible, and if the elder has been hiding her true strength all this time. Xiao shows respect once again and says that, it seems there's no doubt, it really is a level 10 pill. He apologizes, admitting he was completely ignorant. A little shaken by all of this, he says he just remembered that he has something to do, so he will leave now. However, she tells him to wait. Annoyed by the situation, Sumuhan says that she clearly remembers the snow ginseng she used earlier, which came from his plantation. Xiao continues irritated and points at her, shouting what proof she has to claim such things, emphasizing that she shouldn't point fingers at him without evidence. She starts releasing some of her power, saying that all the ginsengs in that pill had spiritual wood energy. This method of nourishing herbs with spiritual wood energy hasn't been taught to anyone yet. Today, she demonstrated it to everyone using his plantation as an example. Furthermore, she never even said the ginseng had anything wrong with it, but it seems the accusation hit home for him. She emphasizes that, until now, she always thought he was the most talented disciple of the alchemy peak, and was planning to recommend him to the master to be the next peak leader. These words leave Xiao shocked. She crushes the herb with her own hands and says that, unfortunately, he has deeply disappointed her. It seems he is a person with ill intentions, and from this moment on, he is expelled from the sect, emphasizing that he is no longer a disciple of the Hongmeng sect, and telling him to leave immediately. Xiao opens his arms, irritated, shouting that she can't expel him because she's just a peak leader and doesn't have the authority to do that. Suddenly, the protagonist interrupts everyone and asks if, by chance, as vice patriarch, he has this authority. Xiao is completely paralyzed with fear upon hearing the master's voice. The protagonist looks at him with a look of indignation and anger. The elder and everyone else are happy and show respect upon seeing Master Xiao there. The protagonist begins to release his aura and says that the evidence is clear and asks why Xiao hasn't knelt to admit his mistake. The protagonist's aura is so powerful that, just with the pressure, it starts pushing Xiao back, leaving him helpless. Xiao falls to his knees, and the protagonist approaches him, asking if he acknowledges his mistakes. With a trembling voice, Xiao says that he really is guilty. Xiao points his hand at him, saying that the sect leader has just established a new rule. All disciples who abandon the Hongmeng sect must return everything they obtained there. The protagonist tells Xiao that when he entered the sect, he was only a cultivator at the first level of qi training. Xiao begins absorbing Xiang's abilities, saying that now he will reduce his cultivation to the first level of qi training and erase all knowledge of alchemy, expelling him from the sect. Xiang falls unconscious to the ground, and Xiao orders the others to drag him to the mountain port. The system notifies that the host has eliminated a sect traitor and contributed to its evolution, earning 200 contribution points. The protagonist is pleased, saying that by eliminating traitors, he also generates contribution points. Sumuhan then asks why Xiao is here today. He answers that he only came to consult on a matter and happened to come across this scene. He asks if she can prepare 10th level pills and then inquires about her current cultivation level. Sumuhan begins releasing her power, saying that every time she refines, she gains understanding, and her cultivation advances. She is at the peak of the separation realm, but notes that when she delves deeper into the experience of preparing 10th level pills, in less than half a month she should reach the integration realm. Xiao places his hand on her shoulder, saying he expected no less from his disciple and praises her. People around them are pleased, saying the elder is learning from a great master and highlighting that she is also very powerful at the peak of the separation realm. They emphasize that there is no other place outside the Hongmeng sect where they could be treated so well. Sumuhan then asks her master what he wanted to consult with her about. The protagonist asks if she can prepare a batch of marrow cleansing pills for the sect disciples, helping them improve their talents. The students begin celebrating, saying that even the #1 accepted disciple in the continent wouldn't be so generous, and entering the Hongmeng sect was the greatest luck they've had. Sumuhan says preparing the marrow cleansing pills wouldn't be a problem, but questions if her master really wants to enhance the talents of all the disciples, as it could be too risky. The visitors in the pavilion agree with the elder, noting that, with all due respect, the heavenly treasures the protagonist possesses will be coveted and attacked, and they cannot control whether these wonders fall into the wrong hands. Xiao says that on the way there, he also thought about this, but after arriving, he came up with a plan. He asks Sumuhan to proceed with the plan and prepare the pills, leaving the others with him. She is pleased with the master's request and agrees immediately. Meanwhile, Xiao is struggling to descend the mountain, as his body has no more energy, He continues walking down the immense stairs, complaining that without his cultivation, he can't even fly on a sword, thinking he'll have to descend step by step and will only reach the bottom by morning. Suddenly, he slips and starts falling, rolling down the stairs until he crashes face first onto the ground, muttering that it's not his lucky day. A man approaches him while he's on the ground, asking if he wants to take revenge on the Hongmeng sect. Xiao looks up and asks who the man is. The man, fully hooded and dressed in black, says that no one needs to know his identity, and asks Xiao to just remember that he is someone who can help him seek revenge. Sometime later, somewhere, Xiao looks at himself in a mirror and looks back, questioning if the man really said that with this, he could take revenge on the Hongmeng sect. The mysterious man places his hand on his shoulder, saying that this won't be enough. Suddenly, Xiao feels an immense pain flooding his body and screams, asking what the man is doing. The mysterious man replies that he is transferring some power to him. The mysterious man begins to remember a fight in which an old friend lost. Since discovering his friend's death, he has always sought revenge. He thinks that he didn't expect even Zhu Yan to be defeated by Master Xiao, emphasizing that the strength of that man is truly insurmountable. The mysterious man thinks that it is said that even the immortals of the celestial court are no match for that monster, and if it were just him against Xiao, victory would be nearly impossible. However, he was lucky, as the protagonist has practically become the goal of everyone. As they solve the issue of the mountain's protective formation, those who want to eliminate Xiao only increase. He thinks that he can't wait to see the protagonist lose his life. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Hongmeng sect, Xiao was telling his disciple that, 300 miles to the west, there was a valley where demons had been seen recently. He emphasized that he had just completed the transmission of skills, but she needed real combat experience to gain more. His disciple agreed and began walking alone toward the destination her master had ordered. Xiao hid behind a tree, watching everything, and looked at the girl alone, thinking that she seemed a bit naive. This made him think that if he gained her trust, he could infiltrate the sect. They stepped on a branch and made noise, and suddenly she was surrounded by several people. As they surrounded her, Wu Shuang prepared to fight, and questioned if they were the demons causing trouble there, all wearing masks. She asked what she would do if they were demons. They all advanced together, shouting and questioning if she believed that, even alone, she could be a heroine who would eradicate the demons and defend the righteous path. She began to remember her master's teachings, saying that if she chose to specialize in body arts, the best defense would always be attack. She began moving her spear, thinking that she should remember every word of her master. However, a strange energy began to take over the spear and her body, making her question what it could be. She became trapped, seeing the demons approaching, and thought that this was not good at all. One of the demons started speaking, saying that she would now be his. She started to panic, thinking that she was in serious trouble. However, another person emerged from the forest and drove the demons away, defeating them, saying they were a bunch of cowards, attacking with superior numbers. Xiao managed to defeat them all, and Wu Shuang looked at him, saying she was very lucky to have been rescued. Suddenly, the magic she was learning started to disperse. She wondered if it was because the owner of the demonic qi lost consciousness. Xiao helped her up, asking if she was okay. She was happy and said she was fine, thanking the knight for saving her. He began talking to her, saying that recently many demons had appeared in that area. He then asked why she came alone. Wu Shuang answered that it was a mission from her sect, and she came specifically to eradicate the demons from that place. Xiao said he understood, but from what he saw, she had no experience fighting them. Wu Shuang felt a little embarrassed and admitted that it was true. She didn't have real combat experience yet, apologized, and thanked him again for saving her. Xiao smiled and asked if he could teach her. Wu Shuang was happy and asked if that was true, if he could really help her. Xiao smiled, saying yes, and that she could leave everything to him. They began fighting against the people who were there. She didn't waste any time and also started training. Sometime later, the two were walking through the forest. Xiao clapped his hands, saying there was no doubt she was truly a disciple of the Hongmeng sect, for in less than 5 days, she had managed to eliminate all the demons in that area. She said that she had completely mastered the secret to eliminating demons, and now that she thought about it, she owed it all to him. Wu Shuang turned and said that she was going to check out the other areas and explore a bit to see if she could find more demons and continue practicing.
Xiang begins to smile, thinking that after taking care of all those demons, Wu Shuang will trust him more, and as long as he uses her, he will be able to enter the Hongmeng sect easily. Wu Shuang raises her spear, all happy, saying that she has finally fought on her own. Xiang watches her, thinking that soon he will take care of all of them. However, he is shocked to discover that the Hongmeng sect has established a new rule that no outsiders can enter unless they have the master's approval. He falls to the ground, upset as Wushwang apologizes, saying these are the rules. Still crying, he says he understands and asks her not to worry, as he didn't want to cause trouble for her. Xiang begins to wonder when the sect established these rules, as he didn't even know about them. Putting on a sad act, he says that his intention is not to put her in a difficult position. He simply wants to join the Hongmeng sect because a friend of his disappeared after joining. Xiang emphasizes that he grew up with his friend since childhood, but they lost contact and now he is searching for him. Wu Shuang is moved by the story, saying she understands. Xiang continues his act and asks her not to worry, as if it's really difficult, it's better to forget about it. He mentions that he can't take advantage of having saved her once to ask for something in return, and says he will find his friend on his own. Wu Shuang starts to leave, telling him to be careful. Xiang shouts, asking her not to be so cold, saying that if she can help him, he would like to be helped. Wu Shuang stops and thinks for a moment while Xiang makes a pitiful face. After a few seconds, Wu Shuang gets an idea and says she will introduce Xiang to her master, as he is fond of new talents, and since Xiang is stronger than her, the master will probably like him. This shocks Xiang. Wu Shuang grabs his arm and starts dragging him, saying she will take him to meet her master right now. Xiang freezes in fear and asks if they really should make such a scene. He starts thinking that he can't meet Xiao as he's too clever, and if he finds out about the whole act, he'll tear Xiang apart. He tries to break free but can't, realizing that Wu Shuang has immense strength, which doesn't make sense. Seeing he won't be able to break free, he asks her to wait. Wu Shuang looks at him and asks what's going on. Xiang tries to disguise it, saying he was thinking and feels he's not prepared to meet her master this way, as it seems disrespectful. Wu Shuang doesn't understand and asks what he wants to do. Xiang begins to explain that usually when looking for a master, one should bring a gift, and wonders if he should offer at least 100 low-quality spiritual stones. He emphasizes that he would feel bad meeting such an important person empty-handed. While he's explaining this, Xiao appears behind him. Wu Shuang notices her master's presence and greets him, making Xiang tremble with fear. The master asks her who the person in front of her is. Wu Shuang walks towards Xiao and says that while fighting the demons, she had some issues, and this companion saved her life. She also mentions that her companion said an old friend disappeared after joining the Hongmeng sect, and that's why he wanted to join to search for clues. With a smile on her face, she says she remembered what the master had said about not letting anyone in so easily, and that's why she was thinking of recommending him as a new disciple. Xiao stays silent, listening to everything, and after she finishes speaking, he says he understands. Xiang was already accepting that he was going to meet his end, but Xiao asks him to follow him. Xiang is confused and Xiao explains that since he saved his disciple, he can't be too harsh. Xiao asks what the name of Xiang's childhood friend is. He replies that his friend's name is Xiang Chumo. Xiao says that if it's this guy, he was expelled from the sect recently for trying to kill an important mistress. Xiang starts shouting, saying that's impossible as he knows his friend's personality well, and he would never do something like that. He emphasizes that he's sure his friend was framed and thinks that if those bastards hadn't forced his hand, he wouldn't have done that. Xiao asks if he's sure about what he's saying, as there's evidence. He opens the barrier protecting the entire sect and tells Xiang that if he believes in his friend's innocence, he can enter and investigate further. He emphasizes that if Xiang can prove his friend's innocence, the Hongmeng sect will do everything to help him find him. The prota begins to walk ahead while Wu Shuang tells Xiang that he can enter. Xiang thanks her, saying that her sect is truly magnificent, but in his thoughts, he doesn't believe it was so easy to get in and continues to celebrate as deceiving Xiao wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Night falls, and the prota meets with the guildmaster. Jushuan asks why he allowed that Xiang to enter the sect, questioning if he really didn't notice his disguise. He laughs and closes his book, saying that he already knew he couldn't fool the guildmaster. He explains that he let the guy in because he felt a demonic energy very similar to the old ghost clan of Sun and Moon. The prota emphasizes that if they really came into contact with demonic cultivators, it won't be as simple as just expelling him from the sect. Xiao also says that in addition to all this, he wants to take this opportunity to train Wu Shuang, since she has always been an obedient girl who follows orders to the letter. He wants her to understand that even though she's obedient, she can make mistakes. And instead of following orders blindly, she should learn to think for herself. In the middle of the night, Xiang opens the door to his room and leaves, thinking it was easy to infiltrate and that, apparently, the Hongmeng sect isn't as impressive as he thought. He begins jumping across rooftops, reflecting that maybe his expulsion was the will of the heavens, so he wouldn't waste his talent in that mediocre place. Upon arriving at a certain location, he sees a building and says that the ceiling stone that holds the protective formation must be there. Xiang watches the guards, remembering that during his time in the sect, he watched that stone several times, so he knows the patrol routes like the back of his hand. As soon as he finds a gap, he quickly opens the doors, enters the building, and comes face to face with the ceiling stone. Xiong raises his hand, thinking that destroying it will soon turn the sect into history. However, as soon as he touches the stone, he feels something very strong, and a force violently throws him against the wall. The impact makes a loud noise enough to attract some guards. Injured, he realizes he wasn't prepared for a protective seal and that all the noise has drawn the guards' attention. Xiong starts to panic, thinking that now there's no way out because if he gets caught this time, it won't be solved with just an expulsion. His only choice is to follow the order of that man in black, as that way he can survive under his protection. He takes a leap and advances full force, thinking that even if he has to sacrifice his cultivation, he needs to destroy that stone. Suddenly, the prota grabs Xiong and asks Wushuang if she now understands. Xiong looks around and asks what they're doing there. The prota answers that this is the question he should be asking, and then asks the friendly companion if he could explain what he was doing in the room where they keep the sect's protective formation. Wushuang gets upset and asks if Xiong saved her only out of self-interest. The prota looks at her and tells her not to worry, as he's not there to judge her today. Xiong starts shouting, demanding that Xiao let him go. The prota explains to Wushuang that human nature can be very dangerous, which is why she always needs to think before acting. Wushuang says she understands and emphasizes that she won't make this mistake again. Xiao begins to laugh and says it's all right, but now he's going to teach her how to deal with a despicable traitor like that. He activates his Heavenly Devourer skill and explains that he'll show her how to handle this kind of situation. A few seconds later, the prota lets Xiong go, saying that the technique has taken effect. The prota asks Xiong who sent him and what the plan was. Under the effect of Xiao's technique, Xiong extends his hand to deliver something and says that his plan was to destroy the Hongmeng sect's protective formation and then use that to contact his superior. Xiao takes the object in his hands and questions whether it's really what he thinks it is. Suddenly, the protective barrier is broken, and the alarm signal is triggered. Outside, the enemy leader sees the signal and thinks that at least the boy was useful. He starts smiling and says it's time to act. As they reach the entrance of the sect, they realize something is wrong and wonder why everything is so quiet. One of the servants asks the leader if he really thinks something is wrong there. The leader points out that even if it's a trap, it doesn't matter, because if there's a powerful formation, it will take at least 15 minutes to reactivate it. By then, the Hongmeng sect will already have been reduced to ashes. The members are happy to hear this and emphasize that, with the leader protecting them, that insignificant sect poses no danger. The man with the skull-like face says that, fortunately, he informed the sect and requested help from the ghost portal sect of the Sun and Moon from the celestial realm. With the help of an immortal from the fusion realm, the Hongmeng sect wouldn't survive the night. Their leader states that it's time to go, as they're going to wipe them all out at once. Meanwhile, inside the sect, Xiao is observing when Z approaches him and warns that those people just crossed the entrance to the mountain. The prota smiles, saying that everything is perfect. He advances with his two disciples and asks them to activate the mountain formation. While advancing, Wushuang asks her master if he didn't say they could have brought reinforcements from the celestial realm and questions if the sect's great protective formation will be enough to eliminate a celestial immortal. Xiao responds that they'll only know if they try. He thinks that since the formation was destroyed by Yixuan last time, he brought Zhugelin to repair it, but also fully enhanced it along with Gupan and Jianfeng. That's why the Hongmeng sect's great protective formation is now brand new. The prota says that even so, the formation needs time to activate and asks Wushuang if she can take the lead. She agrees, saying there's no problem. The ghosts advancing suddenly stop when they see someone at the end of the stairs. They shout asking who is there. Confidently, Wushuang yells that if they want to pass, they'll have to step over her corpse first. The leader of the ghosts is impressed, as a brat who still smells like milk is trying to stop them. Without hesitation, he orders his disciples to attack. Wushuang clenches her fists, thinking that now is the moment. She remembers that her master directly transmitted his energy to her, allowing her to ascend directly to the peak of the Golden Core realm. Moreover, all those people were just between the Golden Core level and the beginning of the Divine Division realm. To top it off, she still has the magical weapons her master gave her. Striking the first blow on one of the ghosts, she thinks that, if she handles the rhythm of the battle well, victory will be easy. However, one of the opponents manages to attack her from behind, trapping her with a chain while another strikes her. The attacks are powerful, causing her to get injured. The guy holding the chain takes advantage of the moment to tighten it even more, pulling her backward. From a distance, Xiao and Z observe the scene. Z starts to worry about her sister, but the prota tells her not to worry, stressing that Wushuang needs to learn to fight on her own and that Z must trust her more. Despite her master's words, Z remains anxious and worried about her junior sister. Wushuang, being dragged by the chains, exerts tremendous effort to hold them and thinks she needs to get up right now. Besides having received energy from her master, the prota also strengthened her physical body which means her physical endurance should far surpass that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. With this in mind, she believes she should be able to break those chains easily. The ghost holding the chain mocks her, asking his partners to look, as she's trying to break the chains of the River of Tales with just physical strength. He points out that it's ridiculous, and he and his companions start laughing, explaining that the chains were made from the bones of cultivators who practiced body refinement at the divine division level. Even so, Wushuang is trying to break them, with only golden core cultivation and brute strength. Full of mockery, they say that she couldn't possibly do it, not in her dreams. Facing their jeers, Wushuang thinks that strength has always been her greatest asset, and brute strength has never failed her. Determined, she fully trusts in her own strength. With tremendous effort, she screams and breaks all the chains. The ghosts are stunned, unable to believe what they've just seen. Wushuang stands up, saying that she finally did it. The members of the enemy group get angry and say that now they won't hold back, deciding to charge altogether. However, things are now different. Wushuang dodges all attacks effortlessly, while thinking about the techniques her master taught her. She grabs one of the enemy's arms and concentrates, remembering that she must observe the opponent's movements, anticipate their next steps, and never doubt herself. With tremendous strength, she throws one of the ghosts to the ground. Realizing another attack is coming her way, she leaps and easily dodges. Everything is happening exactly as she imagined, and she knows she must keep going this way. The man who attacked didn't manage to see Wushuang's movement because it was too fast, and asked if she had disappeared. However, she reappears immediately, just like Minato striking Obito, and sinks her enemy into the ground. Continuing without the slightest difficulty, she defeats one opponent after another. Her strength was such that when she threw one of them upwards, he landed on top of the others, and shortly afterward, all of them were lying on the ground with only her standing. Smiling, she thinks she's very good and celebrates her success. However, the leader of the group charges forward in fury, calling everyone useless. In the face of such terrifying power, Wushuang can only watch as her body can't move. Before anything happens, Xiao appears and defends her, asking her to retreat. Wushuang begins to back away while the leader of the ghosts watches her run, thinking this is good because after he takes the sect, none of them will escape. Suddenly, an extremely dense and powerful green energy starts to cover the entire area. The leader of the ghosts looks at the spreading energy and wonders if the mountain's defensive formation has been activated. He then releases his own energy, reflecting that he's heard of the Tower of Destiny and its powerful formations. But he believes that won't be enough to break through his defensive technique. Several swords begin to form and advance toward him. The leader, realizing they've been discovered, decides to take the opportunity to test the formation's capabilities personally. However, as the attacks begin to hit his defense, he stops talking. The impact of the strikes is so intense that cracks begin to appear in his protection, leaving him surprised and questioning what immense power this is. The barrier continues to crack more and more while the attacks keep coming, generating large explosions. The Prota, watching the situation, orders the next wave of attacks to be fired. Confident, Z says she's sure there's not a trace left of the invaders. The Prota starts laughing, commenting that he doesn't know if the mortars from his previous world would have this much power, stressing that the feeling of long-range fire support was truly brilliant. Hearing this, Wushuang becomes confused and decides to ask her master what a mortar is. The Prota changes the subject, saying it's nothing and emphasizing that it's an adult matter, and she's still too young to understand. Suddenly, the system notifies that it detected the host eliminating powerful enemies from the sect and as a result, earned contribution points, totaling 1,000 points. The system continues saying it detected that the disciple improved her combat experience under the host's guidance and that the reward will be doubled. As a prize, the host will receive a celestial-grade superior technique for golden threads. Upon seeing the notification, Xiao laughs and says it's excellent, noting that, apparently, everything is resolved. Sumuhan appears and informs that he's finished preparing the marrow cleansing and primordial cultivation pills that the Prota requested. Xiao thanks him and asks to have the pills brought to the hall. He then instructs Z to notify everyone that they can go there to collect a vial of marrow cleansing and primordial cultivation pills as a reward for their continued efforts. Z smiles and says she understands. The sect members start to talk among themselves. One asks if it's true they'll receive the marrow cleansing and primordial cultivation pills for free. Another responds affirmatively and shows the ones they've already received. A man holding his pill comments that he doesn't understand why the sect is being so generous this time, pointing out that before, one had to complete a month of missions to get just one first-rank pill. Looking at the pill in his hand, he notices that there are so many refined patterns on it that it must be at least an 8th-rank pill, which leads people to question if they could really distribute them for free. 3 disciples are admiring the pill, commenting that it's the first time they've seen something of that level. Curious, they wonder what would happen if they consumed it. Suddenly, they begin to feel a strange energy and hear a peculiar noise. Alarmed, they scream, asking what that was and if someone inside the sect was making a breakthrough. Other disciples explain that after consuming the marrow cleansing pill, the person awakens a special type of body. They are impressed and ask if the pill can really do that. The new disciples look at the pill in their hands and conclude that if it can truly grant a special body, then the Hongmeng sect will be their new family. Without hesitation, one of the men takes the pill immediately and starts feeling power growing within him. Suddenly, an enormous amount of energy starts to pour out of his body. The man screams, confirming that the pill indeed awakens a special body. Amazed, he says he'll inform his cousins and uncles to come and become disciples of the Hongmeng sect as well. Xiao observes all the energy emanating from his sect when, suddenly, the system starts notifying him. The message informs that it has been detected that the host renewed the talent of the sect's disciples, resulting in the awakening of a special physique in 300 people, granting him a reward of 10,000 contribution points. Additionally, the host significantly improved the sect's prestige, earning another 10,000 points, and the number of disciples drastically increased with his help, granting him an additional 10,000 contribution points. Upon seeing so many accumulated points, the professor laughs, saying that this time he really received a large amount of contribution points. He wonders if this will be enough to purchase a special physique in the store and asks the system to open it. The system notifies that it's changing the store interface and then displays all the available items. Xiao, ever astute, tells the system that he has a question and asks if the items purchased in the store can only be used by him or if they could be given to his disciples and thus refunded. The system responds that it's not possible to directly transfer the purchased items to the disciples, emphasizing that this exchange is prohibited. The prote, trying to be even smarter, questions that if the system says he can't give it directly, then it means he can modify it. The system, without a response, remains silent. As he analyzes the items in the store, Xiao finds a stone called the warrior god Xing Tian's lineage, which costs exactly 10,000 contribution points from the sect. As soon as he selects it, the system informs that this item is only valid for a secondary mission, which makes him dissatisfied. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang was cultivating when the prota approaches her and is impressed to see her still training late at night. Surprised and happy to see her master, she asks what he's doing there. Xiao extends his hand and says that since she's working so hard, he brought something special to gift her. A massive amount of energy starts emanating from his hand and flows toward Wu Shuang. He explains that this is called the night scene. Wu Shuang feels the power running through her body and thinks to herself, this energy. The next day, the sect members are walking through the Hongmeng territory, chatting excitedly about how well the sect treats its disciples, questioning where else they could receive purifying pills for free. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes, and the wall behind them starts cracking before a huge explosion occurs, leaving them startled. Screaming, the two disciples question what's going on. Amid the smoke, Wu Shuang emerges with a terrifying aura and holding an incredible weapon. One of the members, impressed, asks if she has awakened a special constitution. Wu Shuang, slightly embarrassed by the destruction she caused, responds affirmatively but admits that she couldn't control herself for a moment and asks if the men are injured. The energy surrounding her begins to dissipate and she wonders why this is happening to her. At that moment, Xiao and his other disciples appear. Sumuhan approaches and asks Wu Shuang to thank her master. She explains that the prota spent 3 days without sleeping or resting, combining several precious pills into one to forge and transform her bloodline into the warrior god Xing Tian's lineage. With that, her power and talent reached an entirely new level, and the combination with her natural abilities couldn't have been more perfect. Wu Shuang, with tears in her eyes, is impressed and deeply moved by her master's effort. She says she can't believe he did so much just for her. Xiao approaches and says it was nothing because if she becomes stronger, he, as her master, will also feel better. This makes her even more emotional. The system notifies that it detected that the disciple awakened the warrior god Xing Tian's lineage of inferior celestial rank with the help of the host, and therefore the reward will be doubled. As a result, the host obtains the warrior god Xing Tian's lineage of superior celestial rank. Still crying, Wu Shuang tells her master that she's not worthy of so much attention and that she will always carry a debt of gratitude for everything he did for her. She emphasizes that now that she's stronger, she can definitely fight against the enemies for her master's sake. Xiao, however, lightly scolds her, saying he already told her not to worry about that and questioning why she still doesn't believe him. At this moment, Z releases her aura, demonstrating impressive power, and warns Wu Shuang not to think of stealing the glory of fighting for the master, as this honor should be hers. She reveals that the prota granted her the heart of the Lord of the Nine Heavens' celestial sword, and Therefore, she won't allow Wushuang to take credit for this. Suddenly, the dragon aura begins to emanate from the prota's body, leaving everyone stunned. A man appears, saying that this is his first meeting with his senior brothers and sisters. He introduces himself as Bai and emphasizes that he is also a disciple of the master. He explains that although he had been dormant for a long time, he recently gradually awakened after receiving the ancestral dragon lineage from the Prota, which allowed him to reach the fusion realm. Jianfeng also begins to demonstrate his power, claiming that his Qianjun sword god constitution is not bad. Qipan A then reveals that she also awakened her lineage, stating that thanks to the Hell Serpent lineage granted to her by her master, she managed to reach the fusion realm. Sumuhan also manifests her power, explaining that the pills she refines can now directly modify a person's constitution, all thanks to the Shenong lineage given to her by the Prota. Zhuge Lin, in turn, demonstrates her strength and introduces herself, mentioning that some of those present may not know her. She identifies herself as Zhuge Lin, the current head of the Celestial Mechanisms Pavilion branch in the Upper Granqin Kingdom. She explains that a few days ago, Xiao formally accepted her as a disciple, and now that she has obtained the heart of the star god, she has finally advanced to the fusion realm. The Prota mentions that Ying is still busy with state affairs, and that Zhuge Lin will soon have more matters from the pavilion to manage. As for the others, he informs them to prepare, as they will soon ascend directly to the celestial court. The disciples bow their heads and shout in unison that they understand. The system starts to notify various rewards. It was detected that a disciple awakened the heart of the Lord of the Nine Heavens sword with superior celestial rank, with the help of the host, resulting in the reward being doubled, and the host obtained the immortal rank inferior sword god of the Nine Heavens physique. It was also recorded that a disciple awakened the ancestral dragon god lineage of medium celestial rank with the host's help, leading to the reward being doubled, allowing the host to obtain the supreme dragon god lineage of superior celestial rank. Another disciple awakened the Tianjin sword god constitution of medium celestial rank, resulting in the reward tripling, granting the host the spirit of 10,000 swords constitution of superior celestial rank. The disciple Qipan A awakened the Hell Serpent lineage of superior celestial rank, and the reward was doubled, granting the host the 5 poisons shaman god lineage of inferior mortal rank. Additionally, a disciple awakened the Shenong lineage of medium celestial rank, and with the reward doubling, the host obtained the refined Shenong lineage of superior celestial rank. The Prota is impressed with so many benefits and comments that everyone is incredible. 3 months later, lightning continues to fall, and the people present begin to wonder how many times someone has crossed the lightning tribulation in this period. They feel that, during these 3 months, the storm clouds above their heads never disappeared. However, no one knows exactly who is causing all of this now. The system notifies again that all the disciples under the host's tutelage have ascended to the fusion realm, and that the conditions for the system update have been met. As a result, the system update program was initiated, and an opportunity to teleport to the Immortal Gate has been earned. Upon receiving this notification, the Prota reflects on the fact that Wu Shuang also ascended to the fusion realm, but wonders about the significance of this teleportation opportunity to the Immortal Gate. Suddenly, everything begins to tremble, and the sect members ask if an earthquake is occurring. However, the entire sect begins to float, lifting off the ground, and in an instant, it simply disappears. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Court, inside the residence of the true Phoenix Lord, in the Phoenix Palace, the female disciples were quietly cleaning when suddenly a loud noise echoes, and something appears in the sky. With astonished looks, they realize that the entire Hongmeng sect has appeared right in front of them. Meanwhile, at the Jukui Palace, everyone was lamenting because they had planned to recruit Ye Fan and the protagonist. However, she hadn't imagined that a simple battle for the national destiny would end up involving a dispute between the Emperor and the lower realm, so she never found an opportunity to act. She picks up a piece of paper and begins reading, saying that Ye Fan had recently been in her territory, claiming he wanted to join her. Zhukui thinks that with this, she might take the opportunity to investigate more of his secrets. The vermilion bird becomes excited because, after carefully reviewing some ancient texts, she believes the techniques used by Ye Fan are probably the 9 true characters, exclusive to the spirit-conscious clan, which would be a huge benefit. Suddenly, everything in the palace begins to shake, and she gets up worried, shouting and asking what's happening. One of her disciples rushes in, saying she has more news. A floating island has suddenly appeared in the sky. Jukui is confused and asks what she's talking about. However, the disciple keeps shouting, distressed, saying the island blocked the sunlight, and without it, all the floating formations of the palace were shut down. The vermilion bird steps outside and indeed sees a floating island there. Still not understanding anything, she asks who dares to cause such a commotion. Meanwhile, on top of the island, Xiao and Z were watching everything. She asks her master where they are now, since the concentration of spiritual energy in the air is at least 3 times greater than before, and notes that refining the power of destiny has become easier. The protagonist looks at her and says he doesn't know exactly where they are, but he's sure it's the Immortal Bridge. Jukui looks at him and begins wondering if he's really the Xiao from the National Destiny Battle, since she heard that after causing that huge mess in the superior country of the Dragon Flame, he even eliminated Emperor Jixu, and that's why he's being hunted by the Mortal Court's Emperor. Still confused, she wonders if this man is crazy because, even being pursued by the Emperor, he dared to enter the Immortal Court so openly like this. Jukui tells her disciple to reactivate the palace's energy formation and defensive formation, emphasizing that for now, they'll maintain the Phoenix Palace this way. The disciple says that to keep the energy and defensive formations running, many resources are needed, and questions whether they'll really allow that floating island to stay so close without doing anything. Jukui replies that everyone on that island is so ignorant about death that she doesn't even need to step in. Soon, both they and the island will be destroyed. Meanwhile, in the hall of the true Lord Qinglong, a disciple informs him that a floating island appeared above the Phoenix Palace. He's also confused at first, as no one expected to hear something like that. At the Qingluan Palace, the true Lord Qingluan observes the floating island, saying that apparently a storm is about to arrive at the Celestial Palace. At the Baihu Palace, a man starts shouting and laughing, saying that invading the Immortal Court with an entire sect is ridiculous, and he wants to see who these arrogant ones are. This is the true Lord Baihu. Meanwhile, in the ancient kingdom, Qing Cheng was sitting and reading a book when a man arrives to inform her that spies from the Mortal Court reported that the protagonist, the person she's keeping an eye on, has entered the Celestial Palace. The princess says this happened a bit earlier than she expected, but says she understands and asks the man to leave. The man seems a bit uneasy and tries to say something else. Qing Cheng asks if something happened and if there's anything else she should know. The disciple hands her a mirror that shows the protagonist's sect and says he entered the Immortal Court with his entire sect, drawing everyone's attention, and asks her to take a look. The princess takes the mirror in her hand and is impressed to see that he really entered the Immortal Court with his entire sect, starting to laugh and saying he's truly impressive. Qing Qing points out that this is very interesting because while others fear attention, the protagonist plays with it, causing all this commotion. However, she still has doubts and wants to see if he really has the power to show such confidence. She calls Liu Feng, who immediately shows up. The princess asks what his current position is in the human ranking. Liu Feng makes a face like he wants praise and says he recently rose to the 21st position in the human ranking. She's pleased to hear that and says sending him to the lower realm to infiltrate the Celestial Palace wasn't in vain. Then she chooses him and asks him to go face Xiao. Liu Feng gets a bit discouraged and asks why he should be the one to face Xiao. The princess asks what's going on and if he doesn't want to go. Liu Feng says that since it's an order from Her Highness, he can't refuse. However, he points out that the protagonist just arrived at the Immortal Court and doesn't even have a ranking in the mortal list, so why should he be the one to face him? Qing Cheng asks if that's really what he thinks and says that because of that, he'll go along with Fu Feng and Fei Yun. The two step forward and say they're at her service. The princess asks Fu Feng what his position in the ranking is. He replies that he's in 10th place in the mortal ranking. Qing Cheng says that's excellent and that he's considered the best swordsman in the Immortal Court, then asks if he thinks he can defeat Xiao. Fu Feng bows his head respectfully and says he wouldn't dare be arrogant, but on the path of the sword he's trained for hundreds of years and has never been defeated even once. The princess says that's very good and orders him to go with Fei Yun and Liu Feng. If the protagonist wins the battle, they must give that to him and speak about the Immortal Court. Liu Feng doesn't like it much and asks why the princess doesn't entrust such an important mission to him alone, stressing that he can handle it by himself. But she says she doesn't want to hear anything else and tells them to simply do what she ordered. As soon as they leave, she gets excited while watching the mirror, observing everything, wanting to see if the protagonist really has the strength to be up there. When they arrive, Fu Feng looks at the island and asks if that floating island is the Hongmeng sect the princess asked them to keep an eye on. Fei Yun isn't happy to see it floating and thinks they're way too arrogant. Fei Yun asks Fu Feng where his brother is, questioning whether the princess didn't order him to test the protagonist's strength. Fu Feng replies that he hasn't been able to contact his brother and doesn't know, but it seems that if he doesn't get up on that island soon, he'll miss a big opportunity. Several cultivators were already in the air surrounding the island. Among all the people, 2 cultivators begin chatting and ask if those are the Hongmeng sect members the Mortal Court's emperor is after. The other comments on the 500,000 spirit stones per head and wonders where he should spend so much money. Fu Feng keeps watching and says Fei Yun is mistaken. Suddenly, a powerful energy begins to emanate from within the sect. That energy intensifies with each second, scaring everyone. Suddenly, the nearest cultivators are thrown back. Fei Yun is shocked. Fu Feng says he heard that everyone ranked above 100 in the mortal list of the Celestial Court has already challenged the protagonist and none lasted more than 5 moves. Liu Feng appears behind the two saying they're nothing but fleas in the fusion realm pretending to be immortals, and points out that the protagonist must think he's all-powerful. He also says that if the princess weren't tied up in the matters of the Celestial Court, with the power of true immortals from the Taigu realm, wiping out the immortal court would be easy. Fei Yun thinks that's idiotic, and Fu Feng reflects that his brother is also in the fusion realm and still said all that. Xiao looks at Zi and asks if the little one is ready, as there are many nasty weeds she needs to clear out. She grips her sword excited and says she's ready. Fu Feng comments that from the looks of it, those insignificant ones aren't even worthy of being faced, and immediately begins to create a barrier since his brother is very impulsive and he needs to raise a sound barrier before he exposes the princess's secrets. Liu Peng stares at the protagonist, thinking he's a coward hiding behind a woman. Zi steps forward and points her sword, asking if anyone else there wants to face her. Liu Feng charges quickly, leaving everyone impressed with his speed. He appears behind her, saying she has no right to speak there. Zi turns around, finding him fast, but the protagonist appears between them, defending her, and says that after all the waiting, someone at least somewhat worthy has finally shown up. He blocks the attack with ease. Z asks her master to let her help, but he tells her not to worry about that guy and to take care of the others as he'll handle this one. Liu Feng tells the protagonist that he doesn't even need to draw his sword to face him. Xiao, unfazed, says he'll use his anyway. He draws the sword and comments that, from the man's fighting style, he already knows who sent him. Xiao strikes, asking the man if his master didn't teach him that. To fight someone like him, he should be using at least 90% of his power. Liu Feng blocks the strike, but then starts screaming, terrified by the sheer force. He's thrown back, and even in great pain, he realizes his power of destiny is being drained. Liu Feng asks if the princess gave the Jade Manual of Destiny to the protagonist. Xiao shows it to him and asks if that's what he's referring to. Liu Feng becomes furious and asks why the princess values someone like the protagonist so much. Curious now, he draws his sword and tells Xiao to hand it over because he's not worthy of possessing it. The protagonist says his master disagrees, since she was the one who insisted he accept it. Liu Feng remains furious, shouting for the protagonist to give it back. Xiao thinks that earlier, when he struck Liu Feng, he obtained a thread of destiny power, which is understandable. But now, after provoking him, his emotions were stirred, and that also allowed Xiao to gain another portion of his destiny strength. Liu Feng attacks fiercely, but the protagonist easily defends himself. While blocking, he thinks that it's really like Buddha said, wrath affects destiny, and he wasn't lying. It seems that just provoking your opponent a little is enough to steal some of their destiny power. Xiao begins releasing a lot of energy and thinks he should try provoking his opponent once more. He attacks again, and says that if this Jade Manual is so important, then he'll show a bit of its power. The attack is incredibly fast, and Liu Feng can't defend. He's simply terrified seeing it coming. Fu Feng appears, creating a barrier around his brother, asking the protagonist to have mercy. Liu Feng, confused, asks what his brother is doing there. Fu Feng introduces himself to Xiao, saying he came to apologize on behalf of his younger brother. Liu Feng still doesn't understand and gets irritated, asking his older brother why he's being so polite to the protagonist. But Fu Feng just tells him to be quiet and not be disrespectful. Xiao asks what they want now. Fu Feng says their master, the princess, sent him to ask if the protagonist still remembers his promise. Xiao asks if he's referring to what his master said, that if he ascends to the immortal court, defeats the top 10 talents of the mortal ranking, and uses the Jade's power to absorb enough destiny from them, then she'll help him eliminate the immortal court's emperor. Fu Feng confirms that's exactly it, says he's the 10th in the mortal ranking, and since the protagonist already showed his strength by defeating his younger brother, who ranks 21st, he suggests a fight so he can give the princess a satisfactory report. Fu Feng begins drawing his sword, imbuing it with strong energy. Xiao says he understands and that it's a very convenient coincidence. They start exchanging blows, saying that if that's the case, then they must fight. Fu Feng starts feeling a bit of difficulty while fighting the protagonist and begins to wonder what's happening, because it's strange. He's already beyond the fusion realm, while Xiao is only at the first level of that realm, yet whenever the protagonist attacks or defends, his strength overwhelmingly dominates. They keep trading blows, and the protagonist shows no sign of even trying hard. Fu Feng notices this and thinks that it seems he won't win just because his cultivation is higher. He starts smiling, thinking the protagonist is undoubtedly extraordinary and worthy of the princess's attention. Fu Feng creates a massive sword with his energy, stating that the protagonist truly is a genius, and it would be disrespectful to hold back in this fight. He tells Xiao that this sword technique concentrates all the vital essence he's devoted to the path of the sword. The protagonist starts releasing his energy too, saying that today is full of coincidences, since the path of the sword is also his specialty, and he was hoping to practice with someone. Xiao attacks again, sending his sword at the high speed. As soon as it hits the target, a huge explosion erupts in front of him. Fu Feng is shocked once again, thinking the opponent's power exceeded his expectations. But that first strike was just a distraction. Suddenly, a sword appears through the smoke. Fu Feng panics, thinking this is bad. There's no time left. Just as the sword is about to hit him, the protagonist stops the attack. Fu Feng is paralyzed, frozen, thinking he was lucky the protagonist stopped. With the sword still right in front of him, he realizes that for a moment, he really thought it was the end. Xiao retrieves his sword and says the battle is over, and that the 10th of the ranking has been defeated. Fu Feng shows deep respect and says that the protagonist's techniques are undoubtedly superior to his own, and therefore he completely accepts defeat. Liu Peng, who had been watching from a distance, shouts in disbelief, unable to accept that his brother lost. Zi starts celebrating, saying that was amazing and exactly what she expected from her master. Liu Peng remains furious and refuses to accept defeat, saying it's impossible and accusing the protagonist of cheating, claiming he couldn't have beaten his older brother. Fu Feng smacks him on the head and tells him to stop being an idiot. He apologizes once again to the protagonist on behalf of his brother and asks him to be a little more understanding toward that fool. Xiao says there's no problem and takes the opportunity to say he has a question. He asks who the top 10 of the mortal ranking are and how the princess they serve intends to help him. Fu Feng says that's indeed a good question, and with a scroll in hand says he came here today specifically to share that information. He thinks to himself that luckily he placed a sound barrier around the area, except for the 5 of them, so no one else can hear their conversation. He hands the scroll to Xiao and explains that the top 10 of the mortal ranking, including himself, are all at the 10th level of the fusion realm. Fu Feng emphasizes that unlike the lower levels where the rankings change frequently, the top 10 haven't changed in thousands of years, and each position among them represents a massive gap in power. Fu Feng explains that the protagonist needs to know that each of these cultivators has specialized in different fields: artifact forging, alchemy, body cultivation, and poisons. He highlights that the 9th rank, known as Qianlian, is a master of body cultivation and has strengthened his body so much that even celestial weapons can't leave a mark on him. For swordsmen like them, he's practically invincible. The 8th rank, named Qinzi, although an alchemist, has taken the art of alchemy to divine levels. The pills he produces can even influence the heavenly Tao, making the natural laws bow before him. Fu Feng says he knows the power of these two very well because he has a close relationship with them and warns the protagonist that not even 10 Xiaos together could face either of them. He continues explaining that as for those ranked even higher, he doesn't even know their faces and says that if the protagonist manages to defeat either of the two he mentioned, he might be able to get more information about the others. Fu Feng asks Xiao to heed his advice and says that before him, the imperial princess tried to recruit many talents from the lower realm, but none of them completed the task. So he advises the protagonist to be very cautious. While reading the scroll, Xiao says he understands but still has one last question. He looks at Fu Feng and asks once again how the imperial princess intends to help him face the celestial emperor. Liu Feng gets mad again and starts shouting, asking if the protagonist is questioning the power of the imperial princess. His older brother once again interrupts him and apologizes for his brother's recklessness. He asks the protagonist if he's ever heard of the ancient domain realm. Xiao looks confused and asks what that is. Fu Feng begins to explain that the ancient domain realm is the home of the divine race. The celestial spiritual power that the entire celestial court longs to obtain throughout their lives comes from that place. Just cultivating there for a while, nourished by that power, will make surpassing members of the celestial court only a matter of time. The protagonist asks what this celestial spiritual power is. Liu Feng keeps mocking, saying the protagonist doesn't even know what celestial spiritual power is and that he can't understand why the imperial princess pays attention to someone like him. Fu Feng tells the protagonist that if he knows how to refine destiny power, then he definitely understands this too. Xiao says he already gets it. Fu Feng then says it'll be easy for him to understand and starts explaining that celestial spiritual power can be seen as a form of destiny power, but much more concentrated and potent than normal. After hearing the explanation, the protagonist wonders if that's also a form of destiny power, which sparks a new doubt in his mind. He doesn't know if it's stronger or if star power is superior. He replies without hesitation that he understood everything and says they should now go back and tell the princess he accepts the mission. He asks her to wait patiently. Liu Peng steps forward again, points his finger at the protagonist, and says he's extremely arrogant, asking if he even knows who he's talking to. His brother gets irritated again and slaps him once more, apologizing yet again to the protagonist. He says they'll definitely deliver the message to the Imperial Princess and leaves, dragging his brother along. The protagonist turns around and begins speaking loudly, saying everyone there saw the show, and asks if that was enough or if anyone else wants to challenge him. If anyone does, just step forward. He'll face them all at once. The other cultivators start trembling in fear, saying that if even Liu Feng and Fu Feng were defeated, they don't stand a chance. So it's best to leave. One by one, they turn their backs and walk away. The protagonist returns to his sect, saying no one else dares to step forward. And now he feels lonely. Z looks at him, thinking her master is joking again. He starts heading back and tells her to follow him. Since no one wants to fight, they might as well return and eat. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Jukui tells her servant to leave while she remains silent. Once alone, she says that there's no one else there, so he can come out. Ye Fan appears, saying it's been a long time since they last met. The vermilion bird gets straight to the point and tells him to say what he came to discuss, and it better be important. He replies that without a doubt, it's something that will interest her and shows one of the words. Jukui looks at the word, wondering how they compare, and asks why he's showing such a treasure to her, questioning if he's not afraid she might just kill him and take it by force. Ye Fan says that if he were afraid she'd steal it, he wouldn't have been foolish enough to come there in the first place. The vermilion bird begins to release a bit of her power, asking if he's trying to insult her. Ye Fan shouts for her to calm down and unleashes even more of the power from the word, telling her not to get angry because he's not done speaking. He emphasizes that someone of her level surely wouldn't stoop to someone like him. And if he's giving her the treasure, he assumes she wouldn't cause problems for someone as insignificant as himself. Jukui smiles, thinking the man before her is quite cunning. He leaves no loose ends and even showed her his power. It makes her wonder whether he's trying to threaten her or not. The firebird begins releasing flames from her hand, thinking she wants to see how powerful these true words of the 9 characters really are. She fires an attack at the word, completely destroying it. Ye Fan is slightly surprised and says he had always heard that the flames of the true Phoenix Lady could consume anything, and now that he's seen it with his own eyes, they truly live up to her reputation. Jukui says at least he knows how to behave, and asks if he really came there, only with that treasure and what it is that he truly wants. He replies that he's aware of his limited power, so he won't ask for much, explaining that he has only managed to gather the first 3 characters of the true words. So he asks her to help him find the remaining 6, and once she has them, to share some of the knowledge with him. Jukui asks if that's all, while thinking that if he just wants to share information, then it doesn't seem like a problem. Ye Fan confirms and points out that with his power alone, it would be extremely difficult to collect such a revered technique as the 9 words, and that if he can collaborate with her, the true Phoenix Lady, it would be a great benefit for him. Ye Fan starts laughing and thinks, of course, that's not all. Because even though these true words are invincible, if the one cultivating them doesn't possess a divine spirit, they'll eventually become corrupted and just end up as slaves to the technique. That's why he only needs the Phoenix Lady to cultivate the words, so that he can control her through the true words. Jukui looks at him and says, if that's all, then they have a deal. 1 hour later, they walk to the entrance, and the Phoenix, now with the characters, says things ended quite easily. Confident, she says that with this, her return to the ancient realm is getting closer. Suddenly, a servant rushes in, shouting that she must report something to the true lady. It's news about the Hongmeng sect. The disciple says she heard that Lords Liu Feng and Fu Feng were defeated by Xiao. Upon hearing this, Jukui is surprised and begins to wonder if the protagonist really has that much power. Because if that's the case, she urgently needs to try to bring him to her side. The Phoenix asks if her disciple knows whether the true Lord Azure Dragon has made any moves. The servant replies that she also heard the true Lord Azure Dragon is already preparing gifts and planning to send them to the Hongmeng sect in order to establish relations. Jukui tells her servant to prepare one as well and emphasizes that they'll send an invitation to the protagonist tonight. They can't let Azure Dragon get there first. Meanwhile, somewhere else, 2 people are playing a game. Qinglong tells his companion that he lacks mental serenity. His subordinate agrees, saying he lost as expected. He can't defeat his true lord. This is Feng Tingyan. The young man tells his master that he has something he'd like to ask. Qinglong says he may ask. The boy looks confused and says it's the first time his lord has asked him to deliver so many valuable gifts to visit someone, so he wonders if this Hongmeng sect and this Xiao are really that important. Qinglong begins to reply, saying his disciple already knows the current situation of the Celestial Court. The Celestial Emperor has been in seclusion for hundreds of years, and the 4 true lords under his command, including himself, have spent this time holding back and wearing each other down without making major breakthroughs in their power. Qinglong emphasizes that the emperor's prolonged seclusion is also troubling, because if his cultivation fails, the four who always supported him might end up as mere stepping stones for his cultivation. And if that's the case, they'd better be prepared. Feng Qingyun stands up, says he understands, and tells his master that now that everything's clear, he'll take his leave. Sometime later, Ji goes to the sect leader and tells her that the Azure Dragon Immortal has sent visiting gifts and wishes to meet with the master. However, the protagonist left during the night. Jushuan remembers that during the night, the protagonist said the immortal Phoenix Palace had invited him to discuss something important, and he hasn't returned yet. That makes her wonder why the Azure Dragon Immortal came to visit. She thinks the Celestial Court Immortals are coming one after another, but she's not sure if that's good or bad. The leader pats Zi's head and asks her to go receive the guests. Later on in the Central Palace, everyone is seated. Jushuan begins to speak and thanks the Azure Dragon Immortal for the visit. She acknowledges the gesture of sending gifts to the Hongmeng sect, but emphasizes that, unfortunately, it's not a good time since the protagonist left during the night to handle some matters and has yet to return. Therefore, she apologizes for making them come all this way. Feng Tingyun says she's worrying too much and apologizes for today's intrusion. He also asks for her understanding, saying they're willing to wait until Xiao returns. However, he's not pleased. He thinks the whole thing is ridiculous, since most of the Hongmeng sect disciples haven't even reached the Divine Division realm. That makes him think they're all a bunch of useless people, and he doesn't even understand how they made it to the Celestial Court. Even so, he had to personally come to visit them. Feng Qingyan slams his cup on the table, irritated, thinking that the protagonist was here earlier, fighting someone, and now that he's arrived, the protagonist is gone. That angers him because he wants to see what kind of skill this Xiao has to attract so much of his master's attention. Feng Qingyan suggests to the sect leader that just drinking like this is boring, and says he heard that the disciples of the Hongmeng sect train in the sword. He proposes that her subordinates show off some of their sword skills. Zhu Xuan is surprised and asks if he means. Feng Tingyan interrupts and suggests that two of her disciples demonstrate a sword fight. Ji becomes worried. Zhu Xuan also gets irritated, thinking that for sword cultivators, the way of the sword is like their very life, and she couldn't use it as mere entertainment. As she watches, she notices that the man in front of her is also a sword practitioner. That makes her wonder if he doesn't understand what that means. If they accept now, the Hongmeng sect's reputation will be damaged. But if they refuse, it will give the Azure Dragon Immortal a reason to criticize them. Suddenly, Meyer stands up and asks Feng Qingyan if he really wants to see the art of the sword. However, she emphasizes that her sword doesn't leave its sheath without a reason. And if they truly want to see it, then his subordinates who also wield swords should spar with her. This surprises the two subordinates. The sect leader is pleased to see that her disciple acted so well. By turning a sword demonstration into a formal duel, it protects the sect's reputation and doesn't leave them open to criticism. So that was a very well thought out move. Feng Tingyan tells Changxing to go try, saying it's a good opportunity to meet the Hongmeng disciples. He agrees and says, if that's the case, he quickly steps forward, lands heavily, creating a small crater in the ground, and says he hopes to learn a lot from this sword exchange. Meyer steps forward too. Who's afraid of who? Now she's going to fight him. They begin exchanging blows. Jushuan watches while thinking that even though her disciples' movements are good, there's a small problem. Her opponent is already in the Heti realm, while her disciple ascended along with the rest of the sect and is only just above the fusion realm. And even though it's only a one-level difference, it's like an insurmountable abyss. That's why she fears her disciple might struggle greatly and could even get hurt. Feng Tingyan, with a mocking look, calls out to the sect leader and asks if she doesn't have higher-level disciples. Jushuan looks at him, slightly irritated, and asks what exactly he's trying to imply. Feng Tingyan asks leader Jushuan not to misunderstand him, as he has no hidden intentions, and explains that he's just considering the current situation. He even says that if they win, it will be honorable. Then he makes another proposal and asks Changxing to suppress his power to the same level as Meyer's. That way they can avoid the Hongmeng sect accusing them of winning unfairly when they succeed. Changxing understands and says he'll do as his master asked, and with a hand signal he activates a seal, suppressing his power. He tells Meyer that he's reduced his power to the peak of the Divine Division level and asks her not to disappoint him. She gets irritated and says to continue, as she wants to see who will really win the fight. The two begin to move at incredible speed, and the battle spreads across the area. After exchanging a few blows, Changxing is caught off guard by an attack, causing him to lose his stance. Feng Tingyan is surprised by what he sees. He starts thinking that before, when Meyer was weaker, her attacks were fierce, but now that they're on equal footing, she's switched to a defensive tactic. He wonders if she's trying to buy time to drain her opponent's energy. Changxing attacks again furiously, but she easily defends and notes that his attacks are getting slower. With a smile, she asks what's happening, since they say the only difference between people from the upper realm and them is cultivation power. Mocking him further, she says maybe it's not just that. Maybe he's just really bad with a sword, or maybe he's just a weak idiot. Chang Xing backs off, furious, yelling at her and asking what she just said, emphasizing that she's just a woman and dared to insult his swordsmanship. He starts unleashing his cultivation energy and says that since she's begging to die so badly, he'll help her with that. All the energy around him condenses into an attack directed at Meyer. She focuses and tries to defend, but the energy is too strong and easily breaks her sword, leaving her stunned. Realizing she can't block the attack anymore, she thinks she went too far provoking him, and now he's really trying to kill her. Z appears in the middle of the fight and with a simple move, blocks the attack, telling her master not to worry. Angry at everything she's seeing and hearing, she charges forward, breaking Changxing's sword with a single strike, leaving both Feng Tingyan and the other disciple in disbelief at her power. Confident in her victory, Z says she'll give them some advice and warns them never to underestimate a woman's power. Still with her back turned to her opponent, she reminds him that it was supposed to be a friendly duel and questions why he had murderous intent just now. With a serious tone, she asks if it's because he couldn't win and, hurt in his pride, now wants to kill to prove superiority. Z says she's shocked and questions if that's how the Azure Dragon Palace operates. Feng Qingyun doesn't like what he hears and wonders if she's abusing her power. Angry, he slams his cup on the table again, ordering his disciples to withdraw from the battle. Zhu then asks if they will continue with the banquet since they've already witnessed the demonstration of sword art. Feng Tingyan starts to speak, but his second disciple becomes restless and walks to the center of the hall. He says that after watching the thrilling battle between Chang Xing and the Hongmeng clan, he was moved and asks if he could also have a chance to spar. Feng Tingyan laughs and apologizes to the Hongmeng sect leader, saying that his subordinates are a bit impulsive and excited, and he's truly sorry. Zhu Xuan grows even more bothered, thinking that it's going to be difficult to resolve things peacefully there, so she hopes the protagonist returns soon. With no other choice, she says that if they're willing, then they'll accompany them to the end. She tells little Z that the next fight will be hers. Z gets all excited and walks to the center of the hall. As confident as ever, she looks at her opponent and says that if he can withstand 3 of her strikes, she'll consider him the victor, and asks what he thinks. The man starts using a seal and says she's being too arrogant. Z charges without hesitation, saying that her sword art can destroy any technique. The man creates a barrier to defend against the attack, but as soon as Z's sword touches it, he notices something strange and wonders what's happening. His entire barrier was completely destroyed and he thinks this is really bad. However, he grabs another talisman and activates it, teleporting and dodging the attack, appearing behind Z, who just smiles. The young man charges again, trying to attack with all his might, but she turns and destroys his attack with a counterattack, injuring Wang Hui. Z says that speed means nothing against her. Feng Tingyan slams the cup on the table again, irritated, while thinking that he knows his disciples' techniques very well, and his talisman techniques are powerful. Even cultivators at the peak of the fusion realm have difficulty breaking them. This makes him question whether the sword art Z uses has something extraordinary behind it. While he's thinking all this, Z moves quickly, telling her opponent to prepare for her final attack. Wang Hui, seeing Z's incredible speed, thinks that sword cultivators are already very agile, and if he can't block her attack, he'll be in trouble. He places another talisman in front of him, but the sword easily cuts through it. However, at the last moment, Z stops attacking and just looks at him, destroying the rest of the talisman embedded in the tip of her sword. She smiles, saying it was an exciting battle. Already exhausted and wounded, Wang Hui grabs her hand and accepts defeat with honor. Feng Tingyan becomes extremely furious and slams his hand on the table, shouting that Wang Hui is useless and nothing but a disappointment. The 3 are surprised by his reaction, looking at him. Feng Tingyan stands up and tells Zhu Xuan that he'll be direct, explaining that he came here today only to recruit the protagonist by order of the true master Qinglong. However, since things didn't go as expected, he asks her to make a decision and, with extreme arrogance, stares at her, questioning whether the Hongmeng sect and Master Xiao will submit or not. Zhu Xuan remains silent, thinking this was to be expected, as the storm that was coming has just arrived. She lowers her head respectfully and apologizes to the venerable master. However, even though she appreciates the recognition from the true master Qinglong, she still cannot decide for Xiao. Therefore, she suggests that they wait a few more days until the protagonist returns and decides for himself. Feng Tingyan continues to press, asking what the Hongmeng sect will do, as she is the leader, and clearly, the sect's fate could be decided by her. Zhu Xuan also stands up and says that even though she is the sect leader, this is not her absolute property, and emphasizes that the future of Hongmeng will be decided by all the elders and disciples. Unfortunately, Xiao is one of the elders, and that's why she will wait for his return to discuss and make a decision. Feng Qingyan begins to lose control and releases a massive amount of energy, calling her insolent. The whole place starts to crack, and he says he came offering peace, yet still remains on guard. Feng Qingyan begins to question if they are saying that the true master Qinglong's name is not enough for this small sect called Hongmeng. Zhu Xuan remains calm and tries to soothe the situation, responding in a friendly manner, saying she can assure him that this is not their intention. Feng Qingyan charges at her, shouting that once the leader is captured, the Hongmeng sect will fall without any problem. Zi and Meyer rush at him to try to contain him before he reaches their master, but with a simple movement, he throws both of them aside, leaving Zhu Xuan startled by all this. But someone catches them before they hit the ground. Xiao has arrived, asking who the audacious person is who dares to behave so arrogantly in the Hongmeng sect's domain. Zhu Xuan is happy and relieved to see that he's back. The two also turn around smiling, seeing that everything will finally come to an end. They start moving towards their opponent, saying they will work hard. Zi continues to be very happy and says she's extremely glad to see her master back. Xiao steps forward and kindly asks who the man in front of him is. However, Feng Qingyan remains extremely arrogant and ignores the protagonist's question, asking back if he is Xiao. The protagonist keeps walking and starts releasing his energy, saying he'll repeat once more, and this time they should pay attention. With a serious tone, a fixed gaze, and an overwhelmingly strong aura, he asks again who the person in front of him is. The pressure created by the release of his energy is so great that the two disciples behind them can't control themselves and fall to their knees, as the presence before them is terrifying. Wang Hui can barely breathe and wonders if this is the presence of someone who has just entered the celestial palace. Feng Tingyan is still standing but begins sweating with fear and introduces himself, stating his name and that he is a subordinate of the true master Qinglong. He also explains that he came exclusively to invite the protagonist to meet his master. Xiao continues to be very angry and asks if this is really an invitation. With the energy around him, he creates a fan, asking if this is truly how Master Qinglong invites someone. With a simple movement, he starts releasing more energy throughout the room, causing shockwaves, and asks Feng Tingyan if he thinks the Hongmeng sect is not worthy enough. The shockwaves were so strong that they threw Feng Tingyan forcefully against the wall. He is confused, wondering how this is possible, how the protagonist can have so much power if he just arrived at the celestial court. Feng Tingyan remembers that the biggest difference after entering the fusion realm is the ability to sense the power of destiny, and he clearly remembers when he first managed to do this, because that's when he saw the power of destiny his father always spoke about. Seeing the protagonist in front of him, he thinks that there are people with special talents who can perceive the power of destiny even before reaching the fusion realm. And even though few people know, the power of destiny also has different levels. The reason why the Emperor of the Celestial Court is stronger than others is that he possesses a destiny power refined to the maximum, called celestial spiritual power. The four true masters receive this power from the celestial spirit of the Emperor, which is why they are stronger than the rest. He also received a bit of this power as a reward for the true master's merits. He begins to lose consciousness and falls to the ground, thinking that ever since he obtained this celestial spirit power, nothing could defeat him. But now, having been completely humiliated with just one movement, he wonders if Xiao possesses a power superior to the celestial spirit power. And if that's not possible, he can't find an explanation for such overwhelming power. With a fixed, cold stare, the protagonist continues approaching, saying that there better be a good explanation for all of this. Feng Tingyan manages to stay conscious, but he can barely move. Lying on the floor, he keeps wondering what is happening, as Xiao's posture is imposing and inviolable. This posture is exactly like that of the former Celestial Emperor Xu Yan. The protagonist remains standing in front of him, looking. Feng Qingyan realizes there's no chance to do anything there, so he kneels and humbles himself, apologizing for his offenses, emphasizing that all the mistakes were due to his own stupidity. He asserts that the true Master Qinglong has nothing to do with this. However, Xiao no longer wants to hear any of it and tells him to stand up and take that filthy group away immediately, disappearing from his sight. The two disciples help him stand up while the protagonist continues saying that he truly hopes he disappears from his sight, because if they appear in front of him again, it will be the end of their lives. With a trembling voice, completely scared, Feng Tingyan agrees with everything the protagonist says. After they leave, Zhu Xuan begins healing Zi and Meyer. Xiao asks how they are. They are delighted by his concern. Zi says she has some minor injuries, but after meditating a bit, she's already healed. As for Meyer, she says her injuries are nothing, and that in at most 2 days, she will be 100%. The protagonist says he's glad nothing more serious happened because after entering the celestial court with so many forces clashing and sects rising, It will be impossible to keep a low profile, even if they wanted to. Therefore, he emphasizes that everyone there should be prepared because situations like this will happen more and more often. Z becomes confident and tells her master not to worry, as she will give her all in cultivation to protect the Hongmeng sect. Meyer also becomes confident and says she will do the same. Even though her cultivation is not as high as the others, she will try her best. Zhu Xuan asks the protagonist how his meeting with the true lady Zhu Kui went. Xiao says it's a long story and starts explaining that, at night, when he was about to sleep, he heard someone knocking on the door. One of the sect disciples tells him that a secret message has arrived. This surprises him a bit, as he wasn't expecting it. However, he receives the letter and closes the door. With the paper in his hands, he starts wondering what kind of matter could be so urgent that they would send a secret message at that time of night. The letter said, "Urgent matter related to the Emperor of the Celestial Court. Come immediately to the Red Phoenix Palace. Signed, True Lady Zhu Kui." Still confused by all of this, he opens the window, wondering what the true lady has that's so urgent to contact him about a matter related to the Emperor. And even though he thinks it might be a trap, he jumps out of the window and says he's going to investigate the situation. After looking around for a while, he notices that there doesn't seem to be anything unusual, but suddenly he feels an energy and sees a red bird standing alone. Upon seeing the technique she's practicing, he smells something different and immediately thinks that the technique clearly carries the aura of Ye Fan. This makes the protagonist become more cautious and wonder if Ye Fan has indeed encountered this woman, because if that's the case, it means she met Ye Fan, obtained his technique, and then sent a secret letter to arrange a meeting with him. The protagonist lands on the ground and while walking begins to think about the entire battle because against that technique, he'll use the counter technique. And if that doesn't work, they will resort to action against the true lady of the Crimson Bird. When he reaches the gate, he starts knocking. Jukui thinks he's finally arrived, but she had to wait quite a while. Without hesitation, she opens the gate and asks him to enter quickly, but when she looks, she's surprised, thinking that this isn't good at all. Xiao attacks her and immediately she uses her technique to defend. After the first strike, she asks what he thinks and if he's satisfied, noting that if she had hostility towards him, it wouldn't be him attacking. The protagonist starts laughing and says it was just a joke, emphasizing that he hopes the true lady won't mind. But in reality, the protagonist is quite impressed, as the strength from before was Ye Fan's secret trick. It didn't resemble anything he had seen before because when the Star Force was applied, it seemed like all the strength was absorbed. This means there was no chance of breaking that defense. Jukui begins to walk into her palace and asks the protagonist to follow her. Xiao thinks for a moment about how he could break that defense if he ever faces this woman. Shortly after, the two sit in a room, and the protagonist asks her the reason she called him at this hour of the night. Jukui asks if he's truly being sought by the Emperor of the Celestial Court, and if so, what plans he has at the moment. Xiao remains cautious and asks what she wants and if by any chance she has any advice. The Crimson Bird smiles and says that talking to intelligent people is indeed easier. She asks if the protagonist knows that the Celestial Court has a wanted list. Xiao is completely confused and says he's never heard of such a list. Jukui explains that this list includes all the people wanted by the Emperor of the Celestial Pavilion and shows him some names. When the wanted list is opened, 5 names are shown. In 5th place, Wang Wu, 4th place, Xi, 3rd, Zhang San, 2nd, Luo Cheng, and in 1st place, Xiao. She also explains that this list is ranked according to the size of the reward and points out that with the protagonist's name now on the list, which hasn't changed in hundreds of years, all the names have dropped 1 position. This means that he truly surpassed everyone. Xiao is impressed and asks if it's true that these people on the list haven't changed for hundreds of years. Jukui replies that yes, because the Emperor of the Celestial Pavilion only issues capture orders for people like them. What can we do against them? However, the protagonist is an exception. She emphasizes that he is the first person to be wanted by the Emperor while still in the mortal world, and also the first to have such a high reward. The Crimson Bird also says that if the Emperor weren't in a critical period of meditation, both he and his sect would probably already have been swallowed by the Emperor and turned into strengthening pills. On the wanted list, he still has the chance to be captured alive. Jukui says that's the case. The protagonist becomes a little confused and says that the complicated situations just keep coming to him. Jukui starts laughing and claps her hands, asking for Luo Cheng to appear. The protagonist is surprised to hear the name she called and wonders if this Luo Cheng is the same person who is second on the wanted list, because according to what the true lady of the Crimson Bird said before, Luo Cheng had been in first place on the list for hundreds of years. Suddenly, a man appears behind the protagonist. He feels the presence immediately. Luo Cheng tries to attack him, but Xiao turns around and easily defends the attack. Xiao asks Jukui what this means. Luo Cheng starts laughing, saying that the protagonist's reaction was extremely fast. Suddenly, Luo Cheng begins to use even more strength and releases his energy. Xiao notices this and is surprised by the immense power. A large explosion happens in the area. Chu Kui becomes a bit irritated, saying there was no need for such an uproar, emphasizing that they don't know how to measure their strength. She asks Luo Cheng what he thinks. He says that the power Xiao uses is by no means inferior to his own, which is crystalline spiritual power. The Crimson Bird is shocked to learn this. The protagonist appears in the midst of the dust without a single scratch. Luo Cheng continues speaking, saying that if he's not mistaken, the power Xiao uses comes from the stellar force of the immortal Emperor Su Yuan's ruins, and asks if he's right. The protagonist looks at him and confirms, saying that's correct. Xiao attacks, emphasizing that if he knows this is stellar force, then why hasn't he surrendered yet? Luo Cheng yells that this is a bit arrogant, but he still wants to exchange a few blows and prepares to defend, asking if this is the limit of the strength Xiao possesses. However, as soon as he collides his spiritual power with the protagonist's stellar force, he realizes something is wrong. He's thrown back, thinking that the protagonist's attack is several times stronger than before. Xiao continues attacking, while Luo Cheng wonders if he hasn't been using all his power from the beginning. However, Luo Cheng isn't intimidated and shouts that this is great, as he wants to see who has the most powerful strength. He also charges forward, landing several blows, while the protagonist also attacks several times. Luo Cheng begins to get scared, as the intensity and frequency of the protagonist's attacks haven't decreased at all since the start of the battle. The cultivation of destiny force should be much harder than that of spiritual energy. This makes Luo Cheng unable to understand how Xiao managed to do this. Suddenly, the protagonist moves with extraordinary speed and appears behind Luo Cheng, saying that if he gets distracted for just 1 second, it will be enough for him to die. Xiao attacks once more. Luo Cheng realizes that this time there is no chance of defense, and he's finished. But at the last second, Ju Kui launches an attack, stopping the protagonist's strike, and shouts that it's enough. She gets angry and asks Luo Cheng if he really needs to be beaten like this to learn his lesson. Luo Cheng feels a little embarrassed and smiles, apologizing to the protagonist and admitting defeat. He also thanks the Crimson Bird for intervening in the fight and saving his life. He asks if this means that the two already know each other and plan to test him. Ju Kui gets a little startled and replies no, emphasizing that this has nothing to do with her. Luo Cheng confirms the story and takes full responsibility, saying that the idea to test him was his. The protagonist remains suspicious and questions if they're really telling the truth because he doesn't believe it. Ju Kui asks why she would lie to him and points out that the reason she called him here today has to do with him. The true lady asks Luo Cheng to introduce himself properly. He apologizes once again for his earlier rudeness and says that in reality they are the same kind of person. This leaves Xiao even more confused by the whole story. He asks what Luo Cheng really means by the same kind of person. Luo Cheng begins to explain that before the protagonist entered the Celestial Court, he had already been at the top of the Celestial Court Emperor's wanted list for hundreds of years, and it was thanks to the protection of the true Lady of the Crimson Bird that he managed to survive until now. The reason he was wanted by the Emperor is quite similar to the protagonist's. Luo Cheng continues explaining that he ascended to the Celestial Court 1,000 years ago, and his family possesses a special constitution capable of refining a unique type of spiritual energy. The Emperor, upon realizing the value of his family's blood, tried to capture all the women in his clan. However, his family fought to the death, preferring to self-destruct rather than become slaves to the Emperor. Luo Cheng emphasizes that he too should have died that day, but he had a protective artifact that preserved a thread of his vitality in times of crisis. This allowed him to survive. Afterward, he tried to hide his identity as much as possible and focused on increasing his strength to avenge his clan. However, when he finally ascended to the Celestial Court, he realized how naive he had been, as he tried to challenge the Celestial Court Emperor but was defeated by the true Lady of the Crimson Bird in just 3 strikes. To his surprise, the true lady didn't kill him as the Emperor had ordered. On the contrary, she helped him hide his whereabouts and also assisted him in his cultivation. Luo Cheng says that this is the whole story of his life. After hearing all of this, Xiao asks the Crimson Bird what she has to say about herself. Ju Kui begins to explain that her situation is quite similar to Luo Cheng's. Her people were exiled from the primordial realm, the true home of the gods, above the Celestial Court to the Hongmeng continent, because their blood wasn't pure enough. She emphasizes that the head of her clan wanted to use the Emperor of the Celestial Court's power to return to the primordial realm. However, he ended up being used by the Emperor and became just a large supplement to further increase the Emperor's cultivation. And once again, only she survived, thanks to an artifact left by her father. After that, she did everything she could to strengthen her lineage and pretended to be a true descendant of the gods of the primordial realm. coming down to the lower world only to train instead of being an exile. The emperor believed her lie and, as a result, granted her the title of True Lady. In exchange, she promised that when she returned to the primordial realm, she would bring him the legendary Jianling sacred tree to help with his cultivation. Zhu points out that sometimes she suspects that, with the emperor's personality, he never truly trusted her, and that if she cannot deliver the sacred tree when he needs it, the emperor will certainly not hesitate to devour her, completely disregarding her. She slams her teacup on the table, saying that this doesn't matter right now, as it's a problem for the future. And, in addition to avenging her people, she wants to prove to the descendants of the primordial realm that, even with impure blood, they are not failures. That's why she wants to show that she's stronger than anyone else. After hearing this story, Xiao starts thinking that, apparently, the power within the celestial court is very complicated. Zhu stands up, catches the protagonist's attention, and touches his face, saying she finds him very interesting, and asks what he thinks about joining forces. Xiao removes her hand from his face and says that if they are going to cooperate, he wants to know what benefits this will bring to his sect. The Crimson Bird says the benefits are numerous and shows one of the letters of the true words as an example, emphasizing that she has already promised Ye Fan she would work with him to find the complete art of the 9 words. And if the protagonist agrees to join them, she can also share this knowledge with him. He looks at her, thinking that if they can obtain the art of the 9 words, that benefit is indeed tempting. However, collaborating with Ye Fan will not be simple, because on the day Ye Fan saw the protagonist being disrespected by the Emperor of the Celestial Court, he fled alone, which was expected. But before fleeing, he still tried to influence Ying. Additionally, the way he met Ying is strange, because for an outsider to invade a space exclusive to the royal family is not normal. The protagonist thinks that everything seems to indicate that Ying had already been marked as a target from the start. Suddenly, he pauses to think a little deeper, and concludes that the same is happening with the true lady, because from their first meeting, Ye Fan had already been treating her in a special way and even exposed his most secret letter exclusively to her. After thinking carefully, Xiao tells the Crimson Bird that he has an additional request and asks if she would allow him to examine her soul. She becomes confused and asks if he's really asking to examine her soul. The protagonist confirms, saying that, to be honest, he learned a special technique that allows him to control people's minds, and because of that, he is very sensitive to similar techniques. Xiao says he suspects that, while exchanging the art of the 9 words with her, Ye Fan may have left some kind of control mark in her consciousness. Zhu starts laughing and says the protagonist must be joking with her, emphasizing that maybe he doesn't know, but the Phoenix race has always cultivated spiritual consciousness power, and anyone who dares to use cheap tricks in front of her probably doesn't exist in that celestial pavilion. However, she says that, since the protagonist mentioned this, and she hasn't clarified his concern, it might affect their collaboration. She shows him 2 celestial protection locks of divine level in her hand and points out that they can protect the bearer against spiritual attacks, even from a true god. She hands one of the artifacts to him and says she will also use one, asking what he thinks. Xiao looks at her and thinks that the item does indeed seem very good. However, he questions the terms of their agreement. The Crimson Bird says she cannot openly rebel against the Emperor of the Celestial Court, but she will provide all the possible help, and when the time is right, she will need his cooperation, emphasizing that while she acts in the light, the protagonist will act in the shadows. Together, they will defeat the Emperor. Xiao smiles and stands up, saying that, in that case, he hopes this alliance will be prosperous. Returning to the present, the protagonist says that, after returning from the Crimson Palace, everything that happened is already known to the 3 of them. Z is impressed, as she never imagined that the true Redbird lady had such a complicated past. Meyer also becomes irritated because of the immortal Emperor. She shouts, saying that Redbird managed to endure this for so long. As if it were her, she would have already done something to that scoundrel. Zhu reprimands Meyer, telling her that she has been the elder of the Second Peak for a long time, and, therefore, must control her impulsive temperament. She continues by expressing her concern and tells the Proto that there are many hidden forces in the celestial realm, as they have barely arrived and already offended the true Azure Dragon Lord. Having the support of the true Redbird lady is better than being completely alone. However, she emphasizes that, despite all this, in the end, Redbird served the Emperor for many years, and working with her will require caution. Xiao approaches Jushuan a bit more, asking her not to worry, as he knows what he is doing. Z appears smiling, saying that the relationship between the 2 is getting better and better, making the sect leader shy. Meyer feels jealous and says this has nothing to do with it, as her master gets along better with her, and starts questioning Jushuan, asking if she really likes that guy. The leader gets even more embarrassed and asks her disciple not to cause any more confusion. Z calls her master, but notices he is staring intently at Jushuan and just smiles. The Prota was thinking that the sect leader's embarrassed expression is incredibly adorable. Suddenly, he snaps out of it and tells Z to stop teasing the master and go call the other disciples, as he has something important to announce. Soon after, all the Prota's disciples gather. Xiao begins by saying that today, Amir Fei Qingyan dared to use the name of others to intimidate them and even came there to provoke the Hongmeng sect. With an irritated expression, he questions that if things continue this way, the sect will be destroyed. The Prota tells Z that she has a natural sword body and can comprehend the essence of the sword very quickly. Moreover, she was the first among the disciples to reach the Union Realm. He also says that today she destroyed the Celestial Realm dogs with a single sword strike, emphasizing that her talent for the sword and her cultivation skills are truly exceptional. Z is flattered and says this was only possible because she followed her master's teachings. The Prota continues, now referring to Wushuang, saying she was born with superhuman strength. Even with her small body, she managed to pull a 10,000 kilograms cart, and in the past, she faced numerous bandits in the Golden Core realm alone, and even challenged an enemy in the Separation realm without being defeated. Furthermore, her growth rate also pleases him greatly. She smiles happily at all the praise and thanks her master. Xiao turns to Sumuhan and says that with just a few instructions, she mastered alchemy and created level 10 pills. And thanks to these purification and nutrition pills, the Hongmeng sect was strengthened, helping everyone ascend to the celestial court. Therefore, her merit is unquestionable. Sumuhan also can't contain her happiness and thanks the Prota. The Prota looks at the other three and says there is no need for praise for them, as Jianfeng is the leader of the Wanfeng sect and is known as the god of the immortal reaping sword. Qipan masters the Tao of poison, has represented a kingdom in battle, and was one of the 4 great cultivators of separation in the National Destiny War. And finally, the Prota starts shouting, saying to Wu Ming that he carries the blood of a divine dragon, a truly rare talent to find. Xiao says that the master is overestimating them, as his disciples' talents are unparalleled. He stresses that he is not there to reprimand them, but to make them understand that, by entering the celestial realm, they have plunged into a web of conflicting forces. Moreover, they have now become targets of provocations like the one that happened today, which will continue to occur. Jianfeng says that within the celestial court, there are numerous powerful cultivators, and although with his current strength he is still unable to fully protect the Hongmeng sect, he places his hand on his heart and asks his master not to worry, as they will never disappoint his expectations. And because of this, they will train and adapt as quickly as possible. This speech cheers up the others. Z, with all her energy, says that's right and emphasizes to her master that she will train with even more dedication and always be prepared to protect the Hongmeng sect along with everyone. They all start saying they will do the same. Xiao is happy to see this and begins to show some rings, distributing them to everyone. Z asks what is inside. The Prota begins to explain that now that everyone has reached the Union Realm and awakened their special constitutions, he has prepared specific training plans for each of them, along with some resources to help them further awaken the potential of their bloodline bodies and accelerate their cultivation. Everyone takes the gift from their master, surprised and happy. Xiao emphasizes that, in addition to all this, he heard that under the control of the Su family, the city of Luoyun has discovered several incredibly rich mines, and because of this, he says that if they run low on materials for alchemy, they can take supplies from the national treasury of the Qin dynasty, as he believes that will be enough to sustain the rise of the Hongmeng sect in the coming years and even for much longer into the future. With that, he finishes by saying that the future of the Hongmeng sect is in their hands. His disciples show respect and shout in agreement. Several system screens begin to appear saying, Ding detected that the disciples, with the help of the host, obtained 500,000 Supreme Spirit Stones, reward multiplied by 1,000 times. The host will receive 500 million Supreme Spirit Stones. Ding detected that the disciples, with the help of the host, obtained various techniques, reward multiplied by 100 times. The host will receive a technique fusion opportunity. Ding detected that the disciples, with the help of the host, obtained various weapons and magical treasures, reward multiplied by 2,000 times. You will receive an enhancement opportunity for techniques, magical treasures, and related items. The Prota is happy and thinks that receiving 500 million Supreme Spirit Stones is not bad at all, as even if they are used internally to absorb spiritual energy and cultivate, the amount of energy would be enough for all the disciples of the Hongmeng sect, who number in the tens of thousands, to cultivate up to the Tribulation realm. And with the technique fusion opportunity, he can continue to gather and learn new arts then fuse them all into a single one. Therefore, he thinks that this time, he wants to gather even more. And if the number of fuse techniques reaches thousands or even tens of thousands, maybe he can reach an unimaginable level, which is wonderful. Additionally, there is the level enhancement opportunity. Although the Prota doesn't know exactly how much can be improved, anything provided by the system is never a waste. He's so satisfied with this that he says that in a situation full of dangers like the Celestial Court, this came as a pillow to someone who just felt sleepy. While Xiao was thinking, he remembers that before his ascension, he had asked Zhuge Lin to use the Tianji Tower's information network to look for other traces of the immortal Emperor Shuyuan. He wonders if she has obtained any new information about this, as before that old monster leaves isolation, he should also be concerned and take care of a few more things. Meanwhile, inside the Blue Dragon Temple, Feng Qingyun was being attacked and insulted. With no way to defend himself, he pleads for his lord to have some mercy, admitting his mistake. Qinglong asks who sent him to offend the Prota. Very irritated, the true lord says that he had been very tolerant of Feng Qingyun for a long time, because now, in addition to ruining the plans that were being prepared, he also embarrassed the Blue Dragon Palace. Feng Qingyun, with no way out, asks his lord to wait and explains that during his trip to the Hongmeng sect, he made a discovery and is willing to compensate for his mistake. Qinglong is surprised and asks what he is talking about. Feng Qingyun falls to his knees and starts saying that after being defeated and fleeing, he realized that there is an hidden presence in the Hongmeng sect, someone from the Celestial Court. He emphasizes that this presence is extremely well hidden, as if he hadn't gotten close, he would never have noticed anything. The strength of this person must be at least at the 10th level of the Union Realm. Feng Qingyun explains that he didn't dare act on his own, and that's why he ran back to report everything. The true Blue Dragon Lord begins to laugh, saying that this is not out of his expectations. After all, the Prota is excessively eye-catching and inevitably attracts all the attention to himself. Feng Qingyun has an idea and says that if his lord values Xiao so much, then why not send someone to inform him that there is someone hidden there, thus gaining the Prota's favor? The Blue Dragon responds that there's no rush for that, questioning who Xiao thinks he is, as he will not lower himself to the level of repeatedly sending emissaries to him. He emphasizes that this time, he attacked a member of the Blue Dragon Palace, and in doing so, disrespected the entire palace. A person so arrogant and ungrateful needs to learn a lesson. Qinglong tells his subordinate to find out who else is keeping an eye on the Prota, because when the right moment comes, he will personally visit him. That way he will be able to show Xiao that within this celestial court, he needs to know whom to submit to. Meanwhile, at the Hongmeng sect, Meyer goes to her master and says that she worked hard today, and to heal them, she brought a soup she made herself with snow ginseng, 100 herb dew, celestial mushroom, and 10 other medicinal herbs. Meyer emphasizes that the soup is excellent for recovering energy and asks her master to try it. Jushuan thanks her but says she's already feeling much better. She begins to think that the power of the stars is truly mysterious, as after just one circulation, most of the exhaustion caused by transferring energy to heal Meyer and Z has already been alleviated. Suddenly, they hear a noise from outside and a person appears behind the door. The guildmaster asks who it is. Meyer moves forward without hesitation, asking which rat dares to hide within her sect. Her attack causes a small explosion, making the man step back. The two of them watch as the man, unscathed, says that he had already activated a powerful barrier, and even if they scream until losing their voices, no one will hear them. He begins to walk toward them, with flames in his hands, and asks which of the two is Jushuan, the master of the Hongmeng sect. Jushuan watches the flame and thinks that it seems to burn, but it doesn't emit any heat. On the contrary, there is a penetrating cold emanating from it. Meyer continues attacking, shouting what this has to do with the man. The guildmaster shouts for her to stop. The man, still standing, looks at Meyer and says that apparently she is seeking the end of her life. With a simple motion, the man releases a huge amount of fire, completely destroying Meyer's attack while counterattacking at the same time. She begins to retreat, thinking that this flame is strange in some way. Jushuan cuts the man's attack in half, telling her disciple to be careful. She asks who the man in front of them is and when he infiltrated the sect. The mysterious man is impressed with Jushuan's strength and starts to wonder if that is fate energy, but this energy seems more condensed than usual as it managed to break the soul purification flame with just one strike. The sect leader also recognizes her opponent's attack, explaining that this is the soul purification flame. It has terrifying corrosion, and if someone cannot resist it, their soul would be burned and turned into an empty shell, a walking corpse that knows only slaughter. Meyer is impressed by this. The man starts laughing, saying that she has good eyes, and so, she is clearly the sect leader known as Jushuan. The leader asks if the man knows the Prota. He says no, but once he captures the two of them, Xiao will crawl to him. The young man tries to attack again, but Zhu Xuan attempts to defend the attack, saying that his plan is nothing more than a foolish dream. But this time, the attack manages to throw both of them back. The man starts laughing, saying that he is aware that the fate energy the leader uses is extremely powerful. However, apparently, she started using it only recently, so this strength won't be enough to stop him. He begins to create something in the palm of his hand and politely asks the two of them to stop resisting and come with him, stressing that if the Prota doesn't rescue them, then he can't be blamed for being so cruel to such delicate flowers. A strange energy begins to circulate through the room, surrounding the two of them. Jushuan starts to feel scared, thinking that this is very bad. 2 hours later, the entire environment is destroyed and no one is there anymore. An image appears showing the two captured, and a voice comes from within the message saying, "Xiao, your woman and her disciple are in my hands. If you want to see them again, meet me at the Imperial Palace in the Kingdom of the White Tiger within 7 days." The Prota looks at this without saying a word. Sumuhan tells him that apparently some thief infiltrated the sect and took advantage of the silent night to attack and capture the master. The Prota remains silent. Sumuhan points out that this person is at least at the 10th level of the spiritual fusion realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to do this without making a sound. Z emphasizes that the Kingdom of the White Tiger was one of the participants in the National Destiny War. She can't understand why this ordinary person is doing this, since he is from the Celestial Realm. So why is he calling the Prota to meet him at the Imperial Palace of the Kingdom of the White Tiger, a place in the mortal world? Jianfeng enters the room, saying that he has something important to discuss with his master, but upon seeing the completely destroyed environment, he is startled and shouts, asking what is happening here. Xiao asks him what he wants. Jianfeng says that he has a message from Zhu Geilin, emphasizing that the Tianji Pavilion's intelligence network found new information. One of the immortal Emperor Su Yuan's legacies is located precisely in the capital of the Kingdom of the White Tiger. Zuri is shocked to hear that it's also in the Kingdom of the White Tiger. Jianfeng is confused and asks if there's another matter related to the Kingdom of the White Tiger. Xiao, who had been silent until then, cuts the image in half, leaving his disciples surprised. With a fixed gaze and a serious voice, he says that the wretch dared to lay hands on Jushuan, and for that, he will be reduced to dust. The Prota begins to leave and asks his disciples to protect the sect well, stressing that even if he has to drag the entire imperial palace of the Kingdom of the White Tiger, he will bring his leader back. The disciples maintain their respect and say they will protect her at all costs. 3 days later, in the Kingdom of the White Tiger, a commotion is heard as cultivators are being thrown all over the place. The king of the Kingdom of the White Tiger shouts in fear, asking, "Who dares to invade the imperial palace of the Kingdom of the White Tiger?" The Prota continues walking amidst the bodies, saying that the person who came to trample and destroy the palace is named Xiao. The king is frightened upon hearing this name and starts thinking that he has heard that the Grand National Master of the Qin dynasty, Xiao, is ruthless, even having destroyed the Longyan Kingdom alone. He also defeated several immortals sent by the Celestial Court, forcing them to flee. The king begins to sweat, terrified, thinking that now that he is seeing this monster in front of him, the pressure is truly incomparable. Other guards begin to arrive, saying that they must protect His Majesty, as any invader will be executed without mercy. The Prota just looks at them, saying they are naive, and, with a mere release of his aura, begins to throw them away. The soldiers had no chance, being defeated as if they were nothing. The king begins to use a bit of his cultivation, saying that the Prota is going too far. Before the king could do anything, the Prota advances, delivering a fierce blow and pushing him against the wall. Xiao looks at the old man fallen on the ground with his feet on his face and orders him to immediately say where Jushuan is. The king still doesn't know what to do and asks what he is talking about, stressing that the Kingdom of the White Tiger and the Kingdom of Qin have never had any conflicts, and so he questions why the Prota is destroying them like this. The Prota raises his foot, irritated, saying that the aura of his leader is clearly inside the imperial palace, and since the king refuses to cooperate, that's fine. He will destroy the palace and, along with it, erase the Kingdom of the White Tiger from the face of the earth. The king begins to realize the Prota's murderous intent and his cold, penetrating gaze and begins to panic. One of the subordinates, who is lying on the ground, calls to the king and says that Xiao was able to eliminate Jixu from the now extinct Longyan Kingdom and annexed Longyan to the Kingdom of Qin, so clearly he has the power to do what he just said. For that reason, the subordinate asks the king to think carefully and try to remember if he has seen the person he is looking for. The king begins to stutter. The Prota pushes him, telling him to speak quickly. The king falls onto his back and begins to shout that he will tell everything he knows. He starts to explain that 2 days ago, during a hunt, one of his subordinates brought a report. In this report, the subordinate mentions that they found two unknown women unconscious. As they were returning, they saw these two extraordinary beauties lying under a tree. The report says that the woman with the thin veil was truly stunning. The man recounting says that this woman was simply a fairy, a celestial maiden, as he had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. The king listens to this and is impressed. Without thinking twice, he orders his subordinates to bring them to the palace, and at that moment he was so mesmerized that he didn't care about their origin, ordering them to be brought to the palace, planning to name them consorts as soon as they woke up. However, once they woke up, the king was surprised to discover that the two claimed to be from the Hongmeng sect of the Qin dynasty, and even with their cultivation sealed, they proved to be very strong and would rather die than submit. The king tells the prota that for this reason, he thought tonight would be better and simpler to just consummate the marriage. Xiao kicks him again, irritated, asking if he thinks he deserves such a thing. The king begins to apologize, saying that he himself will take Grandmaster Xiao to see the two noble visitors. The king gets up, badly injured and barely able to walk, telling his subordinates to immediately take the man to the two visitors. The disciple apologizes, saying she didn't have time to report, but this morning, people from the crown prince's palace came and took the two women, claiming they were suspected of being assassins. The king is startled and asks how this could have happened. The prota just remains silent, with a serious look on his face. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the two are being kept in a room, and the heir starts laughing with his shirt open. He asks Zhu not to be so tense, as he is the crown prince and not like that old, dull man of her father, stressing that he will treat her very well. She asks what he just did to them. The prince starts undressing while continuing to laugh, saying that the two were very hostile and didn't even let him touch their hands, so he had no choice but to give them a little taste of something good. The prince emphasizes that he didn't expect Meyer to faint so quickly, but unfortunately Zhu is still awake, as playing with two dead fish would be boring. The prince continues, saying that seeing a beauty like her crying over him, even if he has to risk his life, will still be worth it. He tries to grab her, saying that now she is his. The sect leader begins to pull away and frightened. Suddenly, someone screams for the prince to die, and a strong attack pushes him away. The attack was so strong that it made him crash into the wall, injuring him internally. The heir falls to the ground, barely able to speak, and asks who the person in front of him is and who dared to invade the crown prince's palace. Xiao continues with his serious gaze and a strange energy in his hand, and suddenly begins to smile strangely, saying that the dead need to know nothing more. Zhu is happy to see him. The prince is surprised to discover that the two know each other, but is still in shock, as he feels an overwhelming pressure and immense murderous intent coming from the prota. The prince grabs his clothes and starts dressing, but it's too late to do anything. Xiao begins his attack while the prince, terrified, shouts that this is a joke, questioning how he dares to be so disrespectful. That dense, murderous energy continues circulating the entire room, while the prince begins to tremble, shouting for the other not to come any closer. Suddenly, he notices something strange. Even at that distance, the terrifying aura exuding from Xiao surrounds the entire space. That aura represented a hungry wolf staring at its prey. Still on his knees, the crown prince stammers and asks who the prota is. Xiao looks at him and says that if he wants to die knowing who killed him, then that's fine, and asks if he's ever heard of the name Xiao. Upon hearing this name, the prince becomes even more terrified, asking if he is the Grand Master of the Qin dynasty. He begins to realize the mistake he made and thinks he was a complete idiot for not noticing earlier, because this name Xiao belongs to the same sect as those two women, the Hongmeng sect. Desperate to survive, the crown prince bows before the prota, shouting that it was a huge misunderstanding and stressing that he has done nothing to either of the two women. The prota asks what he knows about the ancient capital of the White Tiger. The prince starts shouting that he knows and begins explaining that the ancient records of his royal family mention this place as the sacred land of the White Tiger. He says it was one of the 5 great sacred lands of the primordial era, hiding countless treasures, not just celestial and divine artifacts, but also techniques and ancient scriptures that may still be there. However, at the same time, this sacred land is full of restrictions and unknown dangers. Additionally, its exact location remains a mystery to this day, so even today, no one has managed to find it. The prince tries to get closer to Xiao, asking if he's looking for the ancient capital of the White Tiger, stressing that it wouldn't be such an easy task. Xiao smiles and says that he already knows where it is. The prince continues to flatter the prota and begins laughing, saying that then everything is fine because if it is the Grand Master known as Xiao, the dangers of that sacred land won't be anything, and that's wonderful news. The prota says he is flattered to hear that, but he still needs to ask something of the prince. Upon hearing this, the crown prince begins to smile, saying that he will do anything the Grand Master needs. The prince begins to think that this is great, as if the prota is being so cordial with him, he might not die. However, Xiao continues with his cold and empty smile, saying that he will need the prince's life. The heir becomes desperate upon hearing this. The prota begins using his technique, causing the prince to suffer immense pain, and upon hearing the screams, Xiao starts laughing with satisfaction. With that, the sect leader watches and wonders if it's a new technique he learned, noting that it is something very brutal. Xiao continues, and the prince's screams could be heard from far away. Moments later, the prince falls to the ground without any reaction, as if there was nothing left inside him. The prota looks at him and says that he has killed countless powerful masters in this world, and to be able to die by his hands is an honor for anyone. Zhu Xuan calls to him, breathing deeply. She tries to call again and starts thinking that her head is reaching its limit. He begins to approach her and touches her face, saying that it seems she doesn't look too well. She continues to look at him and, just before losing consciousness, starts to think that something is a bit strange and wonders if it's just her impression, as the prota seems a bit different to her. Her mind can no longer handle it, and little by little she faints, collapsing onto the bed. Xiao just looks at her without saying anything, but in her mind she appears in another place and begins to wonder what happened and where Xiao is. Suddenly she hears a voice saying that he is right behind her. She turns around happily, thinking it's the prota, but upon seeing him she is shocked, as the person in front of her looks like Xiao but behaves strangely. This Xiao begins to ask if she is looking for him. The next day a scream is heard and she wakes up startled. Suddenly the door bursts open and the prota enters, asking what happened. Jushuan takes a deep breath and says it was nothing, just a nightmare, and asks where her disciple is. She begins to wonder why she had such a strange dream. The prota says that Meyer has also just woken up and is resting. The leader agrees and looks at Xiao's hand, asking what that is. He says that he got a bit worried about her, so he borrowed a pot from the kitchen and made a bowl of calming soup. Jushuan is happy, thinking that he even made calming soup for her. Xiao sits beside her on the bed and starts feeding her, asking her to eat while it's still warm. Jushuan accepts the food while thinking that at that moment, she realized that the prota just wanted to avenge her. And it must be because she's been so exhausted lately that she started thinking foolishly, since the prota has always been so good to her. So how could she doubt him? Suddenly, she notices something strange on the prota's shirt and asks if he's hurt, as there's some blood on his clothes. Xiao starts laughing and asks her not to worry, saying that it's not his blood, emphasizing that it must have splashed when he took care of all the Lucaccios in the Crown Prince's palace. The leader is astonished and asks if he really killed everyone in the palace, pointing out that some didn't even harm her. Xiao gets irritated and says it's better to kill 1,000 innocents than let 300 guilty ones escape, affirming that those people got what they deserved. Zhu Xuan is at a loss for words, and the prota continues offering food, asking why she stopped eating and questioning if she didn't like it. She starts laughing, saying that maybe it's because she just recovered and doesn't have much of an appetite. She changes the subject, asking how he found out she was in the White Tiger Kingdom's palace. The prota says that the scoundrel who kidnapped her left a note to provoke him, and as soon as he saw it, he left immediately. She asks if he knows who did this, but Xiao changes the subject, asking if she heard what the prince said before he died about the ancient and White Kingdom being a sacred place, and asks if they can explore it together now that she's recovered. This leaves her a bit surprised. The prota continues, saying that, as she herself heard, that place is a sacred land and is filled with dangers. So even if they manage to obtain the inheritance, there will still be many challenges, and asks if she remembers everything she needs to keep in mind. Zhu Xuan, still a bit confused, smiles and says that she remembers. Xiao gets up, saying that's great, and stresses that she needs to rest, so he won't bother her anymore. He asks her not to forget to drink the soup as they'll be leaving soon. As soon as he leaves the room, she just watches silently. The next day, the three begin walking together. Meyer asks if that place is really the ancient White Tiger Kingdom the prota had mentioned on the way, as it seemed like a rather ordinary place. Xiao says that although it doesn't appear so, he can still feel a faint wave of energy, pointing out that there must be an illusory barrier hiding the true form of the place. Meyer is impressed and asks if there really is an illusory barrier there. The sect leader also says that she is feeling something and mentions that, aside from that, the wave of energy is strange because it doesn't seem like a common barrier, and if it weren't for a careful observation, she would never have noticed anything unusual there. That's why it's no surprise that the White Tiger Kingdom has never discovered that place. Xiao says that's exactly it, since that barrier was formed from the combination of 49 different arrays. However, he says that if they think that can stop him, then they're just dreaming. The protagonist begins to release his energy and concentrate some of it in his hand. Meyer watches everything and notes the pressure is immense, but she questions why she's feeling a dark aura within all that energy and asks Xiao where he learned that technique. He replies that it's not a special technique, but to break that barrier, it's Xiao. It's necessary to use the blood of the Prince of the White Tiger Kingdom as an offering. Zhu starts to recall everything that happened and realizes that's why the protagonist chose to collect the blood, since he had planned all this from the start. A crystal begins to form from that energy, impressing Meyer. She notes how dense the energy is and asks if that's a matrix arcane crystal. The crystal starts to emanate even more energy, and a large explosion occurs. The two get startled, shouting for their master to be careful. A few seconds later, they stare in amazement, as in front of them was a relic of the sacred land. Xiao begins to explain that the ancient kingdom isn't just a specific region on the Honghuang continent, but rather an independent space created separately to ensure its safety and provide an ideal cultivation environment. He also says that sacred place was probably created by an immortal who mastered calligraphy and painting in the ancient era, and that's why the mysteries inside are far too vast to understand immediately. He invites them to enter. Though still suspicious, they agree. However, before entering, Zhu triggers something on the ground, and they head inside that realm. Once inside, Meyer is even more impressed, saying she never imagined such a mysterious cave could exist within that painting. As the patterns carved on the walls are identical to the ones from the painting they entered through, Xiao is surprised when he sees a sword. They approach it. Meyer asks what sword that is, since both its material and aura surpass any celestial-level treasure, even rivaling the protagonist's incomparable sword. Xiao is shocked and asks if his incomparable sword has that kind of power too. Meyer looks confused and says that's obvious. Zhu interrupts them and says that cave must be the entrance to the sacred place, and that sword is clearly the key to open it. So now, the most important thing is to extract the sword and uncover the secrets in its runes. Meyer agrees, saying she thinks the same and questions what they're waiting for. They need to unlock it quickly. Zhu suggests that since they're already there, they should let Meyer try, as it would be a valuable experience. And, besides, maybe the one who opens the gate to the sacred land might receive a treasure, or even a special blessing. Xiao looks at them strangely. Meyer shouts that she'll give it a try and begins to approach, but the protagonist steps in front of her quickly, telling her to wait. He says that claiming the sword as the key to that sacred place is still just a theory, and the unique seals on it are strange, so there might be a trap. That's why it's risky, and it's better that he handles it. Zhu still finds everything suspicious, but says nothing. The protagonist starts to get excited, wondering what kinds of treasures are hidden in the White Tiger Kingdom. He places his hand on the sword, and suddenly, someone starts laughing and shouting, saying no one would ever guess that the sacred relic was hidden in such an insignificant mountain, since they searched everywhere and now just stumbled upon it with no effort. The three are startled and turn around quickly. Some snakes begin moving toward the protagonist. He dodges them and starts fighting, quickly burning them. He shouts, asking who's there. A group of people was behind him, and one of them shouts to their leader, saying that kid killed his precious creature that he worked so hard to raise, so he must die. The leader says that if the protagonist is smart, he'll hand over the relic without resistance, so his death will be quick. He adds that he'll gladly accept the two girls as well. Meyer, irritated by that comment, points her sword at the men. The cave begins to collapse, isolating the three. Zhu asks what's going on. That group starts shouting, saying this is bad because the ground is sinking, so they must run toward the center of the mountain. Meyer remains confused and asks what's happening, questioning if the cave is really going to collapse. As the dust starts to settle, Zhu is surprised by what she sees and asks what that is. Some people from the other group begin to fall, and a massive tongue appears, grabbing one of the men. A gigantic monster shows up, devouring him instantly, leaving everyone inside stunned. The people from the newly arrived group start panicking and ask their leader why there's such a huge crocodile there, saying they've never heard of a giant beast in the legends about the sacred ruins. Their leader kicks one of his subordinates, calling them a bunch of useless fools. He then turns to the protagonist, saying that those sacred ruins belong to him and no one else. Without hesitation, he charges forward, saying that after finishing off Xiao, he'll also deal with that beast. He uses his ability, Blade that cuts the heavens and the earth. The protagonist starts laughing, asking if that man really thinks such a mediocre technique could take his life, calling it a ridiculous illusion. With a single movement, he channels immense power into his hand. The group's leader is shocked and starts to panic, questioning how a boy like that could possess such a devastating palm technique and physical strength, noting that the blow he's about to receive carries a crushing pressure, like a mountain falling on him. The protagonist shatters the man's sword and sends him flying with a simple strike. The leader starts to get up, terrified, and trembles at the immense aura surrounding the protagonist. He asks who this creature in front of him is. The crocodile starts approaching them. Xiao says it doesn't matter what his name is, because what really matters is that they're already dead. The three panic and fall into the hole, dropping into the crocodile's mouth. They scream as they fall, but nothing can be done. Zhu and Meyer are horrified, They say those people probably deserve to die, but that method was a bit too cruel. Without wasting time, the protagonist approaches the sword and, with the stone in hand, thinks that this sword is definitely not ordinary, as the symbols on the blade appear to be written in the Great Doctrine. They're not hard to decipher, he just needs a little more time. Meyer tells the protagonist to stop studying that sword for now, because if the giant crocodile has a big appetite, it might wake up and attack again, and it'll be hard to stop. So they should take care of the crocodile first. Xiao looks at her and says she's got a point. He points his hand at her and says there's no need for such effort, asking why she doesn't help and buy him some more time. Meyer is startled, but an attack comes toward him, forcing him to cancel his move and retreat. The protagonist looks to the side. The sect leader points her sword at him, saying she finally understands he's not the real Xiao. The man starts laughing, asking if she had already suspected and when she figured it out. Zhu Xuan says that while Xiao is indeed decisive in battle, he doesn't kill indiscriminately, and what he did in the prince's palace was already a clear clue. Meyer hears this and notes that it's no wonder that Guy's techniques are so sinister. She's never seen Xiao use them, and on top of that, he wasn't carrying his sword. When she mentioned his sword, he acted like he had no idea what she was talking about. But she asks, if that imposter isn't the protagonist, then who is he? The sect leader asks her disciple if she still remembers the person who attacked them that night. She says that person also used the soul-burning flame. At first, she wasn't sure, but when she asked about that night's attack, the imposter dodged the question, trying to change the subject. And besides, during the recent battle, the strength shown in the imposter's body was very similar to the invaders from that night. She says she didn't understand why the imposter stole from them and brought them to the White Tiger Kingdom, but now it's clear he had it all planned, to use the prince's blood to open the sacred ruins. And on top of that, the imposter also bet that she wouldn't dare betray Xiao, so he disguised himself to trick her and bring her here. If he got the inheritance, great. If not, he'd reveal his true face and use her as a stepping stone for his own plans. The imposter starts laughing, saying she's not as dumb as he thought, but she only got half of it right. He points out that the idiot Xiao is probably destroying the White Tiger Kingdom looking for her, and because of that, even more people will be after his head. Zhu Xuan starts getting irritated. The imposter looks at the sword and says he's about to fully decipher all its symbols, so she should worry more about herself. The energy contained within the sword begins to radiate throughout the place. Just the aura alone makes Zhu Xuan short of breath. He charges toward them, saying he'll send both of them straight to hell. The two freeze completely in fear. However, a cold and hateful voice says that if he dares lay a finger on his companions, he'll have to face his sword. The imposter turns and asks who's there, but sees an attack coming at him. He quickly dodges and creates a net for protection, but the attack keeps coming and easily pierces his defense. The imposter panics, realizing this is bad. The attack shatters his barrier and hits him directly, causing the sword to fall to the ground and his form to collapse, reverting to normal. The real Xiao stands before him, shouting and asking if he really thought he could impersonate him with such a mediocre skill. Zhu Xuan is overjoyed to see that the protagonist has finally arrived. He approaches the two and apologizes for being a little late. Zhu Xuan, relieved, says it's fine because she knew he would come. Xiao explains that he followed her presence's trail to that place, but when he passed through the valley, her energy suddenly vanished. However, he felt an extremely faint trace of star energy she had deliberately left behind. He moves closer and caresses her face, making her feel more at ease. Chanlian starts laughing, saying that the scene is really shocking. He says those useless fools from the White Tiger Kingdom let Xiao escape without a scratch, but asks if the protagonist really knows who he is. Meyer says the imposter, even at his last moment, is still wasting time with nonsense. The protagonist turns and begins attacking him, asking why he should care about the identity of an insect. He only needs to know that this will be his last day walking on Earth. Chanlian laughs and asks if he's serious, saying Xiao is still underestimating him. Zhu Xuan shouts, warning Xiao that it's a trap. Chanlian laughs and introduces himself, saying his name, and that he's the 9th ranked on the Celestial Court's immortal ranking. He states he can't be compared to the trash who ranked 10th, calling him an insignificant existence from the lower world, and says that dying by his hands will be the protagonist's greatest honor. Xiao looks up and says that Vortex looks a little odd, so everyone should get out of the way. He points his sword at it and says cheap tricks don't work on him. But Chanlian starts unleashing even more power, saying the protagonist talks too much. The overwhelming energy causes the two girls to panic in fear. When the protagonist looks again, he sees his opponent's body has drastically changed. Chanlian charges forward, laughing and saying he'll show Xiao true power. The protagonist grows a bit concerned for the two girls. Chanlian uses his skill Void Rift Claws. Meyer watches in shock, saying his body is so resilient and his regeneration is terrifying. She wonders if this is truly the power of the ninth ranked on the Celestial Court's immortal ranking. Qianlian keeps laughing, saying his body has been tempered to the point that even celestial-level weapons can barely scratch it. And he adds that with his attack, the protagonist's body will be nothing but minced meat. However, Xiao doesn't move and just watches the attack approach, thinking he's always been curious about the physical strength of a cultivator at the 10th stage of body fusion, and this will be very interesting. The attack hits him, and the two girls are shocked by the force of the impact. Right before the hit, the protagonist used his yin-yang 5 elements body refinement technique. Upon impact, Chenlian feels discomfort and backs off, his arm in pain. He looks at his body and sees his hand trembling and bleeding. Xiao begins to laugh and says, "It seems that his so-called tempered body isn't so impressive after all." Chenlian is stunned and wonders how that's possible. Suddenly, he feels a strange pain in his arm and starts realizing that it wasn't slashed. Instead, that force is spreading through his muscles, bones, and skin, devouring his flesh and life energy bit by bit. So, he needs to recover quickly. Concerned about the situation, he activates the dragon scale armor. His body begins to be covered in scales. The two who had just been watching begin to wonder what kind of thing that is. Xiao starts thinking that it's a state activated by draconic blood power, but that force isn't pure. He recalls that during the War of National Destinies, Emperor Jixu used that blood power to completely transform into a monster. Chanlian's energy begins to take the form of a dragon, and he activates the black dragon physique, laughing and saying the sensation is magnificent. He attacks, declaring that today the protagonist will die without even a grave to be buried in. Xiao remains still and tells him to attack with everything he's got, just to see what happens. He begins to release his own power, saying that Qianlian isn't the only one in this world with that kind of strength, because using draconic blood doesn't mean turning into something grotesque. The protagonist's power also begins to transform into a dragon, as he uses the Jade Dragon God's lineage. Qianlian starts to panic, realizing the pressure from such massive energy is terrifying. The two energies clash in the air and Qianlian easily loses the first exchange. He falls to his knees, trembling with fear and blood coming from his mouth. He thinks he needs to escape as fast as possible, but then feels a hand on his shoulder, which terrifies him even more. Xiao looks at him and smiles, asking if he really plans to run. The protagonist's eyes fill with hatred as he says, Qianlian used his filthy body to impersonate him, and for that, he deserves worse. With crushing strength, he slams him into the ground, making him scream in pain. Qianlian thinks that power feels like being crushed by 1,000 armies. Xiao steps back and says that's for daring to insult his leader. He strikes again, sending Qianlian's body flying as if it were nothing. The entire area begins to collapse under the protagonist's overwhelming power. Qianlian starts gasping, thinking his 5 internal organs and 6 viscera have been completely destroyed. Suddenly, the rocks begin to tremble and the protagonist looks to the side, seeing the crocodile had awakened and was slamming its tail against the mountain. Meyer urges her master to be careful, pointing out that the creature is a man-eating crocodile guarding that place. It has awakened again and seems hungry. Zhu Xuan adds that the giant crocodile is extremely fierce, and it has devoured many people, so they need to attack together. But before she can act, Xiao creates a barrier around the two, trapping them. Zhu Xuan asks what he's doing. The protagonist turns and tells her to wait there. She hears a noise and panics, seeing the crocodile climbing up and heading toward them. She shouts for him to be careful as the beast is coming. Xiao prepares, excited, and attacks, saying he wants to see whether the creature's skin is tougher than his sharpest sword. The first strike already causes the crocodile immense pain. He looks at the monstrosity before him and begins to run. The protagonist laughs, asking if the crocodile is already fleeing with its tail between its legs. Disappointed, he says the fight was pointless and frustrated, throws his sword, impaling the beast and finishing it off. He walks up to the crocodile, saying it couldn't even withstand a light blow. Zhu Xuan and Meyer approach and ask if he's okay or got hurt, but Xiao just laughs and says he's fine. Zhu Xuan steps up and says she knows she's not as strong as him, but she's not useless either. The protagonist laughs, telling his leader not to worry because that beast could never harm him. She says it's not just that, and even feeling embarrassed, she musters her courage and says that no matter how many dangers and challenges lie ahead, she always wants to be by his side, facing everything together. She gathers all her breath and shouts that she doesn't want to keep watching his back while he risks his life alone. Xiao realizes she's serious and lowers his head, agrees, and hugs her. Meyer starts laughing at the two. The protagonist walks up to Qianlian's body lying on the ground and takes his artifact. He thinks that when he absorbed some of Liu Feng's destiny energy before, it wasn't anything special. But now, after fully absorbing Qianlian's destiny energy, he begins to feel his jade amulet growing stronger. He wonders that if even the 9th ranked of the Celestial Court had that much destiny energy, then he's even more eager for the battles to come. Zhu Xuan calls him and says Qianlian planned everything just to obtain the inheritance hidden within the White Tiger's sacred land. She notes that the sword was sealed inside that cave and definitely isn't an ordinary artifact since the symbols on its blade might be connected to the sanctuary, and asks if the protagonist knows it. Xiao picks up the sword and says he'll find out as soon as he tries, but Zhu Xuan is surprised and shouts that the symbols detach from the blade and the sword shattered. The sect leader calls the two and says a stone portal has opened just ahead. She wonders if that could be the White Tiger's sacred land. The stones keep falling and they all watch. She comments that so many years have passed and she never imagined anyone could actually enter that sanctuary. The protagonist asks who's there, but there's no response. They pass through the portal and appear in a new sanctuary, questioning whether it's truly the White Tiger's sacred land. Meyer sees someone ahead and asks who it is. The woman says she's a spiritual remnant left by Yu Heng, one of the 7 earthly stars. She asks if they were the ones who killed the soul-devouring crocodile. Zhu Xuan is shocked. Xiao wonders if she really is one of the 7 earthly stars because, if so, that woman is also part of the group Jian Feng mentioned, the guardians of the immortal Emperor Su Yuan's legacy. He thinks the other 2 guys were pretty deceitful. He swings his arm and asks what the problem is if they took out that crocodile and says that if she's planning an ambush, she might as well try now because he can settle it on the spot. Zhu Xuan steps forward and affirms that she'll do whatever it takes. The woman starts laughing, leaving the 2 confused. She asks the protagonist if he's referring to Yao Guang and Kai Yang, and notes that it seems he really passed their trials and obtained the Yao Guang and Kai Yang chapters of the classic of the Ancient Star Emperor. She begins releasing some of her aura and says, not all the 7 earthly stars are unreachable beings, and if this truly is the inheritance of an immortal emperor, there's no need to overcomplicate things. She says that now that he's reached her domain, she will directly grant the Yu Heng chapter. A blue force begins to engulf the protagonist's body. He's shocked and asks if it's due to the direct transmission, as the power of that chapter feels even more overwhelming than when he obtained the other 2. After her spiritual remnant disperses, he feels it's like a violent tide crashing within him, making his blood boil instantly. Xiao starts absorbing all that power, saying he just wants it to hit harder. The 2 girls are surprised by the sheer force, and even the earthly star is astonished by his power. Xiao is surrounded by all that energy, absorbing as much as possible until suddenly he comprehends everything and, opening his eyes, returns to normal. Zhu Xuan runs to him asking how he's feeling. The protagonist says he's fine and starts laughing, thinking that the energy of the Yu Heng chapter is extremely violent, yet caused him no harm. On the contrary, it even helped temper his body and spirit, making them denser and more resilient. The earthly star approaches and says she didn't expect him to absorb everything so quickly, noting that she thought he'd manage at most 30%. She asks if he isn't afraid of exploding from absorbing such a vast amount of energy so fast. Xiao keeps walking and looks at his hand, asking if that's really all because he thought it was too little. The earthly star is surprised by this and observes, thinking the protagonist not only instantly absorbed that immense and powerful energy, but also thought it wasn't enough. She keeps watching and notices how calm he is, so it doesn't seem like he's lying. If true, she can't even imagine what kind of terrifying abyss that man's body is. She says it's fine, and adds that it's no wonder the other 2 lost to him. Smiling, she raises her hand and sends a burst of energy in his direction. The protagonist is startled and Zhu Xuan becomes concerned, asking what that is. The earthly star tells them not to worry, as that is the location of the inheritance of the Tianquan chapter from the canon of the ancient 7-star emperor, and with that she considers her mission complete. Xiao respectfully thanks her for everything. The earthly star begins explaining that when the heavenly Tao collapsed, calamities fell upon the world, lives were devastated, and Emperor Su Yuan, the strongest in the primordial continent, sacrificed his physical body to save the masses, and his fate remains unknown to this day. However, she emphasizes that even so, he didn't forget to leave behind a legacy as a symbol of hope for the world, though she herself once doubted whether reversing the heavens and reviving the splendor of the ancient immortal Emperor Su Yuan was anything more than a distant dream. She smiles and says that, upon seeing the protagonist, she had a premonition. Staring intently at Xiao, she confidently says that perhaps he really can create a miracle. Zhu Xuan also smiles and thinks that reviving the glory of ancient times is something Xiao will surely achieve. The star begins forming a portal in her hand and says the exit has already closed, so she will take them out. The 3 are quickly enveloped by a blue energy and begin to vanish. She smiles and says the world is now in that man's hands and wishes him good luck. Shortly after, at the border of the White Tiger Kingdom, Meyer is surprised, saying she didn't expect it to already be night upon leaving the White Tiger sacred land, and adds that after such a hectic day, she's starving. They start walking. Jushuan says she sees a small town up ahead and asks the protagonist what he thinks about entering and finding an inn to rest. He says he was thinking the same. He begins reflecting that his two disciples haven't sent any word in the past few days, which likely means everything is calm at the Hongmeng sect. No one has dared provoke the Celestial Kingdom for now, so they can rest a bit before returning. They enter the town, and as soon as they step inside, Xiao begins to feel something and looks back. His leader asks what's wrong, but he says it's nothing and tells them to keep going. However, some strange marks were etched right at the entrance. Upon arriving in Qingshui City, strange noises echo through the streets. Some knights are gathered in the center. One of them asks what the hell is going on, as there's no magical array fluctuation, no traps or mechanisms, but no matter how many circles they walk, they can't leave. One group member asks what they should do. They've been running back and forth all day. Another agrees, saying the place feels like an empty shell. No food, no living soul, and even if they hold on, the horses are nearly done. The leader snaps and tells them to shut up and leave him alone, saying that if those two hadn't been trying to pull cons, they wouldn't have entered that city. The two go quiet, and suddenly another member warns them to look ahead. When they all look, they see the protagonist and his two companions entering an inn. The villains are confused, asking what the hell is going on since the inn had been empty all day. They ask when the clerk showed up and why he suddenly started serving. Another points out that the three guests who just arrived don't look like city residents. Bachin says it doesn't matter and agrees something strange is going on, but says he'd rather move and try something than stand still waiting to die. He says he's not afraid of anything, and if some ghost is trying to act important, it won't matter, because today he'll even kill a god if one shows up. Inside the inn, many people are celebrating, drinking, eating, and laughing. The group of villains arrives, and one of them comments that the place is lively and asks what's going on. He questions whether it's all an illusion or if what they saw all day was the falsehood. Leader Beichin says they shouldn't let their guard down. Suddenly, someone asks the protagonist if they came to join tonight's Champions Banquet. Xiao asks what the Champions Banquet is. The man explains that they may not know, but the #1 courtesan, known as Chu Yuewu, will begin receiving guests officially tonight. He says everyone competes to win the favor of the beautiful lady, and that a single spring night is worth 1,000 in gold. So of course it's a bidding event. Josuan starts feeling a little jealous and calls the protagonist, saying they should look for another inn. The man says the town only has that one, and if they leave now, they likely won't find another place to sleep. Xiao starts laughing and tells his leader that he finds the place lively, and besides, it sounds pretty interesting, asking what she thinks about staying to see how it all turns out. Meyer also goes to her master, saying she's curious to see it too. The villain group members ask their boss if he heard all that. Someone mentioned the Champions Banquet, the clerk seemed convincing, and when they look around, everything is working. It doesn't seem fake. He adds that if it were an illusion, it would require an enormous amount of energy and questions why someone would waste all that effort in a forgotten village. Another member says it's all true and comments to his boss that all the weird stuff today might have just been bad luck, falling into a ghost trap. So they should eat and drink freely there and think later about how to break out of it. Baitian remains uneasy, thinking he still doesn't know why, but something feels off and it's bothering him. He reflects that his subordinates do have a good point, and so far, nothing truly dangerous has happened. The attendant leads the protagonist to a table but gets kicked in the back, and the man asks if he's blind. Didn't he see that the boss hasn't eaten yet? The thugs begin stomping on the attendant, who pleads for mercy. One of the thugs tells the attendant that their boss is honoring that dump with his presence, and that alone is a gift for them. So they'd better bring the best wine and finest dishes in the house immediately, then asks if the attendant understood.
If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and like the video. Thank you.